After a burst of blinding light, Zhang Chen was stunned by the scene before him. He was standing in the middle of an 8-lane highway flanked on both sides by towering high-rise buildings. Several cars lay overturned across the road, scattered in chaotic disarray, as if a horrific traffic accident had just taken place. In the distance, colossal red vines coiled around the high-rises, whole swathes of leaves trembling without any wind. What unsettled Zhang Chen the most was that right beside him stood hundreds of zombies. Their eyes were vacant, their skin deathly pale, and faint purple veins could even be seen beneath the surface. Streams of fresh blood pooled and flowed across the ground, mingling with mangled corpses gnawed beyond recognition. The air was thick with a pungent stench of blood that turned the stomach. "Have I crossed into the apocalypse?" he muttered. "But why aren't these zombies trying to eat me?" Zhang Chen stood rigidly in place, nerves taut, terrified that any unnecessary movement might suddenly awaken these zombies, frozen as if time itself had stopped. If that happened, he would be as good as dead. Suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. "Welcome to the Doomsday World. The reincarnated game is about to begin." Immediately, an unfamiliar world map unfolded before his eyes. In a world map from his memories, more than half the surface was covered by ocean, with several continents floating upon it. Yet here almost the entire planetary surface was land, while the seas resembled gigantic lakes scattered like ornaments between continents. "This isn't Earth," he breathed. "This is Shulan Star, whose surface area is 1,000 times that of Earth," the voice declared. "The number of towns is roughly 10,000 times that of Earth settlements. Its culture and technological development are highly similar to human civilization on Earth. This world has already been overrun by zombies and all manner of mutated creatures. Survival is your only objective." Whether by chance or in response to his unspoken doubts, the emotionless voice continued its introduction. "For survival in the apocalypse, remember the following. First, the entire world is shrouded in a peculiar energy. Slaying zombies and mutated creatures to collect this energy and strengthen yourself may sometimes grant you an edge even over those wielding hot weapons. Second, the water sources of the natural world have been contaminated. Unpurified water may very well cost you your life. Third, not all mutated flora and fauna are harmful. The flesh or fruit of certain plants and animals can be eaten and may even strengthen your body. Fourth, supply crates are scattered across the world. Within them you may discover unexpected treasures. Fifth, each person possesses a spatial ring whose storage capacity can be expanded by consuming energy. Is your faithful companion in survival and also a piece of prime loot coveted by other survivors. Sixth, by skillfully using your collection skill, you can swiftly harvest supplies from zombies and mutated creatures. Seventh, when night falls, zombies and mutated creatures will grow increasingly active. It is strongly advised that you find a secure and sturdy shelter. Eighth, the mutation levels of zombies and mutated creatures are currently being suppressed. This suppression will weaken every 30 days. Prepare in advance. Attention, the game will commence in 5 minutes. Adjusting gravity parameters. Gamifying world structure. The prompts continued to echo in his mind. Restarting urban power grid. Activating remote auction and trading functions. Opening chat channels. The disembodied voice droned on. Modifying human adaptability. After the game notification tones finally ceased, the rest was nothing but lines of largely useless information streaming past. Zhang Chen was still standing out on the highway. Once the game began and these zombies all became active, the little flesh on his bones would not be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. He had to find a safe place to hide and fast. But where could he go? Who knew how many zombies might be lurking inside the nearby shops? How many zombies were there? Finding a secure hiding spot within 5 minutes would be no easy task. Zhang Chen hesitated, his gaze falling on a restaurant by the roadside. Many storefronts were spattered with horrifying bloodstains at their thresholds. Only this one was remarkably clean. It might be an excellent hiding place. Just as he was about to head over, a prompt box suddenly appeared beside the restaurant. There are 27 ravenous zombies inside the restaurant. If you charge in recklessly, they're guaranteed a full meal, the prompt read. Zhang Chen froze in shock. What was this? A warning. Instinctively, he glanced at the regional chat channel. Messages flooded the channel. Where is this? Why are there so many zombies? Can someone tell me what's going on? I'm so scared my legs have gone weak. I can hardly walk. There are zombies all around me. I'm afraid there are more behind the door if I open it. I'm hiding in a wardrobe, and I'm not sure my situation is any better. I don't even know if there's zombies in the room. I'm on a coach bus. Is anyone near me? I'm on a rooftop. There aren't any zombies nearby, but I'm about to be roasted alive. I don't dare take the fire escape. What should I do? People were desperately chatting, asking for help, and trying to bolster each other's courage. Yet no one mentioned anything about being able to see these prompts. If they could see what Zhang Chen saw, would they still fear what might be lurking behind each door? As expected, this warning was visible only to him. Zhang Chen quickly shifted his gaze to a small convenience store next door, and another prompt immediately popped up. There are 6 zombies and some bottles of purified water in the convenience store. If you have a decent weapon and are agile enough, you might be able to fight your way in. That option was out of the question. Zhang Chen knew his own capabilities all too well. He was just an ordinary person. To go 1 against 6 and hope to come out unscathed was pure fantasy. He shifted his gaze again, this time to a real estate agency next door. A new prompt appeared. Congratulations. There are no zombies inside, and there's also a level 1 supply crate. No zombies, and a supply crate as well. Perfect. That would do nicely. He glanced at the zombies around him, and a similar prompt popped up again. Zombies in a frozen state cannot move and cannot be killed. Remaining time, 4 minutes 26 seconds. By his estimate, the real estate agency was only 30 meters away. Within 10 seconds, he could easily sprint there and slam the door shut behind him. Over 4 minutes still remained. That time was definitely not meant for chatting or staring blankly. He needed to do something far more meaningful. Zhang Chen's gaze swept rapidly over the zombies around him, and soon his eyes were drawn to one, a riot police officer turned zombie. The riot police officer, who had turned into a zombie, was clad in a black anti-riot suit, a steel helmet on his head, and a tempered shield hanging from his hand. Zhang Chen rushed forward and reached out to yank the riot helmet off. As expected, the prompt had stated that these zombies could not move and could not be killed, but that did not mean the items on their bodies could not be taken. Zhang Chen examined the tempered helmet. It was exceptionally sturdy, and the inside was remarkably clean. The zombies here only looked terrifying, but they were not the grotesquely festering, pus-dripping kind. If they were that kind of rotting zombie, Zhang Chen would never dare strip anything from their bodies. What if he got infected? With these zombies, as long as one was neither bitten nor scratched, there would be no infection. Zhang Chen put the tempered helmet on his head, then reached out to wrest the tempered anti-riot shield from the zombie's hand. The zombie was frozen in place, its fingers locked in a stiff, claw-like grip. After exerting all his strength, he finally pried the tempered anti-riot shield from the zombie's grasp. Searching the body further, he found a single tear gas grenade. There was nothing else of value. Looking around again, he saw that all the surrounding undead were just ordinary zombies, nothing special about them. A little over 10 meters away stood another zombie in anti-riot gear, and Zhang Chen could vaguely see a revolver clenched in its hand. However, the game's start countdown had already appeared before his eyes. 59, 58, 57. Time was desperately short. Rushing over to seize that gun now would be far too dangerous. In the apocalypse, one had to survive cautiously and develop slowly. There was no room for reckless bravado. Zhang Chen carefully committed the location of that zombie and its surroundings to memory. Only then did he turn and sprint toward the real estate agency without looking back. The prompt window before his eyes remained unchanged, still indicating that there were no zombies inside and that a level 1 supply crate was present. With a dull bang, Zhang Chen burst into the real estate office and immediately locked the glass door from the inside. He casually grabbed a half-finished bottle of purified water from a desk. The bottle had already been drunk from making the water a contaminated source. He could not drink it, but he could still put it to use. Zhang Chen swiftly sprinkled the water evenly across the glass door. He then snatched up the leaflets scattered across the desk and rapidly plastered them onto the damp glass. The moment the last exposed patch of glass was covered by paper, the countdown hit 0 right on cue. In an instant, a cacophony of zombie howls erupted outside, rising and falling in waves. The sound was enough to shake one's very soul. Groaning and snarling, a few zombies shambled aimlessly past the entrance of the real estate office, their bodies twitching from time to time. They never noticed that a human was hiding just behind that door. Finally safe, Zhang Chen murmured, taking 2 steps back before collapsing onto the sofa. Only then did he realize that with his adrenaline surge fading, his hands were trembling uncontrollably and his legs felt weak. Faced with streets overflowing with zombies, it would be utter nonsense to claim one felt no fear. This was Zhang Chen's first real encounter with zombies. Being able to act with such composure was already extremely rare. As he tried to steady his wildly pounding heart, he opened the chat channel. The regional chat that had been scrolling at a frantic pace just moments before had suddenly grown much quieter. People were still speaking, but messages no longer vanished the instant they appeared as they had earlier. Now a single line could remain on the screen for 3 or 4 seconds before slowly being pushed away. This meant that from the very start of this apocalyptic game, people had already died. And not just a few. What's going on? I just saw all the zombies on the road come to life. They're surging like a dense tidal wave. Absolutely horrifying, someone wrote. Same here, I just managed to hide in an apartment. Those zombies run so fast. If I'd been a second slower, I never would have made it, another survivor posted. I'm on the 5th floor. I saw a survivor try to collect a crate of purified water from a car's trunk, but he was too slow and got torn apart by a swarm of zombies. The scene was... Another message followed, isn't this supposed to be a game? How can someone be dismembered like that? Shouldn't they just vanish in an instant or something? I feel like this is only a gamified world, but if the zombies get you, you still die. And you die exactly as you would in reality, someone concluded. What kind of game is this? It's basically sending us into a doomsday world to die, another cursed. I don't want to die. Is there any expert willing to take me along? A girl asked timidly. The last speaker was a girl. The regional chat channel displayed messages from survivors in the same city as Zhang Chen. Each chat message was accompanied by the sender's three-dimensional avatar along with their name, height, weight, and other basic information. In an ordinary online game, a fragile-sounding girl asking for an expert to carry her would attract droves of players scrambling to help. But under the current circumstances, everyone was struggling just to keep themselves alive. Who would still dare to boast about protecting someone else? So after the girl spoke, no one responded to her at all. Most people were simply talking past one another, sharing what they had seen or begging for help. There was hardly any useful information. Zhang Chen had never intended to speak in the channel at all. Did they really think this was just playing a game? This was the apocalypse, a world where people would fight to the death over resources. The more one talked in the channel, the more personal information one exposed, making it easy for ill-intentioned survivors to track them down. Before becoming truly powerful, lying low was the only sensible path. After resting for a while and confirming that the zombies outside would not break in, Zhang Chen relaxed slightly. With the flyers covering the glass door, the entrance might as well have been a solid wall as far as the zombies were concerned. For the moment, this place was safe. Zhang Chen remembered that the prompt had mentioned a level 1 supply crate in this room. He stood up and looked around. The real estate office was very small with only a single floor. Just inside the entrance sat a sofa set, a coffee table, and a front reception desk. Behind that was a small office. Together, the two rooms totaled just over 60 square meters. Zhang Chen walked into the office and found a suitcase-sized level 1 supply crate tucked in a corner. As soon as his hand touched the crate, a prompt popped up. Open now. Yes or no? Yes. The crate responded at once, unlocking and opening on its own. Inside lay a fire axe, a vial of basic physique potion, and a 500 milliliters bottle of purified water. Suddenly, Zhang Chen remembered that he also had a spatial ring. The ring was a dark green band that seemed almost fused to the middle finger of his left hand. With a single thought, Zhang Chen summoned his personal storage space. A grid appeared before his mind's eye, 12 slots in total, each capable of holding one category of item. Item quantities could be stacked with no upper limit. At the moment, 2 grid slots were already occupied. The first contained a 1-gene can of luncheon meat. The second held a 500 milliliters bottle of drinking water. Zhang Chen stored the riot shield-tempered helmet, fire axe, tear gas grenade, and the newly acquired purified water inside as well. In an instant, 6 slots were occupied, leaving 6 remaining. The slot for drinking water now displayed the number 2, indicating that he had 2 bottles of drinking water. Zhang Chen focused his attention on the syringe filled with yellow liquid in his hand. The physical fitness levels of ordinary survivors are categorized as weak, average, strong, exceptionally strong, and the human limit. Upon reaching the human limit, one will enter the awakener phase. The evolver phase has its own classifications, which are currently not accessible. However, one can unlock talents to gain extraordinary abilities. Currently, Zhang Chen is at the ordinary survivor fitness level. Since this potion can elevate your physical condition to exceptionally strong regardless of your current state, it is certainly better to use it sooner rather than later. Even if Zhang Chen starts training his body consciously every day to enhance his strength to the strong level, injecting the potion will still upgrade him to the exceptionally strong level. So there is no need to take any other steps. Use it immediately. Zhang Chen's hands seemed to have instinctively learned how to find a vein for injection. He operated skillfully, slowly pushing the yellow liquid into his veins. In an instant, a burning sensation coursed through his bloodstream, racing through his limbs. The muscles where the liquid flowed felt like they were tearing apart, and Zhang Chen wanted to scream in pain. But he held it in. Outside, thousands of zombies roamed the streets. If he screamed, it would surely attract the zombies. That would mean certain death for him. No potion could save him. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the burning sensation gradually faded. Then Zhang Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. His senses seemed sharper than before. He was filled with strength. He swung the fire axe in his hand. The fire axe, which had felt slightly heavy before, now felt weightless in his grip. His hearing seemed sharper than ever. Suddenly, he heard faint cries for help. This voice seemed to have suddenly entered his ears mid-sentence. Is anyone there to help? It's me. I don't come near. You monsters. Is anyone nearby? From the fragmented sentences, it was clear that this voice had been calling out for some time. It was just that prior to using the potion, Zhang Chen's hearing had not been so sensitive. Now, he could finally catch it. Zhang Chen carefully discerned that the voice was coming from outside the window. He walked over to the window. He did not stand boldly in the center of the window. Any action that could attract the zombie's attention would be foolish. Zhang Chen stood to the side of the wall, tilting his head to look outside. Behind the real estate agency was a residential area. The shouting survivor stood about 100 meters away on the awning above an apartment door. It was a woman dressed in a tight, low-cut evening gown. It seemed she had been transported from some kind of banquet. Everyone wore the same clothes they had on before being transported. Previously, Zhang Chen was wearing sportswear, and he arrived in sportswear as well. If it weren't for the sports shoes on his feet, he wouldn't have been able to run several dozen meters in just a few seconds. This woman's clothing was clearly not suitable for physical activity. She was wearing high heels, making it easy to twist an ankle on uneven ground. Surviving in such an extreme apocalyptic environment would be akin to sending oneself to death. Moreover, the most fatal aspect was that her position had originally been quite safe. However, after all that screaming, she had attracted all the zombies wandering around the community, turning herself into a target. A total of 7 or 8 zombies had gathered at the entrance of the apartment building, all of them raising their heads, stretching out their hands, and letting out low growls. What a foolish woman. Doesn't she know that noise attracts zombies? But this seems to be an opportunity as well. Zhang Chen observed from the window for a while. These zombies were completely captivated by the woman's cries. They faced the entrance of the apartment building with their backs turned towards Zhang Chen. It was a perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. The only concern was whether these zombies were sensitive to sound and sight like those in the zombie movies Zhang Chen had seen before. Would they also track humans by scent? If that were the case, recklessly making a move would surely lead to his demise. This is the apocalypse, and life is only one. Caution is of the utmost importance. Just as Zhang Chen was carefully assessing the situation, a notification appeared again. Zombies are sensitive to sharp sounds. Now is a good time to reap. The content of the notification perfectly answered Zhang Chen's question. Since the notification said it was fine, then it was all good. An opportunity to eliminate 7 or 8 zombies in an instant. The system had previously mentioned that killing zombies and mutated creatures would yield energy crystals that could make a person stronger. This opportunity must not be missed. Zhang Chen focused his mind and equipped his helmet, blast shield, and fire axe. He then moved to the back door of the real estate agency. The front door of the agency was a glass door facing the street. The back door was a security door leading to the interior of the community. The security door has aged. If you open it too quickly, it will make a sharp metal scraping sound. The notification arrived just in time. Zhang Chen's hand had already grasped the handle of the security door. He exhaled slowly and cautiously pushed the door open just a crack. Creak! A sound of metal scraping against the slightly deformed door frame emerged. Fortunately, it wasn't loud. Even so, the distant zombies paused slightly in their actions. They were then once again drawn to the incessantly shouting woman. Phew! That was close. Just a light push nearly attracted the zombies. If he had pushed it open violently, that sound would have echoed in the empty residential area. The next one to be surrounded by the blocked door would surely be him. Thank goodness for the notification. Zhang Chen gained experience and continued to slowly push the door open just enough for one person to squeeze through. He then slipped through the gap. Hey, Lim here. Please help me. The woman had started to sound a bit fatigued. Upon seeing Zhang Chen, she quickly shouted out excitedly again. With that volume, she would surely draw the zombies in tightly. Zhang Chen gave her a thumbs up. He did not dare to be careless, holding the blast shield in his left hand and the fire axe in his right. He remained alert, watching his surroundings while quickly advancing. Soon he arrived behind a cluster of zombies. Be careful. You must be careful not to get caught by these zombies. I've seen zombie movies. If you get bitten or scratched, you will also become a zombie. The woman screamed loudly. Zhang Chen ignored her. All his mental focus and attention were on the group of zombies in front of him. He had to strike with deadly precision. With that thought, Zhang Chen placed a blast shield in front of his chest and swung the axe around, striking down hard the back of the nearest zombie's head. With a squelch, the zombie's skull before him was cleaved in half. Vile fluids sprayed outward as the corpse collapsed to the ground. He had not expected his body to have strengthened to such a degree. Zhang Chen felt a flicker of astonishment at the power behind that single axe strike. Zhang Chen had cut meat and bones at home before. It always required enormous force and a heavy cleaver designed for bone to barely split through bone. The skull is among the most solid of the human bones. To hack it away with a blade or an axe is an exceedingly difficult feat. Zombies are animate. Their heads do not sit neatly awaiting a blow, but jerk and swing unpredictably. In the past, Zhang Chen would never have dared to strike so boldly. If his force faltered even slightly, the axe could easily lodge in the skull, and the outcome would be horrific. Now Zhang Chen's physique was unnaturally strong. Decapitating these zombies was as effortless as slicing fruit or vegetables. A single decisive blow. The woman, horrified by the bloody scene, screamed in a higher, sharper pitch. Squelch, squelch, squelch. Zhang Chen repeated the motion. Swift and efficient, one axe felled each zombie. In an instant, he had dispatched 5. The remaining 2 zombies had noticed him. A female zombie lunged at Zhang Chen first. He lowered his head, protected his skull with his helmet, and shoved forward with his shoulder against the riot shield. He slammed the female zombie against the wall, then spun to kick the other attacker to the ground, and brought his axe down for the finishing blow. Squelch. Red and pale fluids splattered across the floor. The female zombie surged at him once more. One-on-one, Zhang Chen remained unflustered. He used the shield to pry the female's jaw open, created a span of distance, and then with the axe he struck. The axe split the skull cleanly in 2. Phew, the last one is taken care of. Zhang Chen exhaled in relief. Killing these zombies was not particularly difficult. The true challenge lay in facing multiple foes at once and emerging unscathed. Previously, swinging an axe 7 or 8 times in succession would have left him breathless and exhausted. Now his face did not flush, his breath remained even. It felt effortless. At that moment, translucent words reading "collect" appeared above the corpses. With a thought, Zhang Chen extended his palm. The corpse he touched vanished in an instant. You reclaimed a zombie corpse and obtained energy crystal core X1, a lighter X1, mutated fertilizer X3. Mutated fertilizer accelerates crop growth at 10 of the same grade, can be synthesized into a higher grade fertilizer. Zhang Chen glanced at the fertilizer in his storage. A mass of rotten flesh evidently harvested from the bodies of the zombies. Disgusting. Fortunately, the storeroom held no smell or residue. Otherwise, Zhang Chen would never have put such things into his space. He brought his palm to another corpse and reclaimed them one by one, working quickly. You reclaimed a zombie corpse and obtained energy crystal core X1, OCAR, key X1, mutated fertilizer X3. You reclaimed another corpse and obtained room, key X1, and a unit door access card. Mutated fertilizer X2. You reclaimed a zombie corpse and obtained energy crystal core X1, mutated fertilizer X5. In total, Zhang Chen reclaimed 8 zombie corpses. He tallied his gains: mutated fertilizer X30, EU energy crystal core X3 car, key X1 a room, key X1, unit door access card X1 a lighter, X2, otherworldly paper currency 325 yuan. 7 different kinds of items in all. So collect meant harvesting useful parts from the zombies and retrieving any intact personal effects. Energy crystal cores do not drop 100% of the time. Zhang Chen scanned the area and confirmed there were no other zombies hiding nearby. He leaned his back against the locked unit door and examined his spoils. Mutated fertilizer, when used, it accelerates the growth of crops and livestock. 10 mutated fertilizers can be combined into one rapid growth fertilizer. Energy crystal core, when used, it can enhance your physical strength. Current upgrade progress 0-100. Aside from these 2, the other items, the lighter access card room key and car key, are common and thus lack special descriptions. The lighter's purpose is obvious, but the latter 3 items, if they do not match any corresponding unit, room, or vehicle, are essentially worthless. Just then a prompt box appeared before him. Car key, a key for an Aqua brand SUV. You could try your luck in the underground parking garage. Access card for building 3, unit 2. Room key for building 3, unit 2, 5th floor, room 2. Cash, you can spend it on packaged food from vending machines. Their shelf life is longer than you might expect. Seeing those thoughtful prompts, Zhang Chen felt much better. Without those hints, these items would have been little more than trash. But with the guidance of the prompts, Zhang Chen could likely obtain both a vehicle and a safe shelter with relative ease. He might even find food and water. There was no need to occupy his ring storage with such things. Zhang Chen stuffed them into his pockets. He then headed toward building 3. Hey, help me down. You won't leave me here alone, will you? A woman called. She stood on the awning and shouted after Zhang Chen's retreating back, but he paid her no heed. The most important task now was to survive. He needed a secure refuge and sufficient food and water. At present, Zhang Chen had only a can of luncheon meat and 2 500 milliliters bottles of water. Those supplies would last at most half a day, and fighting zombies would consume them even faster. Zhang Chen could hardly look after himself. Oh, why take a woman along? More people meant more mouths to feed. Besides, this woman panicked and shrieked at the sight of zombies, her voice so loud she might as well be a walking zombie beacon. He absolutely could not bring her. And as for matters between a man and a woman, With barely enough to eat, there was no room for such thoughts. Wouldn't it be wiser to conserve his strength for killing zombies? Zhang Chen walked straight to the entrance of Building 3, Unit 2, a unit door made of tempered glass and alloy steel. It was thick and solid. Without an access card, there was no prying such a door open. Beep. Zhang Chen swiped the access card. To his surprise, there was still power. The red indicator instantly turned green. With a dull click, the unit door unlocked. Zhang Chen could see the situation inside through the glass of the unit door. There were no zombies on the first floor. It was very safe. He quickly slipped inside through the unit door. Then he gently closed the door. With a click, the sound of the heavy lock echoed. Zhang Chen nervously held the blast shield close to his chest, gripping the axe tightly with his right hand. This was to prevent any sudden zombies from rushing in from unexpected places. Building No. 3 was a villa only 5 stories high, and it was not equipped with an elevator. After entering the unit door, there was a corridor about 5 to 6 meters long followed by a staircase. There were 2 households on the first floor. The door of the household facing the stairs was tightly closed with many bloody handprints on it. The bloodstains had dried up, looking quite eerie. Next to it, the other household's door was ajar with a gap of several centimeters. There was a distinct trail of blood on the floor, extending from the corridor into the room. Inside the room, 2 famished zombies were welcoming your arrival. The prompt appeared again. Now Zhang Chen had 2 choices. One was to simply close the door. In that case, even if there were zombies inside, they wouldn't pose any threat to him, as zombies couldn't open doors. As long as they were locked inside, they would be completely trapped. The second choice was to rush in and kill the zombies. Zhang Chen unhesitatingly chose the latter. Because he was running low on food and water, he couldn't afford to miss any room that could be searched. Zombies were indeed terrifying, but as long as he didn't encounter a horde, Zhang Chen was still confident he could take them down. However, without water, he would die in at most 7 days. Moreover, in a state of dehydration, his combat ability would drop significantly. He was determined. To prevent any zombies from ambushing him from behind in the corridor, Zhang Chen immediately closed the room door after entering. With a loud bang, ugh, ah, huh, huh. 2 zombies slowly emerged from different directions, one from the bedroom and the other from the bathroom. Whoa, they were hiding in 2 directions. Fortunately, he hadn't thought about ambushing them. Being attacked from both sides would not be a joke. Roar. The moment the 2 zombies noticed Zhang Chen, they seemed to be suddenly activated from their slow, wandering state. They charged at him with a terrifying speed. In less than a second, the 2 zombies slammed hard against Zhang Chen's blast shield. The combat power of these zombies seemed to be even more ferocious than he had imagined. Zhang Chen raised the blast shield and suddenly shifted his body to the side. His movement was extremely quick. Before the zombies could react, Zhang Chen had already used the blast shield to pin them firmly against the security door from behind. Zhang Chen swung the axe. Thud thud. 2 sounds. The 2 zombies fell to the ground. True battles are often decided in the blink of an eye. There was hardly any of that back-and-forth struggle scene in TV dramas. This wasn't a contest. Zhang Chen had only one thought in his mind: to quickly eliminate the zombies. Similarly, the zombies were solely focused on infecting Zhang Chen. In a life-and-death struggle, one must go all out from the very first strike. Moreover, whenever there was an opportunity to attack, it must be a lethal strike. Any hesitation or doubt could lead to death. After eliminating these 2 zombies, Zhang Chen finally let out a sigh of relief, squatting down to reach for the bodies of the zombies, and collected the corpses of the 2 zombies. You have recovered a zombie corpse, gaining energy crystal core 1, clean fabric 2, mutated fertilizer 3. You have recovered a zombie corpse, gaining clean fabric 3, mutated fertilizer 2. Clean fabric can enhance the defensive capability of clothes. After obtaining the sewing blueprint, can be used to make clothing. It seems this is also a type of material. Zhang Chen stored the clean fabric energy crystal core and mutated fertilizer all into his storage space. These supplies could stack and would automatically merge with the previous supplies already in the space. Continue collecting supplies. The security doors in this world's community are sturdier than those in the original Earth. Not only are they made of pure steel, but the doors also open outward, and there are no doorknobs on them. Unless opened with a key, if one tries to hack at it with an axe, the loud noise would easily attract zombies. Moreover, the blunt force would also severely damage the axe blade. If the axe becomes dull, and he has no weapon left, that would be the most tragic. Furthermore, even so, such a sturdy steel security door might not be easily broken. It would be nearly impossible for other survivors to open the door and enter the room. Thus, Zhang Chen treasured the opportunity to enter the room and collect supplies. He had to thoroughly search the area. Zhang Chen rushed into the kitchen at the first moment. Food and water, these are what Zhang Chen needs most at the moment. This unit has 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 bathroom, and one kitchen. There are 2 bedrooms and a study. It also has an open kitchen. Zhang Chen opened all the cabinet doors in the kitchen. Inside, he found only a few unopened bottles of seasoning. Everything else showed as expired. The rice and flour reserves had all turned a bluish green. They were covered in bizarre red-spotted mushrooms. These foods have expired. Eating 1 bite would lead to hallucinations, and 2 bites would send your soul to the afterlife. The prompt appeared again. In fact, even without the prompt, Zhang Chen could tell these things were inedible. He opened the refrigerator. The food in the cold storage was all opened. He didn't know if it had been contaminated by the virus. Only 2 bottles of canned beer were sealed and not expired. The production date on them showed October 15th, 2012. Shelf life, 20 years. Wow, such a long shelf life. Zhang Chen recalled that beer on Earth had a shelf life of just about 2 years. Some beers even had a shelf life of only 6 months. Here the beer's shelf life actually reached 20 years. Zhang Chen quickly glanced at the calendar on the wall. The page was frozen in December 2012. This indicated that the virus outbreak occurred in this world in December 2012. Zhang Chen reached out to wipe the dining table. His finger picked up a thin layer of dust. Based on the thickness of the dust, it seemed that only a few months had passed. At most, it wouldn't be more than a year. It's quite terrifying to think about. In less than a year, the virus had completely destroyed the civilization on the entire Water Blue star. Zhang Chen still remembered the system's prompt at the beginning of the apocalyptic game. Now, these zombies were merely the result of the system suppression. Every 30 days, the suppression effect would diminish, until it returned to the terrifying appearance of these mutated creatures. Survival becoming stronger. Time is of the essence. Zhang Chen opened the lower compartment of the refrigerator. He found a large piece of frozen meat weighing at least 5 to 6 pounds. What a gain. Meat to eat, beer to drink. These supplies could at least help him survive for 3 to 4 days. Zhang Chen flipped through and found a large box of ice cream. A box containing 20 creamy ice creams. Although this cannot serve as a meal, it is packed with a high sugar content. During such a critical time, it could barely serve as energy. He stored everything in his storage space. In the kitchen, he only selected 1 type of soy sauce and put it into the storage space. Then he gathered various kitchen knives, fruit knives, and other utensils into the space as well. Before leaving, Zhang Chen went to the bedroom to open the wardrobe. As expected, all the clothes in the wardrobe were collectible. Collection. Ding! Congratulations, you have collected clean fabric 120. When leaving room 102, Zhang Chen did not lock the door. Instead, he left it wide open and proceeded up the stairs to the 5th floor. Along the way, all the room doors were tightly shut. Occasionally, he could hear the low growls of zombies from some rooms and the piercing sound of nails scraping against metal security doors. There were only 2 zombies in the stairwell, which Zhang Chen easily dealt with. He recovered energy crystals 2, mutated fertilizer 5, and 173 yuan in cash. He walked all the way to the 5th floor. Zhang Chen took a deep breath. The threats he faced along the way had been eliminated. Only this place remained. He hoped there wouldn't be a surprise waiting for him here. He did not rush to insert the key into the door lock, but instead focused intently on the security door. Sure enough, after a short, while a prompt slowly appeared, there are no zombies in this room. It is very clean and suitable for a temporary stronghold. Safe. Only then did Zhang Chen take out the key and unlock room 502. Having a prompt is convenient. At least he didn't have to face various unknowns at his own risk. Comfortable. After entering, he slammed the door shut. The soundproofing of the room was excellent. Just at the moment Zhang Chen closed the door, the faint growls of zombies echoing in the corridor vanished completely. Everything was extraordinarily quiet. Zhang Chen searched every room thoroughly, including the closet under the bed. Every corner was meticulously checked. Confirming that there were indeed no zombies in the room, he finally lowered his guard and slumped down on the sofa. In the apocalypse, caution is paramount. After the recent battles, Zhang Chen felt somewhat fatigued. This fatigue was caused by excessive mental tension, not physical exhaustion. With his physical strength, killing a few zombies wouldn't tire him out. After resting for about 10 minutes, his spirit recovered significantly. Only then did Zhang Chen begin to take a closer look at this room. It was a room for a family of 3. Above the bed in the bedroom hung a large wedding photo. The humans of Water Blue, star like those on Earth, had similarly developed cultures. There was an empty crib beside the bed. The entire room was kept very clean, without any bloodstains. The air even carried a faint fragrance. For now, he would treat this place as a refuge. Zhang Chen placed the unopened soy sauce in the kitchen. He put all the frozen ice cream and food in the freezer of the refrigerator to save space in his storage. The storage ring now contained lunch meat, canned purified water 2, canned beer 2, mutated fertilizer 50, clean fabric 125, blast shield tempered helmet fire axe kitchen knife 2, and fruit knife 1. These already occupied 10 slots of space. If he included the frozen meat chunks and the ice cream just mentioned, the storage ring was completely full. This didn't even count the lighter keys, cash, and other miscellaneous items in his pockets. The 12 slots of storage space seemed a bit insufficient, mainly because there were too many collectible items in this world. Moreover, the variety was extremely diverse. If only he could increase the backpack space. With that thought, Zhang Chen opened the chat channel. Who has water? I just ran nearly a kilometer to escape from zombies, and I'm out of water, so thirsty. Is anyone near Holy Forest Hospital? I've been trapped in the 5th floor doctor's office of the hospital. Can someone come and rescue me? I just killed a zombie and collected an energy crystal. Who wants it? Exchange for food or water, no free riders. Damn, the guy upstairs is awesome. He even dares to kill zombies. I struggled for half a day, killed a zombie, and ended up with a bunch of mutated fertilizer. Ugh, so unlucky. I don't have any weapons when I see zombies. I can only run him. So pathetic. Let's huddle together. Everyone unite to form a survivor camp. We can help each other. Suddenly a person named Zhang Hao called out. From his appearance, he seemed to be a cultured and refined college student. Everyone can privately message me your locations. Since this is a regional chat channel, I suspect we are not too far apart. Let's gather together, sharing resources and abilities. Only through unity can we resist the zombies. An individual's strength is limited, but the strength of a team is limitless. Please, everyone unite. Zhang Chen frowned at Zhang Hao's speech. Perhaps the starting point of Zhang Hao's idea was good, but it was a bit too idealistic. There are only two situations where people can unite: a strong alliance or a weak alliance. A strong and weak alliance is almost impossible. Those with strength are rarely willing to take on deadweights, who would want to share the food and water they worked hard to obtain. Zhang Chen preferred to ally with the strong. After all, mutual support allows strength to grow rapidly. However, the apocalypse had only just begun and the strong needed time to emerge. Thus, uniting now was not a good decision. As for a weak alliance, it was even less viable, just a group of people who couldn't even survive huddling together for warmth. Moreover, Zhang Hao's approach had another flaw. It exposed the locations of other survivors. In this world of extreme scarcity of resources, who knows if those who come are rescue organizations or looting survivors? Do not harbor malice, but be wary. Zhang Chen completely ignored Zhang Hao's call. Ding! Wang Jirun listed drinking water 500 milliliters. Ding! Wang Jirun listed drinking water 500 milliliters. Ding! Wang Jirun listed drinking water 500 milliliters. The chat room was instantly flooded with this information. Wang Jirun listed about 20 bottles of purified water in one go. Before everyone could recover from their surprise, another series of messages quickly popped up. Ding! Wang Jirun listed well-packaged ham sausage 1. Ding! Wang Jirun listed well-packaged ham sausage 1. Ding! Wang Jirun listed well-packaged ham sausage 1. Similarly, another 20 messages flooded the chat again. Damn, which deity is this? This is impressive. Water and ham sausages everywhere. I guess this deity just happened to appear in the supermarket, which is why there are so many supplies. Truly a windfall. This world is so unfair. Why am I in a restroom stall while others are in a supermarket? Quick, let's see what this deity needs. Maybe we can trade for some food. Wang Jirun deity, please check your private messages. My sister wants 2 ham sausages. So I don't even dare to go outside, and I have nothing to trade with the deity for food and water. What a dilemma. In fact, many people are just like the last person who spoke. It's not easy for anyone to survive now. Moreover, the place of birth is also random. From the chat messages, most are outdoors, while only a few lucky ones have crossed over directly into residential buildings. Those in the supermarket are even more fortunate. Most are in a state of being supported with nothing around them to trade for food and water. Zhang Chen opened the trading channel. He was surprised to see all kinds of items listed. They must have been posted by other survivors while he was fighting zombies. They were all peculiar items: women's lingerie, plush toys, empty water bottles, cups, chopsticks, hats. These are likely all the items that survivors could find around them, hoping to accidentally encounter a generous buyer who would take their useless items. Unfortunately, what everyone needs most right now is food and water. Who would waste resources on those useless items? Thus, these items have been listed for 2 to 3 hours, and not a single one has been traded. Zhang Chen filtered the options to food and water. Soon, the series of items recently posted by Wang Jirun appeared in front of him. The exchange conditions were very harsh. Pure water, 500 milliliters, requires 1 energy crystal for exchange. Well-packaged ham sausage also requires 1 energy crystal. Energy crystals are valuable items. They're essential for enhancing one's power. Whoever possesses a large number of energy crystals will inevitably see a significant increase in strength. If Wang Zhurun exchanged all of that food and water for energy crystals, it would certainly be enough to elevate him from an ordinary person's strength to that of a robust survivor. Moreover, if he continues to sell food and water in large quantities, he might quickly rise to the status of an exceptionally strong survivor. Those who appear in the regional channel are all nearby survivors, and he might encounter them at any moment. In a post-apocalyptic world, encountering someone stronger than yourself can lead to unpredictable consequences, because the final decision lies in their hands. If the strong person is good, perhaps you can become friends or at least coexist peacefully. But if the strong person covets the supplies in your possession, then you might just be out of luck, potentially losing your life. Zhang Chen couldn't assume that Wang Zhurun was definitely a good person. After all, life is only given once, and there's no room for error. Caution is imperative. Zhang Chen remained composed and continued to observe the regional chat channel. Beside the food and water posted by the deity are so expensive. 1 energy crystal. This is practically robbery. Yeah, I was lucky to kill 2 juvenile zombies, which is how I obtained an energy crystal, but it seems this item doesn't drop 100 of the time. 1 energy crystal can only exchange for a bottle of water or a ham sausage. It's entirely a life-for-life trade, not worth it. Luckily, I brought a can of luncheon meat and a bottle of water, or I would have gone hungry today. Now, finding a way to fight zombies is the key. If you can't beat the zombies, you won't have resources. Without resources, there's no way to exchange for what you want. It's ultimately a dead end. As soon as this last sentence was said, it immediately received a chorus of agreement. Yes, there's zombies outside. If we can kill them, we might gather some food. But how can we fight without any weapons? Although I'm a combat coach, I'd rather use a knife than my fist. If I scrape my skin and get infected, it won't be a joke. Who has a knife? Is anyone selling knives? Or a hammer or something would do. I have a fruit knife. But I don't dare to kill zombies. I'll give a knife away for free. Whoever is close to the school, just come help me out in the classroom. Looking at the chat messages, Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. A business opportunity has arisen. Zhang Chen had previously brought props from downstairs along with the knives from this room. In total, there were 5 kitchen knives and 4 fruit knives. Zhang Chen opened the auction trading interface, selected the list, and chose luncheon meat and pure water 500 milliliters as the trading items. All survivors who crossed over automatically brought a can of luncheon meat and a bottle of pure water. They would definitely be able to afford to trade these for weapons. Of course, not many people would dare to trade their initial food and water for weapons, but there would definitely be some. Such individuals would fall into 2 categories. One type is the robust survivors who can fight zombies. By killing many zombies, they can obtain crystals, allowing them to trade for more food and water. It's a sure profit. The second type of survivor has very few zombies nearby, and they can clearly see food and water beside the zombies. Exchanging a day's worth of food and water for more food and water. Anyone with a bit of strength can figure out that it's definitely a very profitable deal. Zhang Chen was betting that such survivors must exist. In fact, even if he was wrong, he could just adjust the price and relist. He wouldn't incur any loss. That settles it. Ding. Zhang Chen listed sharp kitchen knife. Ding. Zhang Chen listed sharp kitchen knife. Ding. Zhang Chen listed sharp fruit knife. Meanwhile, others also keenly noticed that weapons were currently the most popular items. They also listed items such as long wooden stick, egg brick, ashtray chair. Truly a bizarre collection, everything you could imagine. Similarly, the items these people listed also had to be exchanged for food and water. Indeed, using sticks, bricks, and ashtrays as weapons is somewhat feasible. But a chair, that's a bit excessive. Of course, if these weapons were listed before Zhang Chen had put up the kitchen and fruit knives, they would indeed have been a last resort. Now that there are kitchen knives available, who would want those items? Ding. Congratulations, your transaction was successful. You successfully sold a kitchen knife and obtained luncheon meat and pure water. Ding. Congratulations, your transaction was successful. You successfully sold a kitchen knife and obtained luncheon meat and pure water. Ding. Congratulations, your transaction was successful. You successfully sold a fruit knife and obtained luncheon meat and pure water. Indeed, just as Zhang Chen had anticipated, Zhang Chen was not the least bit worried that someone would wield a kitchen knife or a fruit knife to swiftly slay zombies and grow into a future threat. This is because knives were down, especially when using a kitchen knife to chop off a zombie's head. It is not as simple as slicing vegetables in the movies. A kitchen knife is called so because it is used for cutting vegetables and meat. There is a specific knife for cutting bones known as a cleaver. Although the cleaver is also shaped like a kitchen knife, it is larger and heavier. If a kitchen knife were to chop a zombie's head, it would easily get stuck in the skull and could also chip. It's essentially a consumable. Thus, the pure water and ham sausages, which were originally deemed the most scarce resources in the apocalypse, were not selling as well as Zhang Chen's items. Of course, this situation is only temporary. Zhang Chen had seized the opportunity because he recognized the survivors' needs and made a small profit. However, as more survivors gained the strength to kill zombies and the supply of crystal cores increased, food and water would undoubtedly remain hard currency. Having sold his weapons, Zhang Chen's resources were now sufficient. He decided to check if there was anything he needed in the auction house. This time he did not filter, but casually flipped through a few pages. It was still the same as before, various items like women's lingerie, hats, down jackets, ceramic bowls, and so on. If it weren't for Zhang Chen being in the apocalypse right now, he might really think he was browsing an online shopping site. There truly is nothing you can't imagine, only things you can't buy. Zhang Chen quickly flipped through a few more pages when suddenly an item caught his eye. Bloodstained Key 5, a demands food or water, price negotiable. Map of Tianyang City, demands food or water, price negotiable. Distribution map of Tianyang University, demands food or water, price negotiable. These 3 items were all posted by a girl named Zhao Xie. Zhao Xie was a very beautiful girl dressed in a flight attendant uniform. Her long legs were particularly eye-catching. However, Zhang Chen's focus was not on Zhao Xie's looks and figure, but rather on the items she was selling. A key. Upon seeing this item, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. He focused his attention on the key. Soon a prompt box popped up. Bloodstained key. After cleaning, it can unlock the corresponding rooms at Tianyang University. The current rooms corresponding to the key are school, cafeteria, storage, security, monitoring room, locked girls' dormitory, building management department, teachers' office, school, medical room. The other rooms are not that significant, but the cafeteria storage might contain a lot of well-packaged food. Zhang Chen's eyes brightened. This is definitely a treasure trove. He immediately chatted privately with Zhao Xie. I've seen the items you posted. I want all of them. Name your price. Soon Zhao Xie replied, really? You want all these items? That's great. Can I trade for some water? A bottle. Would that be okay? When she asked this, Zhao Xie clearly seemed a bit guilty. The importance of water goes without saying. However, keys are practically useless. Who can accurately know which key opens which door in that building? Moreover, this is the apocalypse. Zombies wouldn't wait for you to try each room with a key. As for the map of Tianyang City, it is somewhat useful, but its value is not high. Because in the early stages, survivors had survival issues. Even if they went out, it would only be within 100 meters or so, and they would know what's around just by looking, so who needs a map? Even if survivors become stronger later and can travel far, they can easily get a local map from a travel agency. Thus, Zhao Xie's items have been listed in the auction house for quite a while, but no one showed any interest. In desperation, she resorted to selling them. She was also aware of the value of these items. They were even worth less than a tempered glass ashtray on the table. Asking for a bottle of water in exchange can be considered a lion's big mouth. But there was no choice. This was the only material she could offer, and she needed to sell them, or she would struggle greatly the next day. Zhang Chen shook his head and quickly replied, a bottle is too much. I have a little less than half a bottle of leftover water here. If you agree, we can trade right now. A bottle of water could be exchanged for an energy crystal core, making this trade indeed unwise. However, without a container, a bottle of water cannot be traded separately. Thus, Zhang Chen proposed to exchange for a little less than half a bottle of water, meeting each other's needs while maintaining value equivalence. Sure enough, was that not quite acceptable? Zhao Xie hesitated for a moment and said, but it's only a little less than half a bottle. And it's from you. Zhao Xie was studying flight attendant training, just starting her freshman year, and had never had a boyfriend. She felt that sharing a bottle of water between 2 people was not quite right. But it's the apocalypse. Having something to drink is already quite good. There was really no capital to be picky. Seeing Zhao Xie hesitate, Zhang Chen realized that it might be because his previous words were too straightforward. So he added, I don't have any other empty bottles. Even if I did, they would also be ones I've used. If you have a clean container, I could try to trade the water over directly. I also don't have an empty bottle. I'm currently in a security room. Surrounded by zombies, I found the key from the corpse of a security guard in the room. Zhao Xie said, her voice trembling. After a moment, she sighed softly and said, sigh, forget it at this point. There's no point in being picky. Then, let's exchange. Ding. Zhao Xie sent you a trade request. Accept. Soon a trade box appeared in front of both of them. Zhang Chen placed the half bottle of purified water he had left on the table. Zhao Xie placed the bloodstained Key 5 map of Tianyang City and distribution map of Tianyang University all at once. Both parties clicked confirm. Ding. You have lost half a bottle of purified water and gained bloodstained Key 5 map of Tianyang City distribution map of Tianyang University. Thank you. You are a good person, Zhao Xie said sincerely. It wasn't that she was naive, on the contrary, her experiences over the past half-day had shown her the ugliness of human nature. She placed this half bottle of purified water into her ring, which indeed showed that it was uncontaminated purified water. Previously, some survivors had tried to chat her up with half a bottle of contaminated water. There were also those who used food and water as bait, asking her to satisfy their shameless desires. In a lawless and morally unbound apocalypse, human nature was magnified several times. For such people, Zhao Xie directly chose to block. Zhang Chen was so far the only one who had truly traded with her, and he never flirted with her even once. Such a person is indeed rare. On the other side, Zhang Chen shook his head helplessly. So naive in the apocalypse that could lead to trouble. Am I really considered a good person? In the environment of the apocalypse, the moral standards of peaceful times have long crumbled. What good or bad can there be? What remains is merely the struggle to survive with all one's might. Zhang Chen obtained the map and hurriedly unfolded it, sticking it to the wall. According to his previous memory, Zhang Chen was on Tianhe Street, near a real estate agency beside, which was a small supermarket. Behind the agency was a residential complex. Using this information, Zhang Chen quickly pinpointed his location on the map. He was in a residential complex called Yujing Bay in the city center. It was only 500 meters from Tianyang University, and just south of an intersection was the main entrance to the university. In normal times, 500 meters wouldn't be considered a distance at all. It would take just a few minutes to get there. But in the current situation, forget about 500 meters, even walking a few dozen meters on the main road would be impressive. Zhang Chen could only wait until his strength was sufficient to go to Tianyang University. He would keep the keys for now. Fortunately, he currently had plenty of food and water. He could slowly improve his strength. Zhang Chen looked at the situation around the residential complex. Besides the small supermarket on the road, there was also a small supermarket within the complex. It was located at the main entrance of the complex. He could go there tomorrow and try his luck. Zhang Chen pondered. He posted a bottle of beer on the trading channel stating need keys. Then he quietly watched the chat channel. Wow, another big shot has posted beer, which counts as water, right? Actually, beer should be better than water because it contains maltose, which can also decompose to provide energy to the body. This is good, but this big shot needs keys. It's bizarre. Why does he want keys? Damn, I once collected a key, but I thought it was useless and threw it away. What mistake. Besides, either energy crystals or keys that people want. Why are the things they need so peculiar? Once a keyring was right in front of me, but I didn't pick it up. I regretted it only after losing it. The remaining conversations were exchanges among survivors. Occasionally, male survivors would flirt with some pretty girls. There was no substantial content. It was merely everyone trying to relax their spirits through chatting after avoiding the first zombie attack. This was nothing but a form of self-comfort, because zombies were just outside the door, outside the window, and on the street. This was a hurdle that must be overcome. If one cannot kill zombies, they're destined to become a victim in this world. Wang Zhirun had not spoken in the regional chat channel. Thus, Zhang Chen had no way to determine where this guy was. However, by analyzing the numerous items he auctioned, it could be inferred. Wang Zhirun should be staying in a place similar to a supermarket. The sun gradually sank in the west. After the last glimmer of the setting sun disappeared behind the buildings. The streetlights and those in the residential complex were controlled by a program and lit up automatically. At this moment, the zombies became even more restless. They raised their heads, seemingly sniffing the air for the scent of humans. Room 502 in Building 3 faced both the interior of the complex and the main road. Zhang Chen tightly closed the windows and did not turn on the lights. Standing to the side of the window, he silently observed every move of the zombies outside. Many zombies drifted past Zhang Chen's window without showing any unusual behavior. They hadn't detected the scent of humans, so they slowly walked away. Some zombies caught the scent of humans and let out a howl. Then dozens of zombies charged toward the nearest source of the scent. A horde of at least 30 to 40 zombies rushed into a small alley by the road, howling as they ran further away. Who knows which unfortunate soul would suffer this time? If it weren't for Zhang Chen frequently reading apocalypse novels, he wouldn't have developed such a cautious habit. Who says reading novels is useless? It's truly a case of regretting not reading enough when it's time to use it. Damn, zombies can actively seek out humans. What kind of function is this? Infrared sensing or something? First, let's rule out visual issues. I'm on the rooftop of the 10th floor, and the zombies shouldn't be able to see me, yet they're violently banging on the door. I'm a bit scared. Me too. I spent most of the day on the bus without any issues, but now the bus windows are covered in bloody handprints from zombies. It's terrifying. Zombies should be able to identify humans by scent at night, so everyone must choose airtight spaces and avoid opening windows. Damn, I'm in the closet, and I see that zombie coming towards me. At night, zombies are even more agile. During the day, they wouldn't climb over obstacles, but now they can easily navigate around obstacles and even jump over barriers a meter high. Everyone must be careful when fleeing. The chat channel was buzzing with everyone discussing their current situations and what they had witnessed. At this moment, Zhang Hao popped up again. The nights are hard to endure. Everyone must pay attention to safety and never let zombies catch your scent. These zombies have greatly enhanced mobility, smell, and hearing at night. However, they currently do not react to light. They won't rush over just because you turn on the lights. If you're scared, you can light up the room. This way, there will be mutual reassurance. You'll know each other's locations, which will provide some comfort. If there's an opportunity, I suggest everyone go out during the day. Currently, I've set up a small safe zone near the stadium, and 5 survivors have already gathered. Welcome everyone to come here, and let us work together to get through this tough time. Zhang Hao actually established a survivor camp so quickly, and he has already gathered 5 survivors. Isn't that a bit too fast? Zhang Chen wondered, but there was no time to think too much. After all, this matter had little to do with him, and thanks to Zhang Hao, originally many survivors around Zhang Chen were too afraid to turn on lights, fearing that the light would attract zombies. But after Zhang Hao and others shared in the chat channel, they finally felt relieved. One by one, the lights turned on. Zhang Chen took a rough look around. There were at least a dozen rooms with lights on around him. Some were in shops, others in residential buildings. Zhang Chen's observational angle was limited. If calculated based on the density of distribution like this, there were at least 30 to 40 survivors in the nearby buildings. Zhang Chen was well aware. Despite the politeness displayed in the chat channel, no one knew what the other would do when they finally met. Sometimes humans could be more terrifying than zombies. Having understood the basic situation of the surrounding survivors, Zhang Chen took out a can of luncheon meat, eating half of it by the light from the window, and drank nearly half a bottle of purified water. Then he lay down on the bed and fell into a peaceful sleep. When he awoke, the sky had brightened, and there were significantly fewer zombies on the streets. Fortunately, the gun-wielding zombie was still wandering in place and hadn't gone far. Zhang Chen finished off the remaining half can of luncheon meat from last night, along with the rest of the water. Having eaten and drunk enough, his condition improved significantly. Zhang Chen glanced around the neighborhood. The woman in the low-cut evening gown on the rain awning was gone. There were no bloodstains above. She was likely rescued by someone or had escaped on her own. After a night of changes, 3 or 4 more zombies had appeared in the neighborhood. They were all gathered near the window of a first-floor unit in Building 2 across the street. It seemed something was attracting the zombies there. Whatever it is, let's go check it out. Zhang Chen had no confidence in dealing with more zombies. These 3 solitary zombies were practically gifts waiting to be claimed. Why not take them for free? Zhang Chen warmed up a bit in the room before stepping out. The hallway was very quiet. The door to Unit 102 on the first floor was still wide open, just like yesterday. The unit door was intact. The zombies hadn't even approached the door last night. It seemed the height of the 5th floor was indeed quite hidden and safe. Zhang Chen took a deep breath and pushed open the unit door, silently charging towards the 3 zombies in the distance. This time was different from before. Previously, Zhang Chen had killed 7 zombies in one go with a woman in the low-cut outfit screaming to attract fire. This time, there was no special sound to attract them. The zombies' hearing immediately sharpened. Just as Zhang Chen closed in, he was about 7 or 8 meters away from the zombies. The 3 zombies simultaneously noticed Zhang Chen's presence. They could even hear his footsteps. These zombies were definitely height ear. Whoa. The 3 zombies charged towards Zhang Chen at the same time. The zombies were fast, but Zhang Chen was not slow either. As the 3 zombies reacted, he had already sprinted forward 2 steps and cleaved one zombie's head with his axe. Then, using his shield to block the attacks of the other 2 zombies, he took one down with each swing. He easily dispatched the 3 zombies. Collect. You have recovered a zombie corpse, gaining 1 energy crystal core, 1 damage car key, and 3 mutated fertilizers. You have recovered a zombie corpse, gaining 1 energy crystal core and 3 mutated fertilizers. You have recovered a zombie corpse, gaining 1 broken key and 3 mutated fertilizers. The energy crystal cores and mutated fertilizers were nothing new to him. Zhang Chen was already very familiar with them. He focused on the damage car key and broken key. Soon a prompt popped up again. These items are broken and have no use. Zhang Chen directly tossed these 2 items on the ground and stored the energy crystal cores and fertilizers in his storage space. Continuing on his way, Zhang Chen's goal had always been clear. These 3 zombies in the neighborhood were merely appetizers. His real target was the zombie carrying a revolver that he had been watching all day. In fact, in Zhang Chen's heart, the threat from other survivors was far greater than that from zombies. As long as you hid in a safe house, zombies posed no threat to you. At most, they would surround you and prevent you from getting out. But malicious survivors were different. They could pick locks, climb, and even destroy your safe house, bringing waves of zombies to eliminate you. A gun is undoubtedly the best deterrent against other survivors. A zombie will soon emerge from around the corner. If you wish to avoid close contact, it is advisable to stop now. Zhang Chen left building 2, and suddenly this prompt appeared at a corner of the building. He immediately stopped, holding his breath and calming himself. He slowly raised his axe. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A heavy, unique growl from a zombie echoed around the corner. First it stepped out with one foot, then the other. Just as its head peeked out, Zhang Chen's fire axe brutally split the zombie's head in two. You have recovered a zombie corpse, gaining 1 energy crystal core, bloody clothing, and 3 mutated fertilizers. Bloody clothing, it has been infected by the virus and has no value. Another useless piece of trash. Zhang Chen casually tossed the bloody clothing aside. He stood at the corner of the building and looked into the distance. This passage had 2 branches. One led to an uninhabited path that connected to the main road, while the other led to a small garden 50 meters away. There were 2 zombies wandering aimlessly there. Taking advantage of the daylight to acquire a handgun and gather supplies was the way to go. Zombies were endless. This world was not lacking in zombies. There was no need to waste time here. So Zhang Chen tried to lower his body and move quietly. Taking advantage of the moment when the 2 wandering zombies turned their backs, he quickly rushed past and successfully arrived at the uninhabited path. Zhang Chen pressed his back against the wall and peered out toward the road. Yesterday, the scent of survivors had attracted most of the zombies away from the gun-wielding zombie. At this moment, there were still a dozen zombies scattered nearby. However, in the distance, shadows moved in a crowd. The number of zombies was enough to make one's scalp tingle. An opportunity not to be missed if he did not get the gun today. Who knew what kind of changes would occur overnight? A dozen zombies. Take it slow, attracting them bit by bit should be fine. Zhang Chen picked up his axe and softly tapped the wall. It made a ringing sound. The 2 closest zombies on the road heard the sound and slowly turned towards this side. The effect was good, only 2 were attracted. Zhang Chen took cover behind a parked car, pressed his body close, and continued to tap the wall gently with his axe. The zombies staggered closer and closer. Zhang Chen noticed that the zombies' reactions to sound were related to the volume. When the sound was soft, they would only slowly move toward the source. If the sound was loud enough, their speed would increase dramatically. It was like sprinting 100 meters, exceptionally terrifying. Zhang Chen patiently tapped the wall lightly, watching the zombies' every move through the car window. Closer, even closer. Now is the time. Zhang Chen suddenly swung the axe, decapitating the first zombie in one swift motion. Utilizing the momentum, the axe arced upward, retracing its path in reverse. The fire axe smashed the second zombie's head, starting from the chin and smashing it into a pulp. In just 1 second, 2 zombies down. The zombie fell to the ground without making much noise. There were still 12 zombies remaining. Following the same strategy, Zhang Chen gradually lured all the zombies on the road towards him. He dealt with them by the roadside. Zhang Chen took stock of his spoils. He had obtained a total of 8 energy crystals, 2 car keys, 1 Colt revolver, 15 pistol bullets, 40 mutated fertilizers, 2 police batons, 2 handcuffs and keys, 2 walkie-talkies, 1 clean police uniform, and 20 clean fabrics. What a bountiful harvest. These items occupied 10 slots, and the mutated fertilizers and fabrics were stacked with those he had before. Along with the canned luncheon meat and drinking water, all 12 slots were full. At this moment, Zhang Chen was still holding the fire axe and the riot shield. Fortunately, Zhang Chen had sold his weapons last night and left other supplies in a room, otherwise his storage ring might not be able to hold anything now. Zhang Chen pondered for a moment and took out the revolver. He engaged the safety and tucked it into his waistband. Having an extra weapon at his back meant an extra layer of safety. Moreover, this also freed up 1 slot. He then took out the car keys, since they were the keys found on the zombies on the road. It was very likely that the car was on this road. Why not try his luck now? If he found it, he could score more supplies. With that thought, Zhang Chen gently pressed the unlock button on the first car key. Click! The sound rang in his ears. Could it be the red car right beside him? Wow, what incredible luck. Suddenly a collection prompt appeared on the body of the red car. However, unlike before, the word collect was usually displayed in green. This time it was yellow. Could it be that even cars could be stored in the storage space? This is impressive. Click to collect. Ding. Current storage ring level insufficient to collect this item. Required storage ring level 3. Current storage ring level 1. To upgrade the storage ring by 2 levels requires 10 storage ring fragments, 5 energy crystals hiss. The storage ring level isn't enough. It seems I can't collect it now. Where are these storage ring fragments? Could it be Zhang Chen looked at the dark green storage ring on his finger. This item is possessed only by survivors who enter the game. Does it mean I can only collect from survivors? A terrifying thought. This essentially equates to survivors robbing and murdering each other, adding another reasonable motive. Zhang Chen instinctively touched the handgun at his waist, feeling a bit more at ease. In the apocalypse, becoming stronger is the way to survive. Zhang Chen steadied his mind and glanced into the car window to ensure there were no zombies. Only then did he open the car door and search inside. He found only a roll of toilet paper. This item could be useful. Actually, it isn't very useful, but if I say it's useless, sometimes it can come in handy. When doing big business in the restroom, one must have measures for cleanup, right? Especially in this world, zombies become exceptionally sensitive to smells at night. If one doesn't clean up after, one might become the target of zombie attacks at night, dying due to lack of toilet paper while doing big business. That would surely be the most tragic way to die in the world. Awkward. We'll just keep it for now. Zhang Chen opened the car's trunk, which contained 2 large, unopened packs of toilet paper. This guy, going to the supermarket to stock up on toilet paper, that's something else. Zhang Chen opened the auction trading system. He took out 2 small pieces of toilet paper and placed them on it. Demand: door keys, car keys, water, food, weapons, energy crystals, storage ring fragments. He selected all the useful items he could think of. Click send. Ding. Congratulations, you successfully completed the trade, selling 2 pieces of toilet paper and obtaining a key. So fast. Did it sell right after being posted? Zhang Chen didn't rush to collect the exchanged items because his storage space was too tight. His pockets were already filled with keys. Fortunately, as long as they are not collected, the traded items will remain temporarily in the trading system. However, there is a time limit for temporary storage. A maximum of 24 hours. If it exceeds 24 hours, the items will be destroyed. Zhang Chen tore off 2 more pieces of toilet paper and placed them up. After 3 to 5 minutes. Ding! Congratulations, you successfully completed the trade, selling 2 pieces of toilet paper and obtaining a bloodstained access card. It seems everyone's stomachs are quite good. I accidentally discovered another small business opportunity. Toilet paper isn't worth much. It doesn't exchange for good items. If the price is too high, others might choose to sacrifice their pants to save themselves. However, if one trades unknown keys and access cards for it, it equates to recycling waste. For other survivors, these keys and access cards are useless. In Zhang Chen's eyes, they are keys to treasure chests. Their value sometimes far exceeds that of a bottle of water or canned lunch meat. Seeing everyone's enthusiastic response, Zhang Chen tore the bulk toilet paper into over 60 small pieces and put them on the auction trading system. This item isn't considered rare. Anyone who traverses residential buildings can find toilet paper. However, they wouldn't trade toilet paper for those useless keys. Thus, this market was essentially monopolized by Zhang Chen. He closed the trading interface and focused his attention on the other car key in his hand. Finding a spot with a wider view, he pressed the unlock button. Immediately, the police car in the middle of the road lit up. What the heck, it's a police car! Zhang Chen didn't immediately walk toward the police car. Instead, he first observed the surrounding situation. There seemed to be no zombies. Be careful, sometimes there's zombies that are just too short to be obscured by obstacles. The warning appeared urgently again. Zhang Chen hurriedly crouched down, peering under the car to look across. Indeed, he saw a pair of bloodied white ballet shoes limping past through the gap beside the police car. Given the foot size, it was likely a zombie little girl. Thank goodness for the warning, otherwise if the zombie little girl ambushed him, just one bite could spell his doom. Few those close. This apocalypse is too real, leaving no room for carelessness. Zhang Chen quietly circled behind the zombie little girl and brought the axe down, suddenly ending her life. You have recovered a zombie corpse, gaining 1 energy crystal and 1 mutated fertilizer. Zhang Chen gently opened the police car door. Inside the passenger compartment storage box, he found a pair of handcuffs and a walkie-talkie. On the passenger seat, there was a fast food box. It was unclear what was inside. It was now filled with various colorful molds. A large mound of fluffy substance was nauseating to behold. This thing surely had no value. Zhang Chen searched around again, but found nothing of interest. Let's check the trunk. Zhang Chen walked to the trunk and lifted it gently. Inside lay a shotgun accompanied by 2 boxes of shotgun shells. Wow, this is a heavy weapon. Although he was currently facing only ordinary zombies who knew if there were any mutated zombies in this world. A shotgun at close range could easily turn a zombie into a sieve. If aimed at the head, its lethality would increase exponentially. This was a huge score. Zhang Chen hurriedly took out the police baton from his storage ring and stuffed it into the large bag that held the shotgun. Now, with the newly freed space, there were exactly 2 slots available in the ring. He stored the shotgun and bullets into the storage ring. Good items must be kept in the storage ring to prevent loss. The police baton was of little worth. There were too many items it seemed he needed to return home first before heading to the supermarket. With a handgun and a shotgun now, Zhang Chen felt much more confident in his next actions. Upon returning home, Zhang Chen stored everything from his space except for the 2 guns and bullets. The rest of the items were all placed at home. Then he turned on the gas and took out the frozen meat from the refrigerator. After thawing it in the microwave, he cut 2 thick slices. He added some soy sauce and pepper to the pan and started frying. Cooking raw meat had stringent conditions requiring fire, oil, a pan, and various seasonings. Fortunately, he had electricity right now. If the power went out, eating this frozen meat would become quite troublesome, unlike canned lunch meat, which could be opened and eaten at any time. Thus, Zhang Chen decided to prioritize consuming these hard-to-cook ingredients. He watched as the red meat sizzled in the frying pan. The aroma of the meat mixed with the fragrance of the seasonings wafted through the exhaust pipe out the window, slowly drifting into a window of building number 5. On the balcony of the 3rd floor of building number 5 sat 2 men wearing vests, their arms adorned with intricate tattoos. One was tall and thin, the other short and stout. The tall, thin man twitched his nose, then gulped loudly and said, "Bro, can you smell that? I think I smell meat. It seems someone is frying meat. Or maybe beef. Slurp. This is so extravagant. In this situation, someone is actually eating meat. Oh, please, are you out of your mind? There's no smell of fried meat here." The stout man sniffed, but found nothing. The air was filled with dust and the smell of canned lunch meat. Are you starving, or what? Where would the smell of fried meat come from? Besides, we are in the apocalypse. Do you see any meat for sale in the auction? Just having canned lunch meat is already good enough. TCH, how can you even say that? This is the price for saving you. The stout man scoffed. If it weren't for us, you wouldn't have survived the night. You should be thanking us instead. The stout man continued coldly. But to repay you. Yesterday, you both already. You can't just take advantage of me. The woman timidly protested from the corner of the staircase. At this moment, her hair was disheveled and her clothes were in disarray, curled up in the corner. Watching the 2 men greedily devour their food and water, she felt anger but could not voice it. What's wrong? Do you have something to say? The stout man glanced at the woman and asked. I haven't eaten yet. Did you not say you would leave me some? The woman licked her cracked lips, her voice hoarse as she spoke. Come on, how can you say that? This is the price for saving you. If it weren't for us, you wouldn't have made it through the night. Speaking of which, you should be thanking us. The stout man said with a sneer. But to repay you. Yesterday, you both already. You can't just take advantage of me. The woman weakly protested. What? Were only the 2 of us happy yesterday? Weren't you happy too? Besides, that was compensation for us saving you from the rain shelter. You said yourself that as long as we saved you, it would be fine. Today's lunch meat is compensation for us sheltering you overnight without kicking you out. Outside, there are zombies everywhere. Without this sturdy unit door, would you have been able to safely spend the night? You would have probably become food for the zombies. The stout man said fiercely. He and the tall, thin man knew each other, and coincidentally, both happened to be in an apartment at the same time. When the game started, the zombies in the room were in a stationary state. In a panic, they grabbed a kitchen knife and ran out of the room. After coming out, they cleverly closed the door behind them. This way, the zombies were indeed trapped inside and couldn't get out. However, they were also trapped in the stairwell, sleeping on the cold floor for a night. Yesterday, when they rescued the woman, it was due to their desire for her body. Now, with limited food and water, they felt the woman was nothing but a burden. Thus, their attitude in speaking was naturally poor. Bro, we've even eaten this little girl's lunch meat and water. Now we truly have not a single morsel of food or water left. If we don't find some food soon, we might just starve to death here. The tall, thin man said with a grim expression. No worries, I already have a plan. The stout man said confidently. Look over there. He pointed out the window. From here, one could see the small square at the community's main entrance. On either side of the square, there was a small supermarket and a steam bun shop. Do you see it? A restaurant and a supermarket. Surely we can find food inside. As long as we can get their food, won't be a problem. But with so many zombies, how can we two get over there? The stout man asked with a worried face. These zombies were all hideous, and when they ran, they were completely reckless. Just one bite or scratch, and you would turn into a zombie. Even facing a zombie unknown, he had no confidence, let alone so many of them. Going out would be like walking to their doom. Don't worry, yo. I've already thought of a strategy. The stout man said with a mysterious smile, then turned his gaze towards the woman. 20 minutes later, near the square at the entrance of the community, a woman was forced to climb onto a tree branch about 4 to 5 meters high. At first, she was helped up with a ladder, but later she was coerced into climbing. Terrified, the woman clutched the tree branch tightly with her hands while her legs trembled uncontrollably. Please let me down. They'll do anything you want from now on. I don't want food or water anymore. Please let me down. I don't want to die. Ugh." The short, stout man shot her an impatient glare, saying in a low voice, "Shut your mouth. If you want to live, do as I say. Once the two of us are hidden, you shout with all your might. Draw all the zombies from the square to us. Once we finish the zombies, we will naturally save you." The tall, thin man, feeling a bit anxious about the plan, asked, "Brother, will this really work? There are over 20 zombies and just the two of us. What if something unexpected happens?" The short man waved his hand confidently and said, "Don't worry, didn't we see it yesterday?" That woman was shouting from the rain canopy while surrounded by 7 or 8 zombies. The man with the fire axe killed them all without breaking a sweat. Although there are a few more zombies this time, the two of us can support each other. It will definitely be fine. Seeing that the thin man was still uneasy, the short man added, "Actually, these zombies just look scary. In reality, they have no combat power. Think about it, that man could chop off a zombie's head with an axe. Such ease shows that these zombies are quite weak. We've imagined the zombies to be too terrifying. Trust me, listen to your brother, you won't regret it." The tall, thin man, hearing this, nodded with some belief. Indeed, the man with the axe yesterday was a bit overly powerful. He looked quite ordinary and wasn't particularly muscular or strong. How could he kill zombies as easily as cutting vegetables? It wasn't that this man was too strong, but rather that the zombies were too weak. If he could do it, we certainly can too. Following the short man's instructions, the two hid behind a car at the entrance. "I'll help," the woman shouted loudly. Her voice was sharp and piercing. With just that one shout, it immediately attracted half of the zombies at the entrance. Hiss, roar. The zombie horde was drawn in by the woman's scream. All the zombies were suddenly activated. They rushed over with strange cries. Help! I don't want to die. Save me, please." The woman's first shout was merely a reluctant response to the situation. Now she was utterly terrified of the zombies. Screaming for her life, her piercing soprano shattered the silence of the residential area. All the zombies in the square swarmed towards her. In an instant, the tree where the woman was located was surrounded tightly by the zombies, all of them looking up and reaching out with their pale, cold arms. "It's time." The short man smiled slightly as he remembered how Zhang Chen killed 7 or 8 zombies in a similar situation before. Moreover, the zombies had almost no power to fight back. "Go!" At the short man's command, the two men charged forward with their knives. Knowing that noise would attract zombies, the short and tall men dared not make a sound. They stealthily approached the back of the zombie horde. They raised their knives and struck down at the nearest zombie's head from behind. With a thud, the knife sank into the zombie's skull, and it collapsed to the ground. Before the short man could express joy, a wave of fear suddenly hit him. He realized that the knife was stuck in the zombie's head and couldn't be pulled out. As the zombie's body fell, the short man stumbled and nearly fell. Even so, he still couldn't pull the knife out. "Damn it," the short man muttered under his breath. Why was this situation so different from what he saw yesterday? He had put all his strength into that strike. Now his wrist was still sore from the shock. He had thought it would be like Zhang Chen effortlessly chopping off a large piece of the zombie's head. But what was this? Not only did it only go in a little over 10 centimeters, but now he couldn't even pull the knife back. With a thud, at the same time, the thin man swung his knife horizontally and struck the zombie's neck. Similarly, he thought this blow would at least chop off the zombie's head. Who would have guessed that the knife only went in halfway? When it reached the cervical vertebrae, it got stuck. And the worst part was, this zombie was not dead. It slowly turned around. "Brother, this is not like what we saw yesterday." The tall, thin man was so scared that his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. The knife in his hand was stuck in the zombie's neck. The two brothers were now unarmed. Any zombie could take their lives. "Run, run!" The short man shouted and then took off running. This shout immediately attracted even more zombies. Hiss! A dozen zombies abandoned the woman screaming in the tree and turned to chase after the two brothers. "Brother, help me! Don't leave me behind!" The tall, thin man scrambled to get up from the ground. He rushed towards the short man, who was slower despite having started running first. The tall man quickly caught up. The zombies behind were even faster, relentlessly pursuing them. "Brother, run faster. The zombies are coming." The tall man shouted anxiously. He couldn't bear to leave his brother behind and instinctively slowed down a bit. "Brother, I'm sorry. I really can't run anymore." While running, the short man gasped, feeling out of breath after just a few dozen meters due to lack of exercise. "What are you saying, brother? Hang in there. We're not far from the unit door. Don't give up." The tall man reached out to grab the short man's arm. He wanted to pull him along to run. Just as his hand touched the short man's arm, the latter suddenly grabbed the tall man's arm. In that moment of surprise, the short man kicked out with all his might, striking the tall man's ankle. With a crunch, the short man put all his strength into that kick, injuring the tall man's ankle. "Brother, you!" The tall man endured the pain, looking at him in astonishment, his eyes filled with confusion and despair. Sorry, brother. I'm afraid if we both run, neither of us escapes. I owe you one, big brother. Next life I'll serve you as ox or horse. The stocky man then delivered a brutal kick to the tall, thin man's abdomen, sending him flying straight into the snarling, grasping horde of zombies. You treacherous bastard. I trusted you as a brother. And yet you... GHK. The tall, thin man spat out a furious curse. But before he could finish his words, he was tackled to the ground by the surging wave of zombies behind him. Several of them immediately fell upon his body, tearing and gnawing with frenzied hunger. A female zombie sank her teeth deep into his throat, severing it clean. Blood flooded his trachea, choking off all sound. Then came the sickening crunch of muscle and bone parting, followed by the wet, grating chew of raw flesh. It sent chills down the spine. The stocky man watched, heart pounding, as the apartment building's entrance loomed ever closer. Once inside, that door meant safety. Yet, just as his fingers brushed the entrance door, several pale hands seized his shoulders at once. An overwhelming force wrenched him backward without mercy. He crashed hard onto the ground. Then came an excruciating, searing pain across his body. Everywhere his eyes could reach, pale faces swollen with purple veins leered down at him. Zhang Chen had rested briefly in his room that noon and savored a delicious pan-seared steak. The blissful fullness afterward was indescribable. It was time to raid the supermarket at the community's main gate, surely brimming with vital supplies. Zhang Chen tucked his access card and keys into his pocket, gripped his riot shield and axe, and stepped out of Building No. 3. By now the zombies near Building No. 3 had been nearly eradicated. Zhang Chen consulted the community map, assessing the terrain with calm precision. Only 2 zones remained infested: the small garden and the main gate entrance. His current evolution progress stood at 18,100. He needed another 82 energy cores to ascend. Based on prior calculations, every 10 zombies yielded roughly 6 energy cores. That meant, to evolve, he would need to eliminate at least 137 more zombies. A sharp, low whistle escaped his lips. That number was no trivial feat. One step at a time, Zhang Chen moved cautiously along the paved pathway toward the main gate. No zombies in sight, no blind spots in his field of vision. The difficulty was markedly lower than this morning's route. Yet Zhang Chen remained vigilant. At any location hinting at hidden danger, he paused, studying it intently. Only when his instincts signaled safety did he advance. Ahead lay Building No. 5, beyond at the main gate. Suddenly, a piercing shriek shattered the community's silence. Ah, help me! A woman's voice, familiar, unmistakable. Zhang Chen froze. Wasn't this the same voice he'd heard yesterday? The one famed for its uncanny ability to draw zombies like a beacon. Its efficacy was legendary. Hadn't she been rescued already? Then how? Trapped again. Was her misfortune truly this relentless? Zhang Chen crept silently to the side of Building No. 5. Rounding the corner, he saw 2 clusters of zombies greedily devouring 2 corpses along the pathway, while a dozen more circled a nearby tree. And there, perched high in the tree, was the woman herself. How had she climbed up there? Zhang Chen felt a wave of disbelief. She couldn't even leap down from a 2-story awning. Yet here she sat, 3 or 4 stories up, nestled among the branches. What an utterly baffling woman. She screamed incessantly, shrill and unrelenting. Her cries drew the zombies beneath the tree into a frenzy, while the 2 nearby clusters, intoxicated by fresh blood and meat, buried their heads in ravenous feasting. An opening. Now or never. Zhang Chen steadied his breath. If his speed held and his strikes landed, true success was within reach. And with such deafening screams already echoing across the grounds, most nearby zombies were already drawn to her. Even if combat turned dire, he could resort to his pistol. No worse outcome awaited. Decision made. Zhang Chen took several deep, measured breaths, then raised a shield and charged silently toward the nearest cluster of zombies. Squelch, squelch, squelch. 3 swift, precise swings. 3 zombie heads cleaved cleanly in 2. The 4th zombie lifted its head, just in time to meet his axe descending in a crushing arc, splitting its skull wide open. At that moment, the 5th rose, its hollow gaze locking onto Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen slammed his riot shield forward, knocking the creature flat. Slick! His axe rose high, then fell with brutal finality, severing its head in one clean strike. He then delivered a decisive blow to the skull of the stocky man, now little more than a skeletal ruin. First cluster, neutralized. Onward. He dare not pause, not even for breath. Though the first engagement had been nearsilent, the second cluster lay perilously close. Zombies detected survivors through both hearing and sight, and once one caught sight of living flesh, the others followed, drawn instinctively, inexplicably, Zhang Chen didn't understand the mechanism, but the phenomenon was undeniable. Sure enough, as the first cluster fell, the second began turning. Heads lifting, eyes locking onto him. HRRGH. Irk. They stared, uttering guttural, monstrous groans. Clang. Before they could fully rise, Zhang Chen lunged forward, closing the distance in 3 long strides. 2 axe strikes felled the frontmost pair instantly. Now the remaining 4 surged upright, snarling, lunging toward him with terrifying speed. A sharp intake of breath. Then Zhang Chen hurled his shield sideways with his left hand, kicking it forward with his right foot. It slammed into 3 zombies mid-lunge, halting them, toppling them backward in a tangle. In the same motion, he swung his axe, crushing the last standing zombie's skull. Then, gripping the axe with both hands, he unleashed a whirlwind of savage, sweeping blows. With one hand alone, he could cleave a zombie's skull effortlessly. But doubled force multiplied lethality beyond measure. Blood erupted in crimson arcs. 3 zombies reduced to mangled, unrecognizable pulp. One zombie's head, still attached to a third of its torso, had been split cleanly from shoulder to clavicle. Its jaw snapped open, still straining to sink teeth into his flesh. Zhang Chen struck again, clean, cold, final. Then, without hesitation, he administered a final merciful blow to the tall, thin man's remains. Second cluster, eliminated. Mission accomplished. Zhang Chen adjusted his breathing, focusing his attention on the 10 or so zombies beneath the tree. Fortunately, if it weren't for this woman, if those 10 zombies had come charging at once, the consequences would have been unimaginable. In terms of combat strength, with an axe and a shield, Zhang Chen was undoubtedly far superior to these unarmed zombies. But the challenge lay in not getting injured. Even the slightest scratch or claw mark could cost him his life. Thus, the more zombies there were, the exponentially harder it became to eliminate them. Onward, Zhang Chen swiftly dispatched the remaining zombies. He wiped out the group of zombies under the woman's tree, cleanly. As the last zombie fell, the woman finally ceased her screaming. "It's you again." The woman recognized Zhang Chen. But how did you end up in this tree? Zhang Chen wiped the blood from his axe on the zombie's body. He spoke with a slight breathlessness after killing over 20 zombies in one go. This level of physical exertion was no joke. If he had taken them out one by one, Zhang Chen would have been composed and unruffled. But this was a continuous onslaught, hardly giving him a moment to rest. It felt like he had just run an all-out 400 meters. He was slightly out of breath. It's a long story. I'll be careful. The woman shouted halfway through, suddenly screaming again. Zhang Chen knew that whenever she screamed, it always meant trouble. At the same time as the woman's scream, he felt a gust of wind rush from behind. He instinctively ducked and raised his right shield. With a loud thud, a kitchen knife struck the right shield fiercely. It left a white mark on it. The tremendous force made Zhang Chen's arm feel slightly numb. Not a zombie. It was a human. Before Zhang Chen could see the person's face clearly, the knife came raining down like a storm. The shield was met with a series of violent thuds. Damn, this guy was going all out from the start. Plus, he hadn't said a word, clearly well prepared. Zhang Chen defended while retreating with the shield. He dodged to the side around the tree and stepped back a few paces, creating distance from the attacker. At this moment, Zhang Chen finally saw clearly. A burly man stood before him, wielding a knife in each hand, looking ferocious. From the white mark on the right shield, it was evident that the opponent was no lightweight. This person looked very familiar. Zhang Chen was taken aback. After a moment of thought, he immediately remembered. It was Wang Jiran. This was the guy who had offered a large amount of food and water last night. He didn't expect this guy to be in the neighborhood, and he had launched a sneak attack on him. And not bad, Zhang Chen, it seems I underestimated you. Wang Jiran said with a sinister smile. Zhang Chen had sold weapons yesterday and had been completely wiped out, although his name and image appeared briefly in the trading channel. Wang Jiran had been keeping an eye on the auction for food and water, which is why he noticed Zhang Chen. Wang Jiran, you actually attacked me. Wang Jiran showed no surprise at Zhang Chen calling out his name. He smiled casually and said, I didn't expect you to have reached an exceptionally strong level. Did you kill enough zombies, or do you have some other opportunity? Seeing Zhang Chen remain silent, Wang Jiran chuckled and continued, Well, I know that even if I ask, you won't tell me. You have great potential, and if you continue to grow, you might become a dominant force. It's a pity that I won't allow anyone to be stronger than me. After I kill you, I'll slowly figure out the secrets to becoming stronger myself. Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes, asking warily, You said you have reached an exceptionally strong level. Wang Jiran scoffed disdainfully. What? Is that so unbelievable? You have your way of getting stronger, and of course I have my own. It doesn't matter if I tell you. After all, you're about to be a dead man. Although food and water were sold a bit slowly, they are ultimately hard currency. Thanks to those fools willing to exchange energy crystals for my food and water. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to make such rapid progress without stepping out of my house. Next, I will go all out. You've exhausted so much energy, well, I wonder how long you'll be able to last. In Wang Zhirun's eyes, Zhang Chen was already a dead man. Both of them were at the same exceptionally strong level. Theoretically, their strengths should be equal in terms of stamina, power, and speed. All were on par. However, Zhang Chen had just killed over 20 zombies, significantly exhausting his stamina. All attributes were the same, but Zhang Chen was slightly weaker in stamina. Once a fight broke out, the outcome would be clear at a glance. Zhang Chen looked at the smug Wang Zhirun, suddenly throwing his axe and riot shield to the ground. His expression was emotionless. This action left the latter momentarily stunned as he asked, "Are you giving up resistance? Or do you want to say something about teaming up with me, obeying me, and similar nonsense? Do you think I'm that foolish? I understand the principle of raising a tiger to trouble. Today you must die." Just as Wang Zhirun uttered the word die, a loud bang echoed. A small blood hole appeared on Wang Zhirun's head. He looked at Zhang Chen in disbelief, his expression one of shock and fear. His lips moved a few times, seemingly wanting to say something. But in the end, he couldn't utter a single word. Thud! Wang Zhirun's legs went weak, and he knelt down. With two loud clanks, the kitchen knives fell to the ground. He simply knelt and died before Zhang Chen. What a fool, I have a gun. Zhang Chen locked the revolver's safety and stored it back into space. He never intended to engage Wang Zhirun in a close combat fight. Wasn't it better to defeat the enemy in one blow? Did he think this was a martial arts movie? Did he have to trade blows for dozens of rounds and strike various poses? This was the apocalypse. Life and death struggle. Quickly killing the opponent was the way to go. Thanks to the woman in the tree who had been shouting at the top of her lungs for over 20 minutes. She had attracted all the surrounding zombies. Otherwise, who knows how many zombies Zhang Chen's gunshot would have attracted. At the same time, Zhang Chen was also somewhat surprised. He didn't expect his aim to be this precise. The woman in the tree was now filled with sheer terror. After all, the impact of killing zombies and killing people is completely different. Overwhelmed by fear, she couldn't utter a single word. Zhang Chen dealt with Wang Zhirun and slowly approached his corpse. A label saying "Collect" surprisingly appeared above it. So the corpses of survivors can be collected too. Collect. You recovered a survivor's corpse and obtained 35 energy crystals, 166 purified water, 1 leftover purified water, 84 sausages, 60 instant noodles, 2 kitchen knives, 1 fruit knife, 5 storage ring fragments, a sharp and tang knife blueprint, a map merger device, and 7 adult video clips. Hiss. Zhang Chen suspected that Wang Zhirun must have many resources, but he didn't expect there to be so much. Not only was there a large quantity of food and water, but also blueprints and a supply box detector. These must be treasures. No doubt this guy exchanged food and water for them. As for that adult video clip, what the heck? Trading food for something like this. Hiss. But it won't hurt to take a look. While recovering his strength, Zhang Chen meticulously studied. After learning everything, he clicked to destroy. The video cannot be extracted. It can only exist in the storage ring, as it takes up too much space. Zhang Chen looked at the sharp and tang knife blueprint and the map merger device. Sharp and tang knife blueprint requires 10 metal weapons, 10 energy crystals, can produce an alloy tang knife that can cut through iron like mud, never wears out. Map merger device scans obtained maps into the merger device. The scan maps can be called up at any time in the form of navigation maps. Now opening this map merger device only shows the buildings within a radius of about 100 meters. If the map is shrunk, it will be found that aside from Zhang Chen's location, other locations are all black. It's like the fog of war in a game. With a map, the surrounding fog will disappear, turning into a normal map. Without a map, one can only rely on a bit of exploration. Only the explored areas will display like a map. The principle is quite similar to a game. Zhang Chen's backpack currently held 2 guns and ammunition, occupying 4 slots. He tucked the pistol behind his waist, freeing up another slot. Wang Zhirun had a particularly large amount of supplies, excluding the leftover purified water and the already destroyed adult video clip. He still needed 9 slots, just enough to use, all stored in his storage ring. Zhang Chen stood up and looked at the countless zombie corpses on the ground. These are all resources. Unfortunately, his storage space was already full and he couldn't fit in more items. What to do? Now, all the zombies in the vicinity have been eliminated. If Zhang Chen were to run back to building now. 3. Put the items in the room and come back. What if some other survivors came by? That would mean he missed out on collecting over 20 zombie corpses and he would be at a loss. Suddenly, Zhang Chen had a flash of inspiration, realizing he had a solution. Upgrading the storage ring from level 1 to level 2 requires 10 storage ring fragments. Just now, Zhang Chen collected 5 storage ring fragments from Wang Jirun. Now there were still 2 corpses of a fat and a skinny survivor on the ground. After collecting, perhaps it would be enough. Without further ado, Zhang Chen moved several zombie corpses aside and clicked to collect from the taller, skinny man. You recovered a survivor's corpse and obtained 3 storage ring fragments. This guy was a bit too poor. He only had 1 storage ring on him. He had nothing else. Zhang Chen then approached the short, fat man and began to collect. You recovered a survivor's corpse and obtained a set of lace women's underwear and 2 storage ring fragments. Women's underwear. Does this short, fat man have a hobby of collecting such things? What a pervert. Zhang Chen directly threw the women's underwear on the ground. He completely failed to notice that the size of this underwear was very close to that of the woman in the tree. At this moment, the woman was blushing fiercely, her neck turning red. Zhang Chen stored the storage ring fragments in his storage space. Ding! Reminder, your current storage ring has met the upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Upgrade. Ding! You lost 10 storage ring fragments and 5 energy crystals. Storage ring level upgraded from level 1 to level 2. Storage space increased from 12 slots to 24 slots. To upgrade to level 3 requires storage ring fragments 100 energy crystals 50. Level 3 new function, open a vehicle warehouse that can store 1 vehicle. In an instant, the storage space doubled. The previously full storage space immediately gained an extra half. Now, he could continue to collect extensively. Zhang Chen began to collect from each of the zombie corpses. He collected from a total of 22 zombie corpses. In total, he obtained energy crystals 14, keychain 1, access card 1, mutated fertilizer 70, clean fabric 30, e-chain lock 1, solar flashlight 1, kitchen knife 2, meat potato seeds 5. Zhang Chen stored all these items in his storage space. He occupied another 6 slots, leaving 6 slots remaining. Zhang Chen focused his attention on the meat potato seeds. Soon the prompt displayed meat potato seeds, a unique edible plant of water blue star similar to potatoes with a taste resembling meat called meat potatoes, rich in protein, nutrients, and trace elements. Highly adaptable with a maturity period of 4 months. Seeds of crops. This is a good thing. The food and water inherent in the city are so limited. If survivors scavenge a little, it will be less. Eventually, it will lead to running out of resources. Taking matters into your own hands is the foundation of survival. Zhang Chen checked his upgrade progress. To upgrade to the human limit stage, he needs 57,100 energy crystals. Before Zhang Chen upgrades, energy crystals exist as items. They will not be consumed. To upgrade from an ordinary person to strong requires 10 energy crystals. To upgrade from strong to exceptionally strong requires 50 energy crystals. Wang Jirun consumed at least 60 energy crystals to reach the exceptionally strong stage. However, after killing him, Zhang Chen only obtained 35 crystals. This indicates that only items in the storage ring will be 100 collected. The absorbed energy crystals can only yield a portion. Zhang Chen needs 43 more energy crystals to upgrade to the human physical limit stage. Calculating, he needs to kill about 70 more zombies. This is not an easy task. Moreover, how to ensure safety while attracting so many zombies is also a problem. Zhang Chen pondered slightly and suddenly turned his gaze to the woman trembling in the tree. Meanwhile, the woman also saw Zhang Chen. Upon seeing Zhang Chen, who resembled a god of death, descending, a trace of fear appeared on her face as she trembled and said, "Please, I beg you. Don't kill me. You can ask me to do anything. I will serve you. And I promise I will never betray you." An idea struck her. She then threw the abandoned half bottle of purified water to the woman. This was the water that Wang Jirun had left behind. Zhang Chen definitely could not drink it, but throwing it away would be a waste. It was better to give it to the woman as a personal favor. "You can drink this water for now, though I will not kill you," Zhang Chen said calmly. Thank you. Then, can you help me get down from the tree? I will surely repay you well. You can ask for anything," the woman said, slightly trembling. She hurriedly began to express her loyalty. "I will let you down, but not now. You will stay on this tree for the night. Tomorrow I promise I will let you down," Zhang Chen said. I have to spend the night in the tree," the woman nervously repeated. But upon seeing Zhang Chen's sharp gaze, she quickly swallowed back her pleas for mercy. Then, "Fine, I will spend the night here." Zhang Chen no longer paid attention to the woman. He first rummaged through the supermarket at the community's main entrance. There was indeed nothing left to gather here. Any valuable item had been taken by Wang Jirun. The remaining supplies were either expired or had been corroded by a type of red mushroom. Everything on the cashier's desk had been thrown to the ground with 2 tables pushed together. It was evident that Wang Jirun had curled up on a 1.5-meter long, 1-meter wide tabletop for the night. Such a narrow table. Not only was it impossible to stretch out, but rolling over while sleeping would probably cause one to fall off the table. One could only wonder how Wang Jirun had survived that night. At least it wouldn't have been as comfortable as Zhang Chen lying on a soft mattress in a quiet bedroom. Zhang Chen searched a few nearby shops again. There was nothing useful. The bun shop was the same. All the food inside was covered in red mushrooms. Any food that wasn't vacuum sealed had been contaminated. Zhang Chen returned to the community's main entrance. The entrance was separated from the outside world by metal railings. The railings were very sturdy, about 1.5 meters high. Zhang Chen grasped the railing and shook it with all his might. The railing merely vibrated slightly. There was only a small door for entering and exiting at the main entrance. At this moment, this door was open. It seemed the electromagnetic lock was broken. There was no suction at all. As soon as the small door closed against the frame, it soon wobbled open again by itself. Zhang Chen took out a chain lock from his storage space. He wrapped the chain lock around the small door and frame, twice shortening the length to the minimum. Only then did it click shut. Now the entire main entrance of the community formed a defensive line that could just keep the external zombies at bay. Zhang Chen's plan was very simple. No matter how loud the woman's voice was, it wouldn't attract more zombies. Actively attracting zombies was also very dangerous. Why not wait for the zombies to come knocking on their own? At night, zombies can identify humans by scent. The woman in the tree would become a natural bait. She could lure all the zombies outside the community to the wall's edge. The next morning, Zhang Chen would just need to deal with the zombies one by one from behind the wall. Safe, efficient, and with a considerable number. At this moment, the sun had begun to set gradually. There were about 2 hours left before it completely disappeared behind the buildings. Time could not be wasted. Zhang Chen looked at the sharpened tang knife design in his storage space. He needed 10 metal weapons and 10 energy crystals. Energy crystals were not an issue. Wherever there were zombies, there were energy crystals. The problem now was the 10 metal weapons. Currently, Zhang Chen had 4 kitchen knives, 1 fruit knife, and 1 fire axe. That was equivalent to 6 metal weapons. He still needed to find 4 more. Zhang Chen focused his attention on the keychain he had just collected. This keychain was quite peculiar. Unlike an ordinary keychain, it had house keys, access cards, company keys, car keys, and so on. A large assortment of keys of various styles was gathered together. There were 5 keys on this keychain, and each key looked exactly the same. Each had tape on it with numbers written on it. These keys seemed to all be door keys. Zhang Chen felt a sense of familiarity as he looked at these keys. Could it be that this zombie was a landlord? Did it carry the keys to 5 houses? Just as Zhang Chen was staring at the keychain, a prompt appeared again. Your luck is quite good. This is the key to building 8. You should really consider playing the lottery. If only there were still lotteries in this world. Was this really the key to building 8? Zhang Chen's heart leaped with joy. He could directly clear out an entire building. He hurriedly made his way toward Building 8. Building 8 was different from the other residential buildings. It was situated on a small island surrounded by water on all sides. There was only one stone bridge for entry and exit. This island was about the size of a football field. Surrounding the building were small gardens filled with various vibrant flowers. This place was easy to defend and hard to attack. It could serve as a stronghold in the future. There are no zombies here, but there is a hungry little cutie. The prompt appeared again. A hungry little cutie. What could that be? Zhang Chen was taken aback. But the prompt only displayed this much with no further information. Forget it, since it was called a little cutie. It probably posed no threat. Let's just go in. Zhang Chen swiped the access card and entered. The air was fresh with no smell of blood or the stench of rotting zombies. The floor was very clean with no bloodstains. Building 8 was a large unit with only one entrance. There was one elevator and a safety stairway. Zhang Chen opened the doors of each unit in order according to the key numbers and searched around. The layout and decoration were almost identical. It seemed to have just been renovated with new furniture and appliances. No one had a chance to move in before the zombie outbreak occurred. Therefore, the refrigerator was empty with no food or purified water. However, the kitchen utensils were quite complete. Zhang Chen searched from the 1st floor to the 5th floor and found a total of 10 kitchen knives and 5 fruit knives. This place is very safe. No one has ever come here. Moreover, I haven't seen any so-called cuties. Zhang Chen chose to reside in this unit on the 5th floor. Firstly, because the 5th floor offers the highest position and the broadest view. Secondly, it provides direct access to the rooftop. There's a small garden here. Zhang Chen plans to plant some tubers here to give it a try. Living on the 5th floor makes it convenient to take care of these crops. While it is still light outside, Zhang Chen hurried back to Building No. 3 to retrieve all the supplies he had stored and transported them to Building No. 8. This will be Zhang Chen's stronghold from now on. Everything is ready. At this moment, the last rays of the sun gradually disappeared below the horizon. It is once again the night of zombie frenzy. Zhang Chen lightly pressed the switch for the electric curtains. In an instant, all the blackout curtains in the 5th floor rooms slowly closed. The room instantly turned pitch black. Zhang Chen pressed the wake-up mode button again. Soon, all the lights in the rooms lit up, illuminating the space as bright as day. The blackout curtains perfectly isolated the light from inside the room from the outside. Even if someone stood downstairs, it would be difficult to confirm if the room had lights on. I really like this modern smart home. Zhang Chen sat on the soft leather sofa, casually took out a bottle of purified water, and gulped down more than half of it. Refreshing. In this environment, being able to drink water freely is an extreme luxury. Many people would wish to measure their water with a scale. Each time they feel unbearably thirsty, they can only lick a little. Zhang Chen opened the auction trading channel. In an instant, various prompts of successful auctions popped up. Ding. You successfully sold 2 pieces of toilet paper and obtained a key 1. Ding. You successfully sold 2 pieces of toilet paper and obtained a fruit knife 1. Ding. You successfully sold 2 pieces of toilet paper and obtained a bloodstained access card 1. Ding. You successfully sold 2 pieces of toilet paper and obtained a bloodstained key 1. All 60 pieces of toilet paper that Zhang Chen had listed for auction were sold out. He counted roughly and obtained key 22, access card 15, fruit knife 7, safe, key 5, car key 8. In exchange for all these resources, he used less than 1 roll of toilet paper. When he has time, he will definitely make good use of these keys to make a big profit. Moreover, this fruit knife can be listed for sale again. Although its value has dropped significantly compared to the first day after the crossover, there is still a market. It's simply a windfall. At this moment, looking at the auction trading channel, many people have started to follow suit and list toilet paper. Perhaps due to malicious bidding, the toilet paper being auctioned is now sold by the roll. However, what they need are mainly food, water, and crystal nuclei. Although toilet paper is in demand, it is not to the extent that it needs to be exchanged for crystal nuclei. The auction house is still filled with all sorts of bizarre and useless items. Food and water remain in high demand. Occasionally, someone will post to exchange for energy crystal nuclei. I've already eaten all the food and water provided by the system. I am now hungry and thirsty. Is there anyone who can give me something to eat? Im so hungry. By the way, why hasn't the big shot Wang Zhirun been selling food and water? He said this morning that he had a large amount of resources to sell. I managed to smash a zombie with a flower pot upstairs and collected an energy crystal. Why has the price of food gone up? It could also be that the big shot has found a girl he likes and is now enjoying a world for 2. Is anyone near 5th middle school? I have food and water. Ladies, please private message me, but men can forget it. Guan Xian, where are you? If you see this, you must private message me. I've been looking for you for a long time. Is there anyone who knows me? I'm looking for a team. Only familiar people will do. I'm too scared to go outside. The zombies outside are too frightening. The younger sister has a good figure and is selling videos. The content can be customized and the price is negotiable. Big shots with food and water can contact me. The people in the chat channel still don't know that Wang Zhirun has already died. At this time, the prices of food and water in the auction house soared, but no one was interested. The reason for this situation is simple. Crystal nuclei can only be obtained by killing zombies. Survivors who have the ability to kill zombies naturally have the capability to explore more places in search of food and water. Take this city as an example. Restaurants and small supermarkets are everywhere. Even if some households manage to collect food and water, it is still possible. Therefore, for those survivors who can obtain crystal nuclei, they do not lack food and water. The crystal nuclei are certainly kept for their own upgrades. However, for those survivors who lack the ability to fight zombies and cannot produce crystal nuclei, the price of food and water in the auction house has reached its current state. Zhang Chen would neither spend high-priced crystal nuclei to exchange for resources nor list resources to trade for energy crystal nuclei. This is because resources cannot be sold at all, and doing so would expose the fact that he has abundant resources. Before Zhang Chen's strength reaches absolute dominant, survival is the way to go. Now the survivor camp already has 15 survivors. Our combat power is increasing rapidly. Now our combat team can simultaneously eliminate about 3 zombies. We plan to attack a nearby large supermarket soon, and survivors participating in the attack will have priority in resource allocation. Everyone is welcome to private message me and tell me your address. I will bring people to rescue you. Also, please pay attention. I have recently noticed a group of people, about 4 men and 2 women, seem to be robbing lone survivors. Please everyone be cautious and protect yourselves. Zhang Hao seized the opportunity to appear again, creating a wave of presence while sharing some information. Has the number of people in the camp increased again? Zhang Chen remained silent. Strength in numbers is indeed true. Teamwork has its advantages, but it also has its downsides. In the apocalypse, especially in a situation of extreme resource scarcity, the worst aspects of human nature often manifest. Zhang Chen continued to observe the chat channel for a while. Suddenly a message caught his attention. It's another boring day. At the top floor today, I saw 3 survivors being eaten by zombies. Zombies love to hide in dark corners, so everyone must be cautious when going out. Be careful, there's only one life. Additionally, a friendly reminder that there's a massive horde of zombies on Ingbin Road, densely packed with no end in sight. Friends nearby should take a detour. While there are some strange beings among this horde, they look very disgusting and crawl on the ground. There are also giant zombies taller than a bus. Oh my god, this is simply a zombie exhibition. Friends near Ingbin Road should stay away if possible. The moment those words escaped, the chat channel erupted. What the hell? I thought these ordinary zombies were already the limit. Are there even more terrifying beings? This is even taller than a bus. Is it really still a zombie? It's simply a monster. Didn't the system say that the game would gradually lift restrictions after 30 days? How can there be such a freakish zombie existing already, I don't even know where I am. Oh, where's the welcome road? How do I deter? It's deadly deer. Absorbing energy cores can enhance strength if everyone hurry and kill the zombies. This world is already so terrifying. After 30 days, it'll be like a scene from hell. Crap, I need to quickly withdraw the energy core from the transaction. This thing can't be sold. Seeking protection. There are 6 of us sisters together. Please, powerful young man, protect us. Zhang Chen was also somewhat surprised by the previous message. He didn't expect that even under suppression the zombies would be so freakish. Taller than a bus. With such words, I really need to quickly enhance myself. Zhang Chen took out the design blueprint for the sharp tang knife. Initially, he planned to wait until his strength reached the human limit before synthesizing this weapon. But now it seems better to synthesize it now. After all, even if he reached the limit of human physique, the damage would not be as high as a suitable weapon. Click to synthesize. Ding. You have lost 10 metal weapons, energy core 10. Congratulations, you have obtained a sharp alloy tang knife. A gleaming tang knife appeared before Zhang Chen. The blade bore faintly etched, high-quality patterns. Let's test this weapon's effectiveness. Zhang Chen waved the tang knife lightly at the coffee table. Whoosh! He saw a flash of cold light. Zhang Chen didn't even feel much resistance. He saw one corner of the wooden coffee table neatly sliced off. So sharp, if he had used a fire axe for this action, it would not only require a lot of strength, but the cut surface would also not be this smooth. With this weapon, killing zombies became much easier. Zhang Chen satisfiedly put the weapon away. Ding dong. Suddenly someone sent a private message. It was Zhao Xie, who had traded half a bottle of water with Zhang Chen using a map and a key yesterday. Are you there? Yes. I have the blueprint for a basic water purifier. Can I trade for some water? I'm about to die of thirst. Zhang Chen clicked on the blueprint. Basic water purifier blueprint requires a regular water purifier 1, energy core 5. Basic water purifier can purify contaminated water into slightly contaminated water. Slightly contaminated water can be used for washing face, bathing, and irrigation. However, it cannot be consumed, as drinking it has a high probability of causing diarrhea and dysentery. This thing may not be of much use to others. After struggling for a long time, the purified water is undrinkable. It's completely a waste of time, isn't it? But for Zhang Chen, it holds a different significance. The growth of meat potatoes requires water and fertilizer. Fertilizer is easy. He has hundreds stacked in his storage. But the water for irrigation is clearly insufficient. He can't use the drinking water for irrigation, right? That would be too extravagant. I can, but you need to tell me where you got this blueprint. Zhang Chen asked. It was strange. He had killed so many zombies, yet he hadn't obtained a single blueprint. Yet Wang Zhirun, who hadn't killed a single zombie, had the design for the tang knife. Zhao Xie, trapped in the security room, even managed to get a design blueprint. What's going on? Is this one of the conditions for exchange? Zhao Xie hesitated to ask. That's right, you could even say. Your information is worth far more than this blueprint. If the information you provide is useful to me, I will consider trading you half a bottle of water. Zhang Chen said. Of course, that half bottle of water was still what he had just left over. Well, okay, you'll find out sooner or later. I discovered that there are many supply boxes in the university campus. I took advantage of the zombies at the door, not paying attention, opened a nearby supply box, and got this blueprint. Zhao Xie answered truthfully. She felt that Zhang Chen was a good person, so she was willing to share the real situation. Many supply boxes. Zhang Chen was intrigued by this statement. He had just entered the game and opened a level 1 supply box, obtaining a physique potion. It allowed his strength to advance ahead of others. If he could seize the supply boxes in the university campus first, it would definitely give him a tremendous advantage. Really, I'm not lying to you. I opened a level 1 supply box, which was wooden and looked very simple. I saw supply boxes at the entrance of the campus teaching building and on the playground. I also saw a golden level 3 supply box, but there were too many zombies around it. I just glanced at it and ran back. Zhao Xie, afraid that Zhang Chen wouldn't believe her, carefully described the location and appearance of the supply boxes. Zhang Chen had never seen a level 3 supply box, but the description of the level 1 supply box was completely consistent with what he had seen. I believe you, Zhang Chen said calmly. Thank you for believing me. I knew you were a good person. Zhao Xie said, slightly moved. I'm not a good person. I suggest you don't easily trust anyone who seems like a good person. Anyone can disguise themselves, especially a beautiful girl like you. You are a target coveted by other male survivors. Trusting others too easily won't lead to a good outcome. Zhang Chen coldly corrected. I understand. I know you're looking out for me. I have the ability to protect myself. Thank you, Zhao Xie said, showing 3 energy cores. She looked at the handsome man in the chat image and felt warm inside. Did you kill zombies? Seeing the energy cores, Zhang Chen couldn't help but be taken aback. Yeah, there happened to be a military dagger in the supply box, so I tried it out. I was pretty scared and nervous when I killed zombies for the first time, but I feel like there's a good chance of winning if you ambush. It's just a pity that ambushing requires opportunity, and such opportunities are few and far between. Zhao Xie excitedly shared her experiences and insights with Zhang Chen. Can this girl actually kill zombies? This made Zhang Chen view this seemingly delicate and beautiful girl with newfound respect. How many girls in the chat channel would rather sell themselves than step out of their homes? They wouldn't dare face the zombies, just waiting for others' charity or rescue. But Zhao Xie actually dared to kill zombies. She had killed at least 5 or 6 zombies. Are you there? What's wrong? Why aren't you speaking? You haven't encountered any danger, have you? Please reply, don't scare me. Seeing Zhang Chen silent for a long time, Zhao Xie grew anxious. She quickly pressed on. No, I'm just very surprised. You were so amazing, able to kill so many zombies. Zhang Chen replied. Don't underestimate me. I'm a 3rd-degree black belt in Taekwondo. And as long as they don't make noise, these zombies are quite manageable on your own. Zhao Xie said proudly. Oh, right. She seemed to suddenly remember something and said, I collected a locked diary from a zombie today. I noticed you seem to like strange things, so I don't know if this will be useful to you. Zhang Chen clicked on the locked diary. This is a diary of the original inhabitants of the old world. There wasn't any special prompt on the system, but at that moment the prompt box appeared timely. Collecting more such diaries will greatly aid your understanding of mutated monsters in this world. Besides, who in their right mind writes a diary? Can it help me understand mutated monsters? Right, the monsters in front of me have been suppressed. Who knows how terrifying unsuppressed monsters are? Knowing a bit in advance is always good. This diary is fine. What do you want to trade for it? Zhang Chen asked. It's just a diary. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Zhao Xie smiled sweetly and then sent a trade request. She placed the bloodstained diary in the trade box and clicked to lock it. As long as Zhang Chen clicks to lock and confirm, the trade will be successful. I don't like taking others' things without giving anything in return. After a moment of thought, Zhang Chen placed a pink bear blanket from Building 3 in the trade box. He clicked on the trade. How did you know I needed a blanket? The ground is too cold at night, and I often wake up frozen. This will be much better. At least I can sleep comfortably at night. And it's my favorite pink, thank you. Zhao Xie said excitedly. She sniffed the blanket, which seemed to still carry Zhang Chen's masculine scent. This made her cheeks flush. If you have good stuff in the future, feel free to contact me. I can offer more than the auction price. Zhang Chen said. Sure, thank you. Zhao Xie sent a smiling face. I'll rest now. Going to bed early can save some food and water. Bye. Good night. After the trade was completed, Zhang Chen closed the chat box. Most survivors lacking food and water would indeed behave like Zhao Xie. They try to sleep early or lie down to conserve energy. But Zhang Chen was different. If food and water were compared to money, he was undoubtedly a super rich person in this apocalypse. Having food and water in the hundreds was something no survivor would dare even dream of. It's dinner time. Zhang Chen hummed a little tune as he lit the gas stove. There's no choice, the frozen meat still hasn't been finished. You'd have to keep eating meat for the next few meals. Sigh, how monotonous and boring. Is this what people say? If other survivors saw Zhang Chen eating meat every meal and found it boring, they would be furious. Most survivors were relying on that one can of luncheon meat provided by the system, saving and rationing it to last 2 days of food. Some even try to fill their stomachs with unknown wild fruits. And Zhang Chen was actually eating meat heartily, surviving in this manner. Isn't that a bit too much? Sizzle. The perfectly balanced slices of meat released a delicious aroma in the frying pan as one side turned golden. Zhang Chen finally flipped it over with a spatula. He started frying the other side. Frying meat is a skill that requires great attention. You mustn't flip it too often, otherwise the juices and moisture within the meat will evaporate rapidly. Meat fried this way will be very tough and hard to chew. On the contrary, thoroughly frying one side before flipping to the other retains the meat's juices and preserves its flavor. Most importantly, it makes the meat tender and tasty. This is the experience Zhang Chen has gathered over the years of eating barbecue. Watching as the other side began to be well-fried, Zhang Chen sprinkled some salt and black pepper on the meat. It's done. A rich aroma instantly filled the entire room. Time to dig in. Zhang Chen prepared his utensils and was about to start when suddenly he felt like a pair of eyes were staring at him from the corner. What is that? Zhang Chen instinctively crouched down and rolled over. Then he habitually pulled out his blast shield and sharpened tang knife. Woo! Roar! This sound was a bit juvenile. Zhang Chen focused his gaze and discovered. In the corner of the kitchen stood a fluffy little white dog about 20 centimeters long. It bared its teeth at Zhang Chen, low growling in a childish voice. Mutated energy beast, Howling Moon Wolf Cub, Combat Talent S-Class, can be tamed. Howling Moon Wolf. That name sounds pretty cool. Can it be tamed as a pet? And it's S-Class. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. Woof woo. The little one bared its teeth and cautiously watched Zhang Chen. It must have been attracted by the aroma of the meat. The cute creature the previous prompt mentioned must be this little guy. Come here, TSK Tisk, have a piece of meat. Zhang Chen put away his weapons and shield, cut a small piece of meat, and held it in his hand. He squatted down, smiling as he looked at the little white dog in the distance. Woof woo, the little dog was still very cautious. It raised its head, seemingly engaged in a psychological struggle with itself. It's really delicious, you should try it. Zhang Chen put the piece of meat in his mouth, chewing loudly and intentionally making a lot of noise. This time the little dog couldn't hold back anymore. It widened its clear eyes, fixated on Zhang Chen's mouth, drool running down its jaw. Here, the next piece of meat is for you. Zhang Chen cut another piece. This time he placed it on the ground, smiling as he looked at the little dog. Woo! Woo! The little dog could no longer resist the aroma of the meat, cautiously walked in front of Zhang Chen. It quickly grabbed the meat and gulped it down. Then it quickly retreated a few steps, returning to the corner, continuing to watch Zhang Chen cautiously. The Mutated Energy Beast Cub Affection Level 20. Once the affection reaches 100, it will be permanently bonded with its master, never to betray. Currently, the combat power of the Mutated Energy Beast Cub is equivalent to that of a remarkably strong human wielding a weapon. How can such a small puppy have combat power comparable to mine? Ha! Who do you think you're looking down on? It can't be a mistake, right? Zhang Chen was astonished by the content of the prompt. Forget it, let's tame it first. Heck, can eating meat increase the affection? That's simple. Zhang Chen cut a piece again and tossed it directly in front of the puppy. Eat up. The puppy wasted no time lowering its head and chomping away. Before long, it had devoured every last bit. In the end, it licked its lips, seemingly asking, is there more? Affection level 40. It's gone up again. What a glutton. Zhang Chen cut a slice of beef into many pieces, placing them on a plate in front of himself. This time the puppy was clearly much less wary of Zhang Chen. It wagged its tail and happily walked over, devouring the food. Mutated Energy Beast Cub Affection Level 60. Mutated Energy Beast Cub Affection Level 80. Mutated Energy Beast Cub Affection Level 100. As the puppy finished all the beef on the plate, its eyes suddenly lit up, emanating a faint glow. Then the system sent a notification ding. Congratulations, you have successfully tamed a combat pet. Please name your pet. A name. This little puppy is pure white, fluffy, and exceptionally cute. It is a majestic species known as the Howling Moon Wolf King. So let's just call it Epeng. Erpeng was a Labrador that Zhang Chen had raised before. The way this little puppy devoured food is exactly like that Labrador. Epeng. Zhang Chen gently called out. Woof. Erpeng seemed to understand that Zhang Chen was calling for it. It happily wagged its tail and affectionately rubbed against Zhang Chen's pants. Good boy. Zhang Chen gently patted Erpeng's fluffy little head. With another companion in this apocalyptic world, he wouldn't feel lonely anymore. Zhang Chen opened the ped interface, and Airpang's basic information immediately popped up. Name: Airpang. Species: energy mutated beast, howling moon wolf king, growth stage cub. As it grows, its combat power will significantly increase, and it will master new skills. Favorite food: meat, zombies, mutated animals, mutated insects. Skills: multiplication. Battle. Upon entering battle, its size, strength, speed, and mass will multiply. This little fellow can actually eat zombies. Zhang Chen's heart stirred. He hurriedly took out a chunk of mutated fertilizer from his storage space. He found an iron basin from the kitchen and placed it inside. This stuff was collected from a zombie's body. I wonder if Airpang can eat it. Come on, Airpang, give this a try. Zhang Chen gently tapped the iron basin with his hand. Woof! Upon seeing such a large chunk of meat, Airpang's tail wagged like a fan. Excitedly, it pounced over and began to chew heartily. The mutated fertilizer can indeed be used as dog food. Zhang Chen was overjoyed. If that's the case, I won't have to waste food to share with Airpang. This guy, being so small, is already eating more than I do. Zhang Chen was still worried about where to get food for it when it grows up. Now, all the problems were easily resolved. There are still over 200 pieces of mutated fertilizer in the storage space. That should be enough for Airpang to eat for a while. Perfect. This little guy Airpang can really eat. Not only did it finish a pound of beef, but it also devoured a whole large chunk of mutated fertilizer. You should know that this large basin of mutated fertilizer looks even bigger than Airpang. In the end, this fellow managed to eat it all. It stuffed its belly round. Airpang licked its lips and wobbled over to Zhang Chen. With a thud, it laid down on the ground. Before long, it closed its eyes and fell asleep. Such a carefree little guy. After eating its sleeps, Zhang Chen finished the remaining beef. Then he spent some time frying a whole large chunk of frozen meat. He stored it in the storage ring. Because time is frozen inside the storage ring, there's no worry about expiration for anything kept here. The steaming fried meat, no matter when taken out, will always be hot and fresh, as if it was just cooked seconds ago. This way, Zhang Chen can always enjoy hot steaming fried meat whenever he wants without wasting time coming back to cook. Then Zhang Chen synthesized a basic water purifier from the water purifier in the room and 5 energy crystal cores. It resembles a filter core for a purifier. One end has a spray nozzle, and the other end has an adjustable inlet. Zhang Chen installed it onto the shower head, gently opening the water supply switch. Whoosh! The originally reddish-brown, contaminated water instantly transformed into clear, transparent water. Zhang Chen knew that although this water looked clean, it was still from a contaminated source. It certainly can't be consumed directly, but bathing is definitely fine. With shower gel and shampoo all set, Zhang Chen took a comfortable shower. Afterwards, he had a splendid sleep on the bed. The next day, Zhang Chen was awakened by Airpang's licking. The fluffy little guy kept licking his face. After licking one side, it switched to the other. Seeing Zhang Chen awake, it excitedly spun around on the bed and wagged its tail eagerly. Woof, woof. Is it morning? Zhang Chen opened the electric blackout curtain. A beam of golden morning light instantly filled the entire room. In an instant, it gave Zhang Chen a feeling of returning to a peaceful era. Ah! 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 Airpang panted excitedly, sticking out its tongue. He must be hungry and ready for breakfast. Zhang Chen smiled. He noticed that Airpang seemed to have grown a bit since he saw it yesterday. But its growth stage is still a cub. Come on, eat up. Zhang Chen took out a large chunk of mutated fertilizer and placed it in the iron basin. Woof! Airpang obediently sat by the iron basin. Its tail swept back and forth like a broom. You can eat now. After Zhang Chen's gesture, it began to eat heartily. This little guy really understands the rules. Zhang Chen ascended the staircase to the rooftop, uprooted all the bizarre plants growing in the flower pots, and then planted 5 meat tuber seeds, each in a separate large pot. He watered them gently. A notification flashed: meat tuber seeds have germinated. 120 days remain until maturity. 120 days. That meant 4 months before harvest. For months. The world might be unrecognizable even a month from now. Then it struck him. What about the mutagenic fertilizer? Wasn't it said to accelerate crop maturation? Zhang Chen pulled out a large lump of mutagenic fertilizer. A chime rang out. Each crop may receive fertilizer only once per day. Confirm application of mutagenic fertilizer. Note this fertilizer reduces the meat tuber's maturation period by 10 days. Only 10 days. Cardidiad. Zhang Chen furrowed his brow. For now, the first 30 days appeared relatively safe. This was the perfect window to stockpile food. No one could predict what the world would become after 30 days, so the greater the acceleration, the more tubers harvested and the more sustenance secured. Synthesize. Zhang Chen fused 10 units of mutagenic fertilizer into a single accelerated fertilizer. capable of shortening the mutaber's growth cycle by 60 days. This was viable, though the total time reduction offered by one accelerated fertilizer was less than that of 10 mutagenic units. Time was critical. He had no choice but to use the accelerated fertilizer. He applied it. A chime sounded, success confirmed. The tuber's growth surged as if filmed under high-speed capture. Roots formed sprouts, burst forth, stems thickened, all unfolding at visible, breathtaking speed. Within moments, 5 broadleaf plants, each over half a meter tall, stood proudly in the pots. Mutubers 60 days remaining until maturity. Half the accelerated fertilizer remained, usable again tomorrow. Zhang Chen placed the remainder beside the pots. After a hasty breakfast, he left Building 8 with Pang. The dog trotted obediently at his heels, occasionally glancing sidelong or drifting into reverie. Sometimes he paused to sniff curiously at some corner of the pavement, yet always hurried back to keep pace. Man and beast soon reached the residential compound's main gate. There Zhang Chen witnessed a sight that ignited his fury. A group of 4 or 5 survivors stood beyond the main gate, methodically slaying the zombies he himself had lured there the previous day. The woman rescued from the tree now hung bound to a lamppost, her wrists tied like a convict's. Their weapons varied wildly: baseball bats, fruit knives, and cleavers gleamed unevenly in the pale light. They worked briskly, clearing the horde amassed before the gate. Protected by the compound's iron railing, the zombies could not reach them. For these survivors, it was an effortless windfall, yet they gave no thought to who had orchestrated the very trap that delivered their bounty. They were plundering Zhang Chen's spoils. "Hey you, what do you think you're doing?" he roared. With a sharp metallic whisper, his sharpened tang sword flashed into view. In his other hand, he raised a blast-resistant shield. Pang, sensing his master's wrath, bared his teeth and issued a low, guttural warning growl. "Huh, someone's here." The group whirled around, tense and startled, only to see a lone man accompanied by a small dog. Their vigilance instantly slackened. "What's your problem?" boomed a burly, bearded man, glancing toward the woman in the low-cut top. Assuming Zhang Chen had come for her, he smirked and declared, "I spotted her first. She's mine now." "Want her? Fine, trade food for her. Or, that tang sword looks sharp. Hand it over. I'll take it for a spin. And that pup? Small, yes, but perfect for a snack." A chorus of raucous laughter followed, eyes gleaming with naked greed. "A woman? What woman? I mean the zombies." Zhang Chen snapped. "Release them. They're mine." "You have 2 choices," he continued, voice calm, yet edged with steel. "First, retreat from those corpses. Leave now, and I'll spare your lives. Second, I slaughter every one of you, then gather the zombies myself. Choose." A palpable aura of lethal intent radiated from him. Pang did not shrink back this time. Instead, he wagged his tail excitedly. "Damn, this kid's got brass balls. Just one man. What's he strutting about? Does he really think chivalry or turn-taking still applies in this broken world? He clearly hasn't grasped reality. We're 5, he's 1, and he dares threaten to kill us all. These zombies were our find. They belong to us. And so does that woman." His lackeys jeered, mocking and derisive. The bearded man chuckled softly. Then his expression turned icy. "Had you fled immediately, I might have let a lone survivor slip away, leaving you a sliver of hope. But now I've changed my mind. That tang sword, that dog, and everything in your storage space are now mine." As he spoke, he and his men began advancing slowly, encircling Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen observed their formation coolly. 4 men, 1 woman. 1 cleaver, 1 baseball bat, 2 kitchen knives, 1 fruit knife. 4 men, 1 woman. Wait. It struck him yesterday. Someone mentioned a marauding band operating nearby. 4 men and 2 women. Were these the same? Or was the second woman concealed somewhere? Either way, any survivor group bold enough to roam freely in the apocalypse was certainly no benign faction. In these times, either avoid conflict entirely, let waters run clear and separate, or once enmity is forged, eradicate it utterly. "Sorry, boy. I fear your vengeance. So today you die." The bearded man rolled his shoulders, then withdrew a modified cutting board from his spatial storage, a grip embedded on its reverse side, transforming it into a crude yet functional shield. His companions likewise produced makeshift armor frying pans, pot lids, anything serviceable pressed into duty. Dried blood caked onto their shields betrayed hard-won, brutal experience. Fool brought a puppy. His food stores must be plentiful. How else could he feed it? "You'll engage Hedon. I'll seize the pup. I'll dismember it before his eyes. When he flinches, strike him down." The tattooed woman advised calmly, the team's de facto strategist. "Agreed. Let's move." The bearded man grinned, a sinister twist of his lips. Her counsel had steered them from the outset toward predation. On their very first day, they'd slaughtered several survivors and seized their provisions. Having tasted such easy gain, they spiraled further, slaughtering every survivor and zombie they encountered, leaving nothing alive in their wake. They spared the low-cut woman only because she'd proven utterly devoid of moral limits, easily manipulated and useful later to seduce other survivor groups, then dismantle them from within. Now attack. Bah-di. The bearded man bellowed and charged forward, flanked by 3 men. Wait, something's wrong. Zhang Chen's expression hardened instantly. In combat, the supreme strategy is always to strike without warning, utterly unforeseen. Yet they openly declared their intent to kill him, deliberately arousing his vigilance. Surely a calculated ploy. Moreover, Zhang Chen noticed at the instant the bearded man finished speaking, his gaze flickered upward and sideways, toward the space behind him. In battle, both fighters lock eyes unflinchingly upon their opponent. That the bearded man glanced in that direction could mean only one thing: an ambush. Their words were merely a ruse to draw his full attention toward them. The true lethal threat lay concealed behind. In a flash, Zhang Chen rolled sideways and raised his blast-resistant shield to block. Clang! A deafening impact reverberated. The arrow struck the shield with tremendous force, then ricocheted violently skyward. Damn, it was an ambush. There's a woman hidden in the shadows, and she wields a bow. Zhang Chen had to admit these raiders were no ordinary thugs. Brutal, deceptive, masters of concealment. They possessed nearly every trait essential for survival in the apocalypse. Against such a squad, most survivors would stand little chance. Had Zhang Chen not crossed their path today, they would surely have risen to dominate this ruined world. Alas, they chose the wrong adversary. How is that possible? He sensed it. This man is more dangerous than any foe we've ever faced. Then he must die. No witnesses. Brothers, advance. Kill him. The bearded man roared and charged forward first. The tattooed woman darted sideways, straight toward Erpang. Perfect. I'll test the edge of my tempered tang saber right now. Zhang Chen did not retreat. Instead, he surged forward, straight into the heart of the survivor squad. He refrained from firing his gun, not because he lacked ammunition, but because gunfire would be futile against so many foes. Worse still, the zombies were perilously close. They responded to sound with terrifying sensitivity. A single gunshot would send the horde into frenzied rage. The flimsy residential fence would offer no resistance. Zombies would pile atop one another, surging over it like a grotesque tide. Such chaos would shatter Zhang Chen's meticulously laid trap, rendering all his preparation worthless. But with his tempered tang saber in hand, facing 4 enemies posed no insurmountable challenge, especially since Erpang stood ready beside him. Erpang now! Zhang Chen bellowed, raising his saber high and bringing it down in a lethal arc toward the bearded man's skull. Seeing Zhang Chen abandon defense for offense, the bearded man sneered inwardly. Humph, still too young. What better defense existed than a blast-resistant shield? Large surface, shock-absorbent, and transparent, allowing perfect observation of his opponent's tactics. If Zhang Chen had clung to that shield, their crude weapons, watermelons, knives, fruit knives, baseball bats, would scarcely scratch him. But now with Zhang Chen launching a reckless assault, everything changed. Block this one strike, kick him off balance, and the other 3 would swarm in. His death would be inevitable. What a fool, the bearded man scoffed coldly, and raised a thick wooden cutting board to parry. His frame was massive, his strength prodigious. The board itself was dense hardwood, nearly impervious even to cleaver blows. Stopping a tang saber posed no difficulty at all. Perhaps the blade would even lodge deep within the wood, making the fight absurdly simple. Fwip! Shink! Before the thought fully formed, a chilling numbness shot up his arm. Then came the searing agony as his forearm severed cleanly, along with half the cutting board tumbled away. Crimson gushed from the stump. Aff! The bearded man shrieked, but Zhang Chen granted no reprieve. In the same breath, a second stroke fell, severing his head clean from his shoulders. Splush! A crimson fountain erupted, drenching the 3 men behind him. Wah! The boss is dead. Avenge our master! Splush! 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 Zhang Chen slashed thrice, each cut severing weapon and flesh alike in one fluid motion. Every blade drew blood. Kitchen knives, baseball bats. Against Zhang Chen's temper tang saber, they crumbled like tofu. In an instant, all 4 men who dared meet him heat-in lay drowned in their own gore. This can't be real. Only now did the tattooed woman reach Erpang. She'd intended to kill him outright. Yet witnessing Zhang Chen's ferocity, her plan shifted instantly. She would seize Erpang as leverage, force Zhang Chen to spare her life. Swiftly she sheathed her knife and lunged to grasp the loose skin at the nape of his neck. For felines and canines alike, that precise spot was a vital weakness. If seized, the body went rigid, powerless. Yet the moment her fingers neared his fur, Erpang exploded outward, transforming from a mere 20-centimeter pup into a tumper-long werewolf in less time than it took to inhale. Gleaming fangs longer than human fingers bared from his jaws. An aura of primal menace radiated from his entire being. Wow, what the hell is this? Before she could react, Air Pang lunged, clamping his jaws around half her shoulder, then began whipping her savagely side to side. He hurled her into the air, leapt to catch her again, and dragged her across the ground. Within seconds, half her life had been torn from her body. One shoe flew off. Her breath faltered, her vision dimmed. Only then did Air Pang release her growling low and sharp toward her broken form. Apang, Taikea. Zhang Chen retrieved the fallen arrow, held it beneath Air Pang's nose for him to scent. Awo. Air Pang threw back his head and howled, a long piercing cry that echoed through the ruins. Then he bolted toward a nearby building. Please kill me. The tattooed woman lay sprawled, her upper torso a ruin of shredded flesh and pulsing wounds. Blood welled ceaselessly from her lips. Death hovered near. With her final breath, she whispered, I don't want to become one of them. Zhang Chen watched impassive, expressionless. Moments later, her chest stilled. He began counting. 1, 2, 3. At the 25th second, the tattooed woman's eyes snapped open, purple veins crawling like vines across her face. Flunk. Zhang Chen drove his Tang saber straight into the zombie skull. 25 seconds. Death to reanimation. The interval may vary slightly by constitution, but never drastically. It is certainly not one of those slow, delayed transformations. Zhang Chen nodded. Another vital truth secured. Before long, Air Pang returned with a woman in his mouth. The woman was already dead, transformed into a zombie, flailing her arms aimlessly, her mouth wide open, attempting to bite Air Pang. Unfortunately, with Air Pang holding the zombie by the neck, it couldn't bite anything. Good job, Air Pang, finish it off. Zhang Chen encouraged, giving Air Pang an approving look. Creak. With a slight force from his jaws, Air Pang crushed the zombie's head. The battle was over, and Air Pang reverted to the size of a cub. Wagging his tail, as if seeking praise, Air Pang seemed pleased. So obedient. Zhang Chen took out a lump of mutated fertilizer from his storage space and tossed it to Air Pang. The little guy had a particularly good appetite. He had just eaten in the morning and was hungry again. He began to eat heartily. Where did that woman go? After Zhang Chen dealt with the 6 survivors, he suddenly realized that the woman in the low-cut outfit had disappeared without him noticing. It seemed that the apocalypse had taught her some wisdom. At least she knew to escape instead of foolishly waiting for rescue. Forget about her, let's see what loot we can gather. Zhang Chen proceeded to collect items from the bodies one by one. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained energy crystals 83, purified water 23, canned luncheon, meat 7, storage ring fragments 97, medicines 55, strange key 1, precise longbow 1, arrows 2, 83, mutated fertilizer 374, clean fabric 152. Arrow blueprint 1, precise longbow blueprint 1, beginner wall design 1, wood collection technique 1, expert climbing skill, tailoring master skill. Precise longbow, no need to learn archery. After aiming at a target, arrows automatically correct their flight direction and cannot be changed mid-flight. Beginner wall design allows you to create beginner walls using wood to fend off ordinary zombie attacks. Wood collection technique enables you to gather wood materials from trees and wooden items. Expert climbing skill makes you a climbing expert, allowing you to scale most buildings and cliffs. Tailoring master skill allows you to craft from all recycled clothing, shoes, and protective gear. As your level increases, crafted items will exhibit higher rare qualities and additional attributes. So many energy crystals, so many storage ring fragments, so many blueprints. Zhang Chen was overjoyed. This was an enormous profit. It seemed this group had indeed killed many people. Otherwise, how could they have so many storage ring fragments? Ding! Detected that the storage ring can be upgraded. Would you like to upgrade it immediately? After collecting resources, the system immediately prompted. Upgrade immediately. Ding! You have lost storage ring fragments 100, energy crystals 50. Congratulations, your storage ring has upgraded from level 2 to level 3. Storage space expanded from 24 to 48 slots. Unlocks vehicle storage. Space 1 slot. Vehicle storage can hold vehicles of any size. To upgrade from level 3 to level 4 requires storage ring fragments 200, energy crystals 100. Note, a level 5 storage ring can unlock building storage, allowing you to store buildings. Hiss! Upon seeing the attributes of the level 3 storage ring, Zhang Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. This ring was simply a divine artifact. Each upgrade actually doubles the capacity. At level 3, it was already a 48-slot backpack. Under these circumstances, it could almost hold all items. Zhang Chen could even fit in some daily necessities. Moreover, the level 3 ring also allowed for the storage of one vehicle. With a portable car, the success rate of escape would significantly increase. No matter how fast the zombies run, can they outrun a car? What attracted Zhang Chen the most were the attributes of the level 5 ring. It could store buildings, which means Zhang Chen could carry his own shelter wherever he went. He could settle down wherever he felt safe. This was simply too delightful. Following that, Zhang Chen learned the tailoring master skill, expert climbing skill, and wood collection technique. Zhang Chen glanced at his current energy crystal situation. Current upgrade progress 87,100. He looked at the horde of zombies at the entrance of the housing complex. It was a sea of black with at least 40 to 50 zombies. It seemed today he would definitely reach the human physical limit stage. Half an hour later, the area of zombies at the entrance of the housing complex had become a field of corpses. Killing them from behind the complex's wall was very easy. The zombies' hands couldn't reach over, only their heads were exposed above the wall. They were completely in a state of being lambs to the slaughter. After counting, Zhang Chen collected energy crystals, 28, mutated fertilizer, 230, clean fabric, 120, bloodied, key 8, car, key 5, clean sanitary pad, 2, egret cigarettes, 32, storage ring fragments, 3. Sanitary pads, cigarettes. The items on this group of zombies were surprisingly rich and varied. As for the storage ring fragment, it likely belonged to a survivor who was infected by zombies from start. Currently, this item only appeared on survivors. Current upgrade progress, 115,100. Ding. Detected that the conditions for upgrading have been met. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Upgrade. In an instant, Zhang Chen felt a powerful energy surge into his body. Every muscle was filled with strength. He felt more sensitive. Even the world before his eyes seemed clearer. Ding. Congratulations, you have been promoted to the human physical limit stage. Is this the state of human physical limits? Zhang Chen looked at the chest-high wall of the housing complex, pushed off with his left hand, and lightly leaped. He effortlessly cleared it. His clothes didn't even brush against the edge of the fence. So easy. Zhang Chen looked at the nearby residential building. With a running start, he jumped forward. He actually used inertia to propel himself smoothly up the smooth wall, reaching 5 stories high in one go. As he released his strength, Zhang Chen felt a powerful force of descent rush towards him. Instinctively, he slightly rubbed his shoes against the wall to slow his fall. Then he gently landed on the ground. From a height of 5 stories, he fell without any assistance. Remarkably, he was completely unharmed. This was simply unbelievable. It should be noted that there were reports of people dying from falling from the 5th floor. Is this the level of human physical limits? Zhang Chen was extremely satisfied with his condition. He continued to check the upgrade panel. To upgrade to Awakener 15200, energy crystal cores are required. Still, 185 energy crystal cores short. This means at least 300 more zombies are needed. Hiss! Zhang Chen inhaled sharply. The zombies around the community had been mostly cleared out by him. If he wanted to kill more zombies, he would have to explore other unfamiliar environments. Going to unknown places inherently carries danger. The situation within the community is manageable as it is enclosed with only a couple of entrances. The mobility of the zombies is limited. Essentially, the more he kills, the fewer there are. However, the environment outside on the streets is different. The main road is interconnected, and a slight misstep could attract zombies from several blocks. Not only are there many, but it is also easy to be surrounded. At that point, he wouldn't even have the chance to escape, let alone kill zombies. He must devise a reliable method to eliminate them. Zhang Chen examined the keys in his hand one by one. This is the key to a red sedan. Power 1. 6. This is the key to a white SUV. Power 1. 8T. This is the key to a taxi. Power 1. 4. This is the key to a heavy truck. Power 600 horsepower. A heavy truck. This is it. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. He grasped the riot shield and Tang Dao and cautiously made his way toward the main road. Last night, the scent of a low-cut woman attracted most of the zombies over. Thus, the nearby roads were quite clean, with only a few wandering zombies. Zhang Chen easily dealt with them. He climbed onto the roof of an SUV and looked around. Soon he spotted a heavy truck carrying a blue container. This is the one. Zhang Chen eliminated the 2 wandering zombies around the heavy truck. Then he focused his attention on the container. Not only are there no zombies here, but it also contains 5,000 boxes of well-packaged canned beef. Such luck must be worth a lottery ticket. 5,000 boxes of canned beef. Zhang Chen was overjoyed. With a light swipe of his Tang Dao, he cut through the lock on the outside of the container. He pulled open the iron door of the container. Inside were neatly arranged boxes of canned beef. Zhang Chen randomly pulled out a box and opened it. Each box contains 6 sealed cans of round beef, with each can weighing 500 grams. Converted, it amounts to a box of 6 cans, which is 6 pounds. With 5,000 boxes in the container, that equals 30,000 cans, 30,000 pounds. This is truly a windfall. 30,000 pounds of canned beef. Even if Zhang Chen eats 2 cans a day, he can last for 15,000 days. That's equivalent to 40 years. Who would have thought such good fortune could occur? Zhang Chen hurriedly stored all these cans into his storage space. It only took up one slot labeled well-packaged canned beef 30,000. Awesome. This storage space is truly more accommodating than a heavy truck. Now the performance begins. Zhang Chen placed Airpang in the passenger seat. He sat in the driver's seat. He spent some time familiarizing himself with the vehicle controls of this world. Fortunately, the cultural development of the two worlds is quite similar. Soon Zhang Chen grasped the essentials of driving the heavy truck. Time to crush some zombies. Zhang Chen first engaged the reverse gear. Boom! The heavy truck's engine emitted a tremendous roar. Birds resting in the trees flapped their wings in panic and flew away. A few zombies staggered out from the shops by the street. They were all attracted by the roar of the heavy truck's engine. This is just the beginning. Reverse. Without looking at the rearview mirror, Zhang Chen directly engaged the reverse gear. He slammed on the gas. Boom! The heavy truck slammed backward, overturning the parked sedans on the road with ease. The surrounding zombies surged towards the heavy truck as if they had been activated. Very good, just like this. Zhang Chen smiled slightly. He ignored the overwhelming tide of zombies pouring from the surrounding shops and shifted to the forward gear. The big truck turned left and charged into a narrow alley. Zhang Chen had observed this alley beforehand. There were hardly any cars here. There were 7 or 8 wandering zombies on the road. This place is perfect for speeding. Zhang Chen drove the truck slowly into the alley. The speed was not fast, maintaining a safe distance from the horde of zombies behind. The zombies couldn't catch up, but they wouldn't be shaken off either. Beep beep. The heavy truck's horn sounded heavy and loud. This sound attracted all the zombies from half a block. Zhang Chen only heard the low growls of zombies everywhere, along with the chaotic and dense sound of footsteps. Here they come. Crack. The glass on the second and third floors of the buildings on either side of the alley shattered. Dozens of zombies directly jumped out of the windows. Whoosh! A dense crowd of zombies, indistinguishable in detail, surged out from the side gate of the nearby community. Due to the small space at the entrance, many zombies started to stack on top of each other. One climbed over the iron gate and fell heavily. However, these zombies had no concept of pain. Some had broken ankles, exposing their ghastly white bones, yet they continued to rush towards the heavy truck. Roar! Airpang saw such a horde of zombies and couldn't help but let out a low growl. Its fur stood on end, sensing it was ready for battle at any moment. Calm down, Airpang. We are very safe here. These ordinary zombies can't do anything to us, Zhang Chen said confidently. While speaking, he pressed the horn frantically. More and more zombies surged towards the side. It seemed they were about to be surrounded by the heavy truck. At that moment, the regional chat channel erupted. What sound? Did anyone just hear that? It sounded like a car horn. I heard it. That sound is comparable to an air raid siren. This fool, doesn't he know that zombies are attracted by sound? I'm hiding at home and don't dare to breathe, yet someone is making such a loud noise. Damn, could be that someone has gone crazy in the apocalypse and wants to end it all. From the sound, it should be a big truck horn. Such a loud noise must have attracted the zombies from the surrounding blocks. OMG, I see this truck. It's right below my building. Now over 100 zombies have gathered around. I don't know what he plans to do. I'm on the rooftop. The good news is that the zombies on Ingbin Road are unaffected by the horn sound. The bad news is, indeed, all the zombies in the entire block have been attracted. These zombies are like streams flowing into the sea. It looks like there are still 200,300 zombies on the way. If this guy doesn't drive away, soon he'll probably be surrounded by zombies here. No way, why die here? Why not anywhere else? With these hundreds of zombies, I might not even have a chance to step outside. As the number of zombies increased, nearly blocking the entire alley, everyone thought Zhang Chen was doomed. Suddenly, the heavy truck started moving. He's only just remembered to start the vehicle. Was he asleep moments ago? Survivors sheltering near the truck should seize this opportunity, while the truck distracts the zombies, to relocate to a safer hiding place. The truck has drawn away all nearby zombies, meaning every location outside this narrow alley is now safe. What? The vehicle actually moved and broke through the zombie horde. Impossible. I was once trapped inside an SUV, though I know full well that when zombies gather in overwhelming numbers, escape by vehicle is utterly futile. The heavy-duty truck surged forward with sudden ferocious acceleration, like a tiger descending upon a flock of sheep, crushing the zombies blocking its path beneath its massive wheels in an instant. Its tremendous torque and blistering speed sent several zombies flying backward through the air. How is this possible? He actually broke free. Indeed, the zombie tide crumbled before it like brittle parchment, truly exhilarating to witness. A heavy truck typically produces between 400 and 600 horsepower. Horsepower being, as the name implies, the pulling force of one horse. With hundreds of horsepower propelling it forward, a mere few hundred zombies stand no chance of halting its advance. Is he merely showing off? That's insane. Looks like he's deliberately drawing everyone's attention. In its wake, the truck left behind a crimson trail of tire marks. Of the zombies struck, only some were killed outright. Most suffered shattered bones and lay paralyzed on the ground. A few still writhed across the pavement, dragging themselves forward in desperate pursuit of the retreating truck. If only I had such a vehicle. I could go anywhere unimpeded by zombies. It's like playing a game. Pure adrenaline, utterly thrilling. Don't daydream upstairs. Yes, I did collect a car key while slaying zombies. But with so many vehicles scattered across the streets, how could I possibly know which belonged to which? What are the odds of exactly finding the key to a heavy truck, and then just happening upon that very vehicle? It's rarer than winning the lottery. Does the young man driving the heavy truck need a girlfriend? I'd sit in the passenger seat, navigating, assisting, fulfilling any need. I'm holed up in my dormitory at Tianyang University. Please rescue me. There are 6 of us girls here. We got all kinds. Wait, what's happening? That massive truck is turning back. Zhang Chen executed a sharp U-turn at the intersection and accelerated once more, plunging straight back into the alleyway. This time his speed was greater, his impact even more devastating. Thud, thud, crunch, crunch. The severed limbs and torsos of zombies slammed repeatedly against the truck's hood. Its tires were enormous, over 1 meter in diameter. Consequently, the entire chassis stood exceptionally high. Zombies could only strike the front grille, never reaching the windshield. Occasionally, splatters of gore streaked across the glass. Zhang Chen calmly activated the wipers, effortlessly clearing away the stains. Once again, the truck carved a path through the undead tide like a vessel cleaving storm-tossed seas. After its passage, the pavement lay thickly carpeted with fallen zombies. Only a handful managed to stagger upright again. Most lay motionless on the ground, jaws agape. Some were folded grotesquely in half at the torso. Yet devoid of pain, they continued stretching their arms toward the direction the truck had vanished. Zhang Chen executed another U-turn at the adjacent intersection, then charged back, unleashing yet another wave of carnage. As their numbers dwindled, however, the zombies grew harder to crush, until only 13 or 14 remained, evading the wheels entirely. Zhang Chen abandoned further pursuit. He parked the truck by the roadside, stepped out, and delivered over a dozen swift, precise strokes, severing the heads of the remaining zombies. He then methodically finished off each dying or incapacitated zombie lying on the ground. Only then did those watching in the chat channel finally grasp the truth. Zhang Chen wasn't courting death, not seeking spectacle either. He was systematically exterminating zombies, devising a method both ruthlessly efficient and profoundly secure. This is astonishing. We've spent all our energy avoiding detection, yet someone is actively devising ways to eliminate them. The gulf between us is staggering, truly terrifying beyond terrifying. His strength must already far surpass ours. Master, will you take on disciples? I'm self-reliant. I simply wish to follow you, slay zombies alongside you, and share in whatever spoils you allow. Yet this master remains silent, truly a man of action, not words. Pity we can't see his face. If only we could initiate a private conversation. Master, please lead us, form a team. Unaware, Zhang Chen had already become a legend within the regional chat channel. He had no time for idle chatter. Daylight offered the optimal window to hunt zombies and strengthen his abilities. Wasting such precious hours on conversation, that would be sheer folly. With meticulous precision, Zhang Chen dispatched every last wounded zombie. Then he began harvesting. This harvest was extraordinary, a full street strewn with zombie corpses. Congratulations. You have acquired energy crystals 236, mutated fertilizer 2132, clean fabric 758, damage car, key 34, damage key 72, crumpled contamination defense map 1, crushed cigarettes 33, tattered notebook 3, cash 2735. This haul proved grim. Aside from the ever-present energy crystals, mutated fertilizer, and clean fabric, nearly all other items have been rendered unusable during the truck's repeated crushing passes. A slight pity, but then again, compared to this vast quantity of energy crystals, such losses hardly matter. Zhang Chen smiled faintly and discarded all damaged items onto the ground. He casually touched the heavy truck, and instantly it vanished into his storage space with a soft shimmer. System alert upgrade conditions met. Energy crystals, 251-200. Initiate upgrade now. Of course it has been upgraded. Zhang Chen decisively chose yes. A powerful energy quickly coursed through his body. Zhang Chen suddenly felt an endless surge of power within him. His skin began to flush red and his body temperature soared. Pang watched anxiously from the side. Zhang Chen knew that the energy crystal nucleus was enhancing his body. His original body had already reached the limits of what a human could endure. To unleash even greater power, his body had to undergo transformation. After a few minutes, the intense heat gradually subsided. Zhang Chen's skin returned to its normal color. Ding! Congratulations, you have advanced to the initial stage 1 of an awakened. With the sound, a vast, tree-like structure of talent appeared before Zhang Chen. The lower end had fewer talents, but as it progressed upwards, the variety of talents increased. At first glance, it was densely packed. Please select the direction of Talent Evolution 1. Gene Modification Direction 2. Energy Modification Direction. The above talent directions have been selected, and the other direction's talent is automatically abandoned and cannot be changed. Please make your choice carefully. Gene Modification Direction. By continually altering the genetic attributes of survivors, they gain enhanced physical qualities such as better speed, strength, and resilience. Combined with energy weapons, combat power will increase exponentially. Energy Modification Direction. By improving the utilization of energy crystal nuclei, survivors can be enveloped by an energy force field, thereby boosting their combat capabilities. As long as there are sufficient energy crystal nuclei, impressive combat power can be displayed. Zhang Chen quickly skimmed through the above content. He basically understood. The Gene Modification Direction was akin to the path of a warrior or assassin, emphasizing physical enhancement. The Energy Modification Direction was similar to that of a mage, focusing on increasing the strength of the energy field. This choice. Each has its advantages, making it quite difficult to decide. Zhang Chen pondered slightly. Just as he was indecisive and unsure of how to choose, suddenly the system popped up a reminder. Ding! It recognized that this survivor had advanced 2 levels continuously within 2 hours. Activating hidden rewards. Unlocking hidden evolution directions. Limited to survivors who have crossed the physical limit in the exceptional strong segment and advanced to awaken within 2 hours. You can choose to retain 2 talents simultaneously. Combat power will see a significant increase, but the energy crystal nuclei required for upgrades will also be more. Do you wish to choose to evolve in both directions simultaneously? Yes, no. At this moment, a prompt box appeared in time. The hidden talent is undoubtedly the best choice. It is recommended to fill both talent points. After all, this path can only be walked once. Since even the prompt suggested choosing to evolve in both directions simultaneously, what is there for Zhang Chen to hesitate about? Yes, but a dazzling white light flashed. Zhang Chen advanced to the initial stage 1 of awakened. The talent trees for Gene Evolution Direction and Energy Evolution Direction lit up simultaneously. Congratulations, you have acquired the Gene Evolution Talent Strong Body 11. Your body has become significantly stronger. Self-healing effect increased by 10-fold, can self-heal minor viral infections with attributes for strength, speed, and reaction enhanced by 50. Congratulations, you have acquired the Energy Evolution Talent Enlightenment 11. You are surrounded by pure energy. Damage dealt increased by 10, a damage received reduced by 10, and the chance to acquire energy crystal nuclei increased by 20. Strong body and enlightenment are talents automatically acquired upon advancing to the initial stage 1 of awakened. This means that if a survivor chooses the Gene Evolution Direction, they will automatically gain the talent Strong Body upon advancing to awakened. Similarly, survivors who choose the Energy Evolution Direction will directly obtain enlightenment upon advancing to awakened. From here on, survivors will gain 2 talent points for each level they upgrade, to be used for talent upgrades. Currently, Strong Body and Enlightenment have 11 written next to them. This means only 1 talent point is needed to activate that talent. Moreover, this talent is already activated and maxed out, unable to be upgraded further. Some talents have 0.5 written next to them. This means they are currently unactivated and can be upgraded an additional 4 times once activated. It's quite similar to playing a game, very easy to understand. Zhang Chen looked at his upgrade conditions, which stated to advance to the initial stage 2 of awakened requires 518,002. If a survivor normally chooses 1 evolutionary direction to advance, it would show 51,800 here. Since Zhang Chen chose the hidden dual talent route, the consumption has increased, paying more energy crystal nuclei for stronger abilities. Zhang Chen felt it was quite fair. However, this made upgrading significantly more challenging. Besides regularly killing zombies, he must find some extra income. Zhang Chen looked around at the surrounding buildings. According to the prompt, he entered a clean storefront. It was a small restaurant with no supplies, but was very clean. He could have lunch here and rest well. Zhang Chen took out a large chunk of mutated fertilizer and tossed it to Air Pang, while he pulled out a cooked steak and started eating heartily. While eating, he examined his supplies. Currently, his most abundant resource was food. However, until he found a sustainable source of food, these items remained essential consumables. He absolutely could not casually trade them for crystal nuclei. Moreover, it was now the third day of the apocalypse. Many survivors were still in hiding. Even if Zhang Chen wanted to trade food for crystal nuclei, other survivors couldn't offer much in return. The most important issue still needed to be addressed fundamentally. Suddenly, Zhang Chen's attention was drawn to the precise longbow blueprint. He could continue selling weapons. The sharpened Tang Dao was too lethal and unsuitable for selling to other survivors. Wouldn't that be like raising a tiger to trouble him? This longbow was much better. It could kill zombies from a distance without posing any threat to himself. This is it. After lunch, Zhang Chen went to the side of the alley. The collected zombie corpses would disappear immediately. So now the entire alley was empty save for the bloodstains on the ground. There was nothing else. In this small alley, small trees as thick as a bowl were planted every 5 or 6 meters. They'll practice on you. Zhang Chen walked up to a small tree, and the word collect immediately appeared above it. Collect. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained wood 3. In the storage space, wood existed in the form of long wooden planks. No need to chop it down, just collect it directly. How convenient. Zhang Chen walked to the side of a thicker tree. Collect. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained wood 5. It seems that the amount of wood obtained from collecting trees is determined by the thickness of the trees. The sturdier the tree, the more wood can be collected. Continue. Collect. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 2 pieces of wood. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 4 pieces of wood and 1 sprouting twig. Zhang Chen collected all the trees in the alley, totaling 240 pieces of wood and 65 sprouting twigs. Sprouting twig can be planted in the soil to grow into a tree. Once the suppression of the system is lifted in the next stage, the unmutated trees will become rare resources, so make good use of them. A prompt suddenly popped up. Zhang Chen originally planned to throw away the sprouting twig. There are trees everywhere, what do I need this for? But upon seeing the prompt, he immediately realized. In other words, after 30 days, all plants will mutate. These trees might even eat people. If I want to make tools or walls by then. It turns out we really can't do without unmutated trees. Next is to craft the precise longbow. Precise longbow blueprint consume 10 pieces of wood and 1 energy crystal core to create a precise longbow. Arrowhead blueprint consume 1 piece of wood to create 20 arrows. Ding. You have lost 10 pieces of wood and 1 energy crystal core. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 precise longbow. Ding. You have lost 10 pieces of wood and 1 energy crystal core. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 precise longbow. Ding. You have lost 1 piece of wood and 1 energy crystal core. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 precise longbow. Zhang Chen directly consumed 20 energy crystal cores and 200 pieces of wood to craft 20 precise longbows. He first checked the auction channel. The items listed were quite peculiar, and even slightly valuable items had terrifyingly high prices. Someone even offered half a bottle of water, hoping to exchange it for 10 energy crystal cores. It was simply daylight robbery. Such exorbitant demands had already become the norm in the auction house. To bring the market back to reason, it would take several more days until everyone's supplies were sufficient. Almost everyone in the auction house had a few crystal cores and went to exchange for large amounts of supplies driven by a sense of greed. However, this kind of market also had its advantages, as it was easy to find bargains. There would definitely be those with weak willpower who would be deceived by these inflated prices, allowing others to seize great deals. After pondering extensively, Zhang Chen decided to sell the longbows himself, as it would also help him understand the true state of the market. He opened the chat channel. Is anyone interested in the precise longbow? Comes with 10 arrows. Private message me if interested. Limited quantity, once sold out, there will be no more. DM me your price. At this moment, the survivors were all stirred up by videos of heavy trucks crushing zombies. Everyone wanted to kill a few zombies to show off their skills. However, many people, despite having kitchen knives, still dared not go outside. After all, close combat was prone to injury, and injury equated to death, which was too risky. So when Zhang Chen announced the precise longbow, the chat room instantly exploded. Wow, a ranged weapon. This is amazing. The arrows auto-target. Even if you can't shoot, you can still hit. This is definitely a divine weapon. Brothers, we have to go out and kill zombies. Staying put will lead to death sooner or later. It's better to take a chance. That's right, take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. At that moment, Zhang Chen's private message interface was flooded with messages. Big guy, can I borrow the bow to use? He'll exchange it for an energy crystal core after I kill the zombies. How does that sound? Hey there, I also want the bow. What do you want in exchange? How about we video chat? I'll follow your instructions. It will be fun. I only have half a sausage. Is that okay with you, big guy? Zhang Chen directly ignored these freeloading survivors. What a joke. I spent 10 pieces of wood and 1 energy crystal core to craft this weapon, and you want it for free. Are you crazy? With so many survivors, there will definitely be those who can pay the price. Big guy, I have 5 energy crystal cores. Can we trade? The speaker was a man in military uniform, looking spirited. His name was Dong Taijun. Sure, let's trade. Zhang Chen nodded. It wasn't really because the price of 5 energy crystal cores was reasonable. The main reason was that Zhang Chen saw that this person had considerable combat capability. If he took the bow, he would definitely be able to kill more zombies. This way, he would have energy crystal cores to exchange for Zhang Chen's arrows. That's right, Zhang Chen never aimed to profit from selling bows. If he wanted to harvest consistently, he had to rely on the arrows. They were consumables, and without arrows, the bow would be useless. If you want to continue killing zombies, then come by arrows. This is the correct way to harvest. Big guy, I have a skill book, Intermediate Insight. Do you want it? Intermediate Insight allows you to directly see your opponent's strength level, effective range 3 levels above and below your own strength. Being able to clearly see the strength of other survivors is definitely very important. However, in the early days of the apocalypse, this item was far less valuable than a bow. What use is insight into the strength of zombies? As for encountering survivors, strength differences are also measured by numbers. More people naturally means stronger. The gap in early strength cannot make up for the difference in numbers. The way to go is to trade for the bow and kill a few zombies without getting hurt. Alright, deal. Ding. You have lost the precise longbow and gained the skill Intermediate Insight. I have a 10L bottle of purified water. Can it be exchanged? 10L of purified water. Zhang Chen clicked on the item. A screen immediately popped up. It was the kind of bottled water commonly used at home. Being able to offer a 10L bottle of water to exchange for a weapon means this guy must have more than just this one bottle. Zhang Chen's heart stirred and he replied, I want 10 bottles. Huh, big guy, that's too much. 10 bottles is not possible at most. 2 bottles. In fact, this person was quite troubled. His name was Li Xiefeng. Zhang Chen guessed correctly. He was stuck at the water station with 15 barrels of purified water piled up in the room. He wasn't worried about the water issue. The key was that he couldn't sell it. It was in a state of having a price, but no market. He had indeed once offered a barrel of water for 50 crystal cores, but no one bought it. He lowered the price to 30 crystal cores, but still no one bought it. Then he dropped it to 25 crystal cores, and still no one was interested. A bottle of 500 milliliters water at the auction house is already priced at 10 crystal cores, and his 10L could be exchanged for 20 bottles, which was already a huge discount. If it went below 25 crystal cores, there would be no point in selling it at all. In fact, Li Xiefeng had no idea that the inflated prices at the auction house had no actual transaction volume. His price was not high, but the total number of crystal cores he asked for was too much. Who could casually pull out 20 or 30 crystal cores? Thus, over the past few days, Li Xiefeng had not sold a single barrel of water and had lost all his confidence. What he desperately wanted now was a reliable weapon. Because right across from the water station was a small supermarket, and if he could rush over and kill the zombies inside, he would definitely make a fortune. Signs of survivor activity had already appeared nearby. If he didn't take action soon, he would be beaten to the punch by others and would end up dying along with his barrels of water. Seeing the automatic targeting bow, Li Xiefeng was completely determined. As long as he could get this weapon, any price would be worth it. Once in the supermarket, he would be able to get back several times the value. This gave him the courage to private message Zhang Chen, who knew Zhang Chen would ask for 10 barrels right away. Wasn't that robbery? 10 barrels, not one less. Big brother, I only have 10 barrels of water in total. If you take them all, how will I survive in the future? Li Xiefeng became more cunning and played the poor card. No worries, think it over. There are others offering prices here, let's chat later. Zhang Chen smiled slightly and thought, if you're going to gamble, gamble big. Wait, please don't contact him yet. I didn't say it was impossible. Li Xiefeng was suddenly flustered. If this bow and arrow fell into the hands of other survivors nearby, and they rushed into the supermarket first, he would truly be the one who suffered from his greed. 10 barrels? Just 10 barrels. Let's trade now. Li Xiefeng hurriedly said. Ding. Transaction successful. You have lost 10 barrels of water and acquired 1 precise longbow and 50 arrows. Li Xiefeng was taken aback. You gave me 50 arrows. Didn't you say you'd only give me 10? That's right. I see you're quite straightforward with the trade, so I gave you an extra 40. Don't tell anyone else. Just promote me a bit in the chat channel later, Zhang Chen said with a smile. He understood the principle of giving a little sweetness after a slap. Indeed, hearing Zhang Chen say this, Li Xiefeng was moved beyond words. He felt he had encountered a great benefactor. Initially, he was a bit reluctant to part with 10 barrels of water, but now his mood had improved instantly. He excitedly said, "Don't worry, big guy, I will definitely promote you more. Thank you so much for being such a conscientious seller." Look, Zhang Chen had just blackmailed Li Xiefeng out of 10 barrels of pure water, and in the end, the other party still had to thank him. Just a little favor. Indeed, as soon as Li Xiefeng finished his private chat with Zhang Chen, he immediately started to hype it up in the chat channel. Wow, this precise longbow is amazing. One arrow, one zombie, my shots never miss. It's definitely a monster-slaying artifact. I feel like I'm about to reach the peak of my life and marry a rich beauty. After a few minutes, Li Xiefeng even posted a video. From a first-person perspective, an arrow shot directly through a zombie's head. The scene was particularly bloody. However, it must be said that the effect was indeed very obvious. At this moment, many people in the chat channel who were previously hesitant about whether to buy were instantly activated. Awesome, brother. This is way safer than a kitchen knife. And the bow and arrow make no noise, so they want to track zombies. It's really great. Damn, if I can kill zombies and have power and have crystal cores, what more do I need? Who needs to marry a rich beauty? The girls will be dying for you to pamper them. I just saw 6 girls coming over there. Wait for me. I'm going to buy a bow, an arrow now. This is definitely worth getting, so I can charge into the supermarket across the street. There must be supplies inside. In an instant, the inquiries surged. Private messages were flooding the screen, and he could hardly keep up with the responses. Many messages were sent by girls. Most of them were various requests for relationships, seeking to be a couple, or asking for support. Most of them had no resources to offer and lacked the courage to face zombies. In the apocalypse, even adult men couldn't guarantee they would survive safely. Who would want to take on a burden? It was even more impossible to expect someone to provide resources for free. Bro, I want 10 precise longbows. What's your price? Suddenly a message caught Zhang Chen's attention. It was from Zheng Hao. You want 10? Zhang Chen was slightly surprised. Wanting that many longbows indicated that Zheng Hao's team had grown with at least 10 combatants. Moreover, it showed that Zheng Hao had confidence and must have a lot of resources. Zhang Chen suddenly remembered that this guy had said he wanted to attack a large supermarket yesterday. Could it be that they had already succeeded? That's right. You can name your price. If we have the materials, we can also provide them, and you'll get a labor fee. Zheng Hao said. This guy was quite calculating. If he knew the materials wouldn't that allow him to assess the production cost of a bow, thus he could negotiate. Zhang Chen would absolutely not give him that opportunity. Tell me your price. What do you want in exchange? For 10 longbows, you need at least 100 energy crystal cores, 50 units of food, and 50 units of water. In fact, currently wood was not worth much. The valuable thing was just the energy crystal cores. 10 longbows required 10 energy crystal cores. Zhang Chen directly quoted 100 cores, which was a 10-fold increase in price. Adding food and water, there was at least a 20-fold profit margin. Brother, your price is a bit high. How about this? Let me counteroffer 80 energy crystal cores. Food and water are too scarce, and they're being auctioned at sky-high prices. Moreover, we have many people here, and the expenses are high. We don't even have enough for ourselves. Zheng Hao said, 100 energy crystal cores, no less. If you don't have food and water, you can use other items to make up for it. If it's reasonable, I can consider trading. After all, the cost of making 10 longbows is very high. This is the only ranged weapon on the market. Zhang Chen insisted on his bottom line. In fact, 80 crystal cores were within his acceptable range. A net profit of 70 crystal cores, this deal wasn't a loss. He still needed to sell arrows to earn crystal cores. But that's just how bargaining works. The more unyielding you appear, the more the other party feels they've gained a great deal when they lower the price a little. If you agree, as soon as the other party counters, they will definitely feel they've bought a loss. That's just human psychology. It's a bit petty. Well, right now, we only have 90 energy crystal cores. How about this will compensate you with more from other items? Zheng Hao said, sending a long list of items in the private chat channel. Mutated fertilizer, 300 clean cloth, 120 bloody key, 23 strange key, 1 bloody access card, 8 toilet paper, 12 fresh grapes, 20 fresh oranges, 7 football helmet, 12 a diesel generator, 2 200-liter barrel of diesel, 10 159-liter barrel gasoline, 12 steel, 178. This is all I have to see which ones you can use. They'll make up for as much as I can, but I really don't have any extra resources left. Brother, just consider it a favor. When you come to our place in the future, I'll give you a position. Zhang Chen directly ignored the last sentence. In any survivor, team strength is the only measure of status. Without strength, any position is nonsense. Similarly, as long as you are strong enough, the entire camp will have to crawl at your feet. As for these materials, they'll take everything except the football helmet, Zhang Chen said lightly. After all, there are plenty of slots in my backpack space. It's not difficult to put them all in. Moreover, generators, diesel, and gasoline will definitely play a significant role in the future. Just because the city has electricity now doesn't mean it will always have electricity. What if this is just a benefit during the beginner's protection period? Logically, the apocalypse should have wiped out humanity within 6 months, and the generator should have stopped working by now. The current situation is definitely abnormal. It's better to be prepared than to be caught off guard. All right, thanks, brother. You are welcome to our camp in the future. Our location is at the gymnasium, where the accommodation environment is excellent with clean beds and safe activity areas. Currently, our team has 20 members, half of whom are girls. There are even some celebrities among them. Zhang Hao eagerly promoted his camp. Got it. If there's nothing else, then let's leave it at that. Zhang Chen replied indifferently before completing the transaction. Are you there? Suddenly, Zhao Xie sent a message. Are you there? What's up? Zhang Chen was curious. This girl usually only contacted him at night. Why is she reaching out during the day today? Did she also see my listing for the longbow and want to buy one? Zhao Xie did not reply and directly sent a trade invitation. Various items were soon listed. Mutated fertilizer, 30, bloodstain key 2, clean cloth 10, empty water bottles 3, powerful flashlight 2, batteries 3. Without waiting for Zhang Chen to inquire about what was going on, he quickly clicked to lock the trade. Hey, brother, I know you're a good person. I'll give you all these items. All of them? What about you, eh? Zhang Chen vaguely felt that there was something seriously wrong. I can't use them anymore. A large group of zombies suddenly appeared on campus. Among them, there's zombies that crawl particularly fast with long claws, and they look extremely terrifying. A survivor team passed by here before and was easily devoured by this monster. A kitchen knife can't do any harm to it. I definitely won't be able to escape. It'll eventually be trapped here. Anyway, I can't use these things anymore, so we'll give them to you. I hope they can be of use to you. By the way, I'm glad to have met you before I die. As Zhao Xie spoke, she sent a photo of herself, smiling. Her smile was bright and sunny, but after 3 days of alternating between hunger and feasting, her cheeks had visibly thinned. This added to her fragile beauty that made one feel pity for her. This photo is for you. I hope you can remember me in the future. Remember me as your friend in this apocalypse. You are the first friend I've met in this world. Zhao Xie said slowly. Crawling zombies? Zhang Chen frowned and asked. So far, he had only encountered ordinary zombies. He had also heard about some unusual zombies in the chat channels. Yes, it looks extremely terrifying. Then Zhao Xie sent a picture. I took this when it wasn't paying attention. I saw it tear a muscular man over 6 feet tall in half. You must keep your distance when you encounter it. Shouldn't the first thing a person consider be their own safety? Logically, Zhao Xie should hide the fact of this monster and find a way to get Zhang Chen to rescue her. Isn't that the way a normal person would think? This girl, even as she faces death, still worries that Zhang Chen might encounter this terrifying monster. What a foolish woman. Zhang Chen glanced at the picture. It was a monster entirely covered in muscles with its head strangely positioned on its neck. Its limbs twisted as it crawled on the ground with long and sharp claws on its fingers and toes. At a glance, it didn't seem easy to deal with. Zhang Chen focused his attention on the picture. Soon a prompt box appeared crawling zombie mutated type 2, zombie, swift movement, sensitive senses. Killing it can yield a large number of energy crystals. As long as you don't encounter this guy in a narrow space and fight in an open area, your chances of winning are very high. A large number of crystals, a very high chance of winning. Zhang Chen's heart stirred. If this creature's level completely overshadowed his existence, then no matter what Zhao Xie said, Zhang Chen wouldn't challenge such a monster. Surviving is the way to go. Zhang Chen wouldn't risk his life for a girl he had only known for 3 days. Since this guy is not his opponent and carries a large number of energy crystals, it can be worth a try. Zhang Chen took out a 10-liter barrel of purified water from his storage space and then retrieved the empty water bottles Zhao Xie had just traded. He poured 500 milliliters of purified water into one of the bottles. In the storage space, he could directly separate water and food. As long as there was a container, it was possible. Zhang Chen put the bottle of water and a sausage in the trade interface and sent it to Zhao Xie. Then he clicked to lock the trade. Zhao Xie, you don't need to give me water and food anymore. I can't escape and have nothing to trade with you. And being trapped here, I will need food and water every day. You won't be able to afford it. Zhang Chen smiled helplessly. This woman was really adorably foolish. Who said these things are free for you? Don't be so clever. Giving you food and water definitely has a price. Zhao Xie, but I really have nothing to trade with you. I don't have anything valuable on me. You wouldn't. As Zhao Xie said this, her face suddenly flushed, and she continued, you wouldn't be wanting that kind of photo or video, would you? What are you thinking? Am I that perverted? I was just saying it casually, don't get angry. I'm not angry, let's talk serious matters. You say, I have 2 tasks for you. The first task is to help me keep an eye on the movements of this monster while ensuring your own safety. The second task is that I still have a few precise longbows left unsold. You need to help me sell them. Zhang Chen's thoughts were very clear. To grasp the movements of this monster is to ensure he can launch an attack first. If he gets ambushed by such a creature on the way, it wouldn't be a joke. Moreover, selling weapons is seriously a waste of time. All of a sudden, so many people sent messages, and Zhang Chen needed to distinguish between honest buyers and those who were just inquiring for fun. He also had to block those who were freeloading. Among the remaining inquirers, he had a haggle. Sometimes the other party would back out and not buy after chatting for a long time. Calculating if it weren't for Zhang Hao stepping in to buy 10 longbows at once, Zhang Chen might not have sold even 10 by now. Fortunately, Zhao Xie had nothing to do. She was stuck in a security room with plenty of time. Instead of being idle, she might as well help sell weapons for herself. Once the price was settled, Zhang Chen could trade directly with the buyer, killing zombies to earn crystal cores while selling weapons to earn crystal cores. Both activities could proceed simultaneously without hindrance. Now, that is called efficiency. It'll keep an eye on the monster's movements and such. That's not considered a task. It'll definitely pay attention. Selling stuff is fine too. I love haggling with people. Thank you for taking care of me. Zhao Xie said, moved. To her, observing the monster's movements was hardly a task. Just checking in on it occasionally, and that's considered a task. As for selling things, that's a matter that tests trust. What if Zhao Xie deliberately lowballs the price to take a cut? Zhang Chen's willingness to entrust this task to her indicates his immense trust in her. In this apocalypse, encountering such a man is rare. How wonderful. She absolutely cannot let Zhang Chen down. Zhao Xie had almost given up hope for survival, but now she was reignited by Zhang Chen. I'm not taking care of you. It's mutually beneficial, understand? Zhang Chen corrected. All right, mutually beneficial. In any case, thank you. Meeting you is really great, Zhao Xie replied with a smile. Where's the good part? What a foolish woman. Zhang Chen explained the cost price of the precise longbow to Zhao Xie, detailing a few recent transactions for comparison. This gave Zhao Xie an estimate of the transaction price for the longbow. Then, they continued with the afternoon's battle. Zhang Chen glanced at the wall clock. It was already 2 p.m. There were about 4 hours left until dark. He wondered if they could reach Tianyang University in such a short time. The community where Zhang Chen was hiding was only 500 meters from Tianyang University. However, the current alley was in the opposite direction of Tianyang University. Therefore, no matter how many zombies he killed here, it wouldn't affect that side. Moreover, the zombies in this area had already been exterminated. He needed to find another place to continue. Zhang Chen retraced his steps, crossing the community to reach the other side's gate. This was a small door usually used by pedestrians. There was a large iron gate about 4 to 5 meters tall, blocking the way. On the side, there was a small iron door that required a card swipe. Zhang Chen took out the access card for Building 8 and swiped it. Beep. It worked. The small iron door popped open automatically. However, Zhang Chen did not rush out. He stood inside the door. Because he heard a rhythmic beep from the small iron door. The frequency of the sound was increasing, indicating that the small iron door was about to close. Hiss! Two zombies slowly emerged from the obscured area of the building. Upon seeing Zhang Chen, they suddenly went mad, charging at him with the speed of 100 dashes. In the past, that speed would have seemed terrifyingly fast to Zhang Chen. But now Zhang Chen had leveled up twice, reaching the initial stage of an awakened one. Moreover, he had a dual evolution talent in genes and energy. The frantic speed of the zombies looked like slow motion in Zhang Chen's eyes. He watched as the zombies were about to pounce on him. Air Pang let out a low growl. Its body instantly swelled. Woof! It leapt forward and bit down on the first zombie's neck, then wildly shook its head. In just a few moments, the sound of breaking bones could be heard. The zombie's neck was snapped. The second zombie lunged at Air Pang, opening its mouth to bite. But Air Pang was covered in dense, tough fur. One bite left not even a hair on it. Air Pang turned around and bit back fiercely. Its long canine teeth pierced into the zombie's eye socket, directly stabbing into its brain. The second zombie was also dealt with. In one swift motion, it had taken down 2 zombies. Air Pang wagged its tail at Zhang Chen as if seeking credit. Air Pang is such a good boy. Zhang Chen smiled and patted Air Pang's fluffy head. The creature had a look of enjoyment. Collect. Let's continue on. Following the markers on the map, Zhang Chen headed towards Tianyang University. 500 meters separated by a street block. The road here was much more congested than the one just now. The surface was filled with cars parked closely together. Heavy trucks couldn't possibly get through on such a road. It seemed they would have to kill their way step by step. Airpang also sensed the danger on this road. It maintained its enhanced form, not daring to relax. According to the map, there were two notable locations on this road. One was a gas station 200 meters away. No matter when gasoline and diesel are the best energy sources, it's always wise to stock up. Additionally, near the entrance to Tianyang University, there was a large shopping mall. Generally, malls contain restaurants, supermarkets, clothing stores, and more. There would surely be plenty of resources inside. In fact, Zhang Chen could ignore these resources and rush straight to the university to deal with the crawlers. However, the cautious Zhang Chen didn't want to be so reckless. If the zombies on the road were not cleared out once he rushed into the school and caused a commotion, Zhang Chen would find himself in a predicament of being attacked from both sides. A smart person would never put themselves in such danger. Thus, the zombies in this block must be cleared out to proceed confidently. The man and the dog walked dozens of meters along the road where the shadows of zombies could be seen lurking. In the shops on both sides, zombies occasionally wandered to the windows and then aimlessly drifted away. The old method, time for a direct confrontation. This was just right to test his newfound strength after leveling up twice. Zhang Chen looked at the arrangement of the vehicles on the road. A large bus was overturned on the surface with several cars having collided together beside it. Most of the street was blocked, forming a natural wall of vehicles. A large gap of about 7 to 8 meters appeared on the right. Zhang Chen glanced at the cars parked in the center of the road and pushed with all his strength. The cars slowly began to move. He pushed 3 or 4 cars to block the right side. Then, gripping the edge of a car with both hands, he exerted a sudden force. With a creak, a small car weighing over a ton was easily flipped over by Zhang Chen and landed on the ground. A zombie from a shop was drawn over by the noise. As soon as it peeked out, it was bitten by Airpang, who had been lying in ambush nearby, severing its neck. Thus a wall of cars was built. Zhang Chen pulled out a blast shield and a sharpened tang dao. With a gentle leap, he landed on the roof of a car parked by the roadside. The parked car by the roadside was different from the ones haphazardly stopped in the middle of the road. Many cars in the middle of the road had their keys still inside. When the disaster struck, there was no time for anyone to turn off the engines. As a result, the gasoline in those cars and the battery power were all depleted. They were nothing more than completely non-functional scrap metal. However, the cars parked by the roadside were different. Since they were already turned off, their batteries still had some power left. As Zhang Chen stepped on the car roof, the alarm of the vehicle immediately went off. Woo-woo, beep beep woo-woo. The surrounding zombies were startled by the piercing sound and began to rush towards Zhang Chen from all directions. Zhang Chen did not linger on the car, but ran a few steps on the roof. With a light rune up, he jumped directly onto the roof of a bus. Airpang's figure was also quite agile, quickly jumping up after him. He bared his teeth at the surrounding zombies, saliva dripping onto the bus roof. Let me see how strong my combat power is. A smile crept onto Zhang Chen's lips. The earlier feat of lifting a small car had greatly boosted his confidence. The density of zombies in this world was far greater than that in shows like The Walking Dead. In the latter, there were barely a few scattered zombies. But here it was common to have dozens, even hundreds. With just the little commotion Zhang Chen caused, he effortlessly attracted over 100 zombies. A dark, bloody mass charged forward, clawing and roaring. Zombies during the day could not climb. The first wave of zombies reached the car's defense line, stretching out their arms and howling. The following zombies frantically stomped on those in front of them, continuing their eerie howls. Thus waves of zombies surged like ocean waves. Again and again, they crashed against the steel wall. With each wave that passed, the height of the zombies increased a notch. After 4 or 5 waves, the first zombie climbed onto the bus. "Let me handle this, you watch my back," Zhang Chen said to Airpang. Strangely enough, although they had not spent much time together, they coordinated seamlessly. Airpang seemed to understand Zhang Chen's words, instinctively standing behind him to prevent any zombies from sneaking up from the sides. Zhang Chen swung his tang dao, aiming for the zombie's head. Swish! He brought the blade down vertically onto the zombie's skull. In the past, he could only cleave the zombie's head. But this time the tang dao sliced through the zombie like it was cutting a watermelon, easily splitting in half. While this power is a bit overwhelming, Zhang Chen was astonished by his own boost in strength. At that moment, 3 more zombies charged forward. Zhang Chen swung horizontally. Thud! The heads of the 3 zombies fell directly to the ground, their headless bodies staggering forward a few steps before collapsing. Zombies are too easy to deal with. Zhang Chen was invigorated and charged forward. He raised the blast shield to block. With a slight force from his left arm, he easily pushed 2 zombies back 2 to 3 meters. With a thud, they crashed heavily to the ground. His right hand swung the Tang Dao wildly. Wherever he went, blood and flesh flew. Zombies were like watermelons before Zhang Chen, showing no resistance at all. What surprised Zhang Chen even more was his reaction speed had also improved several levels. Though he charged into the horde of zombies, he faced zombies attacking from 4 or 5 directions simultaneously. He was surprisingly able to dodge with ease, then deliver a fatal blow to the zombies. To Zhang Chen, it felt like slow motion. But from an observer's perspective, Zhang Chen looked as if he was using cheats. Like a ghost, he darted into the tide of zombies. He struck left and attacked right. This seemingly suicidal behavior, however, left the zombies completely unable to grasp Zhang Chen's movements. Moreover, wherever Zhang Chen went, zombies either lost their heads or were tossed high into the air, without any chance to retaliate. Seeing Zhang Chen rush in, the horde, Erpang also barked and charged in. Some zombies were split in half by Zhang Chen, not fully dead yet. Erpang rushed in to finish them off. The duo coordinated perfectly. After 10 minutes, the road was littered with zombie corpses and dismembered limbs. Zhang Chen even showed no signs of breathlessness. He felt as if he was still not satisfied. Blood flowed like a stream, trickling down the blade of the Tang Dao onto the ground. Woof! Roar! Woof! All the zombies in front of him had been dealt with. But Erpang began barking furiously at a restaurant in the distance. Something's up. Zhang Chen followed Erpang's gaze. He saw that the glass door of the restaurant was packed tightly with zombies. They were all squeezed together like commuters rushing to work during peak hours. Countless hands and faces were pressed against the glass door. The scene was utterly horrifying. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed through the window of the restaurant. Then the glass door shattered instantly. A large group of zombies tumbled to the ground in a tangled mass. A creature on all fours stomped on the pile of zombies, letting out a shrill scream. It sounded like a woman in extreme torment, crying out in pain. Sharp and piercing. Is that a crawling one? Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes. He had originally planned to confront this creature at Tianyang University. He did not expect to encounter it here. It seemed that there were quite a few of these creatures, far from just one. Erpang sensed danger baring his teeth in front of Zhang Chen. Leave this guy to me. You handle those pesky, ordinary zombies. Zhang Chen commanded. Wolf roar. Erpang reluctantly stepped aside. This creature was a warrior at heart. The more numerous the zombies, or the stronger the enemy. The more excited it became, eager to join the fight. Gore. The crawling one also spotted Zhang Chen. Its twisted head revealed an expression that was neither a smile nor a cry. Whoosh! The crawler moved swiftly, charging toward Zhang Chen at an incredible speed. Its powerful limbs tore a large gash in the chest of the zombie beneath it. So fast! Zhang Chen raised a shield just as the crawler reached him. With a dull thud, the immense impact pushed Zhang Chen back 2 steps. The crawler felt a similar recoil, but it did not comprehend the pain. Upon landing, it immediately lashed out with its claws in a flurry of 3 or 4 strikes. Its sharp nails swept past Zhang Chen's face. The gust of wind stung his skin. Indeed, it was a formidable opponent. No wonder an entire survivor team fell to this single monster. Zhang Chen continued to retreat a couple of steps. The crawler, seeing its attacks easily blocked and avoided by Zhang Chen, grew agitated. It couldn't help but become frantic. Suddenly, its hands clutched Zhang Chen's shield tightly, and its neck stretched over the top of the shield. A terrifying, twisted face loomed before Zhang Chen. Kekekek. Ach! It suddenly let out a sharp scream. The frequency of that sound pierced his eardrum, causing Zhang Chen's head to spin slightly as he loosened his grip. The crawler seized the shield. Seeing Zhang Chen lose his defense, it quickly extended its long claws towards his neck. The nails were over 10 centimeters long. Let alone grabbing his neck, even a light scratch could easily slice open a person's throat. Just as the crawler seemed poised to strike, Zhang Chen's left hand lifted slightly, moving preemptively. He firmly grasped the crawler's wrist. The claws were only a few centimeters from Zhang Chen's neck, yet no matter how hard the crawler struggled, its fingers could not advance an inch. Is this all you've got? No wonder they say, I can easily defeat you in an open area. Perhaps it's because your sonic waves easily create echoes in narrow spaces. Indeed, if that previous strike had been in a building instead of an open area, the echoes would inflict multiple damages, rendering survivors immobile for extended periods. In such a case, even the strongest survivors would be no match for you. It's a pity you lack the intelligence of a human, Zhang Chen said calmly. He did not strike immediately, but adopted a defensive posture. He wanted to ascertain the crawler's true capabilities. Only by understanding its attack patterns and combat characteristics could he increase his odds when encountering it in tighter spaces. Kekekek. The crawler, of course, could not comprehend Zhang Chen's words. It felt as though its wrist was embedded in stone, unable to move. It let out another piercing scream, but this time Zhang Chen did not give a chance. As soon as the scream began, Zhang Chen's right hand wielded the tang knife, cleanly severing the crawler's head. Shut up. Whoosh. Though the head fell, the crawler did not die completely. It pushed off the ground, kicking towards Zhang Chen's chest. This strike could easily eviscerate a zombie, and the damage was not to be underestimated. Not dead yet. The crawler's central nervous system is not in its brain, but in its spine. Only by destroying the spine can it be truly eradicated. Just as Zhang Chen was puzzled, the hint reappeared. Understood. Zhang Chen dodged the attack. The tang knife swung once more. Swish. He did not expect the crawler's body to be incredibly tough. The tang knife only penetrated halfway through before getting stuck. Squeak. Squeak. The crawler's head had fallen, yet for some reason, its body still produced sounds. It struggled wildly in midair. This guy is surprisingly sturdy. Zhang Chen kicked the crawler hard, flipping it onto the ground. He swiftly drew out the tang knife. Without its head, the crawler was not dead, but had lost its vision. It flailed about on the ground like a headless fly, its sharp claws slashing wildly. With a loud bang, it slashed a parked car's door, leaving 3 half-meter-long gashes. Zhang Chen seized the opportunity. This time with experience, he held the knife with both hands and struck down vigorously. He perfectly split the crawler in two along the previous cut. Goo! The crawler let out a strange cry. This time it was completely dead. As long as the crawler's spine was destroyed, it could be utterly killed. To think this creature's weakness differed from that of other zombies. Zhang Chen wiped the reddish-brown fluid off his knife. At this moment, Pang's battle was also coming to an end. Although there were quite a few zombies in the restaurant, around 10 of them. Most were tangled on the ground, unable to form any effective fighting force. Thus, Pang had an easy time attacking. Moreover, since Pang had grown by consuming zombie flesh, he was not afraid of the zombie virus. He easily dealt with over 10 zombies. With the battle over, it was time to collect. Zhang Chen first collected from the crawler. Ding! Collection successful. Congratulations. You have obtained Energy Crystal Core 5010 Energy Evolution Talent Bonus Accelerated Fertilizer 5 Evolver's Blood 1 Tough Leather 3 Shark Claws 2. So many unfamiliar materials. Zhang Chen focused on each of them, and hints immediately appeared. Evolver's Blood is a precious potion material. It is recommended to accumulate it. Tough leather is an important material for crafting energy armor. It is recommended to accumulate it. Sharp claws are crucial for making energy weapons. It is recommended to accumulate them. Precious potions, energy armor, and energy weapons. Although Zhang Chen did not yet have the blueprints for these items, he felt their power would far exceed that of the current tang knife and longbow. Next, he collected from the other zombies. Ding! Collection successful. Congratulations. You have obtained Energy Crystal Core 9018 Energy Evolution Talent Bonus Mutated Fertilizer 530 A Bunny Girl Outfit 1 Buy Brand Cigarette 62 Cash 1245 Spoiled Food 1 Clean Notebook 2 Clean Briefcase 1 Carbon Pen 6 Universal Charger 3. Zhang Chen's backpack still had enough space, so he stored all of it. Unintentionally, he noticed an automatic vending machine by the roadside outside the restaurant. Zhang Chen curiously walked over. Is the protection level comparable to an ATM? Is it really that exaggerated? Zhang Chen raised his fist, wanting to test the sturdiness of this machine. At this moment, a prompt appeared again. The vending machine not only has a built-in alarm system, but is also connected to the nearby police station and broadcasting system. If I were you, I wouldn't do that. Seeing this prompt, Zhang Chen retracted his raised fist. After just finishing a fierce battle, it was not wise to face another horde of corpses. Moreover, no one knows how many creatures like crawlers are lurking nearby. It's better to be cautious. Zhang Chen glanced at the goods inside the vending machine. There were drinks, self-heating rice, and even a thoughtful addition of purified water. Instant noodles and cold mixed noodles were also available. The variety was quite ample, and the prices were also reasonable. Instant noodles cost just 0.5 yuan. Drinks were 0.1 yuan. The most expensive self-heating rice with meat was only 1.5 yuan. It seemed that the prices in this world were quite low. Zhang Chen had over 5,000 yuan in cash at hand. In this world, that should be considered a substantial amount. He selected self-heating rice. Then Zhang Chen smoothed out a crumpled 5 yuan note and stuffed it into the machine. Ding! Soon the self-heating rice along with the purified water fell out of the machine. Zhang Chen took out the self-heating rice and checked it. The production date was June 15, 2012. Shelf life, 20 years. As expected, In this world, all food items had an extraordinarily long shelf life. Most were starting from 10 years or even 20. Zhang Chen stored the self-heating rice in his storage space. He bought a bottle of orange-flavored carbonated drink, opened it directly, and took big gulps. The taste was similar to Fanta from Earth. It was sweet and quite delicious. Wang, Airpang once again transformed into a fluffy little ball, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the drink in Zhang Chen's hand, eagerly calling out. It seemed to mean, is it delicious? I want to try it too. Zhang Chen poured the remaining drink into a plastic bag and placed it in front of Airpang. The little guy had 100% trust in Zhang Chen, not even sniffing it. He just started licking. After one lick, his eyes lit up, and then he quickly licked it up. Bye, clear everything out. Zhang Chen quickly emptied the vending machine, purchasing one item after another. He spent just over 100 yuan. He obtained a total of 20 bottles of carbonated drinks, 30 bottles of purified water, 10 boxes of braised beef rice, 10 boxes of fish-flavored shredded pork rice, 10 boxes of vegetarian rice, 20 boxes of instant noodles, 10 boxes of instant mixed noodles, and 20 self-heating hot pots. It was probably because these vending machines were located by the roadside. Surrounded by zombies, they had hardly been looted. Zhang Chen also wandered at several nearby shops. All the freezers and vending machines had been completely raided. They must have been consumed by the native inhabitants of this world. After eliminating the zombies on the street, Zhang Chen brought Airpang to a gas station nearby. With a gentle wave of his left hand, a heavy truck materialized beside him. Zhang Chen opened the fuel tank, inserted the fuel nozzle into the tank opening, and let it refuel automatically while he wandered around the small supermarket inside the gas station. There was nothing left, only a few bottles of glass cleaner and engine oil scattered haphazardly on the shelves in the ground. Zhang Chen found 4 empty fuel barrels at the back of the gas station supermarket and took them. He filled up 4 barrels of oil, 2 barrels of gasoline, and 2 barrels of diesel. Although there was still plenty of gasoline and diesel at this gas station, the containers were limited and he simply could not fit more. Zhang Chen marked the location of this gas station with a circle on the map as a marker. Then he set off towards the next target, the department store. Zhang Chen scanned the shops along the way with his gaze. There were no supply boxes, only a few scattered zombies. However, after all the noise just now, they did not rush out. This meant they were trapped and couldn't come out. There was no need to worry. Zhang Chen then turned his gaze towards the brightly lit shopping mall. Immediately another prompt popped up. There are multiple mutated Type 2 zombies inside. Be cautious. There is a level 2 supply box in the gym on the 3rd floor. Multiple mutated Type 2 zombies. Zhang Chen noticed that the prompt mentioned not just several crawlers, but several mutated Type 2 zombies. This indicated that there were many types of mutated Type 2 zombies, and crawlers were just one of them. And there was also a level 2 supply box inside. Just for this level 2 supply box, it was worth a try. Zhang Chen took out his shield and Tang Dao again and slowly walked inside. Airpang sensed the dangerous aroma as soon as he reached the entrance of the mall. His body instantly grew larger, following Zhang Chen as he slowly walked in. The automatic glass doors of the mall were covered in bloody handprints. The ground also had streaks of bloody drag marks. Yet surprisingly, there were no zombies in the 1st floor lobby. It was very quiet. Apart from the soothing music continuously playing in the mall, all that remained was Zhang Chen's faint footsteps and the soft patter of Airpang's hefty paws on the floor. Where have all the zombies gone? Zhang Chen felt a hint of confusion. If dozens or even hundreds of zombies rushed out as soon as he opened the door, Zhang Chen would feel quite secure. This was the normal phenomenon, but now not a single zombie was present. Instead, it made Zhang Chen particularly alert. Hey! Zhang Chen suddenly shouted. Then he struck the counter of the cosmetic section on the 1st floor hard with his shield. With a cracking sound, he lost control of his strength. The entire counter of the cosmetics section collapsed instantly. Glass shattered everywhere. Such a loud noise should have attracted zombies. But there were still no zombies. Are there any zombies? Zhang Chen shouted again. Roar, roar. Airpang also howled along. Silence. Perhaps the loud music in the mall drowned out the sounds of the zombies. Even though Zhang Chen tried to expand his senses, he still couldn't hear any unusual sounds. There couldn't possibly be no zombies here. But where did all the zombies go? Zhang Chen and Airpang took a turn around the 1st floor. This was the cosmetic section. During the apocalypse, no one would probably be thinking about makeup. However, skincare products and perfumes should still have a market demand. They could be kept for trading. Ding! Collection successful. Congratulations on obtaining foundation 75, skincare products 120, perfume 40, various lipsticks 12.55, makeup remover 112, cash 53.45, counterstaff uniform 3. After scavenging around, Zhang Chen directly took the elevator to the 2nd floor. Well, As soon as he reached the second floor, he heard the chilling, dense howls of zombies. A mass of zombies had piled up at the entrance of a children's education center on the second floor. Golden light shone from inside the room. Under the light, the zombies appeared as dense, dark shadows, with countless hands waving against the glass. The scene was extremely terrifying. Where have all the zombies gone? So they were hiding here all along. Zhang Chen was taken aback. It might be that there were survivors inside, attracting the zombies' attention. Moreover, the music from the mall interfered. That's why they weren't drawn in by the sound from downstairs. Then, let's get to work. Zhang Chen grabbed his Tang Dao and swiftly charged forward. Erpang followed suit from another path, pouncing in as well. As an early-stage level 1 awakened, wielding dual talents, cutting through ordinary zombies was as easy as slicing vegetables. The zombies didn't even have a chance to get close. In terms of strength, it was a complete, overpowering existence. With Erpang assisting from the side, dozens of zombies were quickly slaughtered. Collect. Congratulations. You have obtained Energy Crystal 245 Energy Evolution Talent Bonus, Mutated Fertilizer 140, Clean Fabric 60, Cash 827, Mall Guide Map 1, Storage Ring Fragment 12, Broken Baseball Bat 1, and Dull Kitchen Knife 1. Still just some bizarre items. The damaged goods were unusable, so Zhang Chen simply threw them to the ground. He then took out the guide map to take a look. The mall has 5 floors. The basement is a food street. The first floor is cosmetics and maternity products. The second floor is clothing and children's education. The third floor is fitness furniture and bedding. And the fourth floor is restaurants. Clothing and accessories can be kept. After all, one has to change clothes almost every day after killing zombies. The blood of zombies simply cannot be washed off. Furniture and bedding are also needed. It's just right to sweep through. Zhang Chen didn't go to open the door to the children's education area. He knew there were survivors inside. However, meeting strangers would be quite awkward. What if they begged him to take them along? He couldn't just kill them all just because they wanted to form a team. Zhang Chen was not a killer. It was better not to meet. Zhang Chen possessed the skill clothing master. He could make any clothing he collected. So he went straight to the clothing store and recycled all the clothing into clean fabric for storage. Was there also a lingerie store? Collected. The fabric from the lingerie was relatively less, so the resources collected were also limited. However, the strange styles had indeed increased significantly. A light luxury suit store. Recycled. In front of the systems recycling, almost all clothes were calculated based on area. Regardless of whether they were expensive or cheap, they all turned into cabbage now. An outdoor goods store. Curious Zhang Chen walked in. Inside there were tents, sleeping bags, portable tables, and chairs. There were also searchlights for use at night outdoors, and a 5-piece dining set for outdoor use. These items are practical. Zhang Chen collected a children's tent and tried it out. Obtained clean fabric 50. Tents can also yield fabric. However, in Zhang Chen's crafting list, there was no option for a children's tent. That is to say, tents can be collected, but they cannot be crafted afterward. Then I might as well just throw everything into the storage space. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained outdoor windproof and moisture-proof tent 30, moisture-proof picnic mat 50, sleeping bag 25, outdoor lighting equipment 10, outdoor barbecue tools 10, outdoor barbecue set 20, night vision goggles 5, 100x zoom binoculars 5, fishing rod 20. 48 slots of storage space is delightful. So many items fit in plus those collected before, and it only took up 34 of the space. Even with the remaining 14 space, there's still a good 12 slots left, equivalent to a normal survivor's storage ring. After Zhang Chen thoroughly searched the second floor, he then took the elevator to the third floor. According to the prompt, there is a level 2 supply box in the gym on the third floor. Moreover, there are several type 2 mutated zombies in the mall. He didn't encounter any on the first and second floors. They were likely all hiding on the third floor. As the elevator slowly ascended, a nauseating stench of blood became increasingly strong. Giggling. The familiar sound as a crawler. Just as Zhang Chen stepped onto the third floor, he suddenly turned around and swung out a blade. Swish! With all his might, he split the airborne crawler in half. Its hideous head bore a terrifying expression that seemed to be a smile. Its mouth wide open, it didn't even have the chance to emit an attacking sound wave before dying. Giggling. Another crawler. Is this the nest of the crawlers? Zhang Chen raised a shield to protect himself and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. He saw 3 crawlers lying on the floor walls and ceiling of the corridor directly opposite. Fortunately, Zhang Chen's previous battle was very swift and clean. He hardly made any noise. It was practically covered by the mall's music. These 3 crawlers did not notice Zhang Chen. They were aimlessly crawling about. Occasionally, they furiously dug at the ceiling, causing debris to scatter everywhere. In the direction behind him stood a female zombie with disheveled hair facing sideways. This zombie looked quite different from the other ordinary zombies. She stood nearly 2 meters tall, with greenish skin and a bulging belly. One could vaguely see something rolling around beneath her skin. Type 2 mutated zombie poisonous insect breeder can spit out highly corrosive venom and is covered in corrosive liquid. If I were you, I'd definitely stay far away from this kind of creature. Hiss! Zhang Chen gasped. This situation was something he had not anticipated. Not only were there 4 Type 2 mutated zombies, but he also encountered a new breed, and it didn't seem easy to deal with. Adventurous battles were not Zhang Chen's style. He squatted at the entrance of the elevator and carefully observed the environment around him. Fortunately, not far from the elevator entrance was the gym, which is where the level 2 supply box was hidden. Zhang Chen was well aware that his purpose for coming to the mall was not to fight mutated zombies and seek thrills. His goal all along was to become stronger and collect resources. If he could quietly obtain the supply box and retreat and escape, that would be the most perfect outcome. With that thought, Zhang Chen gently patted Air Pang's sturdy body. The latter instantly transformed into the state of a little wolf cub. The smaller the size, the harder it is for zombies to notice. Zhang Chen held his breath and quietly walked into the gym. Just as he was about to close the glass door, the prompt appeared again. Have you seen the wind chime on the door? Do you think the zombies would like the sound of a pleasant wind chime? Zhang Chen glanced up at the glass door. Indeed, there was a wind chime above. This is a common tactic used by stores. Every time someone enters or exits, it produces a sound. This alerts the front desk staff to receive or send off guests. The sound of this wind chime is particularly clear and melodious. Its penetrating power is strong. If it were accidentally triggered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, there was a warning. Zhang Chen's heart raced wildly. He slowly stood up and with a slight exertion, snapped the wind chime string. He then wrapped it in his clothes and gently placed it on the table. Quietly, he closed the door. Through the glass, he noticed that the mutated zombies had not detected anything unusual. Zhang Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. The music in the mall combined with the soundproofing of the glass door ensured that even if there were zombies here, any noise he made would go unnoticed. Zhang Chen bypassed the front desk and went directly to the equipment area. These gym machines are currently the least useful items. They can quickly enhance physical fitness using energy crystals. It would spend a lot of effort on working out. There are no supply boxes in the equipment area, no supply boxes in the treadmill section. Zhang Chen headed straight for the bathing area. Finally, in the women's bathing area, he found a level 2 supply box. It was a large box, black on the outside, adorned with mysterious patterns. As soon as his hand rested on the supply box, a prompt popped up. Would you like to open it immediately? Yes, no. Yes. The box responded. It opened by itself. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Talent Crystal 1 design for Resilient Basic Energy Armor 1 Advanced Pet Food 1. Talent Crystal, after use, it increases 1 talent point. In the case of dual talents, each talent increases by 1. Design for Resilient Basic Energy Armor requires Energy Crystal 200, Resilient Leather 20, Clean Fabric 500. Resilient Basic Energy Armor automatically covers the body when sensing danger, immunizing against fall damage within 50 meters and equivalent collision damage before shattering. Reduces other damage by 20. Advanced Pet Food, after use, it accelerates the growth of pets, effective only for pets before adulthood. Wow, is this really a level 2 supply box? The items inside are a world apart from those in a level 1 supply box. AirPal looked at the Advanced Pet Food in Zhang Chen's hand, drooling just from the scent. His 2 front legs rested on Zhang Chen's legs, stretching his neck to get closer to the food. His tail wagged like a fan. Okay, you can eat it now. Zhang Chen opened the food box and placed it on the ground. AirPal excitedly dashed over, almost sticking his whole head into the box. Not lifting his head, he began to munch away. Zhang Chen picked up the talent crystal, a small red crystal. With a slight pressure from his fingers, the red crystal instantly shattered. A surge of energy flowed through his finger into his body. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained a Gene Evolution Direction Talent Point 1. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained a Energy Evolution Direction Talent Point 1. Immediately, Zhang Chen looked at the second row of talents. The talent tree requires the first row to be illuminated before the second row can be unlocked. In the second row, the 2 talents in these directions each have 2 options to choose from. The 2 talents for the Gene Evolution Direction are Spirit Cat Reflex 03. Increases evasion speed and reaction ability by 33. Skill Fury 01. Significantly boosts all attributes for a short time, reducing damage taken by 30. Duration and boosted attributes increase with the survivor's level. The two talents for the energy evolution direction are skill Energy Strike 01, fires a powerful energy ray from the hand to destroy enemies. Damage depends on the energy crystal limit required for the survivor's upgrade. The higher the limit, the stronger the damage. Wealthy 03 increases the yield of non-special item resources collected by 20, and the initial 20 bonus also applies to other resources. Currently, Zhang Chen has one talent point in each of these two evolution directions. In this situation, there are really no other good choices. Why not directly choose the two skills? Upgrade talent skill Energy Strike. Upgrade talent skill Fury. In an instant, two streams of energy, one red and one blue, surged into Zhang Chen's body. When he opened his eyes again, a sharp glint flashed in his gaze. At this moment, a small, intertwining red and blue line appeared on the inner side of his left wrist. It was only about 1 centimeter long. This small line is the talent line. Survivors with the gene evolution direction have red lines on their wrists. Survivors with the energy evolution direction have blue lines on their wrists. Zhang Chen's wrist bore an intertwining red and blue line. As more talent points are activated, this line will grow longer, and the patterns it weaves will become increasingly intricate. At this point, Air Pal had also finished the advanced pet food. Originally just a small fluffy ball, his size had notably increased. His body now measured about 30 to 40 centimeters long. His tail swished against Zhang Chen's calf with considerable strength. The pet information immediately changed. Pet name Air Pal, a battle pet type, mutated energy beast, howling moon wolf king, growth stage 1 juvenile, or preferred food meat zombies, mutated animals, mutated insects. Skills doubling combat. After entering combat, size, strength, speed, and mass will all increase exponentially. Wild Call can summon 2 howling moon wolf pups to join the battle, which will disappear after the fight ends. You can still summon little buddies. Zhang Chen smiled slightly. He didn't expect this guy to be quite reliable. With this, it would be 4 against 4. At least in numbers, both sides would be evenly matched. Let's go and see how strong we have become. Zhang Chen waved his hand. Air Pal shook his fur, and suddenly his size increased dozens of times. Previously, after doubling, his size was roughly equivalent to that of a golden retriever or an Alaskan Malamute. But this time, after doubling, he was as big as half a small car. His size was comparable to that of a strong lion. Roar. Air Pal lowered his head and rubbed against Zhang Chen's shoulder, showing submission. The man and his pet arrived at the entrance of the gym. At this moment, 3 crawlers had crept over without him noticing. One was on the roof outside, one on the ground. And one was at the staircase, gnawing on the corpse of the crawler that Zhang Chen had slain. The music in the mall grew louder, becoming somewhat noisy. This made the mutated zombies somewhat agitated. A loud sound is a good thing. Although Zhang Chen has now acquired 2 additional skills, his confidence in dealing with these mutated zombies has increased. But caution is paramount. The fewer mutated zombies he faces at the same time, the lower the injury rate. The safety factor increases. Even as an awakened, Zhang Chen still does not possess immunity to the zombie virus. This forces him to be extra careful. Air Pang, I'll leave the one on the ground to you. I'm going to take care of the one on the roof. Zhang Chen gently patted Air Pang's heavy back and said, "Woof." Air Pang wagged his tail. In his enhanced state, Air Pang's tail could deal considerable damage. With a few casual swipes, it struck Zhang Chen's arm, causing a stinging pain. "Let's go." With a command from Zhang Chen, Air Pang dashed out first, moving significantly faster than before. Its massive body crashed through the glass door, and its large paw heavily slammed onto the back of the crawler. Kek. The crawler on the roof noticed Air Pang and was preparing to attack. Zhang Chen activated his skill Fury. Suddenly, he felt as if he had taken a stimulant. His pupils dilated, pores opened, and a surge of mad rage erupted from within. Zhang Chen leaped up, surprisingly jumping 4 to 5 meters away. With a swing of his Tang Dao, he cleaved the crawler on the roof in half. A single strike was all it took to kill. At that moment, the crawler at the elevator also noticed Zhang Chen's presence, screeching as it charged over. Simultaneously, the long-haired monster, the bug breeder, slowly turned its face. It was a face that seemed to be melting. The skin sagged to the point of nearly dripping. Its large mouth unnaturally stretched from the corners to its ears. So hideously ugly. Guaji. Although the bug breeder moved slowly, it could attack from a distance. It opened its mouth and suddenly spat out a gooey liquid towards Zhang Chen. Just in time, Zhang Chen sidestepped to avoid the crawler's attack. In one motion, he grabbed the crawler's legs. He forcefully pulled back, directly placing the crawler between himself and the bug breeder. Splash. The green, viscous, corrosive liquid splashed right onto the crawler. Gg, the crawler screeched. Wisps of green smoke began to rise from its back. Clearly, this corrosive substance was highly damaging. If it got on the skin, the consequences would be unimaginable. If you think it only spat corrosive liquid, you're mistaken. This stuff contains bugs. The name Bug Breeder is not arbitrary. A prompt appeared again. Bugs. Zhang Chen raised his foot and kicked hard, sending the crawler flying over 10 meters away. The effects of fury were simply exhilarating. Zhang Chen felt his combat power had directly increased by a level. These crawlers were completely toy-like in front of him. As the crawler was kicked away, a four-legged monster bug crawled out from its back. Originally, it was ready to ambush Zhang Chen, but this time it was forcefully pressed down by the crawler, sliding away for over 10 meters. A deep green slime was left on the ground. The bug was dead. This little creature not only moved quickly, but was also covered in corrosive liquid. Just touching it could be fatal. Fortunately, it was extremely fragile and could be easily killed. Gua gua. The bug breeder spat out 2 blobs of green goo. Without the crawler as a shield, Zhang Chen hurriedly darted forward, covering another 5 to 6 meters. He easily dodged the goo attack. Zhang Chen didn't choose to use the explosive shield to block, as he felt it wasn't worth it. If the explosive shield couldn't withstand the corrosion, it would mean he was willingly wasting a piece of armor. In the face of such ranged attacks from monsters, it's best to dodge whenever possible. The shield is for saving one's life, to be used only when absolutely necessary. 1 blob of goo hit the wall while the other landed on the ground. Soon the marble on the wall and floor began to smoke and bubble. Before long, a large pit would be corroded. Immediately after, 2 four-legged palm-sized, spider-like green bugs crawled out. They quickly crawled towards Zhang Chen. They were covered in corrosive liquid, leaving corrosive footprints on the ground as they passed. These guys are really tough. Zhang Chen quickly arrived in front of the crawler that had just gotten up and swung down with a fierce blade. Before the crawler could react, its body was already split in half. Although the bugs moved quickly, they were small in size. They couldn't catch up to Zhang Chen for a moment. Go on. Another blob of goo. This time it hit the gym's glass wall. Instantly, it corroded a hole. The bug fell into the gym. Before long, it corroded the glass and crawled out. I must finish this quickly. These bugs are increasing in number. The longer it drags on, the more disadvantageous it becomes for me. Using skill Energy Strike, Zhang Chen focused his mind. His left palm immediately erupted with a burst of blue light. Then a wave of energy, like Kamehameha from Dragon Ball, shot out from his hand. It struck directly at the bug breeder's belly. Hiss! Boom! Poochie! The bug breeder burst like a water balloon. It exploded, instantly splattering corrosive liquid everywhere. A pungent, irritating smell filled the entire mall. With the death of the bug breeder, the bugs trailing behind, Zhang Chen also screeched, and all fell over onto the ground. Dead. It turns out that as long as the mother is eliminated, all these little ones will die. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Zhang Chen had previously been worried. What if he encountered multiple bug breeders? They wouldn't need to do anything else, or just spitting out dozens of lethal bugs would be enough to kill. Zhang Chen's battle had already ended. Air Pang's battle was also nearing its conclusion. It was attacking the crawler alongside 2 enhanced Howling Moon Wolf cubs. The latter's 2 arms had been bitten off, and 1 leg was missing. Its body was covered in wounds. The 3 Howling Moon Wolves were fiercely tearing at the crawler's body. After a fierce struggle with a rip, the crawler was forcefully torn into 3 pieces. Its spine had broken into several segments. This was hardly a battle. It was more like Air Pang hunting with its 2 little brothers. Now, they were dividing the spoils. Seeing how the crawler died, Zhang Chen suddenly felt a bit sorry for it. The battle is over. In this fierce fight, Zhang Chen and Air Pang have eliminated a total of 4 crawlers, including the 1 taken down at the elevator entrance and 1 toxic insect breeder. Collecting. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Energy Crystal Core 26052, Accelerated Fertilizer 25, Evolver's Blood 5, Tough Leather 12, Sharp Claws 8, Corrosion Resistant Leather 2, Corrosive Solution 1. A huge profit. A definite huge profit. The crystal cores obtained from killing these few mutated Type 2 zombies are equivalent to killing 5 or 600 zombies. The efficiency is extremely high. Zhang Chen monitored his upgrade status 522,802. Currently, the energy crystal cores accumulated only 13 of what is needed for the upgrade. However, this is already quite good. Today, he has just leveled up twice. If there are always a large number of mutated Type 2 zombies for him to kill, he believes he will soon reach the early stage of Awaken Level 2. Zhang Chen and Air Pang went for another round on the 4th floor. No prompts are needed. As long as he observes Air Pang's behavior, he can tell whether there are zombies nearby. At this moment, Air Pang's eyes has returned to that of a small yellow dog excitedly sniffing around. He looks like a tourist. From his performance, it is clear that there are no zombies nearby. Indeed, there isn't a single zombie on the 4th floor. Many shop doors have been marked with spray paint and the kitchen is completely empty. A mass of red mushrooms has grown from the spoiled rice and flour, covering the walls and floors. These bulk foods, once exposed to the air, will be overtaken by these toxic mushrooms. After searching the mall, Zhang Chen, along with Air Pang, leisurely began to descend the escalator. In fact, the mall can also serve as a shelter, as it has a large space. It could accommodate many people. The only drawback is the lack of beds. Sleeping on the cold ground would undoubtedly be a tough ordeal. The elevator slowly descended to the second floor. Just then, they encountered a group of survivors holding various weapons, all looking terrified. Some people had even collapsed to the ground, their faces pale, as if they had seen a ghost. As the elevator continued its descent, Zhang Chen then saw that there were several more survivors in the distance. Even at the entrance of a hidden educational institution, a few girls were clinging to the doorframe. They looked like startled deer ready to flee inside at the slightest rustle. Is it really that terrifying? Zhang Chen looked at the crowd with confusion, then slowly rode the elevator down to the first floor. Are you human or a zombie? The leading man asked, his face ashen, mustering his courage. Zhang Chen did not respond, slowly descending to the first floor and quietly leaving. It seems he should be human. Human. Impossible, he came down from the third floor. We know all too well what's up there. Yes, we originally had more than 20 people, and we weren't afraid of the ordinary zombies on the fourth floor. Yet we lost over 10 people to a monster on the third floor. There are at least 3 or 4 monsters up there, and a long-haired monster. Thinking back, I still feel a chill down my spine. How could this man come down unscathed? This is impossible. Could it be he killed all the monsters up there? Upon hearing this, everyone wore expressions of horror. This is absolutely impossible. Brother Su had already reached the limits of human capability, yet he couldn't even last a minute before being torn apart. Are you implying that this man's strength exceeds human limits? Brother Su relied on us working together to kill zombies, and we gathered all the crystal cores to help him reach the limits of human capability. A regular survivor couldn't possibly level up that quickly. During their conversation, someone had secretly run up to the third floor, then returned with a pale face. It's true. The third floor is full of signs of battle, and there's even green flesh. The person who came down said gravely. Green flesh. Could it be from that green monster? The crowd gasped in shock. With great difficulty, the person nodded and said, exactly, only that monster has green skin. Whose flesh could it possibly be other than that? Moreover, the entire mall is sealed. Those monsters couldn't possibly vanish in a thin air. The only conclusion is that the man just now used powerful means to kill all the monsters. And he smashed that green monster into a pulp. Smashed into a pulp. Could he already possess superpowers? It's simply unimaginable how he did it. I think we should follow this big shot and let him lead us. Exactly, with his protection, we'll be much safer. Several girls chattered excitedly, unanimously deciding to seek refuge with Zhang Chen. The others were also somewhat at a loss. Ever since the team leader Brother Su died, the entire group has been in a state of disarray. Everyone was anxious. They all hoped for a strong leader to guide them. Quick, go get the big shot back, someone shouted eagerly. The quick-footed survivor immediately chased down the escalator. In no time, he returned with a disappointed expression, saying the big shot is long gone. Moreover, what's worse is, the entire street outside has been cleared of zombies. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked into silence. At the same time, they felt immense regret. How could they have not seized the opportunity with such a big shot just moments ago? They even asked whether he was human or a monster. This train of thought is absurd. Besides, it's too late to say anything now. Zhang Chen, leaving the mall, stood atop a bus looking towards Tianyang University. At this moment, Tianyang University was only a street away. However, what astonished Zhang Chen was, there was an alarmingly dense number of zombies gathered inside Tianyang University. He saw these zombies swarming in the campus one after another without much room to move due to their sheer density. At a glance, it looked like a tide of darkness. Amidst the throngs of ordinary zombies, there were also figures of crawlers and poison insect breeders. Occasionally, one could spot a towering figure over 3 meters tall. However, this creature was lingering behind the teaching building, revealing only half of an arm. It was a human arm, but much larger in size. With prominent veins, it looked as if the muscles were about to burst. Just from this arm, Zhang Chen knew that this creature's strength was definitely far beyond that of the crawlers and poison insect breeders. If other survivors had witnessed such a scene, they would have likely been paralyzed with fear. But for Zhang Chen, a greedy smile crept across his lips. In his eyes, these were all energy crystals, resources scattered everywhere that could make him stronger. It wasn't easy to gather so many resources at once. He had to make good use of them. Zhang Chen instinctively glanced towards the entrance of Tianyang University. Suddenly his gaze froze. The security room at the entrance had been destroyed, leaving only ruins. Steel bars were exposed in the air. A crawler was crawling back and forth at the edge of the ruins. Could it be? Zhao Xie is dead. Zhang Chen's heart suddenly twitched. Ding dong. Ding dong. Zhao Xie, are you there, Chunga? Zhao Xie isn't dead. Zhang Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. Then he realized, with such a large school as Tianyang University, there must be more than one entrance and exit. Therefore, there must be more than one security room. Zhao Xie must be hiding in another security room. Of course, Zhang Chen looked closely at the destroyed security room in front of him again. The exposed steel bars had already rusted. It was clear that it had been destroyed a long time ago. Moreover, considering the strength of the crawlers, even with sharp claws, they couldn't dismantle a steel and concrete building. What's wrong? Zhang Chen replied. Just now, several people wanted to buy bows and arrows, and the bow you gave me has already been reserved. I don't know if you have any extra bows. If you do, I can reply to them. Furthermore, those who reserved have already sent the transaction. They are energy crystals, 10 plus ice flowers, 5 instant noodles, 5 bloody keys, 10 hard carbonate materials, 5 a skill basic mechanical repair skill, advanced electrician, basic physique potion, 1 steel 100. When the transaction happens, double check according to what I sent you, so no one tries to be clever and cuts corners. I was afraid you were busy just now, so I didn't ask you. Now your bows and arrows are way too popular. There are too many inquiries. There are too many backlogged orders, so I had no choice but to contact you. I hope I didn't delay your matters. Zhao Xie was organized in her work. Moreover, she was particularly understanding. Okay, I understand. I'll handle it when I get back to my residence. Are you still outside? Then don't talk, make sure to stay safe. No need to reply to this message. You just let me know when you get back. Zhao Xie said nervously. I'm fine, all the zombies around have been cleared. How about you? Is that crawler still wandering nearby? Zhang Chen asked. I'm fine. Well, I'm very safe. I've been keeping an eye on that crawler for you. It has been wandering nearby. I just saw it head towards teaching building now. 1. Zhao Xie replied seriously. As long as you're fine. Zhang Chen let out a sigh of relief. Although he had never met this girl, they had only known each other for a few days. Yet, Zhang Chen inexplicably hoped she wouldn't be eaten by zombies. You're concerned about me. Zhao Xie's cheeks flushed. No, I was just asking where that monster is. Remember, in the apocalypse, no one is reliable. No matter what I say now, it can all be faked. In the apocalypse, women, especially beautiful ones who trust others easily, are just asking for death. Do you understand? Zhang Chen said sternly. He hear you saying I'm beautiful. Zhao Xie smiled sweetly. I meant you need to protect yourself and not trust others easily. Can you focus on what others are saying? Zhang Chen had a dark expression. Guy, don't worry. I know how to protect myself. Actually, many people pursued me in school, but I could tell they weren't genuinely good for me. But you're different from them. You are very special. Zhao Xie answered shyly. All right, let's not talk about this. We'll talk about it when I get back. Zhang Chen closed the chat channel. The sun had started to set. There was still an hour left until the real sunset. With such little time, it was definitely too late to clear the sea of zombies in Tianyang University. It's better to collect more wood, make more bows and arrows during the night. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen fixed his gaze on a row of trees by the roadside and began gathering. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained wood 7 sprouting branches 2. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained wood 5 sprouting branches 1. He kept gathering until the sun was about to set before returning to the neighborhood. Zhang Chen obtained a total of wood 356 sprouting branches 177. When he got home, the first thing he did was take off the clothes stained with zombie blood and directly recycle them. He obtained clean fabric 5. Then, using the skill fashion master, he made a set of sportswear. He returned to the bathroom, taking a refreshing shower. After cleaning the sweat off his body, he took out a bottle of carbonated drink, retrieved some ice cubes from the fridge, and poured them into a glass. Zhang Chen stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the 8th floor watching the lifeless city outside. He gently sipped the chilled drink. So refreshing, he stretched lazily. Killing zombies had become like going to work a 9-to-5 job. Airpang had fought all day and was already exhausted. Though it fought fiercely after being multiplied, it was still just a small dog. At this moment, it lay at Zhang Chen's feet, deeply asleep. In its dreams, it seemed to be munching on delicious food. Zhang Chen checked the time. There were still a few seconds until the streetlights would turn on. He enjoyed watching the moment when the city lit up. It gave Zhang Chen the illusion that civilization had not completely perished, but time passed second by second. The streetlights did not turn on as scheduled. As the sky grew darker, the entire world fell into a pitch-black darkness. Tonight was a waning moon. The moon was already not bright enough. Coupled with the sudden power outage, the entire city plunged into darkness where one could not see their hand in front of their face. looking at the pitch-black city. At this moment, Zhang Chen realized that the phrase unable to see one's hand in front of one's face was not an exaggeration, but a reality. In the past, even when the lights in the community went out, the streetlights would cast some light onto the ground, reflecting a part of it back into the sky. It gave the illusion that the night was not particularly dark. Even when walking along dark paths, one could still vaguely see the road. Until now, all the lights went completely out. Zhang Chen then realized that the night was indeed a terrifying thing. His hand was only about half a meter from his eyes. Yet he could see nothing at all. The electric curtains and the refrigerator were both non-functional. Due to the power outage, the water pump had also stopped working. Not a single drop of water flowed from the faucet. Roar! Hiss! Up! The zombies' eerie cries echoed loudly and harshly in the darkness. Zhang Chen took out a powerful flashlight from his storage space. He set it upright on the table and directed the beam at the ceiling. The whole room became bright. This method was a little trick Zhang Chen had randomly come up with as a child. While the flashlight illuminated a specific spot very brightly, the areas not lit remained very dark. This way, light could be evenly distributed and the illumination was softer. Fortunately, Zhang Chen had already cooked the frozen beef earlier. Now, he didn't need to cook, he could just take it out and enjoy a steaming hot meal. After finishing the fried beef, Zhang Chen opened the chat channel. At this moment, the channel was filled with survivors discussing the power outage. With the power gone, everyone's sense of insecurity intensified, so they urgently needed to chat to relieve this tense emotion. Today, the chat channel was livelier than ever. Wow, I just lost power over here. Did you all lose power too? We are in the same regional chat channel. It's not far apart, of course. We all lost power. I'm on the rooftop, and what I see is that the entire city is without power. As far as I can see is pure darkness. Wow, I live on the 45th floor. I cleared the zombies in the elevator these past few days and purposely lured the zombies in the corridor to the safe passage. This is it, we're completely doomed. I'm worse off. I'm in a mall with no windows around, relying solely on indoor lighting. Now that the power is out, even if it were daytime, it would still be pitch black here. This is too much. I just traded for 2 bowls of instant noodles in the auction channel, was planning to have a hot meal. Now I can only chew on them dry. I envy that you still have food. I've been hungry for 2 days. I'm in a bookstore and I used to read novels to distract myself from hunger, but now it's like being blind and my hearing has improved. I can even hear my stomach growling. It's too dark, I'm so scared. Can everyone keep me company in the chat for a night? I can't even sleep. Well, now it's good. Even if the zombies charge at me, I won't even know where they are. At least I won't be scared when I die. Hey, don't scare me, okay? I've locked my door. The zombies shouldn't be able to get in. Guanxian, where are you? Message me privately if you see this. Zheng Hao. Welcome everyone to join the Survivor Camp. We currently have emergency lighting equipment in the stadium, a fully armed combat team, and supplies of food and water. Zheng Hao is also seizing the opportunity to promote his camp. Emergency lighting equipment. Seeing this term, Zhang Chen suddenly remembered that he still had a diesel generator in his storage space. This thing also came with several barrels of gasoline and diesel, which Zheng Hao had exchanged for himself earlier that afternoon. In the event of a power outage, the value of the diesel generator was second only to food and water. Zhang Chen easily traded for 2 of them. Zheng Hao must be regretting it deeply now. Nowadays, survivors' pursuit of light is only second to food and water. The prices of generators and various energy sources have naturally skyrocketed. Zhang Chen made a huge profit from this deal. After finishing his meal, Zhang Chen then opened the trading channel and successfully traded all the client orders that Zhao Xie introduced during the day. These people were not trying to pull any tricks. The traded items were exactly the same as those provided by Zhao Xie. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained Energy Crystal 10, OE Ice Condensing Flour 5, Barrel of Instant Noodles 5, Bloody Key 10, Carbonated Harm Material 5, Skill, Basic Mechanical Repair Skill, Advanced Electrician Basic Physique Potion 1, Steel 100. Zhang Chen used the 2 skill books. In an instant, a vast amount of knowledge about mechanical repair and electrical circuits flooded into his mind. This made Zhang Chen feel his thoughts becoming much more agile. When he looked at this world again, it also felt increasingly clear. Zhang Chen took the powerful flashlight and headed to the basement, connecting the fully fueled generator to the home electrical network. Start. Boom. With the generators, start up the lights in the corridor of Building No. 8 flickered a few times. Then they suddenly brightened. Done. The entire Building No. 8 was as bright as a beacon in the night. Wow, 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 guess what I see? In this pitch black darkness, what can you possibly see? No, I see a room not far away that has lights on glowing brightly. Wow, wasn't there a blackout? How come someone still has power? I saw it too, but it's too dark around, I can't tell where it is at all. Survivors living there must be so fortunate. Can you tell which direction it's in? What a joke. It's all dark everywhere. I can't distinguish east from west. I can only see the light with no reference point. I have no idea where this is. When there was power, I didn't dare to turn on the lights for fear of exposure. Now that it's pitch black, I'm not afraid of exposure anymore. But unfortunately, I have no power. I took a look with binoculars. This big shot has a plate on his table, and it seems like he just ate meat. And there's a bottle of carbonated drink next to it, plus a soft big bed. Wow, I'm so envious. Eating meat in the apocalypse. Drinking soda. Sleeping on a big bed. This is simply a life of a deity. It seems we are here to survive, while they are here to enjoy. I don't ask for a big bed or drinks, nor do I ask for meat, if I'd be content with just a full meal. Honestly, I've started drinking NIO, and it looks the same color as the Big Shot's carbonated drink. That guy with power, if you see this, I have a surprise for you. Those upstairs are too naive. Now that there's power and food plus a bed, it's like having a billion in peacetime. Do you still lack women? Big Shot if you like men. Actually, I can too. While the person upstairs just disgusted me. Can't you have some dignity while being alive? Standing and talking doesn't hurt. You try being hungry for 3 days and thirsty for 3 days and sleep on the cement floor for 3 days, then come talk to me about dignity. 1100086. Zhang Chen was completely oblivious as the chat channel had exploded due to his casual actions. He had connected the generator and wearing slippers strolled leisurely back to his bedroom. Zhang Chen was unaware that he and his room had become the focal point of the entire channel's attention. He walked over to the wardrobe and opened the door. Inside were more than a dozen sets of identical sportswear that he had made himself, along with several sets of silk pajamas. Zhang Chen changed into a set of pajamas and once again appeared leisurely by the window. Wow, I actually saw the real Big Shot, but he's too far away to see clearly. Am I seeing things? I remember the Big Shot was wearing sportswear just now, but now he's in silk pajamas. So extravagant, wearing special pajamas to sleep. I've been wearing this outfit for 3 days. It reeks. I can barely stand myself. I've worn silk clothes before. They are incredibly soft and clingy, like wearing nothing at all. So comfortable. Sigh, I wish I could wear them again. What time is it now? I should really think about what to eat tomorrow. As everyone was discussing, Zhang Chen, still in his pajamas, disappeared again from the window. After working with the diesel generator, he had a strong smell of diesel on him. Zhang Chen went to the bathroom to take a shower before coming out. Building 8 was the most luxurious existence in this upscale community. Therefore, it was independently equipped with a water pump. Moreover, the Water Bureau's water pump had a backup power system to ensure water delivery to every community. However, reaching the upper floors required the cooperation of the water pump. Zhang Chen happened to have both, allowing him to use water. While drying his wet hair, he walked back to the window. Seeing this scene, the chat channel erupted again. I have a phrase that I'm not sure if I should say. This god actually took a shower. Damn, there's still water, even with a power outage. But what's even more outrageous is that isn't tap water usually contaminated? How could he wash with it? Yeah, I washed my face with tap water before, and it caused folliculitis. My face swelled up like a pig's head. Doesn't the person upstairs have courage? Can't they see that the water is reddish-brown? Do they dare to wash like that? I even saw someone drinking an IO before. What's next? If pushed to the limit, what won't they do? But this big brother seems fine after showering, otherwise his skin would have turned red long ago. Could it be that this god is using purified water to bathe? This is intolerable. Well, I can't even drink water, and he's bathing in purified water. It's exploded. This is completely outrageous. It's just that it's dark, so I can't see clearly. Otherwise, this brother would probably be robbed by a group tomorrow. Rob, there's so many zombies on the road. You have to be able to get out first. And there's so many people with food and water. Are you sure you can rob them? This god's profile looks very similar to that truck driver I saw during the day. They can't be the same person, right? It's very possible. Such a powerful being must have leveled up to the extreme limit of human capability. It's terrifying, possessing both wealth and power. How can others live? Jealousy is turning me purple, exploding with envy. Zhang Chen wiped his hair by the window. Only then did he realize that the curtains were not drawn. He gently pressed a switch to close the curtains. He cut off those lemon-scented live streams. After that, he began to check the items in his storage ring. Some small items that were not urgently needed could just be stored in the room. Those resources that were more important and took up more space, such as wood, gasoline, diesel, and energy crystals, would continue to be kept in the storage ring. During the cleaning process, Zhang Chen noticed 2 items. One was the bloody diary, which he had exchanged for resources with Zhao Xia for the first time. This diary would help him better understand this world and the monsters here. Zhang Chen took out the diary and placed it on the table. It was just past 7 o'clock, and there was still some time before sleeping. He could take a look before bed. The other item was the basic physique potion. This was the potion he had obtained from a level 1 supply box, when he first entered this world. At that time, he had an ordinary physique, and thanks to this potion, his combat power increased significantly. Not many days had passed since the apocalypse. Most survivors capable of venturing outside had basically upgraded to an exceptionally strong survivor level. Those survivors who couldn't even kill zombies had no resources to exchange for this potion, leading to its initial premium status in the game, which it continued to depreciate over time. Now, it was like an unwanted item. High-tier survivors had no use for it, while low-tier survivors couldn't afford it. This thing wouldn't sell for much anymore. Why not? Zhang Chen clicked on Zhao Xie's chat message. Are you there? This message had barely been sent for less than a second when he immediately received a reply. Yes, I'm here. Did you just get home? Zhao Xie replied almost instantly. It seemed she had been keeping an eye on the chat channel, eagerly waiting for Zhang Chen to message her. I was so worried it's pitch black outside with a power outage. I was scared earlier if you got stuck on the road at this time, it would be dangerous. But thank goodness you finally made it home. I just got home a bit ago. Sorry for only messaging you now. Seeing Zhao Xie's eager demeanor, Zhang Chen felt a bit ashamed. It's nothing as long as you made it home safely. The environment in the world is getting worse. I'm better off not going out. You go out often, so you must be careful. Otherwise, I will be worried. Zhao Xie glanced at that last sentence, feeling it was a bit too direct. She hurriedly retracted it, sending again, otherwise. If something happens to you, and others ask me for arrows, what can I give them? Zhang Chen smiled slightly, suddenly feeling that Zhao Xie was a bit silly and very cute. By the way, here are these things for you. Zhang Chen initiated a trade with Zhao Xie. He placed basic physique potion 1, a beef can 1, purified water 1, sanitary pads 10, and women's sportswear 1 in the trade window, and directly click to lock it. Zhao Xie, why are you giving me so many things? Oh, you want me to help sell them, right? Zhang Chen shook his head and said, no, these things are really for you. For me. These things are quite precious. Why are you giving them to me? Zhao Xie felt somewhat touched. These past few days, being trapped in the security room, my survival completely depended on the food and water provided by Zhang Chen. She had almost lost all hope for survival today. It was also Zhang Chen who gave her the hope and courage to keep going at a critical moment. At this moment, Zhao Xie was curled up in the pink bear blanket that Zhang Chen sent her. She was overwhelmed with emotion. Don't misunderstand, these things are not just given to you for free. This is considered a sales commission. Zhang Chen said. Sales commission? Yes, exactly. You help me sell the bows and arrows, and I'll give you a commission. It's very fair. Thank you, you are really nice. Zhao Xie was not only touched, but also particularly happy. With meat to eat, water to drink, and clean new clothes, how could she not be happy? When she crossed over, she was wearing a flight attendant uniform, a short skirt, black high heels. It was very inconvenient for combat. She stored all these into her storage space, and then changed into this new sportswear. Oh, this is so comfortable. Zhao Xie smiled sweetly. By the way, Brother Chen, I also contacted many buyers. They offered pretty good conditions, but I don't know if you have any weapons left to sell. There are still some buyers who purchase bows and arrows want to buy some arrows as well. I wonder what the price is for these. Zhao Xie asked. For longbows, I can make as many as you need, and the same goes for arrows. As for the price, you can decide. The weapons you sold today are very reasonably priced. Zhang Chen sincerely complimented. Zhao Xie indeed had a talent for sales. Moreover, girls naturally have an advantage when bargaining with men. Sometimes men feel that haggling with a delicate girl over trivial matters is quite ungracious. Thus, Zhao Xie took advantage of this. The bows and arrows she sold were much more expensive than those sold by Zhang Chen, and the demand was still incessant. Zhang Chen knew very well that weapons are considered obsolete products, just like how he obtained the blueprint for energy armor today. As the strength of survivors increases, more and more weapon and armor blueprints will appear. Bows and arrows will gradually lose their market. So now, while everyone's strength is still average, it is definitely correct to make a profit while you can. All right, then I'll make the decisions myself. Also, do you have anything else I can help you sell? Since I'm stuck here with nothing to do, Zhao Xie proactively offered. Let me see. Zhang Chen looked at the storage space and then opened the trading interface. You can help me sell these things too. These include White Egret brand cigarettes, skincare products, perfume, tent sleeping bag, fishing rod, outdoor tables, and chairs, clean sportswear lunch, meat can, food, purified water container required. These should be about it. But for food and water, only energy crystal cores and blueprints can be traded, nothing else. The lunch meat canned food provided by Zhang Chen is not the same as the beef canned food obtained from the big truck. This lunch meat canned food is the food initially provided to each survivor by the system, a total of 12 boxes. To be honest, the taste of this canned meat cannot compare to beef at all. Moreover, this item is scarce. Unlike instant noodles and other things that can be collected from supermarkets, it can be stacked indefinitely. The stock of this item will decrease over time. Storing it in the storage space takes up space. It will be better to sell it directly and free up some storage space. All right, Brother Chen, leave it to me. I will definitely sell them for a good price, Zhao Xie said excitedly. She felt proud to be able to share some responsibilities with Zhang Chen within her capabilities. At least she wasn't just eating for free. In Zhao Xie's way of thinking, there is no such thing as being kept or eating for free. Perhaps most women hope to find a reliable and capable man, so they could just focus on looking beautiful and doing nothing. Being a good vase is enough. Zhao Xie didn't think so. She believed that a woman's image and figure must be maintained, but she must also be able to share the burden with her man. Otherwise, she would become a burden, especially in the apocalypse. No matter how beautiful you are, if you lack ability and value, that doesn't change the fact that you are a dead weight. Survival in the apocalypse is already difficult enough. Who would want to take a dead weight on the road? Thus, Zhao Xie hoped to become valuable. Even if she could help Zhang Chen with a little bit of work, she would still have her own value. I will work hard. Yes, I will do my best. Brother Chen, take care of your health and rest early. Got it. Zhang Chen closed the chat channel, stretched, and focused on the blood-stained notebook on the table. The cover of this notebook was stained red at one corner with blood. The blood had long since dried up and turned dark brown. It did not seep into the notebook, so reading was unaffected. Zhang Chen opened the first page of the diary. May 17, 2012, the Federal Medical Committee told everyone that this was just a common flu and there was no need to worry. It could be prevented and treated through group infection and immunity. Moreover, this virus would not harm everyone's health in the future and would become part of daily life like the common cold. Although I'm not a medical student, I feel that this illness is different. Some people even exhibit symptoms similar to rabies, being afraid of light and water. Ordinary flu shouldn't present so many strange symptoms, right? I decided to wear a mask regardless of what others do. I must be responsible for myself and those around me. May 20th, 2012, the Longting Nation began building high walls around key cities. I really don't know what they are thinking. Major media mocked this. More and more students around me are getting sick. Recently, it's rare to find an empty machine in the internet cafe. For the first time in an internet cafe, there was no need to queue, which is really nice. The next period of time was filled with mundane life details. Zhang Chen had no interest in the personal privacy of this person and directly flipped past it. On July 25, 2012, the high walls of Longting Nation were completed in just 2 months. It's hard to imagine. The media continues to mock Tongxiang Nation's foolishness, yet I have an ominous premonition. Due to the illness of many students, the school was forced to cancel the final exams. This is probably the only good news recently. On August 3, 2012, all the students returned home for summer vacation. I decided to stay at school and earn some money part-time during the break. Moreover, there have been frequent violent incidents lately. I do not wish to go to crowded places like the train station. However, today, I saw a troop station here for drills. I am curious why the military is conducting drills at the school. On August 12, 2012, the virus mutated and all the infected became zombies. The military has dispatched troops to cleanse the infected cities. A curfew is in place for 24 hours. Anyone found on the streets will be shot on sight. It seems my premonition has come true. At this moment, Tongxiang Nation has become a model for countries around the world. The media that once mocked them has fallen silent. But now it's too late to say anything. To hell with herd immunity. Now the herd has turned into a zombie tide. On August 25th, 2012, or maybe the 26th, I can't remember, but it doesn't matter. The university is now the last refuge. I am grateful for my wise decision to become one of the first residents of this shelter. I never imagined there was such a large air raid shelter beneath the playground. Every day, thousands of residents outside the walls want to rush in. I feel sorry for them, but there is nothing I can do. I even do not want the military to let them in. If there are any infected among them, our shelter would be completely compromised. On September 29, 2012, the virus caused rapid mutations in plants and accelerated their growth. Zombies are merely a minor issue. Mutated insects and plants are humanity's nightmare. Moreover, many monsters that can resurrect after being killed have emerged from underground. The main forces have been obliterated. All the weapons that humanity takes pride in are utterly ineffective against these mutated creatures. Thanks to the influx of refugees into the shelter, food supply has drastically decreased and the water circulation has encountered problems. Even if the monsters on the surface cannot find us for now, it won't be long before we are trapped here. On October 12, 2012, another soldier blew his brains out with a gun. The crime rate in the shelter has skyrocketed, with cries of women echoing every day. I have had enough of this place. It is said that there are 3 fully loaded armed mechs in the armory. We decided to steal them and fight our way back to the surface. Wish me luck. On November 7th, 2012, mutant drilling worms invaded the shelter, and I successfully stole an armed mech. But this world is no longer the world we once knew. This is the last page of the diary. The entire diary only has this page and the cover stained with blood. It is easy to deduce that the owner of the diary died after writing this entry. As for what he saw, he did not say. However, from the records in his diary, it seems the armed armor is quite powerful equipment. Yet it was instantly killed the moment it appeared on the surface. This indicates that the monsters in this world are far stronger than the armed armor. Zhang Chen's expression grew serious as he finished reading the diary. Indeed, zombies are the lowest existence in the food chain. I need to become stronger quickly. If I cannot even handle these mutated zombies, then in 30 days, I will face complete disaster. The walls surrounding the city. Where is Tangxiang Nation? Perhaps that place will become a long-term refuge. Armed armor. Is there an air raid shelter beneath the playground of Tianyang University? A thought struck Zhang Chen. The diary just mentioned that food was being consumed rapidly in the air raid shelter, and there were soldiers guarding it. This means there's not only food, but also a large amount of military weapons. If I can obtain these items, the efficiency of killing zombies will surely increase significantly. Perhaps these weapons are ineffective against mutated creatures. But at this stage, being able to kill zombies and enhance my own strength is the key. The only problem now is Zhang Chen cannot determine where the entrance to the air raid shelter is. Moreover, the campus of Tianyang University is densely packed with zombies. There are even more terrifying beings than the mutated type 2 zombies. Rushing in recklessly to investigate is definitely not a wise choice. If only there was something that could allow Zhang Chen to safely scout the situation on the playground. While he was pondering this, Zhao Xia sent another message. Are you asleep, Brother Chen? Not yet. Is there something? Well, someone just wanted to trade a drone equipped with a high-definition camera and a remote control for a longbow. I don't know if this thing is useful to you, but I've never seen it in the trading post. It's quite rare. I didn't want to make a decision on my own, so I came to ask you. Zhao Xia said sweetly. A drone. This is a good item. What a coincidence. With this, Zhang Chen can clearly see the distribution of zombies on the playground, allowing him to formulate the most accurate battle plan. Yes, I can use this. Zhang Chen replied. All right, then I'll go negotiate the price with her. Zhao Xia sent an okay gesture. Before long, she sent another message. I haggled with her for a long time, and it seems this should be her bottom price. She probably doesn't have many resources. 1 drone with a high-definition camera, 1 drone control station, and 3 energy crystals. Zhang Chen looked at these conditions and nodded in satisfaction. Zhao Xia's sales skills are indeed impressive. Energy crystals are as crucial for survivors as food and water. She must have really spent a lot to offer 3 of them. Okay, I'll give you a precise longbow. You can trade directly with her. Zhang Chen quickly made 20 precise longbows and took out 10 to hand over to Zhao Xia. This girl has a lot of energy. She doesn't go out during the day and can rest anytime. But I can't do that. Every battle takes a significant toll on my body. I must maintain enough sleep to have good combat power. You can directly trade these 10 longbows with the buyer, sell them, and then come to me for more. Zhang Chen said, You want me to trade directly with the buyer? Aren't you afraid I might pocket your weapons? Zhao Xia asked with a smile. Would you? Zhang Chen did not answer but countered. Of course not, don't underestimate me. Zhao Xia replied angrily. Yeah, I believe you wouldn't. You are really cunning. All right, I won't say more. While rest now, good night. Sweet dreams, bye. Zhang Chen felt a bit strange. Logically, when he says good night to Zhao Xia, she should also return the good night, right? It seems she always says bye at night. What a strange woman. The next day, Zhang Chen got up, washed up, and had breakfast. After everything was done, he finally opened the chat channel. At that moment, Zhao Xia had already sent him several trade invitations. Various items were laid out: purified water, 10, instant noodles, 10, 8 energy crystals, 25, skill sharpshooter, 1 skill general driving skills, 1 skill steel collection, 1 skill basic mechanical enhancement 1. Skill sharpshooter after use shooting accuracy is greatly improved. Skill general driving skills after use 1 can drive any functioning vehicle with simple exploration. This includes cars, motorcycles, airplanes, helicopters, ships, and horseback riding. Skill steel collection allows direct extraction of steel materials from metal structures or materials. Skill basic mechanical enhancement allows for the enhancement and modification of mechanical devices by consuming steel. Hiss! I didn't expect to gain so much after a night of sleep. That's quite a profit. Zhang Chen checked the time when Zhao Xia initiated the trade. It was from 10 p.m. to a little past 3 a.m. This indicates that she had been busy selling weapons to Zhang Chen during that time. Absolutely dedicated. Zhang Chen stored the skill sharpshooter in his storage space. He used the other skills one by one. The sharpshooter skill was currently of no use to Zhang Chen. The bow and arrow had automatic targeting. As for firearms, the noise they generate attracts zombies easily. Moreover, given Zhang Chen's current strength, his lethality is not inferior to firearms at all. Especially when dealing with crawlers, it is necessary to damage their spine to kill them completely. Relying solely on firearms is unlikely to achieve the desired effect. Woof! Erpang has also woken up. This little guy can really sleep. Since returning home yesterday, he has been sleeping until now. He has slept for more than 10 hours. But thinking about it, according to Zhang Chen's previous experience of raising dogs, puppies are indeed heavy sleepers, spending most of the day asleep. Zhang Chen took out mutated fertilizer too and put it in an iron basin. When Erpang was a pup, he could easily eat a whole portion of mutated fertilizer. Now that he has grown up, he should increase his food intake. Zhang Chen then walked up to the roof. The 5 meat tubers had already grown lush. It showed 59 days, 23 hours, and 53 minutes remaining until maturity. He poured the leftover accelerated fertilizer onto these plants. In an instant, the meat tubers grew over 20 centimeters taller. Yellow flowers bloomed and then withered in an instant, resulting in harvest. The thick roots expanded out of the soil in chunks. At this moment, the information displayed, meat tubers are mature. Zhang Chen pulled up all 5 meat tubers and knocked off the dirt from their roots. Each meat tuber had 5 to 7 edible roots. Each piece weighed over 2 pounds. In total, he obtained nearly 30 pounds of food. The yield is still very high. The meat tuber is a very unique plant. Unlike potatoes, it does not sprout through its roots, but is planted through seeds that form after flowering. A single meat tuber can yield approximately 10 seeds. After one cycle of planting, Zhang Chen went from 5 meat tubers to 50. The yield increased tenfold. This is fantastic. At this rate, he will truly have no worries about food. However, the space on this rooftop is limited with only a dozen or so pots. He simply cannot plant that many meat tubers. Zhang Chen stood at the edge of the rooftop and looked down. Building 8 is situated right above a small island. There are plenty of lawns and open spaces nearby. He could plant them outside. Zhang Chen stored the meat tubers and seeds in his storage space and hurried downstairs. Erpang had also finished eating by this time. Waving his tail, he happily followed behind Zhang Chen. He created basic walls. This was a skill Zhang Chen had obtained. In no time, chest-high wooden walls appeared on the ground. They quickly surrounded the small island. Then a large gate was opened directly opposite Building 8. This door is simply as rudimentary as it gets, just an ordinary wooden door. There isn't even a rain shelter over it. Forget it for a basic wall. Being able to achieve this level is already quite good. The main purpose is not to deter survivors or zombies. It is simply to let other survivors know that this place is owned. The planted items must not be disturbed. The wall is done, but someone still needs to guard these crops. Otherwise, if Zhang Chen leaves, these meat tubers will be dug up by other survivors, and that would be a loss. Currently, there's only one person and one pet. Zhang Chen certainly wouldn't stay here to guard, so the only option left is... Zhang Chen looked at Erpang and smiled slightly. Wolves have a strong sense of territory. Having it guard the house is perfect. After all, Zhang Chen's main task today is reconnaissance, not combat. By the time these meat tubers have matured tomorrow, it won't be too late to take Erpang out for battle. Erpang, I have a task for you, Zhang Chen said. Erpang tilted his head, looking at Zhang Chen with a confused expression. That look seemed to say, aren't we supposed to go out to play? You are responsible for watching these meat tubers, and no one can approach them. Do you understand? Zhang Chen gestured towards the meat tubers and patted Erpang. Woof! Erpang looked on with a puzzled expression. He could understand simple combat commands. As for guarding, it was too complex to explain. You stay at home while I go out, got it. Zhang Chen tried to express it again. This time Erpang seemed to understand a bit. He lay on the ground, panting, looking at Zhang Chen with a silly expression. Very well then. Zhang Chen used accelerated fertilizer on all 50 planted meat tuber seeds. This time the fertilizer demand was quite large. He used up 3 large bags of fertilizer. Finally, Zhang Chen took down Erpang's food bowl and stuffed it with 4 portions of mutated fertilizer. This was the little guy's food for a day. Everything done, Zhang Chen finally felt at ease to step out. After walking a distance of several meters, he looked back. He saw Erpang sitting at the entrance of the wall, looking at Zhang Chen with a bit of reluctance. However, he was very clear about his duty, just watching Zhang Chen leave and not following him. There was no conversation along the way. Zhang Chen arrived near Tianyang University again. He leaped lightly and climbed back onto the roof of the bus. In this position, even if some stray zombies wandered by, they wouldn't immediately pose a threat to Zhang Chen. This allows him to fully utilize the drone for reconnaissance. Activate the drone. The drone's rotors began to whirl, producing a buzzing like a swarm of insects. Zhang Chen took a brief moment to adapt to its responsiveness and handling. At first, the drone flitted erratically in midair, then suddenly steadied and shot swiftly toward Tianyang University. At the console screen, Zhang Chen surveyed the scene below. The zombies were as thick as yesterday, their numbers undiminished. They clustered on the walkways, the playground, and the small open parks. In contrast, places like the teaching buildings and dormitories were almost devoid of the undead. So the journal's record was true. The outbreak had struck during summer break, leaving the buildings largely empty. The zombies on the ground were mostly citizens and soldiers who had been overrun at the defenses. Countless undead were drawn to the drone's flight, noise, lifting pale hands, and emitting eerie cries toward the sky. Even through the screen, Zhang Chen could almost smell the stench emanating from a horde. A crawler made a light leap and landed atop the jostling mass. It clambered across shoulders and skulls, its limbs stamping about, staring with a grotesque expression at the drone. What a disgusting creature. Zhang Chen nudged the control stick and the drone darted forward. It circled above the playground for a moment, then quickly discovered the entrance to an air raid shelter. It was beneath the flagpole. The door had been smashed open. A 4-meter-tall armored unit leaned crookedly against the review stand. The tempered glass of the control room had been shattered. The ground was splattered with blood. Is this the armed armor? Zhang Chen guided the drone slowly toward the armored unit. The armor had 4 arms. The 2 upper mechanical arms gripped a roughly 2-meter-long heavy firearm. Among the lower pair, one arm had been modified into an alloy saber. The other lower arm bore a hefty shield. Miniature missile launchers sat on its shoulders and rocket thrusters on its back suggested it could perform short bursts of flight. A leviathan like this was a veritable instrument of war. Perhaps against unchecked, mutated creatures, it might still prove vulnerable. Yet against these zombies, it would be utterly dominant. If only we could get our hands on this beast. No undead tide would frighten us. Zhang Chen squinted, murmuring, "Mech's were man's romance." Though this was merely an armored unit, far from full mecha caliber. Such a machine far surpassed earthly technology. Who would not crave to pilot such a behemoth and trample the zombie tide at will? Just imagining it was intoxicating. Zhang Chen steered the drone toward another sector of the campus. Soon he was drawn to a gleaming supply crate, a level 3 supply box as large as a van. Dozens of crawlers and venom bug brooders swarmed around it. The higher the grade of a resource crate, the more it seemed to attract these mutated undead. It looked like a convocation of mutants. A sudden gust buffeted the drone, making it tremble. Then a colossal zombie over 4 meters tall filled the drone's lens. The same monster Zhang Chen had seen before. From a distance, his estimation of its height had been mistaken. Up close, it was even larger and more imposing than he had imagined. It retained a humanoid silhouette, skin a dark gray and devoid of hair, its muscles corded and veined. Most striking of all, because of its gargantuan size, no clothing could contain it. It stood in a state of utter abandon, which left Zhang Chen mortified. Especially its lower half. Zhang Chen felt a flush of embarrassment. How on earth was one supposed to fight this? A single glimpse dealt 10,000 points of psychological damage. It was a mutated Type 3 zombie, a giant tank, boasting tremendous strength, speed, reflexes, and resilience. With a thunderous roar, the giant tank leapt high and, splaying its 5-fingered hand, delivered a devastating slap. The drone was smashed to fragments in an instant. Parts scattered across the ground, and the camera was torn away. In the split second before the signal died, it had captured a view of a security office. Then the console screen filled with static. So there really is a security office on the other side of campus. Based on what Zhao Xie said, that she could see crawlers and the level 3 supply box, we can infer she is very likely in that security office. Zhang Chen nodded, confirming Zhao Xie's location. The immediate priorities were to obtain the armed mecha, to wipe out the horde and mutated creatures, and to secure the level 3 supply crate. He pulled up the Tianyang University campus map, and using the drone's prior reconnaissance, reconstructed the distribution of the zombies. There were easily several thousand zombies here, perhaps many more. Luring and eliminating them in small groups by sound would take days. Too long. Delay breeds disaster. That conspicuous gilded level 3 resource crate, who knew how many survivors coveted it? They had to act swiftly. Zhang Chen pondered, then his eyes brightened. I've got it. He leaped down from the bus and shoved the cars along the road aside one by one. With his current strength, pushing a 1-ton vehicle felt like an ordinary person lifting a water cooler, tiring but not difficult. After clearing that stretch, he continued down the next, leaving a lane in the middle wide enough for 2 rows of small cars to pass. Everything was ready. Zhang Chen retrieved a heavy truck from storage and climbed aboard. In the past, he had driven such rigs by blindly charging forward in clumsy U-turns. Now, with driving mastery acquired the moment his hands closed on the wheel, a well of confidence rose within him, as if he had driven this truck for years. He set off, charging with the engine's roar. The heavy truck surged to 60 miles per hour, and he executed a turn at that speed. The trailer swung like a pendulum, carving a long arc and leaving deep gouges on the pavement. Exhilaration washed over him. Others race sports cars. What difficulty is there in that? Racing a heavy truck is what truly defines a man. At this moment, Zhang Chen's reckless act was once again captured by the other survivors. The impression this heavy truck left on the survivors was incredibly profound. Wow, everyone look, the zombie meat grinder is back in action. Awesome. The heavy truck is here to harvest the zombie chies again. How fast has it leveled up? Just watching is exhilarating. Huh, why are all the cars on the road moving to the sides? Is there someone strong enough to move cars? Move cars? Are you serious? The weight of an average small car is about 1.6 tons. If you can lift one, you might as well try for an Olympic medal. Sorry, the Olympic record is 183 kilograms. Even 200 kilograms is much lighter than a car. But speaking of which, where is this big shot going to kill zombies? I see that all the zombies nearby have been wiped out. Wow, has he turned the zombies into a rare species? That's brutal. That's too harsh. There are still more than 10 zombies downstairs at my place. I beg the Great One to help clear them out. Don't joke, those 10 zombies are nothing to the Great One. He takes them out by the hundreds. Oh my, it looks like this heavy truck is heading towards Tianyang University. Hey, the Great One is going to Tianyang University. In an instant, the comments section exploded. What's going on? Is there something wrong with Tianyang University? Some survivors who were further away, not knowing the truth, asked. They'll take a photo, you can figure it out yourselves. Soon a flurry of crowd photos were sent in. Among them were various mutated zombies. It was like a chaotic dance of demons. Wow, is this? Is this a celebration for the zombies? There are just too many. Seeing this gives me goosebumps. After seeing the zombies here, I suddenly feel that the 10 zombies downstairs are nothing. Am I delusional? With such a dense crowd of zombies, even a heavy truck would struggle. I think this guy is in for trouble. Once the heavy truck gets stuck in the zombie horde, he's definitely doomed. Exactly, can he drive the truck elsewhere? There's zombies everywhere. Why go to Tianyang University? What a waste of resources. If he dies in a tide of zombies, I won't even have a chance to gather resources. Nearby survivors at Tianyang University opened a live stream, watching as the heavy truck sped up, racing towards the south gate like lightning. It's going to crash. It's going to crash. At this moment, the survivors in the chat were getting increasingly anxious as the heavy truck drew closer to Tianyang University. Boom! A loud crash. The iron barrier wall was ruthlessly crushed beneath the truck's wheels, followed by thousands of zombies. The heavy truck tore through the chaos, brutally carving out a bloody path. Wow, no wonder it's a heavy truck. The impact is incredible. This is just like a special effects blockbuster. It's so thrilling. It reminds me of a game where you drive and crash into zombies. But today's situation is clearly different from yesterday. With this reminder, everyone began to notice. Yesterday, when the heavy truck trampled zombies, it charged out in one go, turned around, and then came back. Because the heavy truck was fast, the zombies couldn't catch up. Therefore, it had time to turn around. But this time was distinctly different. The heavy truck had just knocked zombies away, creating a bloody path. In an instant, it was overwhelmed by the tide of zombies sweeping in from all sides. In the face of absolute numerical superiority, the loss of knocking away dozens of zombies was negligible. Rumble! The heavy truck's exhaust pipe emitted black smoke. Then its massive body charged forward with unstoppable momentum. It stubbornly pushed into the campus. Is it not turning back? There are almost 1,000 zombies at the campus entrance. Isn't that enough? Its direction seems to be towards the playground. Wow, the playground? That's not just regular zombies. There are monsters too. I said the heavy truck is committing suicide. Now, everyone has no objections. The crowd fell silent, unsure of what the driver of the heavy truck was thinking. As the heavy truck stepped deeper into the zombie encirclement, it showed no signs of slowing down, still revving up its power. Roaring forward, Zhang Chen sat inside, watching the zombies being knocked away from the windows, expressionlessly sliding the windshield wipers, wiping away the flesh and blood stuck on the windshield clean. We're almost there. The heavy truck charged towards the armed mecha's side, and then suddenly drifted. The heavy truck's drift was extraordinary. If it weren't for Zhang Chen's mastery of driving skills, attempting such maneuvers recklessly would surely overturn the vehicle. Screech. A sudden, urgent screech of brakes. Then the truck's cargo area spun sharply around its front end. Thud. Bang. Dozens of zombies were instantly smashed to pieces by the tremendous impact. Each one was sent flying high, then fell to the ground limp. At the same time, a brief vacuum zone for zombies formed near the car door. Now's the time. Zhang Chen forcefully pushed the door open and quickly reached out to touch the armed mecha. In a flash, the massive armed mecha vanished into thin air. As expected, Zhang Chen was delighted. The armed mecha was also categorized as a vehicle. Previously, the only vehicle in the storage space was the heavy truck. Now that the heavy truck was out, the vehicle slot was empty. Just in time to store the armed armor. Mission accomplished. Retreat. Collecting the armed mecha took just a moment. At this point, his body began to fall due to gravity. Just as his left foot touched the ground, he suddenly exerted force again. Zhang Chen leaped back into the driver's seat just as the door closed. Countless pale, cold hands immediately slapped against the heavy truck's body. Retreat. Zhang Chen floored the accelerator, and the heavy truck traced an arc on the playground. Then it sped out in a flurry. Silence. A dead silence. The entire chat channel was surprisingly quiet for 3 to 4 seconds. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. What just happened? Did I see it wrong? I saw an energy wave shot from that man's hand, directly piercing through the mutated zombies. Wow, Kamehameha. Does this world actually have such a thing? That's too exaggerated. Slicing through a mutated zombie with one strike in his palm can even shoot energy waves. We only have the option to run when we encounter mutated zombies. But he took them down like chopping vegetables. What level is this guy? Could it be that he has already entered the realm of awakeners? This is unbelievable. It's only been 4 days, and everyone started from the same starting line, but this guy must have taken a head start. Without a doubt, this man is definitely the strongest survivor in the world, bar none. Suddenly realizing that this young man is so cool in battle. Great one, please let me join you. Are you building a base? I want to sign up. The survivors in the chat channel couldn't see the location of the armed mechas due to their angle. They only saw Zhang Chen drive into the playground, and then their line of sight was blocked by the buildings. When the heavy truck reappeared, there were many bloodstains on its body. One of the tires had also blown out. 2 creepers took the opportunity to climb onto the heavy truck, desperately gripping the top of the cargo area with their claws. A series of metallic scraping sounds echoed. Damn, they can fight back in such a situation. Impressive. But the situation isn't optimistic. Did you see those 2 monsters on the cargo area? We've encountered them before, and they almost wiped us out. Indeed, this creature called a creeper has claws sharper than metal, definitely not to be trifled with. Dealing with just one is challenging enough, and now there are 2. Even if the heavy truck breaks through the sea of zombies, it won't be able to shake off these 2 monsters. Humans at the extreme limit can't handle these monsters. This driver is doomed. What? Has anyone really reached the human limit? This leveling up is too fast. Are they eating energy crystals for every meal? I doubt the number of survivors in our area who can reach the human limit exceeds 10. Damn, why am I just a weak survivor? What the hell is this? I think being abnormally strong is already impressive. After all, this is only the 4th day of the apocalypse. Amidst the discussions, the heavy truck had already burst out of Tianyang University, followed by thousands of zombies. The truck accelerated, turned a few corners, and shook off the ordinary zombies behind. However, the creeper's claws had dug deep into the iron skin of the cargo area. No matter how the heavy truck swerved, it couldn't shake them off. The truck sped along the road that Zhang Chen had cleared earlier. But soon the road came to an end. Ahead was a road blocked by abandoned vehicles. In the distance, a few dozen zombies wandered aimlessly. Let's settle this here. Zhang Chen lightly pressed the brakes, bringing the heavy truck to a slow stop. The truck has stopped. The survivors in the channel continued to discuss. Some timid girls began to cover their eyes, afraid of witnessing the upcoming bloody scene. Survivors of the human limit couldn't last a minute against a creeper, let alone facing 2 at once. The heavy truck driver is doomed. Many survivors looked at Zhang Chen with pity. Part of the crowd was watching the spectacle, hoping to gauge the strength of the creepers through Zhang Chen's battle. This way, they would have a reference for future battles. Some had even begun to secretly note the location of the heavy truck and the street signs. Once Zhang Chen died, they could sneak over to loot the body. At least one heavy truck wouldn't be able to escape, along with a considerable number of energy crystals. This was a huge fortune. Everyone harbored their own motives as they watched the live broadcast. Suddenly, the door of the heavy truck swung open. A tall and imposing man gracefully jumped to the ground from the truck. Due to the distance, only the outline of his face could be seen. His features were only discernible in rough detail, but the confidence and composure radiated even from afar. This guy can't possibly be unaware of the 2 monsters on top of the cargo area, can he? It's possible he was in the driver's seat and might not have noticed. Otherwise, a normal person would have jumped out and run away by now. How can he be so leisurely? My heart is racing. Watching this scene feels a bit cruel. Mainly because we can't see his face, we don't know who he is, so we can't privately message him to warn him. I hope he can let us understand the combat style of the creepers before he dies. That would be a significant contribution. In the eyes of these survivors, Zhang Chen was already a dead man. A creeper, slowly approached the edge of the cargo area, looking down at Zhang Chen with a strange smile. At the same time, another creeper jumped down from the other side of the heavy truck. It crawled underneath the vehicle, preparing to launch a sneak attack on Zhang Chen from below. Damn, these guys can strategize. They're not ordinary zombies. They've already seen mutated zombies. Why aren't they running? Could they be so frightened that their legs are weak and they can't move? Be careful below. Even if I say it, he can't hear it. He's doomed now. Zhang Chen looked at the creeper on top of the truck and smiled slightly. In the instant the other was about to jump down, Zhang Chen was faster, suddenly charging in front of the creeper. The Tang Dao glinted with cold light. This full-powered strike landed squarely on the creeper's back. The creeper didn't even understand what had happened before its body was sliced in half. Bloody pieces fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the other creeper launched an attack from behind Zhang Chen along the ground. Boom! Bang! A flash of blue light. The creeper below had a large hole blasted through its body. Even its spine was shot through by the concentrated blast. At that moment, with the force of the recoil, Zhang Chen gently floated onto the top of the cargo area, not a drop of blood staining his clothes. His clothes billowed gracefully. Zhang Chen lightly raised his right hand and collected the two creepers, obtaining Energy Crystal 10020, Accelerating Fertilizer 10, Sharp Claw 4, Tough Leather 5, Evolver's Blood 2. Level Up Progress 642-8002. Ding! Detected that the materials for Tough Beginner Energy Armor are complete. Do you want to craft it immediately? Craft immediately. You lost Energy Crystal 200, Tough Leather 20, Clean Cloth 500. Congratulations, you've obtained Tough Beginner Energy Armor. Suddenly a bracelet appeared on Zhang Chen's left wrist with mysterious symbols floating above it. Is this the energy armor? Zhang Chen raised his hand to examine the bracelet. Does it activate when danger approaches? Let's test it. Zhang Chen thought of this and turned to look at a nearby tall building with more than 10 stories. According to the armor's instructions, it can nullify fall damage within a 50-meter height range. Calculating that 50 meters equals about 17 stories. The adjacent building is 15 stories, perfectly within the immunity range. Moreover, Zhang Chen was also prepared for the worst. With his current strength, even if he jumped from the 15th floor, he wouldn't die. At most, he would just twist an ankle or something. After all, his physical quality had received a significant boost, making it manageable to withstand this level of damage. Plus, with his powerful self-healing ability, he would recover quickly. He soon reached the rooftop. With a sense of assurance, Zhang Chen swiftly darted to the adjacent building. He landed directly on the rain shelter of the second floor. Then, with his hands gripping the balcony, he exerted a gentle force. His entire body effortlessly soared 2 to 3 meters into the air. This time, there was no need for a running start. It was entirely dependent on his skill, the effect of expert-level climbing. Zhang Chen moved like a gecko, deftly climbing and walking up the stairs. It's time to test the power of the energy armor. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Chen walked straight to the edge of the rooftop and leaned forward. His body fell straight down. Bang! The height of 15 stories descended in just 2 or 3 seconds. At the instant Zhang Chen's feet touched the ground, the wristband emitted a faint glow. At the same time, Zhang Chen found himself enveloped in brown armor. He expected a powerful rebound force where he landed. Yet it all vanished without a trace. Although he still felt a heaviness upon landing, his entire body felt particularly light and unscathed. Indeed, it activates in moments of danger. This armor's reaction speed is even faster than that of a human. Zhang Chen looked at the fully armed armor, nodding in satisfaction. A few minutes later, the armor slowly retracted. It transformed back into the wristband on his left hand. All of this took place at the back of the building, perfectly avoiding the gaze of other survivors. Then Zhang Chen took out the combat mech from his storage space. The slightly damaged combat mech can be repaired using steel. The prompt popped up again. Zhang Chen had just acquired the basic mechanical enhancement modification ability. He could repair minor mechanical faults and enhance machinery. Then let's practice with the combat mech. Previously, he had traded for a considerable amount of steel from Zhang Hao, which would come in handy. Ding! You have lost steel 20, and the combat mech has been successfully repaired. Ding! The combat mech is currently unable to be enhanced. You need a higher-level mechanical enhancement modification skill. Zhang Chen scratched his head. Of course, such high-tech combat mechs can't just be modified casually. The entire mech's balance combat capability and mobility have all been rigorously designed. Now let's experience it firsthand. Zhang Chen was somewhat impatient. He climbed into the combat armor. The cockpit resembled that of a car with pedals for acceleration, braking, and jumping. The right foot controlled the accelerator and brake, while the left foot was for jumping. It felt quite similar to a manual car. The difference was that the mech had no steering wheel. There was a flexible joystick for the arms. By simply twisting his body, he could turn the armor and change direction. With the support of his driving proficiency skill, although it was Zhang Chen's first time piloting the mech, he quickly became adept. The mech raced across the ground, effortlessly jumping to a height of 5 to 6 meters. In midair, he pressed the thruster switch. The mech could directly hover in the air, even allowing for midair parking, turning, and acceleration. Zhang Chen piloted the mech for a while, easily squashing the zombies drawn in by the noise into mush. The zombies' teeth and claws were merely scratching the surface in front of this steel giant. With a casual kick, Zhang Chen sent a zombie flying over 10 meters like a kickball. Upon landing, the body folded slightly. Crack! The spine snapped, unable to rise again. Refreshing. Truly refreshing. However, merely moving and jumping isn't enough. I must also operate the weapons and understand the various data on the control panel. Zhang Chen spent the entire afternoon getting a grip on all the data charts and the use of weapon equipment. Moreover, he could easily switch between close and range combat with the combat armor. Phew! Although it's just operation, the physical exertion is no joke. It feels just like fighting for an entire afternoon. Zhang Chen glanced at the darkening sky and finally stored the combat mech back into the storage space. He wiped the sweat from his brow and circled around the side of the building. He arrived beside a heavy truck. Suddenly, he heard a conversation coming from the other side of the truck. The voice was not loud, but in this silent street, it sounded particularly distinct. Is this neon language? Although Zhang Chen didn't understand that this language had certain phonetic characteristics. He couldn't comprehend it, but he could discern it. Zhang Chen quietly circled around the back of the truck to take a peek. He saw 3 small men and a woman pointing at the truck. One of them was even stepping on the truck's tire, trying to force open the driver's side door. The truck keys were in Zhang Chen's hand. How could they possibly force it open? After several failed attempts, they began to murmur and discuss among themselves. They were certainly up to no good. At this moment, one of the men pointed at the window for a while. Then he picked up a large stone from the roadside. It seemed he intended to smash the window and enter the vehicle. Hey, that's my car. Get away. Zhang Chen gently tapped the cargo area and stepped out from behind the vehicle. He had just used his inside eye skill to assess the power levels of these individuals. The 3 men were exceptionally strong, while the woman was at an ordinary person's level. Such a level was merely akin to ants in front of Zhang Chen. At Novice System, Nandai has a Desiga. One of the men shouted at Zhang Chen. At the same time, they all drew long sabers from their waists. I can't understand. Speak in human language. Zhang Chen replied impatiently. One of the neon men shouted as he charged forward with his saber raised. There was no need to understand what the other party was saying from his actions. It was clear he was coming to deliver his head. Zhang Chen chuckled coldly. Dealing with enemies of this level didn't require weapons at all. But in the apocalypse, caution is paramount. Every battle must be taken seriously, or a single lapse could cost one's life. He immediately drew out his blast shield and a sharpened tang sword, his figure flashing. Swish! Swish! Zhang Chen, like a ghost, instantly passed by the 3 men. After squeezing out the last bit of sound from their throats, the 3 neon men instantly sprayed blood. Their bodies were cut in half. They looked in terror at their upper and lower halves slowly separating, then falling to the ground. Maintaining their terrified expressions, they died. Even these hard-shelled creatures could be split in 2 by Zhang Chen. How much easier it would be for these ordinary humans. Please, don't kill me. The remaining baby-faced woman from Neon was pale with fright at the sight before her. Her voice trembled slightly as she pleaded in Mandarin. Huh, you can speak Mandarin. Zhang Chen was taken aback. Yes. I'm a foreign student from Neon. My name is Maineko. In the Dragon Kingdom, I'm called Li Shui. Actually, I'm not familiar with these 3 people. I just happened to encounter them on the way. They said they couldn't understand the chat channel content in this area and asked me to act as a translator. Actually, I really like the Dragon Kingdom. I like the people of the Dragon Kingdom. They wanted to forcibly take me to the area of the Neon people, but I was unwilling to go. Please believe me, I'm not on the same side as those 3. Maineko pleaded with a tearful voice. The area of the Neon country. What does that mean? Zhang Chen keenly caught important information from Maineko's expression. It's like this currently the chat in this area is all from the Dragon Kingdom, which means there are also dragon people nearby. But according to those three, they came from the other side of the river. The people over there all speak Neon, and they thought the area here was the same. They didn't expect the language barrier. Mineko fell silent, answering Zhang Chen's question without holding anything back. Why did they come over from the other side of the river? Zhang Chen asked again. Well, they didn't tell me, but I overheard their conversation. It seems that the other side of the river is all residential areas, places to hide, and there aren't many resources. Some of them looked at the map of Tianyang City and found that this side of the river is a commercial center. They thought there would be more food and hiding places here, so they came to scout. I'm speaking the truth. Please let me go, Mineko said with pleading eyes. You can let me go, but hand over your valuables, and you can leave, Zhang Chen said nonchalantly. Huh, I really don't have anything valuable. Mineko looked innocent. That's fine, I can still get what's in your storage ring after killing you. Then I'll know if you were telling the truth, Zhang Chen said with a cold expression. No, don't. Upon hearing Zhang Chen was going to kill her, Mineko panicked immediately. She hurriedly rummaged through her storage ring. While pulling things out, she said, Please don't kill me, all my things are yours. These are everything I have, please. Accept them. Zhang Chen looked down at the items on the ground. Sailor suit 1, cute cat ear cos outfit 1, frying pan 1, unknown vibrating sphere 1, some unknown cylindrical object 1, a bucket of instant noodles 3, carbonated drinks 5, energy crystal 1, mutated fertilizer 5. Is this it? Zhang Chen's expression darkened. This woman can't possibly be an idiot. What is she collecting all these clothes for in the apocalypse? Who is she dressing for? Moreover, isn't the system a bit too unintelligent? There are even unrecognized items. What's this unknown vibrating sphere, an unknown cylindrical object? Zhang Chen stretched out his hand to take the bucket of instant noodles 3, carbonated drinks 5, and energy crystal 1. I'll take these 3, you can take the rest. Now you can leave. Mineko looked troubled. Without food and water, how will she survive next? But she saw Zhang Chen still holding the blood-dripping Tang Dao and didn't dare to say anything. After storing the remaining items, she hurriedly bowed to Zhang Chen several times before running away, without looking back. Zhang Chen turned and placed his hands on the 3 corpses of the Neon people. Collect. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained energy crystal 12525, mutated fertilizer 890, clean fabric 432, sharp samurai sword 3, some unknown vibrating object 3, red candles 35, strong rope 7, bucket of instant noodles 35, a bottled sake 24, some indecent video 32, storage ring fragment 73. After collecting the resources, Zhang Chen did not immediately leave in his vehicle. Instead, he quietly pursued the direction Mineko had fled. The reason Zhang Chen let her go earlier was not out of kindness. He deliberately let her escape to see if what she said was true. People are capable of lying. In times of peace, there are many who lie. How much more so in an apocalypse where everyone is on edge? Believing others easily is idiotic. No matter how sincere Mineko appeared, Zhang Chen never truly trusted her. After all, he had already entered the awakener stage. Compared to the ordinary Mineko, his strength was not on the same level. Zhang Chen could easily sense Mineko's heavy breathing and the sound of her hurried footsteps. However, Mineko was completely unaware that Zhang Chen was just a few dozen meters behind her. She ran 300 to 400 meters in one breath and looked back. Confirming that Zhang Chen had not chased her, she leaned against a street lamp and rested for a moment. Shortly after, her expression suddenly froze. It lasted for about 10 seconds. Zhang Chen knew that this expression was her contacting someone through the chat interface. Because the system interface appeared directly on her retina, when she focused on the interface, she appeared dazed to others. After resting for a moment, Mineko's expression instantly transformed. Previously, she had been anxious and fearful like a startled deer. At this moment, her demeanor changed completely, becoming calm and composed. Her eyes were filled with cunning and arrogance. This woman is indeed suspicious. Everything just now was an act. Mineko waited by the roadside for a while. 10 minutes later, an off-road vehicle came rushing in. There was a zombie crushed on the hood. Due to the high speed, the inertia had pressed the zombie firmly against the hood of the engine. Screech! As soon as the off-road vehicle stopped, the zombie flew off. At the same time, 2 neon men got out of the vehicle dressed similarly to the previous 3. One of them helped Mineko into the car. The other got out and cleanly pierced the zombie's head with a samurai sword. Then he reached out, and the zombie's corpse instantly vanished. Zhang Chen knew that it had been collected. 3 people boarded the vehicle and turned it around, speeding northward. Their lair lies to the north. Zhang Chen surged forward, sprinting at full 100-meter dash velocity, trailing them from a distance. In raw explosive power, Zhang Chen easily outpaced the SUV's initial acceleration, but endurance unquestionably favored the machine. Fortunately, the road was littered with zombie carcasses and scattered wrecked vehicles, forcing the SUV onto a winding, treacherous path. Consequently, its speed remained sluggish. After roughly 2 kilometers, it halted beside a narrow side street. The surrounding pavement was splattered with dried blood and devoid of zombies. Clearly, this area had already been cleared. 2 neon-clad men escorted Minako out of the vehicle. From a nearby alley emerged 4 more neon-clad youths, 2 young men and 2 young women. Each petite in stature, the women stood about 1.5 meters tall. The men barely exceeded 1.6 meters. Upon meeting, they launched into rapid, unintelligible chatter. Zhang Chen understood, not a word remaining concealed in the shadows, observing silently. "Minako, you've returned. Where are Ono and the others?" asked the man with the thin mustache. "We were ambushed by a citizen of Longhua. Ono and the rest fell in battle. Fortunately, my quick wits saved me," Minako declared grimly. "What? All 3 of them dead? How many were there?" With Ono's strength, even defeat shouldn't have stripped them of the ability to break through. The mustached man stared in disbelief. There was only 1, and Ono and the others were slain in an instant. Minako's face darkened as if shadowed by gathering storm clouds. What? 3 killed by a single person? In an instant, impossible. Even mutated zombies couldn't achieve such devastation. The mustached man remained skeptical. "Believe it or not, it's what I witnessed with my own eyes. Had I not delivered a performance worthy of a cinematic legend, I'd be dead too." Minako spoke each word with deliberate gravity. A cinematic legend's performance. At that phrase, the mustached man gave her a slow, knowing, appraising glance from head to toe. "What are you imagining, fool? It's nothing like what you're thinking. Enough, let's move on. We've evaded that terrifying figure, now we proceed with our plan." Minako had long grown accustomed to his attitude. These men were utterly dependent on women. Every thought in their heads revolved around one thing alone. The group entered the alley's depths where 2 more neon-clad men waited, gripping riot-control steel forks, pinning 2 zombies firmly against the wall. The zombies groaned hoarsely, HRRRGH, HRRRGH, clawing desperately toward their captors, yet the forks driven deep into their waists rendered them immobile. "Are you ready?" the mustache man asked Minako. "Yes, just a moment." She tousled her hair, deliberately evoking disarray and panic. Then she unfastened several buttons of her blouse, crafting the appearance of a desperate fleeing woman. Finally, she hefted a flat-bottomed pan in her palm, testing its weight. Only then did she declare, "I'm ready. Run 20 meters first. We'll release the zombies. Remember, run fast and never look back. Turn right once you exit the alley, and speak only in Longua's tongue." The mustached man repeated sternly. Yes, yes, I've done this before. How tedious. You always thrust me into danger. Do you know nothing of chivalry or tender regard for a lady?" Minako cut him off impatiently. "What can I do? You see, your beauty is simply irresistible. A helpless woman's plea is impossible for any man to refuse." With a grin, the mustached man slapped her lower back sharply. "Let's go." Minako let out a light, tinkling laugh, composed herself, and dashed forward. "Help me. Is anyone there? Save me." She burst into shrill, piercing cries, in flawless Longwa speech, after dashing 20 or 30 meters. Her voice carried extraordinary clarity and reach, immediately seizing the zombie's attention. At the signal, the men, wielding the steel forks, carefully guided the creatures away from the wall. Then they swiftly retreated and vanished into hiding. Drawn by Minako's cries, the zombies lurched forward with guttural shrieks, though their gait was unnaturally sluggish. Both appeared lame, limping heavily on injured feet. This was no accident. It was a meticulously laid trap. Though Zhang Chen couldn't comprehend their language, he observed everything clearly from an upper-floor vantage point and grasped the essence instantly, a classic seduction gambit. Her use of Longwa speech confirmed it beyond doubt. Once again, these neon-clad individuals schemed against Longwa's people. Zhang Chen followed Minako's flight path with his gaze toward a massive supermarket. At its entrance stood 8 survivors who held longbows aloft, standing vigilant while the others sorted supplies recently hauled from inside. Their leader was Zheng Hao, the very man who'd earlier announced in the chat channel his intent to seize a major supermarket. This was unmistakably the target he'd named. "Help me. Someone. Save me." Stumbling and staggering, Minako fled straight toward Zheng Hao. Her acting was undeniably masterful. Earlier, when Zhang Chen had trailed her over 400 meters, she'd moved with the precision and stamina of an elite athlete. Now, over this mere 100 meters, she staggered as if near death's door. HRRRGH. The two zombies shrieked from behind. Rescue her, Zhang Hao commanded. Twang, twang. Two arrows flew true, each striking a zombie square in the forehead. Both collapsed instantly. Thank you for saving me. Minako crouched on the ground like a terrified fawn, trembling uncontrollably. Zhang Chen had witnessed this exact tableau less than half an hour earlier. Damn it all. Life truly is theater sustained solely by artifice. Are you all right? Zhang Hao asked, concern evident in his voice. In his survivor group, men vastly outnumbered women. He urgently needed more female survivors, not merely for compassion, but to preserve demographic balance and prevent societal collapse. I'm Fina. But please, kind soul, my two younger sisters remain trapped in that alley. We saw your group approaching and rushed out to seek help, but accidentally startled the zombies lurking within the alley. We had no proper weapons, no chance against them. Please, rescue my sisters. Tears streamed down Minako's cheeks like falling plum blossoms. Two sisters. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up with sudden sharp interest. Yes, they're only 16 like me. They study dance. Please help save them, they're still so young. Mayonnaise grabbed Zhang Hao's sleeve and deliberately rubbed her body against his leg. 16. Dancers. At those words, the other male survivors' eyes lit up. Having girls in the survivor camp to stir some sparks would be delightful. How pleasant that would be. They already had a safe shelter. Having taken the supermarket, at least for now, they would not go hungry. All they lacked now were women. If women came to sweeten their lives, the apocalypse would lose much of its terror. Several men cast questioning glances at Zhang Hao. A few young men could hardly contain their eagerness to rush and rescue them. So, how many zombies are in the alley? Zhang Hao asked cautiously. Recruiting beautiful members was important, but not worth risking lives. If there were too many zombies, he would rather let them die. He would not gamble his people's lives for strangers. He kept a clear head. Besides the two that chased me, there should be 4 or 5 more inside. Mayonnaise said nervously. 4 or 5 zombies. A piece of cake, boss. Yes, the 3 of us can easily handle 4 or 5 zombies. Exactly. Well, leave some to continue inventory. By the time we rescue them and return, the supplies will be counted, and we can withdraw to camp without delay. 2 birds with 1 stone. The young survivors pressed Zhang Hao enthusiastically. They were, after all, in the flush of youth. They were helpless before the opposite sex, especially attractive ones. All right then. Zhang Hao weighed the danger and made his decision. He judged the risk manageable. Lu Feng Ding Daqiang, you two come with me. The rest keep checking supplies and stay alert. Not only watch for zombies, but be wary of other survivors who might come to plunder, Zhang Hao cautioned. Relax, boss, the survivors we meet are dying to join us. Besides, we are many. Who would dare rob us? That would be madness, a young man laughed. Still better safe than sorry, and do not be complacent. This is the end of the world. Some cannot even find food and will do anything, Zhang Hao warned earnestly. Okay, got a boss. Don't worry, I promise the supplies will be intact when you return, the young man said, smiling and nodding. After repeated warnings, Zhang Hao led 2 survivors and followed Mayonnaise cautiously into the alley. They had no idea that waiting for them, there was a band of Nihonran armed with steel blades. Zhang Chen watched everything clearly from above. Though he felt only lukewarm obligation toward Zhang Hao, his feelings for these Nihonran were another matter. Zhang Chen loathed them to his core. Their deeds gave him every justification to see them all dead. With that thought, he slipped from the rooftop in a single silent leap, landed without a sound, and sprinted toward the alley. Meanwhile, Mayonnaise, looking anxious, gripped Zhang Hao's sleeve like a frightened little girl. Her figure was graceful and compact. Though a little short, she possessed all the right curves, and she walked with an enticing sway. The 2 young men behind found themselves distracted and restless. We're almost there. They turned right at the intersection before the alley. Big brother, please, you must save my sisters. Mayonnaise said plaintively. Don't worry. If it's truly only 4 or 5 zombies, as you say, we'll be able to rescue your sisters. Zhang Hao replied, his gaze constantly darting to the surroundings. Something fell off, but he could not name what it was. Moreover, the alley was too quiet, unnaturally so. Thank you, big brother. I like you. Mayonnaise finished and placed both hands on Zhang Hao's cheeks. Her affectionate seal utterly bewildered Zhang Hao. He had never encountered such a forward girl. She was plainly attractive with simple makeup, a genuine beauty. The 2 young men behind watched with envy and jealousy, wishing themselves in Zhang Hao's place and secretly hoping the sisters would treat them similarly. They were lost in such thoughts when, without warning, 7 Nihonran sprang out from front and rear, each brandishing a katana. 3 in front, 4 at the back. The little mustached man shouted a strange command. Huh? What is going on? Before Zhang Hao could react, a cold dagger pressed against his throat. Give up resisting, or I'll slit your leader's throat. Mayonnaise produced a dagger from who knew where and looked at the two remaining young men with a triumphant grin. This. What do we do? The two youths could fight, but had almost no adaptability. 7 opponents against 3. Zhang Hao was being held hostage. How could they launch an attack? The two were stunned, unsure whether to raise their bows or lower them. They stood there in confusion. In such a combat state, chatting was impossible. Only in safe places could one access the system's chat interface. That explained why some conversations abruptly fell silent. Most participants had entered combat. Who exactly are you, and what do you want? Zhang Hao demanded sharply. My name is Mayonnaise. We are Nihongran. These are all Nihongran. We formed our own camp organization, just as you did. Except your survivor camp is laughable, she continued. Ours is a hunter's camp. There's an old saying in the Dragon Country, a wolf travels 1,000 miles to eat meat, a dog travels 1,000 miles to eat filth. We possess the spirit of wolves and the cohesion of a team, so naturally we eat meat. And you are our fat meat. Mayonnaise said with a smile. All you want is food and water. Well, I can give you that. Let us go, and I will keep my word. I will not break my promise. Zhang Hao replied. I never break your promise. Do you think I would believe that? I understand the danger of releasing a tiger. Now, one of your boys comes with me, you and the others stay. If this boy does not cooperate, I will kill your leader and your companion. Mayonnaise warned one younger survivor coldly. Don't listen to her. If the 3 of us die here, the others might survive. If you lure more people and we will be annihilated. They will also seize the food and water. Zhang Hao lamented. But, in your present state, you have no bargaining chips, do you? If we kill the 3 of you, we can use the same trick to draw the rest, and Mayonnaise sneered. We have 8 people, you'll be left with 4. Even with numbers, your remaining people would not stand against us. But I can promise you this if you obediently follow my orders. I can let you feel a final comfort before you die. You will die without pain. Otherwise, I will make you watch as the zombies tear your flesh from you piece by piece. Mayonnaise's tone shifted from gentle to vicious. The 3 stood with their hairs on end, chilled to the bone. Am I perhaps the 3rd option? Suddenly, a clear, resonant voice rang out from above. Xiao Huzi jerked his head upward in terror. There, standing tall atop the eaves, calm, commanding, impossibly handsome, was a man gazing down at him with effortless authority. A living person had appeared directly overhead, yet none of the dozens of neon warriors present had sensed him. You're Zhang Chen. Zhang Hao had previously traded with Zhang Chen, purchasing 10 bows and arrows from him, an exorbitant price. That transaction left an indelible impression. And those 10 bows had proven decisive. They enabled his group to seize the supermarket with near-zero casualties. Had they relied solely on melee weapons against the undead, their combat personnel would have suffered heavy losses. Zhang Hao's initial joy at seeing Zhang Chen swiftly curdled into alarm. Joy, for reinforcements had arrived. Alarm, for there was only one of him. Was he merely delivering himself as tribute? Even if Zhang Hao were free to act, adding Zhang Chen would still bring their numbers to just 4 against 8. Hey Zhang Chen, get to the supermarket entrance. Call my men. We'll be evenly matched. Then we might yet stand a chance. Zhang Hao shouted. Wait, I'd like to ask if I save you, what's in it for me? Zhang Chen spoke abruptly. Nanny. His audacious question left both Mayonnaise and Zhang Hao utterly stunned. Brother, is this really the moment for bargaining? Do you have no moral compass? Zhang Hao was nearly in tears. What kind of person was this? Don't try to morally blackmail me. I'm expending effort to save you. I deserve compensation naturally. I could simply wait for these neon warriors to kill you first, then eliminate them myself. That way I claim everything. Far more profitable. So the fact that I've chosen negotiation instead, that alone demonstrates remarkable integrity. Zhang Chen declared this with solemn conviction. Zhang Hao fell speechless, his breath catching. A sharp, involuntary hiss escaped him, because disturbingly it made sense. It was irrefutable. After all, why should anyone rescue you for free? Even returning a lost wallet warrants gratitude. Then fine, 20 bags of frozen dumplings. How's that? Zhang Hao offered. You're remarkably precise in your calculations. With the power out, frozen goods can't remain in refrigerators. They must go into storage space. So you're offering me what you yourselves cannot store. Enough. Let's dispense with haggling. I'll name my price outright. Half of all supplies you've taken from the supermarket, mine. Try to deceive me, and I'll claim all of it. Understood. Zhang Chen's voice turned icy. Then, Fine. Agreed. Deal sealed. Zhang Hao gritted out. His team had scouted terrain, divided battle zones, slaughtered undead, labored for days. And now half their spoils would go to Zhang Chen. It was devastating. Yet what alternative remained? Damn you. You treat me as if I don't exist. I'll slaughter every last one of you. Xiao Huzi erupted in furious, unintelligible shouts. enraged that Zhang Chen and Zhang Hao bargained so brazenly before him. Beware, don't underestimate him. He's the one who killed Ono and the others. Mainishi warned dense. Ono was reckless, a fool. I won't repeat that error. We're all newly arrived, and we fight as a coordinated unit. Even if this young man advanced rapidly, at most he matches our strongest members. All of us attack together. Don't let this Dragon Realm native escape. Xiao Huzi bellowed. Yet Zhang Chen had no intention of fleeing. He drifted silently down into the alleyway, drawing his Tang sword. What the hell, Zhang Chen? You said you'd rescue us. I told you to fetch help, not duel them single-handedly. You're walking straight to your death. Zhang Hao cried out in panic. But even as his voice cracked, Zhang Chen moved, vanishing, reappearing, a blur of motion. In an instant, Xiao Huzi and two nearby neon warriors split cleanly in two. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao's two companions seized the opening, engaging their captors Heiden. Zhang Hao's fighters stood at the peak of abnormal strength, the same tier as the four neon warriors. But outnumbering them two-to, they pressed forward relentlessly, forcing their opponents into desperate retreat, until with a flash of cold light, all four collapsed lifeless to the ground. Holy, what just happened? Zhang Chen cut down four neon warriors in a blink. These neon warriors are my tier, which means between the two of us, we couldn't even withstand one strike from him. That's terrifying beyond words. The two youths hadn't flinched facing four enemies, but witnessing Zhang Chen, their legs trembled uncontrollably. Don't come closer, or I'll kill their leader. Then you'll get nothing of the supplies he promised you. Mei Nizi had foreseen this outcome. She'd already dragged Zhang Hao aside, pressing her back against the wall to eliminate blind spots. This woman was cunning indeed. Before battle even began, she'd prepared for defeat, securing her own escape route. Apologies, I don't negotiate under threat. I've already recorded Zhang Hao's promise to me. If your people refuse to honor the agreement, so be it. I'll kill them all. It won't take long, and the supplies will be mine to claim freely. But you must die. I gave you a chance. Yet you deceived me. Zhang Chen spoke with chilling detachment, stepping steadily toward Mei Nizi. Don't come any closer. A suffocating aura pressed upon her, a presence unlike anything she'd ever encountered. As if confronting a god of slaughter, the very air thickened with the scent of death. This man would carry out his vow. Half the supermarket's haul versus the entire stock. Any rational mind knew which prize held greater value. Were she in his place, she'd fabricate an excuse to slaughter everyone and claim it all. So she assumed he thought likewise. Though holding a hostage, she felt utterly exposed, her sense of security shattered. Zhang Hao noticed Mei Nizi's right hand trembling, seized it, dropped low, and rolled wildly free. At that very moment, Zhang Chen reached her. One stroke. Mei Nizi cleaved cleanly in two, from crown to sternum. Brother Zhang Chen, truly masterful. Zhang Hao exclaimed, his face brimming with admiration. Did you already foresee that this woman wouldn't dare kill me? Don't flatter yourself. My sole objective was to kill her. Zhang Chen replied calmly. Whether you live or die holds no consequence for me. HSS. Zhang Hao chuckled awkwardly. You really are heartless, aren't you? Still, regardless, thank you for saving us, he added earnestly. I promised you supplies, and I keep my word. The moment the words left his lips, footsteps echoed from the alley's entrance. The remaining survivors, who had stayed behind to tally the supplies, grew uneasy upon realizing Zhang Hao and his group had not returned, so they came searching. Upon entering the alley, they were met with a grisly sight: corpses strewn across the ground, their wounds horrific beyond description. The metallic stench of blood clung thick and heavy in the narrow passageway, refusing to dissipate. Some onlookers doubled over, retching violently. Chief, what happened here? One survivor gasped, voice trembling. Is this a zombie outbreak? Qian Jinyu, the quartermaster responsible for supply logistics, asked cautiously. These are Neon Nationals. That woman we just encountered was also Nihanese. They lured us into this trap, not to trade but to slaughter us and seize our provisions. Zhang Hao continued grimly. We owe our lives entirely to senior brother Zhang Chen. Without him we'd be 3 cold corpses by now. Right. Immediately hand over half of today's supermarket haul to senior brother Zhang Chen. Zhang Hao commanded. What? Half? That much? Qian Jinyu blurted, astonished. Just do as you're told. This man is a living reaper, 1 strike, 4 dead. He made it clear, either surrender half, or he'll slaughter us all and take everything. You're an accountant. Do the math yourself and decide what's truly reasonable. 2 young men beside him still trembled, faintly paralyzed by the lingering terror of Zhang Chen's dominance, hands shaking as they steadied themselves against Qian Jinyu. What on earth is going on? Qian Jinyu murmured, growing increasingly bewildered. He knew Zhang Hao well, steadfast, pragmatic, fiercely protective of the camp's interests. Yet here, he was volunteering half their hard-won supplies. And those two youths, reckless, fearless, unflinching even when facing 3 or 4 zombies, stood pale and shaken as if stripped of all courage. What could possibly have terrified them so utterly? What had really transpired? Hand it over now. Give exactly half, no less, no deception. Do you understand? This is a direct order. Execute it immediately. Zhang Hao urged, urgently, noticing the faint flicker of impatience crossing Zhang Chen's expression. He hurriedly pressed Qian Jinyu further. Yes, yes, yes. I'll begin right away. Qian Jinyu started pulling items out one by one. As quartermaster, he held custody of all storage ring fragments recovered from slain zombies, fragments the camp had pooled together to upgrade his own storage ring. His ring was thus exceptionally high tier, capable of holding vast quantities. He was in effect a mobile human warehouse, and a top priority asset under strict camp protection. Case after case piled up: instant noodles, frozen meals, snacks, seasonings, clothing, tobacco, alcohol, tea, soft drinks, liquor. Mountains of provisions nearly filled half the alleyway. Half means half the instant noodle count was odd, so we gave 1 extra bag, and compensated with a bundle of glass noodles. The beverage count was also odd. We added 1 bottle of Baijiu, and matched it with a bottle of red wine. That's the precise allocation, Senior Brother Zhang. You're welcome to verify it yourself. Qian Jinyu muttered sullenly, lips pursed in reluctant compliance. Senior Brother Zhang, rest assured. Qian Jinyu is a certified mid-level accountant with 10 years professional experience. His integrity is unquestionable. Our camp's internal principle is sincerity above all. Moreover, you already know our camp's location. I would never deceive you. Zhang Hao spoke with solemn gravity. Very well. I'll grant you my provisional trust. Zhang Chen nodded once, then swept his hand, vanishing the entire mountain of supplies into his spatial storage. Then he turned to the fallen Nihanese corpses and began harvesting. Ding! You have acquired energy crystals 420, mutated fertilizer 3265, clean fabric 1233, can luncheon meat 12, self-heating hot pot noodles 33, sake 43, unknown vibrating object 12, professional attire 3, nurse uniform 1, handcuffs 3, leather whip 3, waterbed 3, unusual wooden horse 1, sharpened katana 7, dagger 1. Blueprint sharpened katana 1, blueprint specialized enhancement serum 1, specialized enhancement serum 15, reconnaissance drone 3, a off-road vehicle key 1, universal access card, couples hotel 1, storage ring fragment 275. Another bountiful harvest. Upgrade progress 1212-1600. Storage ring upgrade progress, storage ring fragments 275, 200 energy crystals 1212-100. Upgrade conditions met. Proceed with upgrade. Yes, no, yes. Ding. You have consumed storage ring fragments 200 and energy crystals 100. Congratulations. Your storage ring has ascended from Tier 3 to Tier 4. Storage capacity expanded from 48 to 72 slots. Vehicle garage capacity increased from 1 to 2 slots. Next ascension, Tier 4. Tier 5 requires storage ring fragments 500, energy crystals 1000. Note at Tier 5, the storage ring unlocks architectural storage, enabling construction material storage, and supports 2 vehicles simultaneously. Zhang Chen turned strode to the alleys and climbed into the Nihanese off-road vehicle and sped away with a roar of engine and billowing dust. Watching Zhang Chen vanish into the distance, Qian Jinyu furrowed his brow and asked Zhang Hao quietly, Chief, we're just letting this young man walk away. There were 8 of us, he continued, voice tight, and he walks off with half our supplies, scavenged at the cost of one brother's life. I can't help feeling deeply unsettled. Silence. Zhang Hao snapped. So sharply the entire group recoiled in shock. Zhang Hao was known throughout the camp for his gentle, scholarly demeanor. Never once had anyone witnessed such fury erupt from him. Qian Jinyu flinched, violently stunned and baffled by the sudden outburst. After a pause, Zhang Hao sighed deeply and spoke with quiet gravity. You may say such things only among our closest brothers here now, but never again, not ever. If these words reached Senior Brother Zhang Chen's ears, our entire camp might be reduced to rubble in an instant. Though spoken calmly, the words struck the group like a boulder dropped into still water, shattering their composure with seismic force. They knew Zhang Hao's nature: resolute, truthful, never exaggerating, never indulging in idle threats. When he spoke thus, it meant only one thing. Zhang Chen possessed power absolute and terrifying. And let us not forget, he saved our lives. That fact remains unassailable. Zhang Hao added, voice steady and measured. Qian Jinyu glanced at the 2 bold, fearless youths who'd accompanied Zhang Hao earlier, now ashen-faced, eyes wide and unblinking, still trapped in the aftershock of what they'd witnessed. What had truly occurred? Who precisely was Zhang Chen? that his very presence could inspire such awe and dread. Zhang Chen drove back next to the heavy truck in his jeep. He reached out and gently touched the truck, immediately storing it into his storage ring. The storage ring's vehicle slots were now full. One was the heavy truck, and the other was the armed mech. Then Zhang Chen drove his off-road vehicle, humming a tune, back to the outside of Building 8 in the neighborhood. Peng, upon seeing Zhang Chen return, could no longer contain his excitement. His tail wagged like a fan as he rushed over with his tongue hanging out. He immediately leaped into Zhang Chen's arms, showering him with enthusiastic licks. "Did you miss me? Did anyone else come by today?" Zhang Chen asked. Of course, Peng couldn't speak, nor could he understand such a complex question. He continued to excitedly rub against Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen walked into the yard and found that the food bowl was empty. The wall surrounding the yard was intact, and the crops he planted were still there. However, there were a few piles of dark, foul-smelling matter in the corner. Zhang Chen walked over to take a look, and immediately a prompt popped up: mutated beast dung can be used as fertilizer. The effect is slightly inferior to mutated fertilizer. This stuff is unnecessary, right? Zhang Chen covered it with some dirt. The yard was intact, and there were no signs of anyone climbing over the wall. This indicated that very few survivors were brave enough to venture outside to gather food. Moreover, even if one did venture out, they would instinctively search towards the commercial district. Very few would come to the residential area. After all, the commercial district has many restaurants and supermarkets rich in supplies. The residential area has unit doors and security doors, making it difficult to enter, and the hallways are quite narrow. It would be troublesome if they encountered zombies. Thus, the residential area would not be the first choice for survivors. As dusk approached, Zhang Chen took Peng back into the building and locked the unit door. He first went downstairs to check on the diesel generator's condition. Since they hardly used electricity during the day, they only used it for a short while before bedtime. So not much diesel had been consumed. Looking at this, a barrel of oil could last a long time. Zhang Chen then returned to his room. Peng was especially happy as he ran around on the floor. From time to time, he would stare at Zhang Chen as if afraid he would run away. Zhang Chen then closed the electric curtains and turned on the lights. He then pulled up the chat channel to check on today's trading situation and messages. Zhao Xie, Brother Chen, today was a big harvest. I sold several tents, sleeping bags, chairs, and tables separately. The bows and arrows sold well too. Just as you said, the demand for arrows has surged, and I sold them all out. Brother Chen, how's it going on your end? Did everything go smoothly today? I just heard the sound of a car braking quite loud. It seems someone has entered the school playground. I saw zombies rushing in like a tide. Thank this person, there are many fewer zombies around me. I killed over a dozen zombies this afternoon. Hey, I'm amazing, all right. Brother Chen, you haven't said a word all day. Are you okay? It's afternoon now, and I actually saw a few black people on campus heading toward the dormitory. I thought there were only people from our dragon country in this world. I didn't expect there to be foreigners. But these few people are up to no good, trying to lift the skirt of a dead zombie. That's just twisted. Brother Chen, are you okay? You haven't replied to my messages all day. I have a bad feeling Brother Chen must be fine. Brother Chen, reply to me when you see this. Zhang Chen looked through this long series of messages, nearly from morning until afternoon. The last message was sent 20 minutes ago. I'm here, just got home. Zhang Chen replied with a message. Brother Zhang Chen, you're back. It was an instant reply. Zhao Xie must have been watching the trading channel and private chat all the time. She replied the moment she saw Zhang Chen's message. Is it safe on your end? Zhang Chen asked. Pretty good, no one knows him in the security room, and there are many fewer zombies around. If the number of zombies continues to decrease in the next few days, I can sneak into the convenience store across the street. Then I can support myself without having to rely on you for food. Now that food is so scarce in this apocalypse, I feel like I owe you too much. Zhao Xie said somewhat shyly. I'll write the resources from today's trade, they'll trade them to you. After saying that, Zhao Xie sent a trading request sharing the fruits of today's trade. Most of it was food, water, and energy crystals, a total of 122 energy crystals. This was the largest and most precious resource from this trade. One energy crystal for a cheap longbow, plus arrows made from readily available materials. Selling them would easily exchange for several times the value in supplies. It was like picking up money, but now Zhang Chen had a better method for collecting crystals. So to an ordinary person, these 122 crystals seemed like a fortune falling from the sky. To Zhang Chen, they were just so-so. You've worked hard. This is your reward for today. Zhang Chen traded a sausage, a cup of instant noodles soaked in hot water, and a bottle of soda. Is this instant noodles soaked in hot water? It's still steaming. Wow, it smells so good. Zhao Xi couldn't help but drool at the sight of the steaming bowl of noodles. Yes, I had instant noodles for dinner too. A kettle of boiling water can soak 2 bowls of instant noodles perfectly. It's a waste to let the remaining hot water cool down, especially since there's a major power outage now. Hot water is also a resource and shouldn't be wasted. So, I just happened to make you a bold consider it today's sales commission. Zhang Chen said lightly. You're so nice. Zhao Xie replied with a blush while drinking the hot soup, while the little girl was busy eating her noodles. Zhang Chen shifted his focus back to the regional chat channel. Logically speaking, he saw neon people today, while Zhao Xie saw black people. This situation must not be an isolated case. It indicated that after a few days in the apocalypse, survivors were gradually adapting to survival. They began to search for resources everywhere. Moreover, foreigners had even started to infiltrate the Dragon Country's region. There would surely be discussions in the chat channel. Sure enough, when Zhang Chen opened the regional chat channel, he saw a flurry of insults. Sigh, people from Longwa truly lack human warmth. Not a single soul offered me food or water. How utterly dreary. Just now a friend contacted me, saying he'd already reached the Neon District and even invited me to join him. He said the Neon people are exceptionally hospitable. Once you arrive, their food and water are provided free of charge, and even comfortable beds. There's no need to risk your life confronting zombies. Their specialized squads handle all food procurement. Today, I even witnessed a group of Neon people coordinating seamlessly outside a massive supermarket. Some stood guard, others tallied supplies. Along the way, they even rescued a woman. That's the true Neon spirit. How profoundly admirable. Wu Jingri declared, brimming with smug superiority. His words instantly ignited a wave of ridicule. Someone promptly uploaded a set of photographs, exactly depicting the scene Wu Jingri had just described. Take a look. Aren't these the very people? Yes, these are the Neon people. Did you see them too? Behold, the irrefutable evidence. Don't deny it, people from Longwa simply lack unity. That much is undeniable. Wu Jingri spoke with self-satisfied triumph. At that moment, Zhang Hao stepped forward and said, "Excuse me, but the person in your photo is me. I'm a native-born citizen of Longwa, and ever since childhood, I've held no favorable impression of the Neon people whatsoever. What transpired today has only solidified that conviction. Because each user's avatar in the chat channel was a three-dimensional likeness of themselves, everyone instantly recognized the figure in the photograph, none other than Zhang Hao. With the original subject himself stepping forward to refute the claim, all eyes turned to watch Wu Jingri's humiliating retreat. Mockery erupted immediately. Haha, this is a spectacular crash and burn moment for a Nyan worshipper. Utterly pitiful. The backlash came swift indeed. The man in the photo is speaking for himself. That name, Wu Jingri, reeks of disreputability. His sycophantic devotion to the Neon knows no bounds. He's actually using a photo of our own Longwa survivor camp's coordinated operation as proof of Neon unity. Those folks are clearly allies, not rivals. I'm laughing so hard tears are streaming down my face. Is this some kind of stand-up comedy routine? Wu Jingri flushed crimson and insisted. Perhaps I misidentified this particular photo, but the Neon people are unfailingly courteous and polite. Joining their camp would certainly pose no difficulty. The Neon people harbor no racial prejudice. They treat us with the same warmth they reserve for their own kin. My friend is thriving there. In a few days, I'll be joining him too. Let you sour grape, envious types stew in your bitterness. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haoran's expression darkened. Their courtesy is like a flower without fragrance, purely superficial. I suspect that if you go, you'll merely become their fattened lamb. Food, water, shelter, granted without lifting a finger. Even a child could deduce such generosity never existed, even in peacetime. Now, amid apocalyptic scarcity, why would the Neon sustain idle mouths? Let me recount what truly happened to me today. The woman I rescued was Neon. Yet my entire team nearly perished because of her. Zhang Hao's revelation sent shockwaves through the channel. What? Did Elder Zhang Hao nearly get killed? As expected, no Neon is trustworthy. No way. Elder Zhang Hao commands elite forces. 7 burly men, each armed with longbows and daggers. They're nothing short of a crack unit, decked out in top-tier gear. How could they possibly have been on the verge of annihilation? Have a Neon leveled up so drastically? Looks like I'd better step up my training. Zhang Hao continued with a wry smile. We thought ourselves formidable. We cleared over 100 zombies inside a major supermarket. Yet I never imagined the most venomous force in this world isn't the undead. It's the human heart. The Neon's combat prowess is roughly on par with ours, but their treachery far exceeds anything we could conceive. He recounted the full sequence of events, then added, in short, those Neon deployed a seduction trap against us, resorting to the despicable tactic of hostage-taking. Their aim was to slaughter us all and seize our supplies. That's the friendliness and warmth someone praised. Had it not been for a peerless master who single-handedly cut down 8 neon swordsmen, I wouldn't be speaking in this channel right now. Also, please stop calling me elder or master. I'm just an ordinary person. Before that master, I am utterly insignificant. This declaration stirred another tempest. The Neon have launched attacks against our Longwa people. Damn it, we must unite and strike back. Aren't there also black survivors nearby? And possibly Westerners too. None of them can be trusted. We must remain vigilant. Exactly. Zhang Hao, where is your survivor camp located? We'll pledge allegiance and strengthen your ranks. A mysterious master slew 8 neon swordsmen. Alone? That's beyond extraordinary. Could such a revered figure truly exist? Longwa's talent runs deep, far beyond the comprehension of shallow minds. That's the reality. Wu Jingri, that freeloading opportunist, scorned Zhang Hao's camp precisely because it required labor in exchange for rations. Yet he groveled at the Neon's feet instead. It shatters one's worldview entirely. Whoa, your description is too vivid. I've suddenly lost my appetite. Zhang Chen smiled faintly upon realizing Zhang Hao had withheld his name. So Zhang Hao, who led an entire survivor camp, possessed discernment after all. He understood one must never disclose another's identity without explicit consent. Even in the apocalypse, some still cling blindly to delusions. That foreign moons shine brighter, that miracles fall from the sky like rain. Truly bizarre. At that thought, Zhang Chen recalled Zhao Xie's mention of several black individuals. Zhao Xie remained alone in the security booth. Suddenly Zhang Chen felt uneasy. Since he planned to clear zombies and open level 3 supply crates tomorrow anyway, he might as well eliminate those deviants and extract intelligence about the surrounding area. Were those black individuals part of the Huizhou tribe, or a splinter faction of Westerners? He needed precise intelligence before committing to any next move. Survival remains paramount in the apocalypse. Zhang Chen had no intention of becoming a marauder, pillaging, burning, slaughtering. But neither would he passively await threats from lurking enemies. He would eradicate danger at its inception. Zhang Chen scanned the chat feed again. Nothing else of value remained. The rest consisted solely of marketplace listings or the ongoing vitriolic exchange. Utterly devoid of substance. That night passed in silence. The next day, Zhang Chen just got out of bed. The system immediately popped up a message on the 5th day of the game. The camp system has been activated. Then a point of light briefly illuminated the operation interface. Originally, there was nothing there, but now an option for a camp has appeared. Zhang Chen clicked on the camp. Ding! You have not joined any camp yet. Ding! This function has just been activated and no valid camp information has been found. Would you like to create your own camp? Zhang Chen clicked yes. Please choose the type of camp to establish one. Shelter. It must have at least one secure room with a maximum survivor capacity of 10 people. Establishment requires 10 units of food and drinking water for a week. It can be upgraded later to transform into a camp. 2. Survivor camp. It must have at least 20 rooms or an equivalent secure area with a maximum survivor capacity of 100 people. As the camp level increases, the population will grow, various positions will appear, and corresponding bonuses will be granted. Establishment requires 100 units of food and drinking water for a month and 100 energy crystals. Upgrades allow for production type camp, raiding type camp, collecting type camp, and comprehensive type camp. 3. Mysterious organization. The creator must be among the top 1,000 in combat power within the current game process, with a minimum combat power requirement of being in the top 1 million in the world. The above conditions will change proportionally with the total number of survivors. Organization members will forever pledge loyalty to the organization leader and will never betray unless expelled from the organization. Organization members can join any camp while concealing their organizational identity. The organization leader can teleport to any member's side with a cooldown time. The status of the organization leader is immensely exalted, capable of having their own servants who will never betray and will obey unconditionally. Establishment requires 1,000 energy crystals. The number of crystals will increase over time. Zhang Chen glanced at this, realizing there was hardly any choice to make. The outcome is clear. Compared to establishing a camp with bloated personnel and mixed survivor levels, it is better to go the elite route. To establish a powerful organization that can dominate the apocalypse, choose to establish an organization. This function and effect are undoubtedly the strongest. Moreover, the consumption of energy crystals will increase over time. In other words, establishing it now is the least costly in terms of energy crystals. After all, Zhang Chen will be fighting in an armed mech shortly. He doesn't need to intervene personally for now. It's enough to upgrade his strength after clearing the zombie tide. Click Establish Organization. Ding! Your strength has entered the top 1,000 in the world. You meet the conditions to be the organization founder. Ding! It has been detected that the founder has sufficient energy crystals to establish the organization. Ding! You have lost 1,000 energy crystals. The new organization has been established. Please give your organization a name. Zhang Chen pondered for a moment and entered Nightmare. The reason for the separating Dream and Nightmare is that Dream represents those who comply and support him. Together, they can achieve the dream of being the strongest in the apocalypse and surviving comfortably. As for those who are his enemies or have provoked him, they will only face endless nightmares. This demonstrates a clear sense of love and hate. Ding! Please choose the emblem of the Nightmare organization. Below 100 different emblems are listed. Only the top 100 strongest in the world can establish an organization. Thus, there are exactly 100 emblems. Whoever establishes first gets to choose first. Those who establish later will have to settle for what remains. Zhang Chen browsed through them briefly. These emblems clearly show distinct male and female characteristics, as well as totems from various myths of the East and West. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen chose the dragon totem of the Dragon Kingdom as the emblem. In the Dragon Kingdom, dragons are the most noble divine beasts, the emblem of kings. Since I get to choose first, I will certainly not be polite. Ding! The selection of the organization emblem is complete. Bang! Congratulations, the Nightmare organization has been established. You are the founder of the organization and the first leader. Please recruit your members quickly. Zhang Chen looked at the organization's operation interface. It is quite similar to the guild interface in games. It lists the member recruitment conditions, organization mission, and organization uniforms. Organization uniforms can be cloaks, ordinary clothes, or armor. They bear the prominent organization emblem. Currently, this part is in a blank state. The organization cannot upgrade, but can provide bonuses to its members through collecting special crystals from mutated creatures. In the crystal sacrifice option, there are 7 slots. This means that a maximum of 7 special crystals can be placed here at the same time. Special crystals. Zhang Chen scratched his head. He hasn't seen what a special crystal is until now. He tried using energy crystals. As expected, it couldn't be placed in his. It probably needs to kill more powerful monsters to obtain them. More powerful monsters. Zhang Chen suddenly thought of the mutated Type 3 zombies at the Tianyang University playground, the giant tank. Let's go. Zhang Chen used accelerating fertilizer to speed up all the meat potatoes in the yard. In an instant, he harvested 380 meat potatoes. Each meat potato weighs over a pound and is fully elastic. This thing not only tastes like meat, but also feels like meat. Similarly, each meat potato produces 10 seeds. Just like that, Zhang Chen harvested another 500 seeds of meat potatoes. Incredible. Farming not only provides for the family, but can even lead to wealth. Because of the limited space in the yard, Zhang Chen planted another 50 meat potatoes. He continued to leave it to Air Pang to guard the yard. After a day of training, Air Pang seems to have started to enjoy this job. Perhaps wolves and dogs share a common ancestry, both enjoying the task of guarding their territory. Woof! Air Pang barked at Zhang Chen, wagging his tail. It seemed to say, "Master, go with peace of mind, I will guard the house." What a worry-free little guy. Zhang Chen combined 2 large bowls of accelerating fertilizer and placed them in Air Pang's food bowl. Yesterday, he only put in mutated fertilizer, but upon returning, he found that the food bowl was already empty. It seems Air Pang even licked it thoroughly again, licking the entire food bowl to a shine. It seems the little guy was starving. So Zhang Chen added more. Air Pang, attracted by the smell of the accelerating fertilizer, watched as Zhang Chen got into the off-road vehicle, disappearing behind the building. Only then did he excitedly stick his face into the food bowl and started eating heartily, as the accelerating fertilizer was quickly consumed. Air Pang's physique seemed to be becoming more robust. "Are you there?" Zhang Chen sent a message to Zhao Xie. "I'm here." "Good morning, Brother Chen," she replied. "Why are you contacting me during the day? Aren't you supposed to be out scavenging supplies?" Zhao Xie had set an alert for Zhang Chen's messages. Because she worked selling goods, she slept later than Zhang Chen and was startled awake by the notification. Seeing it was Zhang Chen, she forced herself awake to reply. "I'll go to Tianyang University today to scavenge supplies, and he'll take the chance to question those men in black. So, it might be noisy over there during the day. No matter what you hear, do not leave the security room, understand? If anything urgent happens, private message me. I will enable your private message alerts," Zhang Chen said. "Okay, got it. He'll behave," she answered. "I definitely won't cause trouble for Brother Chen." "Are you planning to open a level 3 supply box? Be very careful. There are towering zombies over there. If you need someone to draw their attention, Brother Chen can call on me. I can help draw fire, Zhao Xia said earnestly. I'm understood. Zhang Chen replied tersely and said no more. If ordinary zombies needed to be lured away, Zhao Xia would certainly be capable. But the area was now infested with mutant Type 2 and Type 3 zombies. Even survivors who had reached the limits of human endurance would struggle to survive before such monsters. All the more so for Zhao Xia. The first time she had seen a mutant too, she had been utterly crushed as if she had given up on life. Her intentions were admirable, but the matter far exceeded her capabilities. Zhang Chen did not wish to dampen the girl's enthusiasm. He offered a perfunctory reply and closed the chat. The SUV followed the same route as the day before and soon reached the street directly opposite Tianyang University. He had cleared this street of zombies before, but now it was dense with them again, packed, as if it were a bustling shopping avenue on a holiday. From afar he could see several crawlers scurrying through the horde. The mall entrance that once concealed a level 2 supply box was now swarming with zombies. They pressed against one another, piled up into a little mountain. He did not know what had happened. Come then, let's begin. Warm up first. Zhang Chen parked the SUV at the roadside, stepped out to loosen his limbs, and took his Tang Dao in hand. Since acquiring the concentrated energy strike skill, his explosive-proof shield had seen far less use. The skill had to be unleashed from the palm. Holding a shield would severely diminish its power. Besides, now that he wore basic energy armor, the shield could be consigned to history. Zhang Chen leapt lightly, landing once more atop the bus where he had fought before. The armed exosuit's ammunition was limited. Using it here would be wasteful. Moreover, the road was narrow, and at its end lay the zombies' den, near Tianyang University, so repeatedly running them over with heavy vehicles was impractical. Better to clear a wave manually as a warm-up. With that in mind, he drew his pistol and fired at a distant crawler. The bullet struck the crawler's thigh, but against such a thick-skinned, sinewy creature, such damage was meaningless. Instead, the thunderous shot echoed among the buildings, rousing the entire horde. Almost at once, cries and groans filled the air, and every zombie snapped their heads toward Zhang Chen. Some distant undead turned toward the source of the echo, followed by a terrible chorus of howls. The zombies surged toward Zhang Chen like a tide. Those farther off ran oddly toward the echo for a moment, then sensed something amiss and rejoined the main force, shrieking as they charged. No wonder a tide could form. Zombies too displayed her behavior. Zhang Chen smiled wryly and swept his blade, cleaving the first wave skulls cleanly. With effortless motion, the undead crashed like waves against the bus, wave after wave. The piled bodies built up into a grim human ramp around the bus, and later zombies simply climbed the slope to surge upward. Zhang Chen swung his Tang Dao with serene ease, slicing the attackers cleanly in twain. Corpses piled up against the bus sides, growing ever higher. Zombies closed in from all directions. Suddenly, a shadow blocked the sky above him. A crawler tilted its head, fixing Zhang Chen with a grotesque grin. Its razor claws slashed down. An ambush. Is that all? Zhang Chen counterattacked without guarding. He drove off the ground and shot into the air. His left hand seized the crawler's left arm, while his Tang Dao slashed horizontally, cleaving the spine. At the same instant, the crawler's right claw grazed Zhang Chen's chest. The moment claw met fabric across his chest, the energy armor flared and enveloped him. The claw rasped against the armor, leaving only a white streak. The crawler fell dead. During his descent, Zhang Chen lifted his left hand and blasted another lurking crawler below into pulp. He then drove his toe into a zombie's skull, crushing the neck with a single stomp. Then, like a martial arts hero leaping with lightness, Zhang Chen bounded high. He sprang up and crashed down in a heavy chop, pinning the third crawler into the ground. With the 3 crawlers dealt, with only the ordinary zombies remained. Though numerous, these zombies were armed only with nails and teeth. Such attacks could not harm his energy armor in the slightest. Freed from concern for injury, Zhang Chen fought with ease. It was in truth a crushingly one-sided battle. He plunged into the horde, a casual punch shattering skulls and sending corpses flying 3 or 4 meters. A kick from his right foot hurled several zombies high into the air before they crashed down. Zhang Chen surged forward and finished them with a few swift cuts. Zhang Chen moved like a god of slaughter in a hack-and-slash epic. Countless undead were flung, shredded, and cleaved as if they were toys. Wherever he went, rivers of blood and heaps of bodies marked his path. Zhang Chen seemed like a killing god descended from hell. After over an hour of intense fighting, Zhang Chen finally cleared the zombies from this street. The blood had stained his energy armor a deep crimson red. However, it seemed that the energy armor could absorb blood. Before long, all the blood slowly permeated into the armor. After disengaging from combat, the energy armor reverted back to its bracelet form. Collect. Congratulations. You have obtained Energy Core 45090, Accelerated Fertilizer 3, Mutated Fertilizer 2112, Clean Fabric 943, Storage Ring Fragment 17, Assault Rifle 11, Fragmentation Grenades 33, Rifle Bullets 3217, Military Dagger 8, Bloodstain Key 63, Car Key 22, Walkie-Talkie 15, Leather Notebook 1, Medicine Box 3, Antibiotics 30, Tough Leather 3, Evolver's Blood 3, A Sharp Claws 6, Shelter Guidance Map 1, Strange-Looking Key 1. The other items were straightforward. But what on earth is this strange-looking key? Zhang Chen held it in his hand and inspected it. In fact, it was no different from an ordinary key. What was strange about it? At this moment, a prompt reappeared. Congratulations, this key can open the weapon storage of Tianyang University Shelter. Welcome to the era of firearms. A key that can open the weapon storage of Tianyang University. This is fantastic. Firearms are a complete, overpowering force against these ordinary zombies. Although Zhang Chen could also easily crush ordinary zombies, now using guns was much less strenuous. In the past, when he lacked strength, he wouldn't dare to use guns casually. After all, gunshots are too loud. One might inadvertently attract a horde of zombies. Without virus immunity serum and protection, facing numerous zombies at once could lead to disaster if one was careless. Then it would be game over. But now it was different. Ordinary zombies could not harm him at all. In such circumstances, firearms became a divine weapon. Not only could they shoot down hordes of zombies from a distance, but they also saved energy. The previous disadvantage of attracting zombies with gunfire had now turned into an advantage. Automatically attracting zombies and automatically eliminating them. What could be more satisfying than this? Zhang Chen retrieved Skill Marksman from his storage space and activated it. In an instant, a surge of knowledge flooded into his brain and muscles. Zhang Chen took out his assault rifle, skillfully changed the magazine, disengaged the safety, and fired a shot into the distance. Ding! A hole was shot through the center of a donut graphic on a billboard 100 meters away. He fired the gun entirely by instinct. Shooting at static targets didn't even require aiming. This was so comfortable. Zhang Chen stored all the collected items into the storage ring. It was time for the next fierce battle. Zhang Chen popped open a bottle of carbonated drink and gulped it down. Refreshing. Let's get started. He slowly walked to the entrance of Tianyang University and casually summoned his armed mech. Climbing into the mech, he prepared for battle. First, let's fire a rocket for some excitement. Watching the swarm of zombies surging in the distance, Zhang Chen gently pressed the launch button. Whoosh! A rocket trailing a wisp of white smoke shot straight into the horde of zombies. Boom tilde. The sound was like thunder erupting from not far away. Deafening. Even the glass in the teaching building trembled slightly from the immense sound. Then a massive fireball erupted, accompanied by the remnants of dismembered zombies soaring into the sky. Soaring up to at least 2 or 3 stories high. The ground, once densely packed with zombies, was immediately blasted into a large pit about 5 meters in diameter. Wow, this rocket's power is quite different from what I imagined. This is way too powerful. With this thing, the zombies ahead are just an appetizer. However, Zhang Chen suddenly felt a twinge of worry. With such immense destructive power, if the zombies are blown to bits, can I still collect the energy cores? His thoughts stirred, and the prompt reappeared. Energy cores cannot be destroyed. As long as you collect the zombie corpses, you can obtain them. Mutated fertilizer will be destroyed under high temperatures. However, the shredded meat can still be used to make mutated fertilizer. Most personal belongings of zombies will be destroyed in intense battles. Please take note. Zhang Chen nodded at the prompt. As long as the energy cores are intact, that's all that matters. This is the most critical part. Everything else is secondary. Especially the last point. Zhang Chen had already realized this when he ran over zombies with a heavy truck before. A large truck could easily crush the personal belongings of zombies into bits. It was even more so for zombies under artillery fire. Roar gurgle. Roar. The rocket that had just fired successfully attracted all the zombies' attention. Zhang Chen was the only living person in the entire Tianyang University. In an instant, he became the target of everyone's focus. Giant crawler types and poison bug breeders all turned their attention to Zhang Chen, screeching as they rushed over. The giant was massive and burly, almost comparable to the armed mech. Each of its steps spanned 2 or 3 meters. It either kicked away the zombies blocking its path or stomped them underfoot. An unstoppable force. Meanwhile, there were at least a dozen crawler types resembling insects that had been attracted over. All of them came from the teaching, building the rooftops and the small garden. GUH. The poison bug breeder was the first to attack. A spurt of corrosive liquid enveloped in poison bugs flew toward Zhang Chen. He gently sidestepped, perfectly dodging the spray. I need to take care of this long-haired freak first. controlling the armed mech while retreating. Zhang Chen activated a 12.7mm high-speed heavy machine gun. The lower arms held an alloy combat knife and a shield. The upper arms automatically aimed and fired. Heavy weapons were embedded in the back slot of the mech. Let's fire another rocket. Whoosh! Another rocket was launched. With a loud boom, it directly struck the poison bug breeder. The splattering corrosive liquid instantly turned the surrounding zombies within a 10-meter radius into mush. Lying on the ground, it sizzled and emitted wisps of blue smoke. Wow, this is simply a moving biological bomb. Rat-a-tat-tat. The heavy machine gun spat fire automatically, identifying zombie heads and making precise attacks. One by one, zombies were shot in the head, blood splattering everywhere. Balloons of crimson flowers erupted across the playground. These zombies knew no fear and did not dodge. They charged forward frantically, even as waves of zombies were shattered and blasted. Although Zhang Chen's armored mech possessed formidable firepower, it was no match for the relentless tide of zombies surging forth like a tsunami. With the sound of explosions, the zombies that had been hiding in the teaching building came rushing out. In an instant, the number of zombies on the playground not only did not decrease, but instead increased. 2 heavy machine guns were simply insufficient to fend off such a massive wave of corpses. As one zombie fell, 3 or 4 more climbed over its corpse, rushing toward him. With the horde drawing closer, Zhang Chen leaped backward, activating the rocket thrusters midair. He flew backward for over 100 meters before slowly descending. At the same time, several rockets were launched. One shot toppled a crawler and more than 20 surrounding zombies. Another rocket struck the giant tank. Boom! 2 explosions. The crawler was blown into the air, losing an arm. Ordinary zombies were utterly crushed, their frail bodies unable to withstand the power of the rockets. In an instant, they were reduced to fragments. However, on the other side, the rocket that struck the giant tank only left a charred mark on its chest. As the smoke cleared, the giant tank's charge had only been slightly impeded. It soon let out another monstrous roar and charged forward again. It seems that this giant tank's strength far exceeds that of the crawler. Not even a single rocket could take it down. Zhang Chen thought to himself, to completely destroy such a monster, you need to obliterate over 30 of its body. Zhang Chen inhaled sharply. This creature was practically an immortal cockroach. It was right to fight with an armored mech. While he was contemplating battle strategies, the zombie tide continued to advance several dozen meters. At this moment, the faster crawlers had already surged to the front. Following them was the giant tank, and then the ordinary zombies surged like a tide. The armored mech stood like a rock, awaiting the crashing waves of the zombie horde. As the chat channel erupted, everyone was startled by the roar of the rockets, flooding the chat with messages. What did you hear that? I think I just heard an explosion. I heard it too. It seems to be coming from the direction of Tianyang University. Tianyang University, again. Which big brother is so reckless to provoke the zombie tide? Isn't that asking for death? Whoa, I saw it. You won't believe what I just witnessed. What? Is it another heavy truck? But heavy trucks can explode. Soon live footage was broadcast in the chat channel. They saw an armored mech skillfully dodging a splash of corrosive liquid before beginning a barrage of gunfire. The zombies fell like stalks of wheat, one after another. Yet another wave surged forward. This is just like watching a sci-fi blockbuster, absolutely exhilarating. What is this? Is it a Gundam? This world actually has such war machines. This is an armored mech. You can see the annotations by clicking on the image. This big brother must be the one driving the heavy truck, but he can also operate the armored mech. Impressive. But it seems that one armored mech won't be enough since there are just too many zombies. Well, look at that giant monster. And the long-haired female, Ghost. Oh man, with so many zombies, it's like a hellish nightmare. There must be at least a few thousand zombies, and we need to shoot them in the head to kill them. One armored mech probably won't have enough ammo. What are you afraid of? The mech can fly. If it can't fight, it can run. With so many energy cores, it's practically a windfall. How is it that all the good fortune is falling upon this one person? By the way, I remember this big shot's hand can emit light. This big shot is far more impressive than Zhang Hao, who claimed to have slain 8 neon warriors yesterday. A human simply cannot compete with mechs. Speaking of which, this world has developed armored mechs, yet it can still be overrun by zombies. It doesn't seem very scientific. This is a weakened version. In 30 days, some of the suppression will be lifted. You didn't forget that, did you? Ugh, thinking about it carefully is terrifying. If it's this bad now, what will happen in 30 days? The Wolfang camp is recruiting. Everyone is welcome to apply. Zhang Chen was unaware that the entire battle was being live-streamed. It didn't matter whether it was broadcasted or not. Zhang Chen was now fully focused on dealing with the giant tank and the approaching zombie horde. No more talking, unleash all firepower. Zhang Chen swiftly maneuvered the mech. Then the mech stowed its heavy machine gun and pulled out a weapon over 2 meters long resembling a cannon. The rocket launchers on its shoulders slowly raised. Fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of rockets began a saturation bombardment of the zombies ahead. The explosive scene left the viewers in awe. Indeed, if it were merely an ordinary zombie virus outbreak, modern military firearms could absolutely sweep through the zombies. However, the zombies before them were the weakened remnants. Otherwise, humanity wouldn't be hiding in bunkers to survive. Zhang Chen was not surprised by the appearance of the giant tank. After all, he had previously tested the opponent's strength. This time, the firepower coverage was merely to clear out regular zombies and crawlers. This would allow him to focus on battling the giant tank. Giggling, a strange cry came from the left side. Thud! Zhang Chen's reaction was far beyond that of ordinary people. Just as the crawler lunged at him, the alloy steel blade from his right forearm thrust out, striking the crawler's chest. Then, with a pull of both hands, crash! The internal organs scattered across the ground. The crawler was brutally torn in half. Truly, the armored mecha possessed astonishing power. Zhang Chen shook off the sticky, rotten flesh clinging to his mechanical arm. Then he aimed the cannon at the giant tank and coldly pressed the fire switch. Zzz. The sound of electromagnetic charging echoed. As the pitch of the charging sound increased, it became sharper. A series of blue sparks began to gather at the cannon's muzzle. Zzz. A powerful bolt of lightning suddenly shot out. The scenery of the street, the remnants of zombies, everything turned into a ghastly white. The lightning twisted and extended in midair. Like a living entity, it struck the giant tank's body. Countless sparks and electric currents exploded in an instant. Simultaneously, the giant tank's body acted as a conductor, expanding to the surrounding regular zombies, creating a chain reaction. Boom! The immense voltage sent the giant tank flying far away, its massive body embedded in the teaching building. Debris and glass shards rained down onto the ground. The surrounding zombies were instantly incinerated into charcoal by the powerful voltage. Even those lucky enough to be farther away and not charred were still devastated, as the strong current was enough to obliterate all brain matter. Zombies collapsed in heaps. At this moment, the mecha displayed electromagnetic cannon energy, exhausted, unable to be used again. It seemed this weapon had been used many times already. The shot Zhang Chen had just fired was the last one. He casually tossed the electromagnetic cannon onto the ground. The lower 2 mechanical arms wielded cold weapons, while the upper 2 mechanical arms pulled out the heavy machine gun once again. At this point, the ammunition supply of the heavy machine gun was down to only 20. Not much left. While you're sick, take your life. Without waiting for the giant tank to react, Zhang Chen pushed off with his legs. At the same time, the rocket booster activated. The armored mecha shot out instantly. The sharp and cold alloy steel blade plunged fiercely into the giant tank's body. Boom! The 2 massive bodies collided at the same spot on the teaching building. The steel and concrete structure simply could not withstand such an impact. Crash! The outer wall of one side of the building peeled away, and then half of the building collapsed. The giant tank was buried beneath a pile of rubble and debris. The armored mecha hovered above the rubble, and the blade of the alloy steel knife dripped with brown liquid. Is it done? Zhang Chen fixed his gaze on every movement among the rubble. With the electromagnetic cannon and his recent frenzied hacking, he should have taken out about 30 of its body tissue. Suddenly, the rubble below shifted. A piece of debris fell and rolled far away. Roar! With a furious roar. Rubble fragments flew in all directions. Countless shards struck the armor, sounding like hailstones hitting metal. It made a clattering noise. It's still not dead. Zhang Chen quickly dodged to the left based on instinct. The mecha needed a moment to accelerate from stillness to high-speed movement. Just as the mecha barely swerved to the left, a wall with rebar flew out. Zhang Chen evaded this deadly attack. However, the rebar still grazed the upper left arm of the mecha. A series of electrical sparks crackled. Those in the chat channel gasped at the thrilling scene. Wow, that was too dangerous. The driver of the mecha has phenomenal reflexes, managing to dodge to the left just in time. You scared me. Well, I thought this monster was done for. If I were driving the mecha, I'd probably have gotten smashed against the wall. That reflex is incredible. 666. But seriously, this giant monster is terrifying. It survived a rocket bombardment and an electromagnetic cannon shot. I now understand how humanity in this world became extinct, and this is still the initial stage. I remember there was talk of the suppression gradually lifting. So we are currently facing the weakest and most pathetic zombies. My God, if this is the weakest, what is it going to be like when the suppression is lifted? The chat room was filled with lamentations. Right now Zhang Chen had become their savior, their spiritual pillar. After all, human players were still far from the level of armored mechas. If Zhang Chen fell, they would be utterly hopeless. Roar. The giant tank slowly stood up from the ruins with several bloody holes piercing its chest. Its whole body was covered in cement dust, looking exceptionally ragged. But it was still alive. What a tough guy. Zhang Chen cursed inwardly. Giant tank's body damage, 25. The prompt appeared just in time. I'll sew it to the end of its rope. How can I not finish you off? Zhang Chen snorted coldly. The armored mecha ascended several dozen meters higher into the air. Then he aimed at the giant tank. With missiles, expended bullets were ineffective against such a massive creature. It had to be hand-to-hand combat. Zhang Chen brought the steel blade forward. The entire mecha body tilted in midair. He pushed the throttle to the max. It dove straight down towards the giant tank. For any life form, such an assault would be hard to succeed. After all, the attack distance was far enough to give the opponent time to escape or dodge. The hit rate was too low. But Zhang Chen was not facing a living being, but a giant zombie that knew no fear. Indeed, just as Zhang Chen launched this thunderous strike diving from above, the giant tank not only did not dodge at all, but instead roared wildly in Zhang Chen's direction. Prepare to stand its ground and fight Zhang Chen to the death. The giant tank is indeed hard to deal with, but it's a pity it lacks intelligence. That's a fundamental flaw. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth. Then he maximized the power of the rocket boosters. Utilizing the acceleration of free fall, the armored mecha's descent speed quickly surpassed 300 kilometers per hour. The speed continued to increase rapidly. Bang! The armored mecha smashed violently into the giant tank, once again shaking the debris and rubble on the ground in all directions. The enormous impact raised a cloud of dust. It obscured all visibility. What happened? Wow, I didn't see clearly. Oh, what just happened? Did the armored mecha collide with the giant tank? That's too dangerous. Ew, I wonder how the driver is doing. I hope the driver is okay. Aren't zombies supposed to be decapitated? Why isn't he trying to cut the giant zombie's head off? This person clearly knew nothing. TSK, TSK, TSK. Upstairs, why not eat meat porridge? If you could do it, go ahead, and try stop babbling nonsense. Amid the myriad of opinions, a massive figure emerged from the swirling smoke. It was slowly moving outward. Before long, the giant tank's characteristic gray-brown skin appeared under the sunlight. No way, it's a Juten. Such a devastating strike, and it still lives? This is impossibly tenacious. I told you to aim for the head. When cutting zombies, the pilot of that armored mech clearly lacks experience. What a waste of a fine mech. If it were me, I'd have finished it in no time. Shut up. Do you dare reveal your combat rating? How many zombies have you killed to be so boastful? The mech pilot I saw had slain thousands with his own eyes. What have you ever done? Boasting. The chat channel was on the verge of erupting. Many watched with hollow-eyed despair. This is over. A giant zombie that even an armored mech can scarcely fell. Is there any hope left for the others to survive? On the video, a breeze stirred, and the dust over the playground slowly began to clear. Everyone could finally see clearly. At the forefront lay the bulk of a Juten, but it had not walked out on its own. The armored mech held it aloft. Their sizes were nearly equal. The Juten had nearly blocked the entire mech. For mechanical arms gripped the creature's corpse with iron resolve. Then with casual strength, the mech tossed it aside. The giant zombie fell heavily to the ground. We won. We won. The viewers in the chat erupted in jubilant cheers. One by one, they celebrated. A Juten was among the most formidable creatures at this stage. It had been less than a week since the apocalypse began. Yet someone had already conquered the greatest of the undead. Shock turned into a renewed hope for those who wished to survive. The fellow who insisted on hacking off heads come out and take the scolding. Look, the Juten skull is intact, yet it still died. The mech pilot dared to fight the Juten Hedon, which means he understood the monster's weakness. What can you, a mere onlooker, do besides sneer? I imagine Head get himself killed, rushing up to hack at the Juten's head, finding it's not the weak point, and dying without even knowing how it happened. The mech warlord is incredible. Zhang Chen shifted the armored mech's mechanical arm. Sparks spat and danced from the joints as the limb moved. The Juten was no easy foe. In that split-second clash, how had it managed to seize the mech's upper two arms so precisely? What speed of reflexes must that be? Fortunately, that blow finally finished the Juten. Had the mech been forced into prolonged, close combat with the creature, the outcome would have been uncertain. Because the armored mech had been overloaded, some internal circuits charred and smoked. An acrid scent of scorched rubber wafted outward. The cockpit-worn power, nearly depleted, will shut down within 20 minutes. Zhang Chen pressed the exit button. The tempered glass canopy eased open. He sprang out and gasped for air on the ground. Fresh air at last. The burned rubber inside the cockpit was suffocating. At that moment, the live stream in the chat abruptly cut off. The streamer hurriedly said, "Damn, pause for a moment. I think I hear zombies nearby." Well, resume when it's safe. On the other side of the live feed, several black men were crouched in the corner of a dormitory building watching every move on the playground via the regional chat. Combat's over. I think the armored mech is damaged. Smoke's pouring from the cockpit. Yes, and the pilot looks exhausted, clothes soaked through. He must be near collapse. Ha, foolish, long will people thank you for clearing the playground for us. Those energy crystal cores and the other spoils are ours now. They chuckled and stepped out from the shadows, casually scavenging the zombie carcasses as they walked. They finished off the feebly surviving undead with a single stab. A big bearded man led them, a dagger clutched in his hand. His intent was clear: kill Zhang Chen and seize the Juten's corpse before anyone else could. Why bother with ordinary zombie corpses? They were merely common energy crystal cores. A powerful Juten would yield far richer resources. Who told you to touch my things? Zhang Chen had noticed them. He rose slowly, a killing aura radiating from him. The air on the playground seemed to chill a few degrees. Your things kill you, and the supplies on your body become ours. You can operate an armored mech and defeat such a monster. You must have taken a lot of spoils. I have some expectations. The leader smiled, flashing white teeth. Seeing Zhang Chen still standing, the others closed and warily. How reckless! Zhang Chen extended his right hand, and, as if conjured, a cold, gleaming Tang Dao appeared. Except for one man with extreme endurance, the others were merely sturdy fighters. At this level, they could not withstand a single stroke from him. He would hold back, leave one alive, to question the location of their encampment. Just as Zhang Chen prepared to strike, a bullet came from nowhere. It struck the leader's temple with surgical precision. Blood sprayed as his massive body crumpled to the side from the impact. Bang, bang, 2 more shots. The shooter was unerringly accurate. 2 more men fell. The remaining 2 panicked and fled. They attempted serpentine escape patterns, but such maneuvers posed no challenge to that marksman. Bang! Another shot rang out. The small man leading the run toppled. One remained frozen with fear, dropping to his knees and covering his head. Bang! The final shot. The shooter had no intention of leaving survivors. Suddenly, Zhang Chen appeared beside the last man and blocked the bullet with his Tang Dao. Zhang Chen pinned the man to the ground with his foot, leaving him utterly immobile. The skirmish was over. Only then did a dozen soldiers in camouflage stride over from nearby. Their uniforms were coordinated and their weapons first-rate. The one who had picked off the intruders from afar was a long-legged woman with ear-length hair, wearing a hint of makeup rarely seen among soldiers. She had leaned out from a third-floor window of the teaching building and then dropped lightly to the ground, making no sound at all. Her abilities had reached the very limits of human capability. Zhang Chen used the Eye of Insight to observe the group of over 10 individuals. To his astonishment, these people, both male and female, had all advanced to the extreme limits of human physique. Some were even on the verge of breaking through to become awakened ones. Don't be nervous, we are not enemies. The man at the forefront stood about 185 meters tall, with dark skin. He had a buzz cut, exuding a sense of masculinity and integrity. My name is Zhao Longchuan, the leader of the Special Operations Team from the Dragon Nation. These are all members of our team. When we crossed over, we were fortunate to have brought our weapons and equipment. We are soldiers. It is our duty to protect civilians from harm by external enemies. Even though this is the apocalypse, I still believe we should not abandon our beliefs. Since you have the ability to control the situation, we can rest assured. It was our fault for meddling. Apologies. Zhao Longchuan smiled as he looked at the black man effortlessly pinned under Zhang Chen's foot. At the same time, he was deeply impressed by Zhang Chen's strength. The ability to catch up to the fleeing black man and save him under the fire of the sharpshooter Zhang Chen was remarkable. Such physique and reaction capability likely meant he had already surpassed the limits of human physique and entered the awakened stage. It's hard to imagine that a civilian started without firearms, ammunition, or teamwork and had upgraded faster than his elite special team. This is simply unbelievable. It wasn't really meddling. I just wanted to catch one black man to ask about the situation. You all helped me deal with the others and save me some trouble. Zhang Chen said slowly, his gaze instinctively scanning the corpses of the zombies scattered across the ground. For players in this apocalyptic game, this was undoubtedly a tremendous fortune. There were nearly 10,000 ordinary zombies and a dozen mutated Type 2 zombies on the playground. Plus this giant tank and level 3 supply boxes. This was equivalent to having bricks of gold all over the ground in peacetime. Would these people not be tempted? Zhao Longchuan seemed to sense Zhang Chen's concerns and smiled broadly, saying, "We have the capability to kill zombies ourselves. We won't snatch others' loot." Especially since we are all compatriots of the Dragon Nation, we should unite in times of crisis. Together we will resist external enemies and these monsters. So rest assured, besides the 3 black men we killed, which belong to us, everything else is yours. We will not infringe upon them. The other team members nodded in agreement, expressing their concurrence with Zhao Longchuan's viewpoint. Zhang Chen stared at Zhao Longchuan for a while. He found his eyes to be very clear, devoid of any hint of conspiracy. This eased his mind slightly. At the same time, it surprised Zhang Chen. He never expected these soldiers to maintain such noble sentiments in an apocalyptic world without a government or superior. Just considering this well-armed, well-trained, and highly effective team, they could easily sweep through any survivor camp. If they wanted to bully others, there would be very few capable of resisting them. You are a commendable team. However, there will always be rogue elements among the people of the Dragon Nation. You must be careful, Zhang Chen warned. I understand. Zhao Longchuan sighed, softly nodding in agreement. He had indeed encountered some incidents along the way that briefly shook his faith in guarding the people of the Dragon Nation. However, that faith quickly regained its strength. At that moment, a soldier jogged over. He stood at Zhao Longchuan's side, saluted, and reported, "Report, Captain, we have found a survivor." "Bring them over," Zhao Longchuan said. The survivors he rescued along the way were all on a bus. Each time, they parked the bus in a safe location. They dispatched a portion of the soldiers to guard it. Then the main arm team would come out to act. Under the protection of 2 female soldiers, a beautiful girl slowly walked out. Seeing this girl, the special operations team members, regardless of gender, were all struck by her beauty. She was simply stunning, although she was only wearing loose sportswear. It still could not conceal her exquisite and graceful figure. Her long, shiny black hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall. Her skin was fair and her features were delicate. She looked like she had walked out of an animated cartoon. It was Zhao Xia. Zhang Chen was taken aback. She was far more beautiful than the character image in the chat channel. She exuded a soft and charming aura. At the same time, Zhao Xia noticed Zhang Chen. "Tian Yi!" Zhao Xia shouted excitedly. Then suddenly her expression stiffened and she bashfully touched her hair. She hadn't washed up for several days and her hair had become a bit oily. Was she still beautiful like this? Meeting Zhang Chen in such a state was truly embarrassing. So she ran a few steps toward Zhang Chen, then slowly stopped. "Chen Gi, I'm so glad you're okay. Don't ever do that again. How dangerous." Just now I was watching the live stream in the chat channel and my heart was in my throat. Especially that last moment bit nearly scared me to death. As Zhao Xia spoke, she looked up, her eyes red. "Aren't I fine now?" Zhang Chen smiled slightly and said, "Xia, you're here. That's great, the heavens are watching. I thought I would never see you again." Zhao Longchuan quickly walked over upon seeing Zhao Xia. "Brother." Zhao Xia recognized the familiar voice and looked closely. She immediately recognized the soldier in front of her as her biological brother, Zhao Longchuan. Zhao Xia was only 12 when Zhao Longchuan joined the army. 7 years later, she never expected to meet her brother again in this apocalypse. Zhao Xia ran to her brother Zhao Longchuan, and the 2 siblings, having been apart for so long, seemed to have much to say. However, Zhao Xia paused and turned her head, looking reluctantly at Zhang Chen. One was her biological brother, sharing the same blood and lineage. The other was Zhang Chen, who, although she had only known for a few days, had already stirred emotions within her. It was indeed difficult to choose between the 2 men standing here. Zhao Longchuan seemed to sense his younger sister's unspoken thoughts and spoke up first. "Youngster, your martial prowess is truly impressive. To have survived this long in the apocalypse, and with such formidable strength. Indeed, it is no small feat. How about joining our Wolf Fong survivor camp? Come with us." Zhao Longchuan extended the invitation warmly. Before Zhang Chen could respond, he continued earnestly. "Intelligence indicates a massive zombie horde is rapidly approaching from the north. It is expected to reach here within 3 days. This horde vastly outnumbers the zombies scattered across this campus. According to drone reconnaissance, there are already over a dozen colossal zombies alone. Crawlers and venom bearers number in the hundreds, perhaps even thousands. Preliminary estimates place ordinary zombies at over 100,000. Such an overwhelming tide cannot be withstood by any individual or any single survivor camp. If it arrives, every survivor here will be trapped and doomed. Along our route, we've already gathered every willing survivor who chose to flee with us. I strongly advise you evacuate southward with us. There lies a military base. We can fortify it as our stronghold and hold the horde at bay." Zhao Longchuan spoke with solemn sincerity. "Thank you for the kind offer, but I prefer to remain here," Zhang Chen replied without hesitation, declining politely. "A zombie horde. He had been searching for exactly that. In this apocalyptic world, stagnation meant inevitable extinction. Progress demands relentless effort. Retreat invites ruin. With his current strength, even if he couldn't prevail against the horde, escape would pose no challenge. To leave now would mean forfeiting a rare golden opportunity to ascend. Zhao Longchuan glanced at his younger sister, Zhao Xie, her face etched with worry. This man possessed extraordinary power. He might survive. But Zhao Xie certainly did not. He absolutely could not allow his sister to risk her life alongside this man. With their parents gone, protecting her safety was now his sacred duty. Zhao Longchuan shook his head gently and pressed on. Young sir, I know your skills are exceptional, but surviving alone in this apocalypse remains perilous beyond measure. The military base offers protection, ample food and water, and a fully functional ecological recycling system. Only by uniting, by sharing warmth and strength, can we endure this unforgiving world. Moreover, as you yourself know, the true trial begins in 24 days. Zhao Longchuan reminded him. Indeed, as Captain Zhao has stated, in this merciless apocalypse, evasion is never the optimal strategy. Only through constant self-strengthening and adaptation to extreme conditions can we hope to survive. If even a single zombie horde drives me into retreat, how then shall I face the far graver trials awaiting me in 24 days? Zhang Chen's words struck like hammer blows, each syllable resonating with unwavering conviction. They deeply stirred Zhao Longchuan. Indeed, if one could not withstand a horde of 100,000, how could one possibly confront the cataclysmic upheaval looming just 24 days hence? Yet were such words uttered by an ordinary person, Zhao Longchuan would have dismissed them with a wry, contemptuous smile. Boasting is effortless, but when spoken by Zhang Chen, Zhao Longchuan felt deep down that they were not mere boasts. They were truth. He truly intended to intercept the horde, and he genuinely possessed the capability to do so. The sudden realization startled Zhao Longchuan himself. To halt a zombie horde, alone, it was unimaginable. Each person follows their own path, Captain Zhao. Let's part ways here. Zhang Chen offered a respectful salute toward Zhao Longchuan. The latter understood instantly. It was a courteous yet unmistakable dismissal. Then farewell, young sir, and may our paths cross again. Let's go see ya. Zhao Longchuan said to his sister. Brother Chen. Zhao Se gazed at Zhang Chen with wide, pleading eyes brimming with sorrowful reluctance. Zhang Chen turned his face aside. Facing a horde numbering in the hundreds of thousands, even he, giving his absolute all, dared not claim certain victory. How could he possibly spare the strength to protect Zhao Xie at his side? It was far safer for her to accompany her brother to the military base, where the elite special forces under Zhao Longchuan's command guaranteed her security. Come now, Xie, we must go. With Brother Zhang Chen's strength, survival in this apocalypse is assured. I believe we shall meet again, Zhao Longchuan murmured soothingly. Brother Chen, she cried out, her voice trembling with emotion. You must survive. As Zhao Longchuan led Zhao Xie away, she suddenly spun around and shouted back at Zhang Chen, her eyes shimmering like starlight, silently pleading for him to change his mind and leave with her. Or better still, to let her stay and fight beside him. Yet Zhang Chen merely raised a hand in quiet farewell, then slowly turned away. Come along, Sister Xie. We've heard your brother speak of you often, but never imagined you'd be so radiant. Zhang Chen linked her arm with Zhao Xie's, smiling warmly, while subtly glancing in Zhang Chen's direction, following the same path as Zhao Xie's gaze. Something about this man felt profoundly different. Her mind replayed again and again the breathtaking moment he'd deflected bullets with his Tang sword. Could this man actually block her bullets? The thought lingered, unsettling and persistent. Enough, we depart immediately. The sooner we secure the military base, the sooner we reinforce its defenses. A major confrontation awaits us in 24 days, Zhao Longchuan declared gravely. Yes, sir. His squad responded in unison. They swiftly formed disciplined ranks and marched with synchronized precision toward the campus gate, leaving untouched the countless zombie corpses strewn across the stadium and the energy crystals lying ripe for the taking. Not a single item was taken, not even a glance cast their way. Zhang Chen stood motionless, watching the column recede into the distance until it vanished entirely from view. Only then did he turn his attention back to the stadium littered with fallen zombies. Time to reap the harvest. He secured the captured black man to a tree and began harvesting. Perhaps no other survivors remained near the campus, or perhaps Zhang Chen's astonishing bullet deflection feat had left nearby survivors awestruck and paralyzed. Whatever the reason, no further survivors appeared. Alone, Zhang Chen spent over an hour meticulously harvesting the entire stadium's worth of corpses. Ding! Harvest successful. Congratulations. You have acquired Energy Crystal 6384, including 1064 bonus from Energy Evolution Talent, Mutated Fertilizer 13725, Accelerated Fertilizer 120, Evolved Blood 22, Resilient Leather 66, Sharpened Claws 36, Corrosive Essence 5, Acid Resistant Leather 10. After finishing the harvest of ordinary zombies and crawlers, Type 2 infected, he finally turned his attention to the colossal zombie lying beside him. The zombie mystery box has opened. The higher the level of the zombie, the rarer the materials collected become. For instance, the resources from a Type 2 infected can be used to craft rare armor and weapons. Zhang Chen was filled with anticipation about what resources the giant tank might yield. Collecting the giant tank's corpse. Congratulations, you have obtained Energy Crystal 500-100 with Energy Evolution Talent bonus Rapid Fertilizer 5, Berserker Blood 5, Tough, Leather 5, Subjugation Potion 1. Hiss. Truly, it is a mutated Type 3 zombie. A single mutated Type 2 zombie only provides 50 energy crystals, while a mutated Type 3 zombie grants a whopping 500. That's 10 times more than the mutated Type 2. And it dropped a Subjugation Potion. Subjugation Potion, when used on players of a lower rank, they will be brainwashed into loyal servants of a user who can command them at will. This thing looks a bit sinister. Command at will. Zhang Chen stored the Subjugation Potion in his inventory. This item will definitely have its opportunity to shine. But not right now. Zhang Chen assessed his current state. Current upgrade progress 77368002. Conditions for player upgrade detected. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, you have been promoted to Awakener Phase 2 initial stage. Your physical attributes have significantly improved. The energy enveloping your body has grown even stronger. Because Zhang Chen possesses dual talents, each upgrade increases the base attributes of both talents. Gene Evolution Direction has gained 1 talent point. Energy Evolution Direction has gained 1 talent point. Ding. Current upgrade progress 6136150002. Conditions for player upgrade detected. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, you have been promoted to Awakener Phase 3 initial stage. Your physical attributes have significantly improved. The energy enveloping your body has grown even stronger. Gene Evolution Direction has gained 1 talent point. Energy Evolution Direction has gained 1 talent point. Next level Awakener, Phase 1 mid-stage. Current upgrade progress 3136250002. Consecutive upgrades of 2 levels. Zhang Chen did not rush to allocate his talent points. Instead, he approached the level 3 golden supply box about the size of a small van. There's also a level 3 supply box here. The talent points can wait. Opening the treasure chest is the priority. Zhang Chen gently raised his hand. The golden treasure chest seemed to sense it immediately, emitting a faint golden glow. Detected level 3 supply box. Would you like to open it immediately? Yes. The box responded and opened itself. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Talent Crystal 1, Powerful Corrosive Bomb Blueprint 1, Advanced Pet Food 2, Subjugation Potion Blueprint 1, the only one in the world's special Crystal Collection enhancement. Talent Crystal is a precious item that directly increases talent points by 1. Powerful Corrosive Bomb Blueprint requires Corrosive Liquid 1, Corrosion Resistant Leather 2, Steel 10 to craft a powerful corrosive bomb. Powerful corrosive bomb upon throwing and colliding it deals severe corrosive damage to all objects and creatures within a 2-meter diameter from the point of impact, and the damage effect is doubled against metals and living beings. Zhang Chen was examining the instructions for the powerful corrosive bomb. At that moment, a prompt popped up. Corrosive liquid can deal massive damage to enemies with strong physical damage resistance, for instance. The giant tank. Is the powerful corrosive bomb the nemesis of the giant tank? I must keep this well. Subjugation Potion Blueprint, the only one in the world, requires Ice Condensation Flower to Energy Crystal 1000 Berserker Blood 5 to craft a Subjugation Potion. The only one in the world. Does that mean that among all players, only Zhang Chen has the ability to create the Subjugation Potion? This level 3 supply box is incredibly valuable. Having this blueprint is equivalent to possessing an additional special ability, although 1,000 energy crystals seem a bit pricey at this stage. However, as zombies and monsters gradually get unrestrained, the crystal yield from them will definitely increase significantly. The resources required for this blueprint will become relatively cheaper in the later stages. Collection Enhancement, a special crystal used for embedding in the Dream Nightmare organization's Crystal Sacrifice. After embedding, all members in the organization can obtain the ability to collect with 1 click. It automatically collects the corpses of zombies and mutated creatures, while defeating them, eliminating the need for additional collection actions. This is undoubtedly a particularly practical ability. In the future, the number of crystals needed for upgrades will increase. The number of zombies that need to be killed will also grow exponentially. If I were to collect one by one, not only would it waste time, but I would also be at risk of being robbed by other survivors who could sneak in to collect the corpses of several zombies. With this skill, Zhang Chen can fight and collect at the same time, greatly enhancing both combat and collection efficiency. Next up is this red crystal. Zhang Chen gently crushed the talent crystal. He once again gained 1 talent point for each of his dual talents. Adding to the 2 talent points gained from leveling up twice, he now has 3 talent points for each of his dual talents. Zhang Chen checked the talent tree. At this moment, only the first 2 layers of talents were illuminated. The third layer was still locked. Only by advancing to Awakener Phase 1 mid-stage can it be unlocked. Zhang Chen is currently at Awakener Phase 3, initial stage. Just 1 level away. The first layer talent trees, Strong Body, and Enlightenment have been fully allocated. The second layer talents, Fury and Charge Strike, have also been fully allocated. There are still 2 talents, Spirit Cat Reflex and Wealthy, at 0-3. He just needs 3 gene talent points. Allocating them all. Ding. Talent allocation successful. Spirit Cat Reflex 33. Increases evasion speed and reaction ability by 100. Wealthy 33. Increases the yield of non-special items collected by 60, and this effect can stack with the 20 energy crystal collection increase from Enlightenment. The collection bonus for energy crystal cores had surged. The energy evolution path had originally bestowed a 20 pickup bonus. Combined with the 60% bonus granted by his extremely wealthy status, the total reached 80%. The yield had risen dramatically. The only flaw was that the bodies of those earlier zombies had not benefited from these bonuses. He had lost some crystal cores. It mattered little. Zhang Chen fixed his next target on the horde to the north that would arrive in 3 days. That was the prize he needed to seize. Tens of thousands in the horde. It would be a landscape littered with energy crystal cores. The mere thought quickened his pulse, yet Zhang Chen could not be careless. He had to prepare thoroughly. He finished upgrading his talents. Zhang Chen approached the dark-skinned man tied to the tree. The man's lips had gone pale with fear. He could barely speak. He considered himself to be at a remarkably strong rank, yet Zhang Chen had managed to overtake him even after he had run some distance. He could even block sniper rounds with a knife. Such strength must have long since exceeded human limits. More terrifying still, already unnaturally powerful Zhang Chen had just scavenged the entire playground for energy crystal cores and even found a tier 3 supply crate. His power would surely increase dramatically. Faced with such a god of slaughter, he had not the slightest means of resistance. If the other wished to kill him, it would be as simple as crushing a beetle. From now on, you answer my questions. Understand? Zhang Chen asked in a cold, sinister tone. Yes, I understand Mandarin. I'm an exchange student from Migua in Longhua. My name is Niabu. I can speak Mandarin. Ask whatever you like, and I will answer you. I will not lie to you. I only hope you will not kill me. Niabu said nervously. Where did you come from? Zhang Chen asked. We are exchange students. We were in the survivor's zone of Longhua. These past days we hid in the canteen, only occasionally venturing out to scout. Today we saw on the area channel that you were clearing a zombie horde. That's why we came out. That big guy is our leader. He said we could seize the spoils while you were weak. But I was firmly opposed. You must believe me. Niabu added, making one last attempt at exculpation. Where's the food in the canteen? Zhang Chen continued. There wasn't much to begin with. Only some semi-prepared food left in the kitchen. But much of it had rotted and become covered with red fungus. We saw a locked room that looked like the canteen's storeroom. There should be food inside. We planned to break the door, but we feared alerting the zombies, so we never dared act. There should be a lot of food in there. I can lead you there, I know the way. Niabu hurriedly pledged, terrified that if he proved useless, Zhang Chen would casually kill him. Fine, leave me there. Don't try anything. Zhang Chen nodded and reached out to give a tug on Nahibus rope. With a sharp snap, the thin hemp rope no thicker than a little finger broke cleanly. Such strength was extraordinary. Niabu bobbed his head like a frightened quail. He obediently led the way. Most of the campus zombies had been drawn away by the earlier explosions. The corridor was nearly clear of undead. Occasionally, a few weak zombies were barred by classroom windows. Their pale hands beat furiously against the glass. The hands made a sharp clapping sound. Zhang Chen scanned his surroundings. A prompt immediately flashed. Teaching Building 7 contains 23 weak zombies. They pose no threat to you. The library contains 15 weak zombies. They pose no threat to you. The bathhouse contains 8 naked male zombies. If you have particular inclinations, you may go in and take a look. Such a handful of zombies would not even fill a small need. At Zhang Chen's former strength, ordinary zombies could no longer harm him. Crawlers and other Type 2 infected could be swept away with ease. Now that Zhang Chen had risen 2 levels, his power was in a different league. As long as no aberrantly powerful giant tank appeared, there would be no problem. Soon the two arrived at the canteen's back door. This is it. Through here are the kitchen's cold storage and the storeroom. With the blackout, it's hard to know what remains in the cold room, but the storeroom's food must still be there. I've done my part as agreed. May I go now? Niabu asked with a sheepish smile. Is it safe inside? Zhang Chen asked. Safe, of course safe. We've been hiding here and cleared all the zombies. There's not a single one inside. How could it be unsafe? Niabu hurriedly explained. Yet the prompt before Zhang Chen displayed something else. Behind the door are 30 ravenous zombies. They pose no threat to you. Heh, the man was full of lies. If it's so safe, you go in first. Zhang Chen never intended to give Niabu a chance to answer. One hand seized his neck and lifted him off the ground like a plucked chick, his feet dangling uselessly. With his other hand, he swung the canteen's back door open and hurled Niabu inside. I was wrong, please forgive me. I was just joking with you. Nahib's words had barely escaped when his throat was bitten through. Then came the sounds of muscle being torn, the chewing of undead jaws, until the room fell utterly silent. Zhang Chen waited another 25 seconds before opening the door. By then, the number of zombies in the canteen had risen to 31. They howled and surged forward. A pack of zombies roared and charged at Zhang Chen. Perfect opportunity to test my upgraded body strength, he said with a faint smile. This time he did not draw his Tang Dao. Instead, he drove a fist straight into the nearest zombie. With a thunderous crack, as he threw the punch, an energy armor instantly cloaked his body. Zhang Chen did not strike with full force, yet the zombie's skull behaved like cardboard. Its jaw dislocated and a huge dent formed in its cranium. Its body flew backward like a kite, with a severed string crushing 5 or 6 trailing zombies beneath it. Ding! Zombie killed. Special Crystal Core Collection Enhancement activated. Automatically collected energy crystal cores 5+4 from the energy evolution talent mutated fertilizer 3 in the cold storage key 1. One strike, one kill. A single blow, a decisive kill. Indeed, the strength of his body after the upgrade was extraordinary. Facing these zombies, Zhang Chen was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. With overwhelming force, he easily dealt with 31 zombies. Under the enhancement of collection, the items obtained from killing zombies directly entered the storage ring. They would only drop outside if the storage ring was full. Zhang Chen still had plenty of slots available in his storage space. Moreover, the zombies dropped only a few types of items, such as synergy crystals, mutated fertilizer, clean fabric, and some other common possessions. Zhang Chen set aside the cold storage key and discarded useless items like business cards, meal cards, and student IDs. To save storage space, he hadn't walked far through the back door of the cafeteria when he saw a heavy iron door. Water was continuously flowing out from the crack beneath the door. This must be the cold storage. Zhang Chen focused his gaze on the cold storage door, and soon a prompt appeared again. The frozen meat in the cold storage has just thawed and is not rotten. It is safe to eat. This is great. Zhang Chen was overjoyed. In the apocalypse, the most common foods were processed items like instant noodles and self-heating hot pots. These foods occasionally taste quite good. However, eating them every day and at every meal is quite unsustainable. Survivors who struggled to find food would certainly not be picky. Having anything to eat is already a blessing. But Zhang Chen was different. He currently had a large supply of meat and potatoes, beef, canned food, and a whole pile of food obtained from the supermarket. With a wide variety available, he no longer had to worry about food. Therefore, Zhang Chen focused more on the quality of the food. Undoubtedly, freshly cooked meat is several levels above those instant foods in terms of taste and flavor. While others were still worrying about survival in the apocalypse, Zhang Chen had already begun planning for a quality life. He opened the cold storage. Inside, there hung 4 large headless pigs that had been processed along with a cow and 2 sheep. In the corner, there were also boxes of semi-finished food. He collected everything into his storage space. Zhang Chen lightly touched the boxes of food. Ding! Collection successful. Congratulations. You have obtained French fries, 72 bags, fried squid rings, 48 bags, nutritious shrimp cakes, 96, fried chicken wings, 72 cheese, 500 G30, barbecue sausages, 6-pack, 100 knife, fish, 1000 G24, sole fish, 1000 G82, synthetic steak, 300 G48, popcorn chicken, 300 G20, and Orleans chicken legs, 2-pack, 66. Goodness, what a bountiful harvest. Zhang Chen approached the storage room. Previously, when Zhao Xia traded with him, she had given him a set of keys. Among them was the key to the cafeteria storeroom. So it was easy for Zhang Chen to open the storeroom. This small room was about 50 square meters. Inside, it was densely packed with shelves. There were a total of 4 levels from top to bottom. The bottom layer was filled with foods like rice and flour. Without exception, the rice and flour here were also contaminated by red mushrooms. Only unopened items with particularly good sealing had been preserved. Collect. Ding. Collection successful. Congratulations. You have obtained cooking oil 5L, 10 oyster sauce 5, soy sauce 6, ketchup 10, cooking wine 6, of vinegar 6, white vinegar 4, salt 30, sugar 30, bean paste 10, and hot pot base 20. There were too many types of condiments. Zhang Chen only picked a few that he usually used for cooking along with those that were already present in his storage space. This stacking could save a lot of space. After another round of looting, before leaving the cafeteria, Zhang Chen also took the gas tanks from the cafeteria. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained gas tank 6. Exiting the cafeteria, Zhang Chen returned to the playground. He remembered that the previous diary had mentioned. The owner of the diary had stolen a battle mech from the storage of the shelter beneath the school playground. The mech he had stolen was right at the entrance of the shelter. He had basically fallen as soon as he charged out. This shows just how terrifying the outside world is. This also indicates that there should be 2 more battle mechs safely stored in the shelter. Such weapons of war must be obtained. Zhang Chen arrived at the door of the shelter. The shelter had been converted from an air raid shelter. The entrance of the air raid shelter was right beneath the flag-raising platform on the playground. The large iron door was severely damaged. Inside was pitch black. Standing at the entrance, he could feel cold air blowing out from inside. This place was terrifyingly dark, but the good news was that there were no threats. Oh, Zhang Chen felt a bit disappointed. He had hoped to find more energy crystals here. There were surprisingly no zombies. On second thought, that made sense. The shelter had been breached by the undead monsters charging from the ground. These monsters had likely devoured all the people inside, so of course there were no zombies left. Currently the world is in a state of suppression against the monsters, and it wasn't their turn to appear yet. Thus there wouldn't be any monsters more terrifying than zombies here. It was merely dark. Zhang Chen slowly descended the stairs covered in thick dust and rubble. With each step a creaking sound echoed. This sound produced a slight echo in the silent air raid shelter. It felt eerily silent. After walking only 3 or 4 meters, the world before him was completely engulfed in darkness. The light filtering in from the entrance had become negligible. Zhang Chen took out the night vision goggles and put them on. The night vision goggles activated. The previously dark air raid shelter immediately brightened up. However, the scenery before him was all covered in green, appearing somewhat eerie. In this situation, although Zhang Chen knew there was no threat, his body instinctively reacted. Every hair on his body stood on end, and his nerves were in a state of high tension. Even the energy armor quickly covered his entire body in response to the surging adrenaline. Zhang Chen walked forward step by step. The walls along the way were covered in graffiti. The colors were unclear, but it looked like blood smeared with a palm. It read, "Help. This is hell. Cursed you. D." There were also many incomprehensible graffiti patterns. The corridor was lined with small rooms, each sealed off by a narrow iron door. Most of these doors stood wide open, their interiors cluttered with the ragged remnants of food, packaging, and scattered refuse. The floor was thickly carpeted with crimson mushrooms, spreading relentlessly up the walls. Several iron doors had been violently deformed from within. One door bulged outward into a grotesque, swollen protrusion. Zhang Chen examined it closely, a solid poured iron gate nearly 5 centimeters thick and exceedingly heavy. Zhang Chen stepped before an open iron door and drove his fist into it with full force. A deep, hollow thud reverberated through the bunker. His knuckles stung faintly. Even under such tremendous impact, the iron door had only bent slightly, a mere ripple in its surface. To produce a deformation so extreme, the assailant must have dwarfed him not only in sheer size, but in raw, overwhelming power. He was still too weak, far too weak. He needed strength, more strength. Zhang Chen pressed onward, soon reaching the corridors and a laboratory. Its mangled iron door lay crumpled on the floor. A lone weathered doorframe bore the inscription Raven T325 Laboratory. Inside the chamber opened into a vast subdivided space, several smaller labs branching off from the main hall. Along the walls stood over a dozen translucent glass tanks, each taller than a man. Their viscous, murky fluids swirled sluggishly, in some cadaverous specimens pressed against the inner glass. Limbs and torsos flattened unnaturally against the curved surfaces. Exposed organs glistened sickeningly beneath the gloom. Yet all were long dead, lifeless, inert, utterly still. On the opposite side stretched a seamless pane of reinforced glass. Through it, the chamber beyond was starkly visible. A desiccated corpse sat rigidly upright in a chair, head tilted back, face unrecognizable in its withered silence. The walls, and the glass itself, were scored with frantic blood-smeared claw marks. Clearly its final moments had been harrowing beyond measure. Zhang Chen swept his gaze across the room. Nothing stood out as noteworthy. Yet as he paused before a dormant computer terminal, a prompt flickered into view. This terminal contains classified experiment logs, critical intelligence on the world's hostile entities. Its interface mirrors standard real-world systems, no operational barriers to contend with. Experiment logs, a valuable find. This was official research, authoritative, methodical, rigorously documented. Time to acquire it. Zhang Chen reached out and lightly touched the terminal. Ding! Acquisition successful. You have obtained field notebook computer with power supply. Nothing else in the lab warranted further attention. Test tubes lay shattered across the floor, their contents spilled in viscous pools. Zhang Chen exited the lab and turned left, walking only a short distance before halting abruptly. Before him yawned a colossal pit, large enough to swallow a speeding automobile whole. Peering down through his night vision goggles, he saw only abyssal darkness. The pit's sheer sides revealed raw, excavated earth and exposed rebarless concrete. Depth 53 meters. With your current physical capacity, a descent would result in a 90% chance of severe ankle trauma, a 35% probability of compound fracture, and absolute impossibility of self-extraction. Well now, that was refreshingly blunt. Why not just say don't jump? Far simpler and infinitely more practical. Zhang Chen muttered wryly to himself. This chasm likely bore the scars of the creature's violent breach. So, the true threat emerged not from above, but from below. A terrifying thought. Unseen, unanticipated, unstoppable. Zhang Chen pivoted and strode toward the corridor's opposite terminus. A massive iron gate emblazoned with bold stenciled letters military zone. Authorized personnel only. He withdrew a strangely shaped key, the armory vault key, and inserted it into the lock. With a low groan of rusted hinges, the gate swung inward, revealing a cavernous, echoing expanse. Crates of military-grade timber filled the floor, stacked neatly, tightly sealed. From several that had split, open rows of gleaming, factory-fresh assault rifles gleamed under the dim light. On adjacent racks rested tactical helmets, ballistic vests, and spare camouflage uniforms, arranged with immaculate precision. And against the far wall stood two towering armed mechs, silent and formidable. It matched the journal's description exactly. A windfall, beyond doubt, a monumental stroke of fortune. Zhang Chen first returned to the pit's edge and summoned his heavy-duty truck from storage. He tipped the vehicle forward, its massive cab plunging headlong into the void. A deep, resonant crash echoed upward, followed by the clatter of disintegrating components. The truck had endured countless undead collisions, its structural integrity now critically compromised. Though still operable, its bumper hung in shards, its tires deeply scarred and unevenly worn. Moreover, Zhang Chen no longer required it to dispatch the undead. Its purpose had been fulfilled, its service complete. Only then did he return to the armory. He secured both mechs into storage, two perfect, fully equipped vehicles. Then methodically, he began collecting every remaining item. Ding! Acquisition successful. You have acquired M16 assault rifles, 100 AMR anti-material sniper rifles, 5 man-portable anti-armor cannons, 1 exoskeletal support units, 20 tactical helmets, 100 ballistic vests, 100 camouflage combat uniforms, 100 fragmentation grenades, 200 thermite incendiary charges, 80 U laser tripwire mines, 120 C4 adhesive explosives, 80 flashbang grenades, 50 tear gas canisters, 50 smoke grenades, 55 56mm assault rifle ammunition, 100, armor-piercing sniper rounds, 120, anti-armor cannon shells, 200 T-20 mech power cores, 4 armed mech ammunition, resupply, crates 20. Well now, this was staggering. With this arsenal, he could field an entire battalion. Explosives matched replenishable energy and ordnance. His confidence surged. Against the coming tide of the undead, he now held decisive advantage. Triumph pure and unadulterated. Had he not upgraded his ring, none of this could have been carried at once. Even so, his 7 tight-slot inventory felt perilously tight. Only 2 slots remained empty. Acquiring fragments of storage ring artifacts would be imperative to expand capacity to ascend further. Zhang Chen stepped out of the armory and removed his night vision goggles. Outside, daylight blazed, dazzling, almost painful. He blinked rapidly, rubbing his eyes until his vision adjusted to the sun-drenched world. It was just past 2 in the afternoon. Sunset loomed 4 hours away, plenty of time. Zhang Chen strode out of the campus grounds. He slid back into the driver's seat of the SUV parked roadside. Ignition engaged. Following the navigation map, the vehicle accelerated northward along the arterial highway. 10 minutes later, it halted beside a convenience store on the southern approach to the river crossing bridge. HRRK. Ugh. No sooner had Zhang Chen stepped out than the groaning undead converged, drawn by the engine's echo. Annoying pests, wasting precious time. He unsheathed his tang sword and dispatched them in swift lethal strokes, then entered the store. It was empty of undead. A shelf stood bare, stripped of food, toiletries, everything. Scrawled across one wall in dried blackened blood were 3 stark words: "We are in Jiangbei." Food here. Jiangbei is the territory of the Neon people. Zhang Chen was already aware of this. What puzzled him was that the characters on the wall were written in simplified Chinese. Clearly, this is meant for the people of the Dragon Kingdom who are just a river apart. Free food. How ridiculous. Even in this apocalypse, could there still be people who believe in such low-level scams? Searching for a convenience store was just a casual endeavor, but unfortunately, he found no usable resources. Zhang Chen walked out of the convenience store and set his sights on a nearby star building. This building had just been completed with no zombies in sight, but also no resources. Perfect, this is the place. Zhang Chen approached the entrance of the star building. The main door was locked with a chain. He peered through the window. The clean marble floor was stacked with some renovation materials. It was indeed just recently finished. Zhang Chen took out his tang knife and swung it fiercely at the chain. With a clang, the chain fell away. He pushed open the door and a strong smell of renovation wafted out. The entire city was experiencing a power outage, so the elevator would definitely not be operational. He had to enter the stairwell and quickly ran up. A full 45 floors later, he had passed through a fire isolation layer. Zhang Chen surprisingly did not need to rest. By the time he reached the top floor, he was only slightly out of breath. He stood at the edge of the rooftop, looking down. The entirety of Jiangbei district lay beneath him. There were 4 large bridges connecting Jiangbei to Jiangnan. 2 of these bridges had already collapsed. 2 bridges remained. One was the Glorious Bridge, about 2 kilometers from the Star Building. One side of this bridge had collapsed, but the main structure remained intact. It was blocked with cars. The road was densely packed with zombies. He could even see 2 or 3 crawlers jumping quickly from one car roof to another. From a distance, it looked like several oddly shaped monkeys wreaking havoc. Occasionally, a zombie would wander aimlessly and accidentally slip into the water from the collapsed section. About 100 meters away, there was another bridge, the Yongyu Bridge. From its design, it appeared to be an early construction, quite old-fashioned. Due to the narrow surface of the bridge, it had been converted to one-way traffic. There were hardly any cars stuck on it, and no zombies in sight. Zhang Chen took out his AMR sniper rifle, coupled with the scope. He could see many patches of blood on the road. There should have been zombies here. However, they had already been killed by passing survivors. The bodies had been collected, leaving only pools of blood on the ground. This meant that the Neon people had entered Jiangnan via this bridge. Following the bridge and the trail of blood, he soon discovered the whereabouts of the Neon people at a hot spring hotel. On the awning of the hotel's second floor, 2 Neon people were on watch. They were both equipped with katana at their waists. Next to the hot spring hotel was a couple's hotel. Zhang Chen remembered very clearly. When he slaughtered the Neon people like Maineko, he had collected the room key card from this couple's hotel from them. It seemed they had indeed taken refuge here. Haha, found you. A smile crept across Zhang Chen's face. Storage ring fragments, here I come. An hour ago, in the regional chat channel, Wu Jingri was live-streaming himself eating Japanese ramen topped with several slices of meat and mushrooms. While he devoured the noodles, he boastfully proclaimed, "I told you, there's free food in Jiangbei, yet you didn't believe me." Back then, some even called me pro-Japanese, and I now live-stream ramen from Jiangbei to Jiangnan. Just to prove to you with facts that the Neon people are very hospitable, there's plenty of food and water here, and safe shelters. After I finish eating, I'll send you the videos of the shelters I recorded in Jiangbei. Jiangnan and Jiangbei belong to 2 different regions. The regional chat channel only works within the same area. Once in Jiangbei, he could only chat in the Jiangbei regional channel. Therefore, Wu Jingri had to bring the ramen to Jiangnan to livestream. Otherwise, he could only transport the videos to Jiangnan in recorded form. Heavens, there really is ramen to eat, and it's still warm. I haven't eaten anything warm for several days. Eating only biscuits is too torturous. You who are eating biscuits should just enjoy it. I'm eating dog food, what have I said? I'm envious of those who have dog food. At least it contains some meat. By the way, is there really warm food to eat in Jiangbei? Isn't there anything to pay for? Wu Jingri saw that some people were moved and waved his hand saying the Neon people value unity. The more people, the greater the strength. However, there must be some contribution, but you don't have to kill zombies who just help sweep the floors and wash the dishes every day. Do some things within your capabilities. After all, they provide you with food. So isn't it a bit unreasonable to do nothing? As soon as these words were spoken, the chat channel became even more lively. What? Just sweeping the floor and washing the dishes. That's too easy. These are things you have to do at home. Anyway, it hardly counts as work. Yes, I joined my own camp, and the workload is too great. I have to practice chopping fake heads for 5 hours a day, and later, I still have to gather food. If I hoard food, I'll get beaten. It's too hard. I also need to go out and fight zombies. A classmate who joined the camp with me yesterday had half his face bitten off by a zombie in front of me. Isn't this giving food without killing zombies? Feels a bit unreal. In the past, it was possible. Would the neon people treat us as their own? After all, we are not from the same country. Yeah, recklessly going over is too risky. We don't have any friends over there. Wu Jingri saw these comments and knew many people were already intrigued. He quickly added, everyone need not worry. The neon people said that now is the apocalypse and there are no distinctions of countries anymore. What matters is that we, the survivors of humanity, unite and get through this together. If you don't even have this awareness, how could we possibly grow? How can we survive in the apocalypse? We are no longer in the old world. Oh, let go of prejudices. Quickly, all of humanity should unite. Anyone who wants to join the Jiangbei camp can private message me. Those with conditions should gather at Yongyu Bridge. Those without conditions can private message me their location. The neon people will send someone to pick you up. I am currently in a restaurant near the head of Yongyu Bridge, and it is very safe here. Many people in the chat channel remained rational about this statement. There are even some who advised everyone not to be fooled. However, ultimately, some could not resist the temptation and began to private message Wu Jingri. Some had even started to leave their original camps and secretly headed towards Yongyu Bridge. In the stadium, the revival camp established by Zhang Hao. In the VIP box, Zhang Hao stood in front of the entire floor-to-ceiling window, watching the survivors in the stadium with a weary expression. Recently, more and more survivors have flocked to Zhang Hao, especially since Wu Jingri's sycophancy toward the neon people was exposed by Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's personal prestige and the reputation of the revival camp have grown immensely. The entire stadium is nearly filled with people. Some have set up tents, while others simply sit on the ground. Some have chosen to lie down in the stands to rest. At first glance, it resembles a refugee camp. As the number of survivors increases, management has become increasingly difficult. When there were only a dozen people, everyone was familiar with each other. They gathered supplies, fought together, and shared meals. Now, the numbers have suddenly multiplied more than tenfold. Among them are many frail girls and elderly individuals. These people possess little combat capability, but contribute more mouths to feed. Fights, injuries, and even violent crimes, such as assault, frequently occur within the camp. Zhang Hao is not a police officer. He lacks the ability and energy to root out the culprits. Dealing with zombies, fortifying the camp, and searching for supplies are already overwhelming tasks. Describing the current state of the camp as chaotic would not be an exaggeration. However, none of this is what troubles Zhang Hao the most. What truly worries him is that at some point a sense of despair has begun to spread within the camp. They are unwilling to fight the zombies. They would rather eat less each day and lie on the ground than participate in combat training, let alone step outside the camp. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door sounded. Guomin. Zhang Hao adjusted his emotions, putting on a confident expression. As the leader of the camp, if he displays despair, the members below will surely become even more anxious. So even if he has to fake it, he must appear relaxed. The door opened and Qian Jinyu walked in with a ledger. I have 2 matters to report to you, Qian Jinyu said with a grim expression. Is it good news or bad news? Zhang Hao asked with a smile. It's all bad news. Qian Jinyu clearly was not in the mood for jokes and got straight to the point. The first matter is that our stored supplies are running low. Didn't we just raid the supermarket a few days ago? How could it be insufficient so quickly? Zhang Hao was taken aback. He knew that with more people, the consumption of supplies would increase. But he never expected it to deplete so rapidly. It had greatly exceeded his expectations. The supplies from that supermarket were already limited, and we ended up giving half of them to Zhang Chen. According to our current system, those on missions can prioritize obtaining meat and can take multiple portions. Those not on missions can only receive basic rations. However, there are now too many people not on missions with at least 150 waiting for meals. Originally, after distributing supplies to the task teams, what was left could sustain the camp's expenses for at least a month. But now you know how much the numbers have increased, and we are still adding survivors by the dozens every day. At this rate, the supplies will last at most 5 more days. And this is not even the worst part. What I am about to say next is the most troublesome. Without caring whether Zhang Hao's heart could take a, Qian Jinyu reported everything at once. Currently, many survivors have joined, but not many are participating in the supply teams. The majority of people in the camp are just waiting for free handouts. Moreover, we have already searched all the nearby convenience stores, supermarkets, and restaurants. To obtain more food, we must venture further. The further the journey, the more challenging our support will be, and the more unexpected incidents we will encounter. Currently, the number of casualties in the supply teams has exceeded the number of new recruits. The opinions of the supply team members have become quite vocal. They feel that they are the ones sustaining the entire camp, and some have even started disobeying orders. At this point, Qian Jinyu sighed deeply and continued, just now that Dogwu Jingri was inciting survivors in the chat channel to go to Jiangbei. I saw that content. It's indeed very provocative. Zhang Hao replied, but this is clearly sending survivors to deliver food to the Neon people. No one could be foolish enough to believe that, right? Zhang Hao said, after all, we were just robbed by the Neon people a few days ago. Qian Jinyu chuckled bitterly and said, you really overestimate the intelligence of some people. Some people truly lack intelligence, while others simply cannot resist temptation. Don't even mention that someone believed it in the regional channel. I just passed by the camping area and heard someone secretly discussing, complaining that we are forcing them to train for battle, calling it corporal punishment and inhumane. They say that those who are close to you and eat meat heartily, while they can only nibble on snacks like chips, causing them stomach aches. It infuriates me. All those who are close to us are members of the supply team. They risk their lives to bring food for everyone. Why shouldn't they be allowed to eat well? These people spend their days idly waiting to die. Having chips to eat is already a luxury, yet they still dare to complain. Don't you think these people are heartless? Qian Jinyu's face turned red with anger. Zhang Hao hurriedly handed him a flat soda, trying to calm him down. Beverages that can replenish energy and hydration are undoubtedly luxuries. He opened it, but couldn't drink it all at once. He had to sip it several times. The fizz had long gone. Even so, after taking a sip of soda, Qian Jinyu's mood noticeably improved. After taking a moment to collect himself, he continued, the more outrageous things are yet to come. I heard them say they plan to meet up and at dawn escape along Binjiang Road. I just checked the map. We are only 2 kilometers away from Yongyu Bridge. If walking, we can reach it in at most half an hour, which has tempted many people. Shouldn't we prepare in advance to prevent them from slipping away? Hearing Qian Jinyu's words, Zhang Hao couldn't help but find it both amusing and frustrating. No way. Can there really be people so naive as to think that the Neon people's territory is a paradise? After putting his heart and soul into these people, squeezing out food for them to eat, he ultimately finds himself cast in the role of a cruel lord. Those enigmatic Neon people have instead become saviors. Knowing a morning aside from the scouting post for alerting zombies, everyone else must withdraw. Additionally, notify the search team in the north via radio to ensure that all zombies on the road are cleared. I want these people to reach Yongyu Bridge safely. As Zhang Hao spoke, a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Not only do we not stop them, but we even clear obstacles from their path. And what kind of logic is this? And after all, they are still fellow citizens of Longhua, and they've even stayed in our camp before. Instead of persuading them to stay, we're letting them leave. Qian Jinyu wore a dazed expression, gazing at Zhang Hao with genuine confusion. As you yourself just said, our camp is already operating beyond capacity. We cannot sustain so many survivors. If this continues, our camp faces only 2 grim fates: starvation due to food shortages, or self-destruction through mutiny by our scavenging teams. I trust neither outcome is one you wish to witness. Zhang Hao gently patted Qian Jinyu's shoulder, speaking with solemn gravity. That is true, and yet we know full well their departure leads only to ruin and doesn't allowing them to go make us complicit in the Neonite schemes. Qian Jinyu furrowed his brow in protest, and though he held no affection for these people, casting them knowingly into the fire gnawed at his conscience. I did not wish to do this either, but look around, unity of heart is absent, and I long to guide everyone toward growth. Given time, I could select articulate individuals to reorient minds, unify purpose, and fortify resolve, but we have only 3 days' worth of rations left. Time is too short. I simply cannot execute such a plan. And you know well, when those 3 days expire, their loyalty was never truly ours to begin with. Deprived of food, I would instantly lose control over the camp. And as the guardian of supplies, you would inevitably become their first target. So my decision serves not only the camp's survival, but your very safety. Zhang Hao lightly tapped Qian Jinyu's storage ring. Qian Jinyu instinctively snatched his hand back. And indeed, Zhang Hao had used every fragment of recovered storage rings solely to upgrade Qian Jinyu's own. This ring held nearly all the camp's provisions. And ordinary survivors unaware of its contents would remain oblivious upon ration depletion. But the earliest members of his scavenging teams, those who had followed him from the beginning, knew precisely what it contained. In fierce fighters, all none could predict what they might do. Qian Jinyu broke into a cold sweat. And, moreover, this course offers us substantial advantages. Seeing Qian Jinyu visibly shaken, Zhang Hao allowed himself a faint smile and continued, first, their departure eases our supply burden dramatically. Second, their fate will serve as a stark warning to those who refuse training or shirk combat against the undead. There is no free meal in this world. To survive within the camp, they must learn to fight. And thus we may seamlessly integrate every able-bodied survivor into resource collection. A single action yielding dual benefits. What say you? And under Zhang Hao's piercing gaze, Qian Jinyu's lips parted, then closed again before he gave a slow, resigned nod. He did not approve of the method, yet he could not deny it was the sole viable path forward. In this was the apocalypse, only extraordinary measures remained. Very well. Proceed, as you propose. Zhang Hao smiled approvingly at Qian Jinyu and said, you inform the scavenging teams. I'll handle coordination with the guards. Meanwhile, inside a restaurant near Yongyu Bridge, Wu Jingri, having vividly extolled the Neonite camp and finished his ramen, uploaded another video. It showed footage of love hotels, casually capturing Neonite women in revealing attire, strolling down hallways. Once the video ended, Wu Jingri wiped his mouth, rose obediently, and extended his hands. And click. Instantly a Neonite with hair like tangled weeds clamped steel cuffs tightly around Wu Jingri's wrists. Then sneered a Neonite, I simply cannot fathom the counselor's reasoning. To let this pig eat ramen, and, with supplies this scarce, he devoured an entire bowl, an unconscionable waste of precious food. A second Neonite with blonde hair interjected soothingly, now, no need to complain. And this man serves the counselor's plan well. The Longwa survivors trust him implicitly. Besides, he only ate half the bowl. Would you finish it? And the weed-haired man spat contemptuously, hitting Wu Jingri squarely on the toe of his shoe. Wu Jingri, unable to comprehend Neonite, beamed broadly. No trouble at all. I know you didn't mean it, and also, as long as I keep doing this, I'll get ramen, right? And the counselor even promised me a companion, a beautiful woman, though I'm unsure when that promise will be fulfilled. And don't misunderstand, I'm certainly not rushing His Excellency, and just a casual inquiry. The weed-haired man shot Wu Jingri a look of utter disdain and muttered to his comrade, truly, I cannot fathom how such a dignityless being exists in this world. Were it me, I'd rather die than live like a dog. And the blond man chuckled, squeezing his companion's shoulder firmly, urging restraint. The other stalked off grumbling. Only then did the blond man switch to heavily accented Mandarin. Mr. Wu, please don't take offense. Yushima-san is simply like this. He bears you no disrespect whatsoever. If anything we've done has caused you discomfort, I offer my deepest apologies. In saying this, he bowed deeply, 90 degrees, to Wu Jingri. No, not at all. Everything is splendid, Mr. Xiaoqi, please don't stand on ceremony. And Wu Jingri hurried to lift Xiaoqi, but his cuffed hands rendered him helpless. His gaze fell upon the cuffs, and his expression tightened with awkwardness. In truth, these cuffs exist solely for your protection. You understand that, surely? Xiaoqi ventured cautiously, and even as he spoke, doubt flickered within him. In cuffs, as protection. In the justification, felt absurd. Even he wondered how the counselor had ever convinced Wu Jingri. Understand completely. I grasp the counselor's profound wisdom. And once more Longwa survivors arrive, I shall prove my unwavering loyalty and capability. Wu Jingri smiled warmly. An excellent, Mr. Wu. The counselor holds great faith in you. Strive ever onward. And the blond man suppressed his inner mockery, offering only earnest encouragement. Longwa survivors have arrived, and at that moment Yushima rushed back in, eyes alight with excitement. Well, this of mine. Wu Jingri raised his hand, revealing the glittering handcuffs. They'll help you unlock them, Mr. Wu, but what follows will depend on you. Xiaoqi personally took the key, unlocked Wu Jingri's handcuffs, and smiled as he spoke. This time 5 men and 3 women had arrived. They were survivors from the neighborhood. By chance, the zombies here had largely been cleared by the Neon people. Seeing the message on the regional chat channel, they hurried over to seek refuge. Welcome to the Jiangbei survivors camp family. Wu Jingri saw the Longwa survivors and greeted them with a broad smile. Although the man had no other notable skills, his gift for banter was superb. In a few minutes, he had the wary Longwa survivors laughing heartily. Their guard relaxed considerably. Luanko stood beside Xiaoqi and whispered, the tall man has strength that has reached the human limit. The dark, skinny one beside him is extraordinarily strong. That fat woman is at a strong tier. The others are ordinary, he added. He possessed an eye for insight. After all, these abilities were not like the unique schematics for the subjugation serum, one Eophacan artifacts. They could not even be called rare abilities. It was merely that in the early days of the apocalypse, few had obtained them. Over time, these basic powers would become ever more widespread. There are actually powerhouses who have reached the Bodis extreme limit. Looks like we've truly hit the jackpot this time. Xiaoqi nodded with satisfaction. After another 10 or so minutes, 3 or 4 more survivors arrived in succession. Xiaoqi ordered someone to drive the van and take them to the camp. Hiluenko and Wu Jingri remained to wait here for more survivors to take the bait. I am so envious they can move into such fine rooms and live comfortably. Wu Jingri watched the van recede and could not help but murmur. Rest assured, mister. Well, once your task reaches a pause, you will certainly enjoy a life even more privileged than theirs. The councilman will arrange an important post for you, making you the manager of these people. Second only to one above 10,000. Such exalted status even makes me envious. Xiaoqi chimed in with a laugh. At the rear of the hot spring hotel lay the swimming pool. It was designed for diving and seasoned swimmers a full 4 meters deep. The water had long since dried up. 3-meter-high walls surrounded the pool, topped by a massive iron mesh cover. At the bottom stood 7 Longwa survivors clutching weapons picked up from the pool floor, axes, cleavers, katanas, and the like. They stared anxiously at an iron grate set into the wall. Some began to curse aloud. Damn you, Wu Jingri. How dare you trick me? When I get out, I'll saw off your third leg. Damn it, I always knew those neon people were trouble. Well, I didn't expect they'd betray us. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Solby, why didn't I understand that back then? Hey, you've got it wrong. We are not your enemies, we came to shelter with you. Let us join the fight, help gather food. Anything, just let us go. At this point, don't be naive, okay? If begging worked, we wouldn't have been left here. The pool floor was stained with blood and then one could see clotted lumps of gore. The air reeked of putrefaction. Whatever lay behind the iron gate certainly was not some fresh, clean neon girls. On the diving platform, Councilman Zhang Chen watched the Longwa people locked in the iron cage with an impassive face. Beside him stood 2 figures, the burly security captain Zhong Tiao, and the female, Secretary Chigu Yangzi. Zhang Chen had been teleported here while on his way to a meeting. Teleported with him were his secretary and an armed bodyguard unit. Under Zhang Shan's crafty leadership and bolstered by the formidable fighting force under Zhong Tiao, they soon swallowed up many surrounding neon people camps. Those who submitted were put to use, those who resisted were thrown to the bottom of this pool, used to test zombies' weaknesses. By now the habits of ordinary zombies have been thoroughly charted. Even snapping the neck proved lethal to a zombie. A dead person would reanimate as a zombie in exactly 25 seconds. If a living person was scratched by a zombie, depending on their constitution, they would die within 4 to 24 hours. The 25-second reanimation figure was not discovered through 1 or 2 tests. In pursuit of accuracy, the data had been accumulated atop the lives of many survivors. Like other survivor camps, Zhang Shan's camp needed food. Although their stores were presently ample in an apocalyptic world, no one ever complained about having too many supplies. Much like in peacetime, no one begrudges money. How are the experiments progressing? Zhang Shan asked. Ordinary zombies have been fully studied, and the toxic insect incubators have been researched to completion. Now we are investigating the weak points of the crawlers. So far, it seems the head, limbs, abdomen, and cervical spine are not the weak spots. According to our inference, the weak point is likely the crawler's most armored area. The back, the secretary reported in detail, holding a folder. Very well, give them a hint. Have them attack the crawler's back, Zhang Shan said slowly. Understood. As per protocol, we will release fresh crawlers into the combat, correct? The secretary requested confirmation. A few crippled crawlers were already at the hot spring hotel. Luring them was simple. The loud cries of survivors would draw them into the trap. And they were led step by step into pits dug beside the pool. But killing them was not easy. Their tremendous strength, tough keratin hide, and razor claws made them lethal. A single graze, even a minor scrape, meant certain death. Yes, for the experiment's accuracy, we must release intact crawlers. Zhang Shan issued the order. Understood. Begin at once. The secretary spoke briefly into the radio. Soon the latch of the iron gate was pulled hard by a rope from above and released. A dense, bloody stench slowly billowed out from the iron gate. Then a sound that made the scalp tingle with dread echoed repeatedly through the pool. Click, click, click. Next, a hand with unnaturally long, clawed fingernails emerged. Then came a grotesque face, twisted, grinning, and inverted. Kekakik. Watch out, there's a crawler. What? A monster like this? These neon-wrapped devils aren't even human. Why not just kill us cleanly? My former squad leader was slaughtered by this thing. None of us stood a chance. At the sight of the crawler, the surviving fighters' morale instantly collapsed. The disparity in strength was staggering. Before they'd flee on sight, running for their lives, never daring to confront it. Now trapped in this cramped arena, they were expected to face it heat-in. That was nothing short of suicide. Listen up down there. The crawler's weakness is its back. Prove your worth by slaying it, and I'll grant you freedom. I swear, I will not break my word. Yusuji shouted from the observation platform, while his secretary immediately translated his words into Mandarin. Its back is vulnerable, eh? Can we trust that little neon devil? Whether or not he's truthful, we'll find out soon enough. They likely don't simply wish for our deaths. Then let's test it. The strongest survivors exchanged glances and took positions at 3 distinct points around the arena, ready to encircle the crawler the moment it leapt in. The rest had no combat experience whatsoever. They joined solely for free ration shelter and safety, no fighting required. They sought comfort. None had ever slain even an ordinary zombie. Now confronted with the crawler's horrifying visage, their very souls fled in terror. Some collapsed instantly, knees buckling beneath them. Yellow liquid pooled beneath their trousers. Others trembled violently, unable even to grip their weapons. Their bodies vibrated uncontrollably. Kekik. The crawler seemed drawn first, and most eagerly, to the weakest prey. It lunged downward from above. Upon landing, its elongated claws pierced straight through a survivor's chest. Then, with a single downward slash, flesh split open. Entrails spilled across the floor in a gory cascade. 2 survivors summoning what courage they could prepare to fight, only to recoil in visceral horror and revulsion. That fragile spark of bravery vanished in an instant. Kekikik. Moving with blinding speed, the crawler blurred, then reappeared before another survivor. A wet thunk, its claws sheared off his head. The crimson, mangled mass rolled several meters across the pool deck, leaving behind yet another spreading stain of blood. Now strike. This time the crawler exposed its back as it attacked, directly toward a survivor whose physical prowess had reached peak human limits. He swung his axe in a full, furious arc, driving it deep into the creature's spine. A sharp metallic clang. The blade sank only an inch before grinding to a halt, as if striking solid granite. The violent recoil numbed his palms. This is a zombie. Weren't all monsters supposed to be suppressed in this world? How could such an abomination exist? Ayo! With a whip-fast turn, the crawler lashed out sideways, its claws slamming into the attacker with cataclysmic force, sending him flying 2 meters backward. He crashed hard onto the ground. His axe clattered away abandoned. When Zhang Chen slew a crawler, he was already an awakened one, and wielded a razor-sharp tang sword. Even then, the first strike failed to kill it. Only a second precise blow, delivered to the same wound, finally ended its life. The strongest among these survivors had merely reached peak human physical limits, a single tier below the awakened. Yet the gap between them was chasmal. Compounding the disadvantage, their axe lacked the lethal edge of a tang blade. Inferior, veapon. Inferior strength. Slaying the crawler was quite simply impossible. Sever its limbs, disable its mobility. Another survivor roared. Understood. A powerfully built survivor raised his katana and brought it down in a cleaving strike upon the crawler's hind leg. A sickening thud. The blade bit deep into the creature's thigh, but again penetrated only an inch. True, the legs were less armored than the back, but this survivor's strength paled beside the first. In essence, he remained only half competent. Ayo! The crawler threw its jaws wide, unleashing a piercing, high-frequency shriek. The sound reverberated violently within the enclosed pool chamber. Resonant echoes amplified the sonic assault. Walls shuddered, and dust rained from the ceiling. Concrete fragments cascaded silently, though Yusuji and his entourage stood at a distance. And though the shriek radiated primarily downward, they still instinctively covered their ears. From that sound alone, Yusuji knew the battle was lost. What remained was mere slaughter, unilateral, inevitable, and absolute. Lure the crawler back soon. Don't let it consume all the corpses. We still need to collect the crystal cores and rings. Yusuji spoke coolly. Understood. I'll arrange it immediately. Nakashiro bowed sharply and hurried down. Counselor, word from the northern perimeter, another wave of zombies is approaching. Our live bait is nearly exhausted. At this rate, we may hold out only a few more days. The female secretary voiced her concern with palpable anxiety. Live bait refer to humans confined in cages or placed atop elevated platforms. Living lures far more effective than sound alone at drawing zombies. Some gripped by panic screamed, further intensifying the lure. Make them endure, for if we cannot slay the crawler, we shall forever flee like strays hunted without respite. We'll never settle, never rest, always pursued by the tide of the dead. And this is only the beginning. 24 days hence, a far greater cataclysm awaits. To survive, one must bear what others cannot endure, and withstand what others cannot tolerate. The more our frontline warriors are tested, the stronger they grow, and the greater their odds of survival. Do you understand? Yusuji's voice turned sharp and commanding. Yes, I understand completely. I will never again propose such a foolish suggestion. The secretary bowed deeply in apology. Also, have there been any reports from the reconnaissance team dispatched to the Jiangnan region? Yusuji returned to the grand lobby of the Hot Spring Hotel and settled onto the sofa. Team Minako ceased all contact after reporting an encounter with a formidable man from Longhua. They've almost certainly met their end. Meanwhile, Team Handa has just reported discovering a lakeside island within a residential district. The island features buildings, protective railings, and cultivated crops, ideal for establishing a secure stronghold. The secretary delivered the report with quiet precision. Lake Heart Island. It is indeed a splendid location. Yusuji inquired. He was merely asking casually, as the 6 members of the Sakata team had already reached their physical limits. Moreover, Sakata had a handgun in hand. Dealing with an average survivor camp would be more than sufficient. In his view, this outpost had already been secured. It seems there are no guards at the location. Everyone appears to have gone out to gather supplies. Only a small dog is left to watch over the fields. These people from the Dragon Country are truly lacking in crisis awareness. How can they so easily expose their stronghold to others? There's not even a single guard. Notify the Sakata team to eliminate the dog first, then they can ambush nearby. Wait for the camp members to return for a surprise attack and capture them all. Remember, leave no survivors. Yusuji was meticulous, knowing that Jiangnan is the territory of the Dragon Country. Communication through the chat system would be impossible during battle. However, if someone escapes, they could call for help in a regional chat channel. At that point, the Sakata team would likely face the wrath of dozens, if not hundreds, of Dragon Country people. That would be troublesome. Understood. I will contact the Sakata team right away. The system's chat interface is divided into 2 types: regional chat and private chat. Regional chat only works within the same area, and everyone in that area can see it. Private chat has 2 methods. One is to add each other as friends, allowing communication regardless of location. If not friends, one must see the name in the regional chat channel to initiate a private chat. Moreover, if both parties stop communicating for over an hour, the private chat window will disappear. All of the above chat functions are unavailable during combat. After a while, the secretary looked at Yusuji with a confused expression. Counselor, I can't reach the Sakata team. They seem to be in a fight. However, I don't recall him mentioning any survivors in that vicinity. Yusuji waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's fine. Even if there are some ambushing survivors, they won't be a match for Sakata and the others. Once their battle is over, they will naturally contact us. Just as he finished speaking, Nakaho rushed over with a handgun, looking vigilant, and said, Counselor, hurry, get in the car. We need to leave immediately. The iron fence of the creeper has been destroyed. Now all 3 creepers have crawled out and are hunting the living. Our current strength is simply insufficient to stop them. Counselor, please leave with me immediately. Just as he finished speaking, a shadow flashed past outside the window. Then they heard the screams of 2 neon warriors. Both of them were bodyguards and had reached their physical limits. However, within just 1 round, they were taken down by the creepers. Nakaho was already a stage 1 awakener. This rank is among the top tier of all survivors. This is not due to how many zombies he has killed. Rather, it is because he collected a large number of crystal cores from fallen survivors. The stronger the survivor, the more crystal cores they can collect upon death. Collecting the body of a survivor at their physical limit yields more crystal cores than killing 100 zombies. Considering the resources in his ring and storage ring fragments, their value is immeasurable. Thus, Yusuji began frantically using living people to test the zombies. He could gather valuable experimental data while effortlessly acquiring a large number of crystal cores and resources. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Unfortunately, with the zombie tide about to arrive, this place cannot be held. We must change locations and start over. That Lake Heart Island seems like a good choice. You drive to the location of the Sakata team. There's a suitable spot for us to land, Yusuji said. The female secretary Akatani Yuko immediately briefed Nakaho on the last location where Sakata had contacted her. The car has a positioning system for navigation. It's about a 20-minute drive from here. Let's set off now. Should we notify the others? Nakaho looked at the chaotic hot spring hotel with intermittent screams coming from inside. His expression was serious. There's no saving this place. The resources are with me, so don't worry about them. Also inform the people at the northern defense line and those at the bridge like Koike. Everyone should gather in the direction I've marked. Yusuji said expressionlessly. Understood. Nakaho nodded and ordered the bodyguard next to him to drive while he opened the chat interface to start contacting. Meanwhile, Jiangnan District Lake, Heart Island Building 8. Airpang lay on the ground, sunbathing in boredom. Though he was supposed to guard the place, no one came at all. Not even a passerby. These meat potatoes wouldn't move. Air Pang was so bored he could explode. What annoyed him the most was he had been growing rapidly lately. His size had become even more robust than when he was in his juvenile stage. Yet Zhang Chen still fed him the same amount as before each day. That little bit of fertilizer was long gone. It was only just afternoon. The food bowl was already clean, and even the leftover fertilizer crumbs around the bowl had been thoroughly licked by Air Pang. The entire bowl shone as if it were new. "Ow!" Air Pang called out in boredom. At the same time, he felt as if he was hungry again. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent in the air. "Someone is coming." Air Pang quickly stood up excitedly. At this moment, he saw Sakata and 5 team members standing outside the wall, their faces full of smiles. The wall only reached chest height. However, Neon people are slightly shorter than Dragon Country people. Only 6 heads were visible. From the yard, it seemed extremely strange. There are many crops here that I've never seen before, but since the owner of this house has planted them, it means they must be edible. If we can mass plant this type of crop, we won't have to worry about food. The several Neon people spoke one after another. But before that, we can have some meat. Have you all ever eaten dog meat? Especially puppy meat, which is tender and tastes amazing. Sakata rubbed his hands, looking greedily at Air Pang, who was also drooling. One person and one wolf both thinking of the same thing. It's time to eat. Normally, when Air Pang encountered strangers, or those bearing ill intent, he would bare his teeth in warning without hesitation. But today was different. He feared that baring his teeth might frighten them away, leaving him to starve until Zhang Chen returned. Such rare opportunities where food arrived unbidden were not to be squandered. Air Pang wagged his tail excitedly and stood rooted in place, his jet-black eyes locked unwaveringly on Ban Tian and his companions as they vaulted nimbly over the courtyard wall. "See, this little dog shows no strong territorial instinct. He's remarkably friendly toward humans. Look, he's even wagging his tail at us. What a pitiful little creature. He has no inkling of what awaits a moment from now," Ban Tian said with a smile. The other Japanese men beside him burst into unrestrained laughter, convinced Air Pang was astonishingly foolish, utterly oblivious to the peril closing in. "Come here, little pup. Come to me. I've got something delicious for you." Ban Tian crouched down with a grin, tapping lightly on the ground with his fingers. In truth, his hands held nothing at all, only the cruel intention to toy with the dog before its end. He had already imagined in vivid detail the creature writhing and shrieking helplessly in his grasp. Wine. A heavy drop of saliva splattered onto the earth. Starving beyond endurance, Air Pang began slowly padding forward toward Ban Tian. "Look how absurd this dog is, actually believing I hold food in my hand. He's drooling uncontrollably. How pathetically gullible. Just like those people from Longhua, when politicians release a mere clip, they swallow it whole, without question." "Ha ha ha af." Ban Tian's laughter died mid-chuckle, replaced instantly by a blood-curdling scream. At that very instant, Air Pang's form swelled rapidly, 3 meters long, nearly only 1.5 meters tall at the shoulder. His bulk rivaled that of a grizzly bear. His gaping maw clamped down savagely on Ban Tian's forearm, and with a single effortless snap of his jaws, a sickening crunch echoed. The immense bite force cleanly severed the forearm, shattering the bone into 3 jagged fragments. But it wasn't over. Instinctively, Air Pang shook his head violently, his colossal strength tearing half of Ban Tian's shoulder clean away. Blood erupted in every direction. The others froze in stunned terror. "This is a dog. This is some kind of abomination. It's enormous. Attack! Attack now! Open fire! Kill it!" As Ban Tian slumped unconscious, racked with agony, his comrades screamed frantically. Their cries were as much an attempt to steady their faltering comrade as to steel their own crumbling courage. "DD!" One soldier raised his katana high and brought it crashing down upon Air Pang's back. A dull, heavy thud resounded, but Air Pang's fur was impossibly dense and resilient, each strand sharp as a steel needle. Against such extraordinary physical fortitude, even a katana, designed for mortal flesh, proved utterly ineffectual. After all, just days earlier, Air Pang had already bested crawlers in single combat. Now his frame had grown even more formidable. These Japanese warriors couldn't even defeat crawlers. How could they possibly stand against Air Pang, whose power far surpassed theirs? They were marching straight to their graves. Shwa! Air Pang swept his tail sideways, a thunderous blow striking one warrior squarely across the thigh. The impact struck like a blacksmith's iron bar swung with full force. Crack! His femur snapped. The man collapsed face first onto the ground, too stunned to cry out. Before the echo faded, Air Pang lunged, toppling another warrior who'd been dragging Ban Tian away. With one bite, his jaws crushed the man's skull entirely. White brain matter exploded outward, spilling across the ground. "Ah!" You monster! Another warrior drew his pistol and emptied the magazine in frantic, desperate bursts. Yet the bullets lacked sufficient stopping power. Each round struck Erpang's hide, scorching only tiny superficial patches of fur. Though incapable of inflicting true harm, the impact stung, provoking fury rather than fear. Erpang roared, a deep guttural bellow, then threw back his head and unleashed a piercing, mournful howl. From the shadows, two wolf-sized pups emerged, silent, lethal, and watchful. There's an ambush. Retreat, immediately. But what about Captain Ban Tian? At this moment, if we don't flee now, we'll lose our lives. Captain Ban Tian will understand. In a single, devastating strike, Erpang had gravely wounded Ban Tian and another operative, and killed a third outright. His hide defied blades, his body shrugged off bullets. How could they possibly fight on? Realizing the futility, the remaining three turned and fled, just as Erpang lunged, seizing the gunman in his jaws. He'd intended to swallow him whole, yet paused, then spat him back out. Planting one massive paw atop the man's head, he began feasting ravenously. He needed to preserve at least one corpse as proof, to present his trophy to Zhang Chen. After all, these were his spoils of war. If he devoured all six, who would believe intruders had ever come? Moreover, he'd watched Zhang Chen collect corpses before, and understood their potential value. So he consumed only the flesh, leaving most of the bodies intact. The last two Japanese men had barely scrambled onto the wall's crest, preparing to leap down, when suddenly, weightless, they were snatched backward, one pup seized, each jaws locked deep into their torsos. Their lifeless forms hung limp. Oh! Erpang flicked his tail, exhilarated. Now he had sustenance, glorious, abundant nourishment. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in Jiangbei at the Hot Spring Hotel, the crawlers had been deliberately released by Zhang Chen. He hadn't come merely to observe. He'd come to confront the Japanese intruders. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Having witnessed the ruthlessness of Minako, he knew her compatriots could be no better. Yet his reconnaissance revealed over 100 Japanese occupants within the hotel complex. Zhang Chen wasn't daunted by numbers, but by the risk of escapees. Humans differed fundamentally from zombies, while the undead, charged mindlessly, driven solely by hunger, until eradicated humans possessed fear. They hid. They fled. And above all, the camp leader who controlled the entire settlement supplies would certainly do both. Should he vanish, he'd not only sow future danger, but also carry off nearly all the camp's vital resources, rendering Zhang Chen's entire assault meaningless. Releasing the crawlers serve a precise purpose, exploiting their acute senses to hunt down survivors and flush out the leader himself. Zhang Chen stood silently atop the hotel's roof, observing the unfolding chaos. And there it was, a black SUV emerging from the underground garage, speeding directly toward Yongyu Bridge. At last, I found you. A faint knowing smile touched Zhang Chen's lips. In the apocalypse, cars are considered a luxury item. Zhang Chen has a hint that as long as he obtains the car key, he can locate the corresponding vehicle. However, other survivors do not possess this ability. Finding the corresponding car from the keys dropped by zombies is not an easy task. Moreover, this is the end of the world with zombies rampant. It is impossible to walk around casually like shopping, trying each one individually. Therefore, cars must be prioritized for important individuals. Zhang Chen leaped down from the rooftop of a 5-story hot spring hotel. He landed steadily on the ground. Previously, at the limit of his physical strength, he could already withstand such a force. Now, he is a beginner awakened at stage 3 levels higher. His strength is incomparable to before. After landing, Zhang Chen did not chase after the car, but instead found the right angle. He drew out his assault rifle. With the enhancement of his sharpshooter skill, he fired a shot. The bullet directly exploded the tire of the black SUV. The SUV emitted a sharp screech. The vehicle swayed, slightly, barely maintaining its direction, and continued to speed ahead. Zhang Chen took a deep breath and raised his assault rifle again. Bang! Another shot. This bullet hit the right front tire. A puff of blue smoke erupted. The SUV lost control completely. Tire tracks were left in a zigzag pattern on the road. With a loud thud, the front of the car crashed heavily into the stone pillar at the bridgehead. There was no escape now. Zhang Chen, holding the assault rifle, slowly walked towards the SUV. The armed mech is designed to deal with hordes of zombies. It would be a waste to use it here. Zhang Chen could handle these neon people whose combat levels were indistinguishable. Where did this reckless fool come from? Trying to die and dragging us along. The councilman touched the bruise on his forehead and said coldly, "Councilman, let's leave first and meet up with Shao Qi and the others. Leave this to Mr. Nakabari. His strength will not be a problem. Miss Yangzi is right to leave this dragon country person to me. You all go first, or I won't take long." After Nakabari finished speaking, he grinned widely and kicked the car door hard. With a bang, the entire car door was caved in by the tremendous force and flew straight out. It slid on the ground for 3 or 4 meters before finally stopping. The massacre of the disobedient neon people awakened the beast within Nakabari. The Dragon Country people became experimental subjects and could not be casually tormented. This made him quite frustrated. Today, he finally had the chance to showcase his abilities, and he was so excited that his eyes sparkled. It had really been several days since he last killed someone. They don't play around, you just kill him directly. Yusuji instructed with some concern. Nakabari is a beginner awakened at stage 1. Yusuji completely trusted Nakabari's strength. However, Nakabari was somewhat sadistic. Every time he killed, he would toy with his prey like a cat with a mouse. He would wait until the opponent was almost unrecognizable before killing them. If it were a usual situation, it wouldn't matter. After all, there was plenty of time. Moreover, such a method of death could also serve to intimidate others. But now it was different. Once the creepers eliminated the survivors in the hot spring hotel, they would soon come chasing after them. A swift resolution was necessary. Understood, don't worry, concealment. This Dragon Country person is quite interesting. Killing him should allow me to level up again. I will be quick about it. Nakabari jumped out of the SUV, greedily gazing at Zhang Chen. An awakened one. A gene evolution type. It's the first time I've seen an awakened like this as an opponent. Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. However, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. The Zhao Lingxuan squad, all armed and well-trained soldiers, were merely at the limit of physical strength. What allowed Nakabari to level up faster than a soldier? Considering Minako's actions and their experimentation on the Dragon Country people, the only explanation is that he has killed many people. One must admit that the rules of this world are brutal. Leveling up through the massacre of survivors is undoubtedly much faster than leveling up by killing zombies. If someone really sought out various survivor camps for slaughter, that person's leveling speed would definitely not be lower than Zhang Chen's. It might even be faster. Dekit. Nakabari roared without further ado and charged towards Zhang Chen. Killing Nakabari is not difficult, but he must extract the maximum value from him before he dies. Zhang Chen aimed his gun at Nakabari's head and fired a shot. Whoosh! Nakabari reacted extremely quickly, predicting Zhang Chen's shot the moment he fired. The bullet grazed past his cheek. He successfully dodged the shot. So an awakened at level 1 can dodge bullets. Let's try this. This time Zhang Chen did not fire in bursts but activated the continuous fire mode. Generally, when a person activates continuous fire, the powerful recoil of the assault rifle would cause the muzzle to rise, reducing shooting accuracy. However, with Zhang Chen's current physical strength, such a situation posed no problem. Plus, with the enhancement of the sharpshooter skill, the bullets were almost guaranteed to hit Nakabari's body. While shooting, Zhang Chen even predicted the possible evasion routes Nakabari could take. One could say that this volley of bullets practically covered all areas surrounding Nakabari. Damn Dragon Country kid. Just watch me. Nakabari roared, veins popping on his forehead. His expression was terrifyingly furious. Nakabari's speed surged once more. He dodged most of the bullets. However, a few bullets still struck his thigh and chest. Yet, Nakabari, as if nothing had happened, charged forward without losing speed. In just a short distance of over 200 meters, he quickly appeared in front of Zhang Chen. Stun, huh? Bullets are ineffective against me. Nakabari shouted his body, showing no signs of slowing down. He swung his fist in a wide arc and smashed it down towards Zhang Chen's head. Nakabari was not barehanded. He wore a claw in his hand. It is a metal weapon fitted over the fingers, equipped with spikes. With this, he could smash zombies one punch per zombie. Bang! Boom! In an instant, Nakabari's massive body crashed heavily onto the pavement, causing several fine cracks to form in the asphalt. Zhang Chen, covered in energy armor, stood expressionless in place. A single strike, and it was a kill. Zhang Chen appeared to be at stage 3 of initial awakening, while Nakashiro Toru stood at stage 1, merely 2 levels apart. In truth, Zhang Chen possessed a dual talent. This was equivalent to advancing the genetic evolution path by 3 tiers, and simultaneously elevating the energy evolution path by 3 tiers, while also fully allocating all talent points. The gulf between their actual strengths had long since eclipsed a mere 2-level disparity. Thus, victory in a single strike. Ding! Target eliminated. Congratulations! You have acquired Energy Cores 255, 204, 80 Talent Bonus Brass Knuckles 2, Alloy Brass Knuckles Blueprint 1 Storage Ring Fragments 107 Sake 15, Clean Fabric 25. Upon collection, Nakashiro Itaru's corpse instantly vanished. He had served solely as a bodyguard, tasked exclusively with protecting Yusuji. All resources across the entire camp were under Yusuji's control, thus Zhang Chen felt no surprise at the modest haul. Regrettably, only 2 inventory slots remained. Zhang Chen claimed only the energy core's storage ring fragments and the alloy brass knuckles blueprint. 1 slot remained vacant. All uncollected items coalesced into a survivor supply crate, materializing precisely where Nakashiro Itaru's body had lain. Yusuji and Akaya Yoko sprinted swiftly across the bridge. Akaya Yoko had arrived in this world clad in her professional attire, a form-fitting skirt and high heels. Yusuji greatly admired her appearance. Moreover, with the hot spring hotel's stringent security, there was no fear of zombie incursions, so Akaya Yoko chose to keep her outfit unchanged. Yet today, calamity struck. Her attire severely hampered her mobility. Within mere meters, she fell far behind Yusuji. Mr. Yusuji, wait for me. Akaya Yoko gasped breathless. Yoko, you must push yourself. You cannot rely on others for everything. Yusuji turned back to speak, but mid-sentence a gust of wind swept past. Then Zhang Chen appeared like a god of slaughter, radiating an icy, murderous aura. He blocked Yusuji's path. How did you get here? Where's Nakashiro? Yusuji shouted in Japanese, his voice trembling, his Mandarin non-existent. His questions were futile. Zhang Chen's very presence confirmed Nakashiro's demise. Yusuji merely faltered for an instant before swiftly summoning the diplomatic finesse he wielded among fellow counselors. He rapidly composed himself, his expression softening into one of calm, effortless ease. Palms open and facing outward, he signaled absolute non-hostility. Let's speak reasonably. You attacked our camp for supplies. That is all. I will surrender everything to you, including this woman behind me. Do with her as you wish, just spare my life. We bear no grudge. I shall remember your mercy. And should you ever need anything in the future, I swear I will repay you with every ounce of my strength. Yusuji's face shone with earnest sincerity. At his most impassioned, he clasped his hands together, a gesture that lent him an air of unwavering reliability. A man who rose to counselor rank inevitably possessed exceptional skill in weaving words to ensnare minds. Otherwise, how could he have so thoroughly captivated Wu Jingri, binding him to servitude without question? Yusuji was deeply satisfied with his own performance. Such acting surely merited top marks. What followed would depend entirely on Zhang Chen's response. Regardless, Yusuji remained supremely confident once Zhang Chen engaged in dialogue, he could certainly sway him toward compromise. Bang! Zhang Chen struck without expression. A single devastating fist sent Yusuji hurtling airborne before he crashed heavily onto the ground. In his final moments, disbelief flooded Yusuji's eyes. He could not fathom why this man had attacked him without warning, despite offering all his supplies. What gibberish is that? Not a word makes sense. Zhang Chen frowned. Earlier, Nakashiro Itaru had charged him, shouting incoherently. Now, this man did likewise. Did none of them grasp the barrier of language? Ding! Target deceased. Congratulations. You have acquired Energy Core's 3024 80 talent bonus storage ring fragments 773, instant ramen 6-pack, 290 frozen shrimp 50G, 100 frozen sea cucumber 50G, 80 frozen scallop 50G, 120 premium wagyu beef 1 kilogram, 300 soy sauce 70 frozen beef 1 kilogram, 800 frozen chicken 300 instant noodles 6-pack, 150 OE purified water 5L, 500 unspoiled eggs 500G 70. Luxury Yacht 1, Tier 1, Protective Hot Spring Villa 1, Zombie Research Notes 1, Sealed Unknown Serum 1, Meticulously Preserved Map 1, Automated Sentry Tower Blueprint 1, Full Tech Blueprint 4-1. In an instant, a dazzling array of supplies filled his vision, so vast and varied it defied immediate comprehension. Yusuji wielded a Level 5 storage ring, capable of holding 96 items, 2 vehicles, and 1 structure. The wealth upon his person was staggering. So overwhelming was the bounty that Zhang Chen nearly staggered beneath its weight. Upgrade storage ring. Ding! Current ring level 4. Upgrade to level 5 requires storage ring fragments 115, 7500, energy cores 1000. Upgrade conditions met. Proceed immediately. Yes. Ding! You have expended storage ring fragments 500 and energy cores 1000. Congratulations. Your storage ring has ascended from level 4 to level 5. Inventory capacity expanded from 72 to 96 slots. Building warehouse unlocked. The building warehouse accommodates interior structures up to 500 square meters, including furnishings, fixtures, and appliances. Upgrade from level 5 to 6 requires storage ring fragments 657800, energy cores 21362000. Upon upgrade, inventory slots increase from 96 to 120. Note at level 6, the building warehouse itself may store additional supplies. Supplies may be stored within structures inside the building warehouse. If so, this effectively grants an auxiliary warehouse, freeing substantial inventory space. Only 143 fragments remain needed. Once the crawlers have razed all Japanese camps, scavenging will surely yield abundant fragments. Today, ascending the storage ring 2 full levels appears effortless. Zhang Chen smiled faintly, then turned his gaze toward the hot spring hotel. 2 crawlers surged forward, racing headlong down the path. One lunged and pinned Akaya Yoko, tearing into her with ravenous jaws. The other charged straight at Zhang Chen, emitting a chilling guttural shriek. Inside the Bridgehead restaurant, Wu Jingri was indoctrinating 3 newly arrived survivors, extolling the supposed safety of the hot spring hotel and praising the Neon people's exceptional hospitality. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from the direction of the bridge, followed by a sharp, screeching halt. The group turned their gaze toward the sound and saw, faint but unmistakable, chaotic combat noises and desperate cries emanating from the general direction of the hot spring hotel. In the apocalypse silence, with survival, noise drew the undead. Thus, the sudden clamor from the hot spring hotel stood out with jarring, ominous clarity. The din carried even across the bridge. Wu Jingri, could something be wrong over there? One survivor asked, voice taut with suspicion. Though they longed for effortless sanctuary, they were hardly prepared to entrust their lives to a stranger met only once. Impossible. Over 100 Neon people are stationed at their camp there, and a highly trained elite squad guards the northern perimeter against the undead. They operate with precision and professionalism, far beyond anything our makeshift settlement could ever achieve. Wu Jingri declared, brimming with unwavering confidence. Bang! The moment his words faded, gunfire rang out again. Only then did everyone notice 2 figures, a man and a woman, racing across the far end of Yongyu Bridge. In the distance, a lone figure stood motionless. Too far to discern features, it appeared only as a tiny silhouette. Something's definitely gone wrong. Why else would they run like that? Suspicion hardened further among the survivors. We're sorry. We only came to look around. We never intended to stay. Apologies. We'll be on our way. The group's leader offered a perfunctory farewell before turning and leading his companions away without delay. Wait, don't go. There must be some misunderstanding. Wu Jingri called after them, but they had already drawn their weapons, retreating backward with tense vigilance. To press them further would mean bloodshed. Wu Jingri still believed the Neon people's camp was paradise and saw no reason to force matters. He swallowed hard and remained silent. Meanwhile, Koike and Renkitu stood wordlessly by the window. Yes, the hot spring hotel had fallen into chaos. Otherwise, Yusuji and Akaya Shigeo, accustomed to privilege, accustomed to command, would never flee in such abject disarray. Such undignified flight was unthinkable. Shall we go lend aid? Renkitu asked. Given Yusuji's nature, if he sees us witnessing his humiliation, do you truly think he'd feel gratitude? Koike gave a cold, mirthless laugh. Then, shall we kill him? His ring holds all our supplies from Jiangbei. With those resources, we can establish our own independent faction. Renkitu grinned, baring his teeth. It seems someone has already beaten us to it. A flash of shock crossed Koike's eyes. In the brief span of their conversation, suddenly a lone figure surged forward with impossible speed, arriving at Yusuji's side before even the eye could track his motion. One punch sent Yusuji flying. Midair, the assailant, didn't even touch him. Yet Yusuji's body dissolved into wisps of smoke, vanishing utterly. Only harvested corpses vanished so completely. This man possessed not only overwhelming power, but also a rare, extraordinary ability. Then a survivor's supply crate clattered on the ground. Assess his strength, Koike commanded. I already am, but Renkitu's eyes widened in disbelief. He gaped, speechless, stammering incoherently. What is it? Can't you even gauge his level? Koike asked, astonished. Renkitu's physique had reached its absolute limit. His basic insight, I allowed him to analyze opponents within 3 tiers above or below his own strength. This man's power clearly surpassed Renkitu's by at least 3 stages upward. Tier 3 of the Novice Awakened. Only beings exceeding Tier 3 of the Novice Awakened lay beyond Renkitu's perception. Could such a survivor truly exist? His progression was meteoric, like rocketing through the heavens. No, I can read his level. It's Tier 3 of a Novice Awakened. But his awakening differs from others. Nakaba Itaru follows the genetic evolution path. His aura glows crimson. Wilder, the Northern Defense Line, follows the energy evolution path. His aura shimmers sapphire. And this man, he bears both colors, crimson and sapphire, each pulsing at Tier 3 of the Novice Awakened. Renkitu stared transfixed. The man's power transcended Ranketu's comprehension. Merely attaining awakening placed one among the apex survivors. Yet here stood one who mastered two fundamental evolutionary paths. A dual awakened Tier 3. How many people must he have slain? Koike paled. In his worldview, slaying zombies yielded negligible returns. Perhaps 60 crystals from 100 kills at best. Nothing compared to harvesting fellow survivors. Zhang Chen's dizzying ascent could only mean one thing: relentless, merciless slaughter. The annihilation of their hot spring hotel camp. Undoubtedly the work of this death dealer. The hot spring hotel is gone. What now? Ranketu asked. We must evacuate before this killer even notices us. Yusuji supplies are lost. Survival comes first. As he spoke, another scream pierced the air, raw, agonized, and close. Akaya Shigeo lay pinned beneath a croucher, her flesh torn, open muscles devoured. She lived, screaming in unspeakable torment. At his strength, even a croucher won't hold him long. We must retreat now. Also, take Wu Jingri with us. This is Longwu territory. We need a Longwu face to speak for us. Koike ordered. Understood. I'll handle it immediately. Ranketu gathered the neon warriors and Wu Jingri, avoiding the main entrance, terrified of encountering Zhang Chen on the open street. They slipped out the restaurant's rear door, fleeing down narrow alleys, directionless, desperate, driven only by instinct. Their sole imperative: escape, the man more terrifying than any croucher. As Koike turned the alley's corner, he glanced back toward Yongyu Bridge. One croucher dangled half over the bridge railing, then dissolved into a wisp of white smoke. Another writhed beneath Zhang Chen's foot, convulsing in futile agony. Within moments, it too evaporated into smoke. The crouchers, feared invincibles among the neon people, could not endure even a minute before Zhang Chen. Was this still human? On the other side, on Yongyu Bridge, Zhang Chen effortlessly eliminated two crawlers. Crawlers are nothing more than slightly faster zombies. Their combat power is not significantly different from that of ordinary zombies. Especially after discovering their weaknesses, they can be dispatched with a single blow. It was a piece of cake. After taking down these two monsters, Zhang Chen redirected his attention back to the supply box that Yusuji had revealed. There were so many good things here, he took everything. Food blueprints and various supplies, he collected all the important ones. Items like the zombie research notes, meeting records, camp personnel roster, and card keys were tossed back into the supply box after Zhang Chen glanced at them. Among the remaining supplies, many items could be categorized together. Items like soy sauce, instant noodles, and beef were already in Zhang Chen's possession. So adding everything together was barely enough. With 96 slots, only 2 slots remained. What a pity. Having too many supplies is also troublesome. The storage was full, without even packing much. Sigh. So annoying. Zhang Chen sighed helplessly. He reached out to touch the corpse of Akagami Yoko. He collected the energy crystal and the storage ring fragment from her. While the supplies were pitifully scarce, there were quite a few strange vibrating items. These survivor supply boxes could not be moved, only remain in place. Unless someone takes the items inside, they will stay there indefinitely. Zhang Chen headed straight to the hot spring hotel, which was already in disarray. In one room on the second floor, flames were still leaping out the window. The ground was littered with corpses that had been gnawed by crawlers. Some had already turned into zombies, crawling laboriously on the ground. Others didn't even get the chance to transform into zombies, just bloody corpses. The entire hot spring hotel was permeated with a stench of blood. As Zhang Chen walked, he dealt the finishing blows while also recovering some survivors' corpses. These neon people had no valuable items on them. Only the energy crystals and storage ring fragments were worth collecting. Wherever he went, he left behind a trail of survivor supply boxes. Some survivors had so little that they didn't even need supply boxes. Items simply dropped to the ground. After scouring the hot spring hotel, he collected a total of 218 storage ring fragments. Finally, he could upgrade. Upgrade the ring. Ding! The current storage ring is level 5. To upgrade to level 6, you need 875800 storage ring fragments, 20002136 energy crystals. Upgrade conditions met. Do you wish to upgrade immediately? Yes. Ding. You have lost 800 storage ring fragments and 2000 energy crystals. Congratulations. Your storage ring has upgraded from level 5 to level 6. Storage capacity expanded from 96 to 120 slots. Enhanced building storage has been unlocked. It can accommodate buildings with a total indoor area not exceeding 1,000 square meters. Renovation furniture and appliances can be retained. Supplies can be stored within the building. To upgrade from level 6 to level 7, you need 751500 storage ring fragments, 136500 energy crystals. After upgrading, the number of slots will increase from 120 to 144. Unlock the third vehicle storage slot. Goodness, it requires 5,000 energy crystals to upgrade to the next level, eh? Even upgrading my dual talents to the next level only needs 5,000 energy crystals. This is simply deadly. Now that the building can store items, it will save a lot of space. There shouldn't be a need for space for the time being. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen walked to an open area. He directly summoned the level 1 protective hot spring villa. A villa suddenly appeared before Zhang Chen. The entire villa consists of 2 above-ground floors and 1 underground floor. Each floor is a spacious 150 square meters. The exterior of the villa is reinforced with iron plates. With just a simple operation, all doors and windows can be secured with sturdy iron plates. Once the danger is eliminated, it can revert to its villa state. All the glass is bulletproof and impact-resistant. This level should be able to withstand surprise attacks from crawlers. However, it still might struggle against giant tanks. Zhang Chen pushed open the door and entered the villa. Inside was an entrance hall. Beyond it lay an expansive living room, furnished with a long-shaped leather sofa. The tiled floor was covered with a thick carpet, and there was a fireplace by the wall of the living room. Next to it was an open kitchen, a bedroom, and a gym. The basement could serve as a storage area, housing the generator, or serving as a studio. The second floor had a bedroom, 2 bathrooms, and a home theater. I must say this villa is indeed more luxurious and comfortable than Building 8. This Yusuji really knows how to enjoy life. Zhang Chen went to the basement to start inventorying his storage space. The shelf life of meat, seafood, and fruits is very short. It's more cost-effective to keep them in the storage space. Instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, and hot pot base can be stored at room temperature. Zhang Chen first went to the kitchen storeroom of the Hot Spring Hotel to collect the shelves. Then he returned to the villa and placed them in the basement, beginning to categorize the food. Condiments like soy sauce, sugar, and vinegar can just be placed on a few bottles in the kitchen. The rest should all go on the bottom shelf. After all, the frequency of use is not high. Next are instant noodles, ramen, dry noodles, self-heating hot pots, and self-heating rice. Further up are snacks like chips and cookies. Alcohol and beverages are stored separately on one shelf. This category has the most variety, including large barrels of drinking water. After busying for over an hour, a large portion of the storage space was emptied. Now there's plenty of space. Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Leaving the villa, he casually stored it back in the storage space. By now the sun was beginning to set. Before it got completely dark, Zhang Chen still had one more task to accomplish. He assessed the direction and then jogged northward. According to Zhao Longxuan, there will be a horde of hundreds of thousands of corpses arriving in 3 days from the north. There should be a few zombies that have already come over. Zhang Chen ran for about 3 kilometers. Here a line of cars had formed a defense line on the road. He could directly access the defense line from the adjacent buildings. There were still some food scraps on the ground, indicating that there were people on this defense line not long ago. However, for some unknown reason, they had retreated. Zhang Chen lifted the cars of the defense line one by one, leaving a gap wide enough for a person to pass through. Then he placed the laser trip mine at a height of 6 meters from the ground. With everything prepared, he ran back to Jiangnan. He drove back to Building 8. Zhang Chen did this to test whether the automatic collection function has a distance limit. Previously in battles, the defeated enemy's items would naturally enter the storage space. This time the distance was about 10 kilometers. Can collection continue from such a distance? Zhang Chen drove the off-road vehicle to the outside of Building 8's fence. As soon as he got out of the car, he sensed that something was amiss. There was a scent of blood in the air. A battle likely took place here. Yapeng. Zhang Chen called out. Woof! Wolves do bark like dogs, but they howl when they are howling. Erpang excitedly responded from the yard. It had already heard the sound of the car and knew that Zhang Chen was back. It wagged its tail in excitement. Now hearing Zhang Chen call it only made it more thrilled. It jumped twice, but couldn't clear the high fence. Just as Zhang Chen pushed open the wooden door, a huge black shadow suddenly pounced. Erpang, eager to see Zhang Chen, transformed into its battle form, ready to leap over the wall. As Zhang Chen pushed the door open, he and the wolf collided head-on. Had it not been for Zhang Chen's solid physique, this collision would have surely knocked him down. I licked him back, Zhang Chen said, while dodging Erpang's large tongue. When it was small, a lick was acceptable, but now, with such a large size, a lick felt like a full face wash. It was too much. After licking for a while, Erpang returned to its small wolf form. It excitedly rubbed against Zhang Chen's feet. Then it suddenly barked and ran to a corpse, wagging its tail in excitement. Only then did Zhang Chen notice that there were 6 corpses lying in the yard. They had been mangled beyond recognition. However, the bodies were still there, and the rings on their hands were intact, ready for collection. Zhang Chen collected from each one, gathering 420,336 energy crystals with an 80 talent bonus and 23 storage ring fragments. This rich beyond measure pickup bonus was truly explosive. At this rate of collection, leveling up to an intermediate awaken one would be extremely easy. Let's go, come upstairs with me. Zhang Chen patted Erpang's furry head and walked into Building 8. The first thing to do when he got home was to take a shower and change into clean clothes. At this time, the sun had completely set. The night had risen. It was still pitch black around. Zhang Chen hung the curtains and turned on the lights. He started cooking dinner. Today had been incredibly fulfilling. He had cleared a wave of corpses in the morning and eliminated the Neon People's camp in the afternoon. He was so busy he even forgot to eat lunch. This won't do. Such irregular eating habits could easily lead to stomach issues. He needed to remember to remind himself regularly. Zhang Chen took out the electronic watch he had collected from the Neon People and set a reminder. He turned off the sound and switched it to vibration mode. Tonight, he had to treat himself to something good. Zhang Chen took out some wagyu beef and cut 2 slices. He put some butter in the pan, and it sizzled as he began to fry it. Then he took out some shrimp. He had to say that Yusuji had a good eye. This shrimp was about 20 centimeters long. It would definitely sell for a high price in times of peace. He boiled the shrimp, and then prepared a portion of self-heating rice. Perfect. Before long, the meal was ready. Zhang Chen happily began to eat, and he didn't forget to put some of the high-quality pet food he had obtained from the level 3 supply box into Erpang's bowl. While he was eating, suddenly a message popped up on the system interface. It was from Zhao Xie. The other party wishes to video call you. Do you wish to accept? Accept, Zhang Chen silently thought. Then the scene before him changed. Zhao Xie was wearing a military green camouflage uniform, smiling at him. The background featured a large floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window, he could see a cluster of skyscrapers along with a few twinkling stars. The entire environment was somewhat dim. Brother Chen, do you think my outfit looks good? Zhao Xie asked with a smile. She was already beautiful, and in military attire, she looked even more stunning. Very good. Zhang Chen nodded and replied. Where are you all headed now? Have you reached the military base yet? Not yet. Along the way, we need to collect survivors, clear zombies, and gather supplies. Zhao Xie explained seriously. The marching speed is very slow. We only left the Jiangnan district at dusk and are now in the Taiping district. It's better to proceed steadily. Rushing forward can be dangerous. Zhang Chen said. Why is it so dark over there? There's a massive power outage. We are spending the night in an office building. Zhao Xie explained. To prevent any ill-intentioned survivors from causing trouble, the use of lighting tools is prohibited. Moreover, we really don't have much lighting equipment. Zhao Xie paused here, then suddenly changed the subject, saying, I will also join the supply collection team tomorrow. I want to kill zombies too. I want to work hard to level up and strive to keep pace with you. Zhao Xie continued. I know you didn't bring me today because you thought I would be a burden. I will work hard to become stronger so that I can help you fight in the future. As she spoke, Zhao Xie's eyes were filled with starlight. It was as if she could see a future where she fought alongside Zhang Chen. Keep it up, I believe in you, Zhang Chen said with a smile. Ding dong. Zhao Longchuan requested to join the video chat. Accept. Zhang Chen directly agreed, and the screen was split down the middle. On the left was Zhao Xie, and on the right was Zhao Longchuan. Hey brother, I'm chatting with Chen. What are you doing here? Zhao Xie pouted, looking a bit annoyed. Oh, you're chatting with Zhang Chen. Then it's fine. Zhao Longchuan replied, looking relieved. I thought some jerk dared to disturb my sister. He awkwardly smiled and waved at Zhang Chen. Just as he was about to exit the video call, suddenly his expression froze. His gaze fixed directly on the plate of food in front of Zhang Chen. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Zhang Chen looked down at the table. There was nothing unusual. After a long pause, he heard Zhao Longchuan swallow hard and ask, that plate of fried beef and boiled shrimp in front of you. God, that shrimp is hard to find. All the freezers in the supermarkets along the way have melted. Zhao Longchuan exclaimed. All the seafood has gone bad, yet you can still eat shrimp. Goodness, we are all struggling to survive, and you've come here on vacation. Zhang Chen slowly peeled the shrimp shell, taking a big bite, and said, It's delicious. Do you want to try some? Is it possible? Zhao Longchuan hesitated for a moment. By all accounts, it should not be possible. One cannot take even a thread from masses that is discipline. However, from another perspective, his sister likes Zhang Chen, and Zhang Chen has met him once. One could say they are friends. Between friends, giving something seems to be a violation of discipline, does it? No. Without waiting for Zhang Chen to speak, Zhao Xie directly refused. Brother Chen has already helped me a lot. I still owe him a favor. How can you ask for his things? Brother Chen, I'll turn off the video first and go settle accounts with this guy. And he's the captain of the special operations team, yet doesn't act like one at all. Zhao Xie saw that Zhang Chen agreed. She then turned off the video and angrily went to confront her brother. Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile. After dinner, Zhang Chen began to tally the supplies he had gathered today. When he killed Kamiyama in the afternoon, time was quite tight. He hadn't had the chance to properly count the supplies. Previously, he had seen many strange items, and now he needed to study them seriously. Zhang Chen opened his storage space and pulled out all those items. First, he found the experimental research computer from the air raid shelter. Then, from Kamiyama's storage space, he retrieved sealed Unknown Potion 1, carefully preserved map 1, automatic watchtower design 1, and complete technology blueprint for 1. What are these things? There are no descriptions in the system. Zhang Chen looked at the sealed Unknown Potion. It had a silver metallic casing the size of a thermos. Inside, he could see a red liquid. As Zhang Chen stared at it, a prompt slowly emerged. Awakening potion can be used to awaken living beings, put into hibernation by sleeping potions. Zhang Chen studied the prompt seriously for a while. He realized for the first time that this prompt was as good as saying nothing. What does it mean to awaken sleeping beings? And what are sleeping potions? I've never heard of such things. Is this explanation even meant for me? Let's put it away for now and study it slowly later. Zhang Chen shifted his gaze back to the carefully preserved map. This map had no name. It was filled with numbers, presumably coordinates. There are also no city names or country names on it. It resembled a map of wilderness. In a dense forest, a dot was marked. There was no introduction to what lay within. Zhang Chen re-examined the map. The prompt appeared again. This map records the exact location of the meteorite that fell on May 11, 2012. In a national forest park in the southern part of Heisei City. May 2012. Zhang Chen vaguely remembered that this seemed to be the date when the virus began to spread in this world. He quickly took down the bloodstained diary from the bookshelf and flipped through it. Sure enough, the first entry mentioning the virus was written on May 17, 2012. Is it a coincidence? Or is there an inevitable connection between the two? Since this map is carefully preserved, it must be very important. Should he take advantage of the suppressed strength of the monsters to explore the National Forest Park in Heisei City? Zhang Chen stored the carefully preserved map and the bloodstained diary in his storage space. His intuition told him that there must be countless connections behind these items. The indigenous people place great importance on the location of the meteorite. It must not be without reason. He must keep them safe. Perhaps one day, when the evidence chain is complete, the truth will reveal itself to the world. Next, Zhang Chen looked at the automatic watchtower design. Consumes 500 kilograms of steel and 500 energy crystal cores to construct an automatic watchtower at a designated location. Automatic watchtower automatically attacks mutated creatures within a radius of 200 meters. Attacks require the consumption of energy crystal cores. Can be installed on building exteriors, the ground rooftops, and other locations. Note the kills by the watchtower are equivalent to the host directly killing. The automatic collection is equally effective. This will be very useful when combating the zombie tide. The last item is Complete Technology Blueprint 4, which similarly has no description in the system. It is something similar to a small chip. There are a total of 27 complete technology blueprints scattered among key technical personnel. When pieced together, one can obtain all advanced technology of Water Blue Star and activate the lighthouse. The lighthouse is a large artificial space station for near-Water Blue Star orbital flight, capable of providing a self-sustaining ecosystem for 1 million people. These items are incredibly advanced, especially the lighthouse, which can be said to be the hope for the survival of the indigenous people. Currently, Zhang Chen has 4 chips in his hands. Does this indicate that the indigenous people's immigration plan has failed? Or is this the last hope for survival that the indigenous people left for outsiders like Zhang Chen? In any case, these items not only failed to clarify Zhang Chen's understanding of this world. On the contrary, they added many mysteries. Zhang Chen stared at these items for a while, then stored them back in the storage space. The experimental laptop is charging and cannot be turned on at the moment. Bang! Just as Zhang Chen was preparing to go to bed, he suddenly heard an explosion coming from the north. The explosion was initially quite loud. In the stillness of the night, the sound traveled even farther. It should have been a trap that triggered. There was no prompt. This indicates that automatic collection has distance limitations. Once it exceeds a certain distance, kills yield no rewards. Zhang Chen nodded. It seems that the plan to sit at home and collect crystal cores has gone up in smoke. He still needs to battle the zombies. He stretched, lazily glanced at the sleeping air pang, climbed into bed, and fell asleep. Outside the window, the zombies on the street were stirred by the sound of the explosion. They let out a series of terrifying low growls. The zombies tonight were particularly restless. On the other side in the stadium, inside the revival camp, Zhang Hao was wide awake. He kept remembering what Xian Jinyu had told him. Some people in the camp would sneak away at dawn. These people must leave. Only when they leave can the revival camp breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Hao can then have the opportunity to implement reforms. Thus, the morning's action was extremely important. He was so nervous that he couldn't close his eyes all night. Until around 5 o'clock in the morning, the sun finally rose above the horizon. The restless zombies gradually calmed down, returning to a wandering state. After a while, a tent in the stadium shook slightly. A male survivor cautiously crawled out.